Chapter 1. The Python Sparrow Swallows the Dragon. Since I've been reborn, I will be the ultimate villain of the apocalypse. Help me. Don't bite me. It hurts so much. Don't be afraid, dear. I'm here. We will die together. Let my daughter go. Let her go. Let me in. Let me in. Please don't come any closer. Sob, sob, sob. Damn it. You will get your comeuppance. Lin Meng. Qin Ming. I, Lu Yang, will not beg for mercy from you, and you will die without a burial place. Pain. Heart-wrenching pain. Buzz. The cries of despair rose and fell, and the hatred before death was abruptly cut off by the countless bites of zombie monsters. Then came the buzzing in my brain. Lu Yang woke up from the nightmare, gasping for breath. The pupils that had slightly dilated quickly focused, looking at the blue sky and white clouds above, at the bustling pedestrians on the street chatting and laughing, and at the luxurious steering wheel of the fancy car in front of him. The logo of the flying goddess car was so dazzling. The long, beautiful legs of the girl in the passenger seat were so smooth. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He hadn't yet sunk into confusion. Lu Yang suddenly looked at the time and date on his phone. September 23rd, 2039. Wait a minute. I have been reborn. I, Lu Yang, from that apocalypse overrun by zombies and monsters. Extending his arm out of the window, the Patek Philippe watch was so eye-catching in the sunlight. Ignoring the envious glances of passers-by, Lu Yang felt the warmth of the sun on his skin, so comfortable and pleasant. It was mesmerizing that Lu Yang greedily breathed in the fresh air. There was not much left. No smell of blood, no gunpowder. Strange yet familiar, making him intoxicated. That you am, Lu Yang. Are you okay? Did you have a nightmare? You are sweating so much. A puzzled voice came from the Rolls-Royce passenger seat. Lu Yang's heart trembled slightly. When he looked at the girl, she pretended to be casual but slightly flustered while locking her phone screen. So obvious. In her insincere and hypocritical smile, full of pretense. Thinking back carefully, every smile and expression of the girl back then brought him infinite happiness. But at this moment, apart from surprise, there was no concern or worry. The girl hesitated to speak, combined with Lu Yang's later understanding of her. He felt that the words she wanted to say but didn't were already very clear. Are you trying to ask me, how can a big man like me be scared in a dream, that you think I'm a cowardly good for nothing, right? This was something Lin Meng had mocked Lu Yang with in his previous life. He instinctively shot back. The girl was about to nod, but instantly realized, clearly panicking, she hurriedly shook her head repeatedly. How do you know? No, Lu Yang, why are you suddenly asking me this? We're in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. How could I say such cold-blooded and heartless words? Noticing Lu Yang's gaze, Lin Meng simply put on a familiar, unreasonable attitude. Why are you doubting me so much? Lu Yang, I am your girlfriend. Don't you have any trust in me? The girl's name was Lin Meng, that Lu Yang's girlfriend. Lu Yang had pursued her for 3 years before finally winning her over. Of course, that he started pursuing her when he was still a poor boy. After Lu Yang became the youngest billionaire tech company founder, Lin Meng agreed to his pursuit, saying it was to test Lu Yang that she made him chase for 3 years before. Agreeing, and Lu Yang, deeply infatuated, believed her if it weren't for the rebirth. Seeing the pure and charming girl Lin Meng in hot pants with a 36D figure at this moment, Lu Yang would never have imagined. She was such a venomous woman, colluding with Qin Ming to seize Lu Yang's wealth, even occupying his apocalypse shelter, getting involved with Qin Ming, and ultimately throwing Lu Yang out with the old, weak, sick, and disabled into the horde of zombies. Recalling that moment, before Lu Yang was bitten to death by zombies, he looked at his girlfriend Lin Meng hugging a so-called king of the apocalypse, and that mocking and cold-blooded gaze was still clear enough to make one feel nauseous. But who would have thought? Until death, Lu Yang never got to sleep with Lin Meng before dying. He learned the truth. Or rather, from the very beginning, Lin Meng agreeing to be Lu Yang's girlfriend was a shocking conspiracy. Did he love her? Lu Yang truly loved this girl. But he ultimately found out that Lin Meng was just a pawn sent by Qin Ming to scheme for his wealth. She was never Lu Yang's girlfriend, just an actress, someone Qin Ming had long predetermined to be his forbidden fruit. Just that before the apocalypse, she hadn't completely gotten together with Qin Ming. It laughable. Lu Yang didn't know whether he died of anger or was bitten to death by zombies. Oh right, remember this name, Qin Ming. How long did I sleep? Lu Yang asked calmly. Some hatred needs to be avenged. Although in this reborn present, the apocalypse has not yet arrived, the scene of Lin Ming colluding with Qin Ming to occupy his shelter and throw him out to be killed has not yet come. But it seems that Lin Ming has already gotten involved with Qin Ming, but hasn't fully gotten together why Liu Yang is a person who repays grudges. He must take revenge. But revenge requires a process that it's not as simple as just slapping the other party a few times after seeing the evidence on the phone. He wants Lin Ming and Qin Ming to suffer a pain that exceeds what he has experienced 100 or 1,000 times otherwise. How would it fit his vengeful nature? You slept for about half an hour, right? Realizing her tone was too guilty, Lin Ming hurriedly switched to the proud demeanor she should have as a goddess. With a slightly cold tone, she continued. Also, Qin Ming's brother works at the Research Institute, and he got news that the recent meteorite fall event is not so simple. He told everyone in the class group to pay attention to safety. Lin Ming said. Liu Yang was not surprised, but was in deep thought. After rebirth, his mind was still a bit chaotic. Wait a minute. Today is September 23rd, 2039. About 2 months ago, several giant meteorites fell around the world, causing terrible disasters with heavy casualties, primarily causing a leak at the beautiful nation's virus Research Institute, with 50,000 troops stationed nearby, as well as more than 100,000 people in the nearby towns and villages, becoming virus carriers. Over 100,000 virus carriers. In a short time, they spread globally, ultimately mutating into flesh-eating zombies, people biting people, people eating people, and the zombie virus completely getting out of control, leading human society to face an extinction disaster. At this moment, zombie infections have already appeared globally. But countries around the world were still trying to cover it up, attempting to find a solution to eliminate this potential disaster before public opinion crumbled and society fell into chaos. And, at this moment, the media was covering up the disaster and trying to portray a good image, while the whole nation was still filled with hope for tomorrow, for the future, and for retirement. Life. The zombie virus has shown signs of going out of control. The meteor shower occurred 3 days ago, with countless small meteors falling in various places around the world. The meteors weren't large, the bigger ones were about the size of a fist, while the smaller ones were only as big as walnuts, but the quantity was quite substantial. According to incomplete statistics, within the Dragon Kingdom, the number of fallen meteors reached as high as 1 million. Of course, the actual number must far exceed 1 million. After all, meteors don't just fall in residential areas, many must have landed in uninhabited regions or mountainous areas, making it difficult to count those meteors. But at that time, no one cared about this. Even those who picked them up simply saw them as pretty stones to pocket or sell around, with no one realizing that these meteors from outer space would become extraordinary treasures in the future. If I remember correctly, in just 1 week, on September 30th, the entire nation, even the world, was preparing to welcome the night of October. It would be the moment when the zombie virus completely spiraled out of control. At the same time, it seemed to reach some kind of activation condition. All meteors from outer space underwent mutations. Any meteor that came into contact with humans emitted its unique glow and, in the next moment, integrated into the human body, granting them powerful supernatural abilities. The supernatural abilities varied in strength. There were incredibly diverse types. Humans quickly categorized the strength of these abilities based on combat power and color. From strongest to weakest, the levels of supernatural abilities were classified as Rainbow SSS, Gold SS, Red S, Orange A, Yellow B, Green C, Cyan D, Blue E, and Purple F. The stronger the level, the more dazzling the glow. There were also divisions of supernatural combat power from levels 19 and even higher levels. But that's a story for later. Right now, Liu Yang thought of something very important. At this moment, when everyone thought the meteors were ordinary, some scientists had already conducted in-depth research and discovered that the meteors contained powerful energy of different colors. Although they still didn't know, it contained supernatural abilities. But this allowed a very few people to seize the opportunity and secretly start collecting meteors. For example, Qin Ming. He was able to gather meteors in advance because his brother was a researcher at a scientific institute. Initially, no one knew that the meteors contained supernatural abilities. But when that day came, Qin Ming managed to find a gem among the vast number of meteors he collected, activating the strongest rainbow glow with one octagonal meteor. Integrating the powerful SSS supernatural ability, he became the king of the apocalypse. At this moment, nothing had happened yet. In fact, Qi Ming hadn't even started collecting meteors in large quantities. So, it wasn't too late. Liu Yang could seize the opportunity. If he could find that octagonal meteor in advance, he would gain that powerful SS-level supernatural ability. Is it that my memories haven't fully merged yet? I clearly remember knowing where that octagonal meteor came from, but why can't I recall it now? Just then, a voice appeared in Liu Yang's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed your rebirth. Ding. Apocalypse villain system binding in progress. Ding. Binding successful. Since you have experienced despair in the apocalypse, please become a thorough villain. This system will assist you in becoming a tyrant who acts recklessly and kills at will in the impending apocalypse. The Apocalypse Villain System. What is this divine assistance for me? Introduction. Apocalypse Villain System. Current reward acquisition method. Find and plunder the luck of the Child of Destiny. Exchange luck points for generous rewards in the System Store. Child of Destiny. In Liu Yang's understanding, this refers to the protagonist in novels. Typically, only those with great luck deserve to be called the Child of Destiny, worthy of being the protagonist, while villains are usually the characters crushed and eliminated by the protagonist, mere small figures overshadowed by the big shots. In contrast, the Child of Destiny is like a dragon, and now, with the Apocalypse Villain System, Liu Yang was meant to be the super villain who swallows dragons like a python. If we talk about the Child of Destiny, it must be Qi Ming. When it came to plundering the luck of the Child of Destiny, Liu Yang's first thought was Qi Ming. What? Nothing. Liu Yang looked deeply at Lin Ming. She nervously glanced elsewhere. Her voice was somewhat cold as she said, I'm not unwilling to have dinner with you. You might not be aware since you dropped out, but during this special period, the school might control entry and exit. A familiar excuse. Thinking about Qi Ming's cleanliness. And from the moment Lin Ming approached him, she had been plotting against him, ultimately wanting to eliminate Liu Yang and receive Qi Ming's rewards, becoming one of Qi Ming's many women. In Liu Yang's hatred, the hatred of losing his girlfriend had vanished completely. Liu Yang felt he should change his perspective. How could he not hate having his girlfriend taken away? But think about it. From the very beginning, she had been plotting against him. Lin Ming had never liked him, right? At this moment, the aloof woman in the passenger seat was not his woman, just a green tea academic flower with a nice figure and big breasts, soon to be toyed with by him and then discarded. In reality, Lin Ming had always been Qi Ming's woman. Liu Yang smiled. Should he thank Qi Ming? Thanking the bro for sending his own woman to Liu Yang, allowing him to enjoy first, experience, and try out the new car's thrill. Thinking this way, Liu Yang inexplicably found the meaning of his rebirth. Of course, right and wrong must be cleared. I thank you for sending your woman to me to play with. But you still must die. The first step of rebirth, prepare for the apocalypse. The second step of rebirth, prepare for revenge. The first step of revenge, find Qi Ming. The second step of revenge, plunder Qi Ming's luck, help him take care of all his future women, and finally crush him, as long as the mindset doesn't falter. There are always more solutions than difficulties, since that's the case. Qi Ming has a mental cleanliness, especially regarding his women. No one can touch them. Liu Yang thought he should do something appropriate to Lin Ming in front of Qi Ming. If nothing unexpected happens, Liu Yang calculated in his heart that a trace of barely noticeable playfulness appeared on his face. Taking a taxi is too troublesome. As Liu Yang's domineering hand grabbed onto his thigh, Lin Ming's heart panicked. Just about to express her anger, Liu Yang glanced at her while driving a tea that moment. Lin Ming felt an unprecedented dominance and indifference from Liu Yang's calm gaze, making her words stick in her throat. Liu Yang's hand kneaded and stroked Lin Ming's thigh, feeling the smoothness and tightness. His lips curled up slightly. Really smooth. Chapter 2 Ambitious. The Child of Fortune, Qi Ming. Outside the gate of Linhai University. Two faces switching seamlessly. Qi Ming is so handsome. Qi Ming. We saw your message on the campus forum. Thank you for the reminder. We bought a lot of instant noodles, and we will go into seclusion soon. Qi Ming. Let's work hard together. Good luck to the junior sisters. Take care of yourselves. Qi Ming enjoys the attention of girls. He is indeed a bit handsome. An undeniable campus heartthrob. But Qin Ming's family background has not been good since childhood. His father passed away early, and his mother raised the two brothers alone. It wasn't until his older brother successfully entered the National Research Department that their lives improved. Poor, bitter, sad, handsome, and popular with women. If he activates his supernatural abilities in the future, he will definitely be the child of fortune, a perfect protagonist template. However, few know the darkness hidden in Qin Ming's heart. Watching the junior sisters' departing figures, he murmurs about their perky butts and how great the girls are. Suddenly, Qin Ming's expression turns cold. Unfortunately, these fools are all tainted, defiled by those stupid, useless men who cannot keep their chastity. They all deserve to die. After the apocalypse comes, all the dirty women who do not belong to me, Qin Ming must die. Qin Ming has never truly been in love, but he harbors a perverted demon in his heart. He is determined to become a superior person. He wants to collect all the beautiful virgins into his harem. Each one must be pure, and even if they have kissed someone else, he will disdain them. Qin Ming always sees himself as a future emperor. He is determined to achieve great things. He received news from his brother working at the Research Institute that the mutated virus currently being covered up worldwide is not curable as reported in the news. On the contrary, these mutated viruses that can turn people into man-eating monsters are rapidly mutating and are about to go completely out of control, according to his brother's information. Once these viruses get out of control, infected individuals will turn into terrifying zombies, and the zombies will spread the infection through bites. Human society is very likely to collapse as a result, and the zombie apocalypse depicted in movies may become a reality. The whole world will fall into disaster. The apocalypse may very well be upon us. Only a very small number of people worldwide know this information. Even a month ago, top wealthy elites had already begun to prepare quietly for the apocalypse. Although Qin Ming is not an elite, he is one of these very few people. He has ambition and aspirations. If the apocalypse truly arrives, he will definitely become the emperor of the apocalypse, achieve greatness, and dominate a region. Heroes and beautiful women are both essential for an emperor, and for this, Qin Ming has already started preparing for the apocalypse. He does not have much wealth to prepare for the apocalypse, but he needs a lot of money before it arrives. So the first step? To plot against Liu Yang's 100 billion fortune. Qin Ming is very clever. Beneath his hypocritical exterior lies superb skills. Compared to wealth, he is nothing in front of Liu Yang, but with his extremely professional abilities, even the high IQ academic goddess Lin Ming, known for her cold demeanor, has not been able to escape Qin Ming's brainwashing. Through strategizing against Lin Ming, various mental manipulations, he indirectly plots against Liu Yang's wealth. In the end, he must seize Liu Yang's fortune, then completely take this pure Lin Ming, the academic goddess. Qin Ming thought that if he wanted a harem full of beautiful women after the apocalypse, he should start by conquering Lin Ming first. And then more and more beautiful women would become part of his harem, controlling the lives and deaths of millions outside, while enjoying the company of various beauties at night. Qin Ming did not dare to think further. That kind of scene is too exhilarating. He certainly does not know that in the last life Liu Yang experienced, Qin Ming's ambitious dreams were indeed realized. He also would not know that Liu Yang has been reborn, and in this life, Qin Ming is destined to fail. He will eventually be killed by Liu Yang. Liu Yang, you really think you have won Lin Ming? Qin Ming sneered. In his mind, he envisions his grand ambitions. Recalling Liu Yang's usual infatuated and submissive demeanor while pursuing Lin Ming, Qin Ming suppresses his inner disgust and calmly says, "You probably won't realize until your death that Lin Ming is merely a chess piece Qin Ming, arranged beside you to dominate the world. Let Lin Ming get close to you, pretend to be your girlfriend, and ultimately seize your immense wealth. This is the first step for me, Qin Ming, to dominate the world. 100 billion fortune. The more he thinks, the more excited he becomes." Qin Ming clenches his fists, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He is full of vigor. Liu Yang, do you really think that as a poor person suddenly becoming rich, you can sleep with a top beauty like Lin Ming? Don't dream about it. As long as I, Qin Ming, do not allow it, you will never be able to kiss Lin Ming's almost perfect lips. Lin Ming's mouth, Lin Ming's body, Lin Ming's first night, will all belong to me. Qin Ming. After a moment, finally, Liu Yang's black Rolls-Royce Cullinan appears not far away. Looking at this luxury car, Qin Ming does not think about why Liu Yang would bring Lin Ming. His jealousy has already exploded. What does it matter if you are rich? You are merely a stepping stone on my path to becoming the emperor of the apocalypse. Qin Ming has a peculiar obsession. His possessiveness is greater than his lust. So although he could have Lin Ming, he has not advanced further. He enjoys this sense of control, keeping Lin Ming away from Liu Yang while making Lin Ming devoted to him, Qin Ming. This method makes him feel very satisfied. When the time comes, he will enjoy Liu Yang's wealth in front of him. Enjoy the girlfriend Liu Yang has pursued for so long, but has never even touched. But then, Liu Yang gets out of the car first, looking dashing and charismatic. He walks past the front of the Cullinan and opens the passenger door for Lin Ming. Lin Ming steps out, her beautiful legs exposed to the air, especially her pair of nearly bursting out her neckline, drawing countless jealous and envious gazes from boys. Under the spotlight of many eyes, Qin Ming glares angrily. Liu Yang, with a playful and greedy expression, and more so with emotions suppressed from his past life, forcefully kisses Lin Ming deeply, their tongues entwined, saliva stretching. Just thinking about kissing Qin Ming's woman makes Liu Yang's villainous blood boil, and his beastly nature is slightly activated at this moment. He directly and violently pulls Lin Ming into his arms, ignoring the onlookers. One powerful hand climbing up the curves of Lin Ming's body beneath her tight dress, squeezing hard. That youthful, elastic touch almost made him bounce back. Very comfortable, very soft, but truly very firm. The other hand grips Lin Ming's shoulder, slightly domineering as he squeezes her delicate neck, allowing their kiss to deepen. And for the first time, Liu Yang genuinely feels how firm and real Lin Ming's body is in front of him. As the destined great villain, yet pulling the woman of the child of fortune into his embrace so roughly, exploring and exchanging kisses, this feeling is very wonderful. Liu Yang can feel Lin Ming's clumsiness while kissing. This clumsiness makes Liu Yang ignore Lin Ming's fearful eyes and enjoy it even more. My God, is this the domineering CEO Liu Yang? Is this the Liu Yang who dropped out of his sophomore year while his classmates were still in their senior year and became the CEO of a 100 billion startup? He's just too handsome. Oh my God, so envious of Lin Ming. I really like Liu Yang's dominance. I want to kiss Liu Yang publicly too. Junior sisters, don't be so bold. Your 180-pound weight should spare young Master Liu. Bystanders were stunned. Those who did not understand the situation, seeing the couple kiss, felt nothing particularly special, only jealousy and admiration. Liu Yang held Lin Ming's body, and they switched positions, with Liu Yang leaning against the car, while Lin Ming faced away from the school gate. At this moment, Liu Yang's perspective could see the school gate and accidentally caught sight of Qin Ming beside a big tree. Liu Yang raised his eyebrows and, with great care in front of Qin Ming, grabbed Lin Ming's 2 strands of hair fiercely. He even felt it wasn't enough and slapped her again. In that moment, the flesh surged and the elasticity was fully stretched. Lin Ming's mind was blank at that moment. She should have refused, but couldn't resist, especially after just being slapped by Liu Yang. Lin Ming felt a heat rising in her body. Underlying currents surged. In contrast, Qin Ming, his face turned ashen. His whole body trembled. He was instantly furious. Damn it. At the same time, in Liu Yang's mind, ding, detected the child of luck, Qin Ming. Luck level. Hint, the optimal reward for this task has a chance to obtain a super Doomsday shelter. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully plundered luck value. 5 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Completed the initial plunder of luck value from the child of luck. Obtained novice reward. Storage space. Chapter 3 Qin Ming's ninja skills. Preparing for the apocalypse. Qin Ming, don't go. Listen to me, please. Boo-hoo, I didn't mean it. I've always refused Liu Yang according to your wishes. He hasn't even held my hand properly. I always push him away. I really don't know what got into him this time to kiss me publicly and at a man-made lake on campus. It was deserted here. Lin Ming chased the angry Qin Ming all the way here and, seeing no one around, hurriedly began to explain. Lin Ming didn't even know why she didn't like the billionaire Liu Yang, but was infatuated with Qin Ming. She certainly didn't know the terrifying aspect of it. Qin Ming suddenly turned around, wanting to grab Lin Ming's arm. Taking a deep breath, with a gloomy expression, he said, "Then why didn't you resist?" I didn't have time to resist. He is a big man, standing at 1.8 meters and weighing 160 pounds. I'm just a delicate girl. Lin Ming thought of resisting at that moment. It was just that Lu Yang was stronger. Secondly, Lin Ming had never been in love and had never kissed anyone, let alone being held in the arms of a strong man. Clearly, being groped was a lewd act, and Lin Ming, who was deeply infatuated with Qin Ming, should have resisted, but at that moment, she felt utterly powerless. That somewhat enjoyable process made Lin Ming feel disgusting. Lin Ming explained for a long time. Even though Qin Ming was extremely angry, he still suppressed his inner disgust. He chose to forgive. Although he firmly believed that Lin Ming was his woman and should have forcefully protected her purity, more importantly, he wanted to find a way to seize Lu Yang's vast wealth. The plan had to continue. Lin Ming was still very important. Qin Ming had to force himself to accept it all, while brainwashing himself that Lu Yang had only touched and kissed her without taking away the most important thing from Lin Ming. She was still clean. His woman hadn't been completely defiled. He put on a false face and apologized to Lin Ming for his earlier outburst. The apology was fake but deepened. It was true that he wanted Lin Ming to continue being around Lu Yang. Qin Ming, you really don't mind that I was just with Lu Yang? Of course. I mind. I've already apologized to you. Don't you believe me? I do, I believe you. Don't cry anymore. Now everyone knows you're Lu Yang's girlfriend. If others find out about our relationship, the plan can't continue. Don't worry, I'm not unreasonable. You were just forced by Lu Yang, and your most precious purity is still intact. As long as you help me with this, you will still be my Qin Ming's woman. After some brainwashing, Qin Ming and Lin Ming briefly went over the information regarding Lu Yang. The two quickly separated to avoid being discovered in an improper relationship. On the way back to the dormitory, Qin Ming's face was gloomy. He prayed that the incident of Lin Ming being forcefully kissed and groped by Lu Yang wouldn't be known by too many people. If it spread, he would feel like his woman was played by Lu Yang and even watched by the whole school. Thinking this way, Qin Ming angrily smashed the dormitory aunt's flower pot. "You little brat, are you full of yourself? Dare to smash my flower pot? Come here. If you don't apologize properly today, I'll tear your mouth apart." Qin Ming was pulled by the aunt by the ear and dragged into the duty room, the door locked tightly. Breaking news. Huge news, huh? What happened? Did a monster that eats people appear in Luhai City? Oh, no. What I'm talking about is that Lu Yang appeared at the entrance of Lin University and publicly kissed the goddess Lin Ming for several minutes. It was so passionate, grabbing this and touching that, even domineeringly holding Lin Ming's waist. Wow. So exciting. If it were someone else, I would scold him for being a toad, wanting to eat swan meat. But since it's Lu Yang, it's fine. Boo-hoo. Who told him to be a billionaire? And he built his fortune from scratch. That's too strong. Fortunately, Qin Ming didn't see this scene. Otherwise, he would probably have vomited blood on the spot. By the way, is there any news about the virus today? A friend of mine abroad sent a message saying that things are a bit chaotic over there. I heard that in a small city, more than a dozen infected people turned into monsters that eat people in one day. It's terrifying. This news has all been covered up. Let us just pray for a cure. Gao Wei, you're still playing with that broken meteorite? Many experts have debunked it, saying it's just an ordinary meteorite, and if you keep it too close, it'll even have radiation. I threw away my piece. If I were you, I'd throw it away too. This one looks quite nice. I'll keep it for now. The number of meteorites seemed to be many, but they were too widely distributed. Ultimately, only a very small number of people possessed them. In the entire school, there were fewer than 10 meteorites in the hands of students. But currently, no one knew the importance of the meteorites. Even Qin Ming, this child of luck, only received a secret letter from his brother the next morning, learning that the meteorites contained mysterious energy. Due to his innate keen sense, he started to collect meteorites without knowing why. On the other side, Lu Yang didn't leave the school. Instead, he parked his car in a roadside parking space not far from the school. By forcefully kissing and touching one of Qin Ming's women, he gained 5 points of luck value. What if he captured Lin Ming another day? Lu Yang knew that there were several other women who, in his previous life, became Qin Ming's left and right arms, and were also the women Qin Ming loved and adored the most. Even now, those women remained important to Qin Ming. This meant that in order to plunder more luck value from this child of luck, Qin Ming, he had to seize the chance to obtain the biggest reward. Like a super doomsday shelter, Liu Yang stroked his chin, immersing his consciousness in his mind, confirming the system task requirements. Since that's the case, let's take it step by step. Liu Yang briefly tested the storage space. The volume was large, with a storage height of at least over 100 meters, and the area was at least as large as an airport. If calculated in football fields, it would be at least several thousand football fields. Furthermore, the stored items wouldn't spoil. Liu Yang even lit a cigarette and put it inside. A minute later, when he took it out, the cigarette was still lit, with no change in its burning progress, indicating that the items put into the storage space would remain unchanged under a vacuum-like condition. But it was still uncertain whether it could store living beings. Of course, Rebirth couldn't just focus on women, since he had already gained the golden finger of Rebirth. It was time for Liu Yang to consider plans and preparations to deal with the apocalypse. Zhang Yang, immediately contact General Manager Ma to discuss the sale of shares. Be careful to raise the price as much as possible. Let's set the quote at 150 to 180 billion. You can handle it yourself. As long as we can get 100 to 120 billion in the end, it's fine. Also, let them know that there are others interested in acquiring Hanyang technology, not just them. Confirm that the payment should be made within 24 hours after the contract is signed. You are an expert in this area, and I trust your abilities. On the other end of the phone, there was disbelief. Mr. Liu, are we really selling the company for 10 billion? But the company is currently on the rise and is seen by many as a super potential stock with a future market value of trillions. Without saying much, I have other plans next, so just do as I say immediately. Yes, Mr. Liu, I promise to complete the task. Zhang Yang is Liu Yang's trusted aide and also his university classmate. Initially, the two called each other brothers. Since Liu Yang became the boss, Zhang Yang has consciously felt inferior. Liu Yang didn't force a closer relationship. There was no need. Those who can help him accomplish things are the useful ones. Zhang Yang's characteristic is incondicional obediente to Liu Yang's requests. The apocalypse is coming. What good is a potential trillion-dollar stock? Liu Yang murmured, showing no signs of heartache. With an extremely calm expression, he then made several phone calls in quick succession, assigning a few tasks. First, allocate some company funds to purchase as many living supplies as possible, including bottled water, food and seasonings, poultry, cattle, sheep, pigs, seafood, various meats, daily medicines for common ailments, antibiotics, bandages, iodine, various types of seeds for crops and vegetables, livestock, poultry, and fish fry. Second, allocate some company funds to rent and purchase a large number of Dongfeng civilian armored vehicles, troop carriers, heavy transport trucks, large air purifiers, water purification systems, large power generation equipment, local network infrastructure, gas masks, biochemical protective suits, daily bedding, and winter clothing. Third, allocate some company funds to rent several large warehouses and large forklifts to store and transport these supplies. Fourth, purchase meteorites in bulk with no limits on the quantity, and publicly claim that the meteorites will be used to build Liu Yang's personal hobby project, the Extraterrestrial Objects Theme Museum, to divert attention and alleviate employee doubts. For those expensive items, Liu Yang's requirement is primarily to rent. Everything that can be rented on the market should be rented. The rental contracts are signed for half a month, but with a month's rent paid up front. It seems that the lessor won't lose, but in fact, Liu Yang makes a huge profit. This is because he has the cover of the museum project. The news of acquiring extraterrestrial meteorites is not being hidden. Some people are making online announcements, and some are going offline to acquire them. To acquire as many meteorites as possible. They even support home pickup. I still can't remember who has that octagonal meteorite. I clearly know in my memory. Liu Yang rubbed his forehead. He could only pray that his subordinates would be lucky enough to find that octagonal meteorite. The company currently has less than 2 billion in liquid funds. If the shares can be successfully sold, at least we can get 10 billion. So the money, not a cent left, all invested in purchasing supplies. After thinking for a moment, Liu Yang realized he had missed a very important source of funding: loans. He subconsciously thought of calling the president of Linhai Development Bank, with whom he often cooperated. As expected, one call could easily secure a loan of several billion. But the next second, Lu Yang gave up that route. He sent a message to his subordinates. Help me find the contact information of a bank loan officer at Linhai Development Bank, Zhao Yameng. Zhao Yameng, Qin Shan's newlywed wife, and also Qin Ming's sister-in-law. Even now, there is an unbreakable connection. Since that's the case, let's create a little surprise for Qin Ming, starting for Zhao Yameng. Chapter 4. Please show me in person, Miss Zhao Yameng. Mr. Liu, this is Zhao Yameng's phone number. 1-88-6866. Thank you for your hard work, Xiangzi. Keep it confidential. And take my chat logs to finance to collect a 50,000 bonus. Thank you, Mr. Liu. I promise to keep it confidential. If it gets out, you can ask me. The number was obtained, but Lu Yang cared more about the chat logs. After briefly looking through them, especially seeing several seductive photos that Zhao Yameng sent to Qin Ming, one of which featured her in a disappearing outfit pose, Lu Yang couldn't help but smile playfully. The relationship between Qin Ming and Zhao Yameng, if it were just a simple relationship between a younger brother-in-law and sister-in-law, would be fine. But the real Qin Ming is ambitious and vicious. So much so that he secretly launched an attack on his sister-in-law because of his infatuation with her. Just a few days after the marriage of his brother and sister-in-law, since his brother was often locked away in a secret research institute, Qin Ming had expressed overstepping concern for his sister-in-law multiple times. He even used his proud attributes on her. So although Qin Ming hasn't truly gotten his sister-in-law yet, according to Lu Yang's gossip, by now there are already ambiguous feelings between Qin Ming and Zhao Yameng. In his previous life, Qin Ming had offended Lu Yang, and for this reason, Lu Yang had once found someone to pull out various chat records of Qin Ming. Coincidentally, he found records of Qin Ming and his sister-in-law Zhao Yameng, which were quite disgraceful. Now, pulling them out again, it turned out to be no different from his previous life. Various adult topics aside, Qin Ming had successfully tricked his sister-in-law into sending him sultry pictures. And when he wanted more explicit photos, Zhao Yameng rejected him. Back then, Lu Yang had also had a good view, and now seeing his second time, he still couldn't help but click his tongue. I must say, she really is fair and tender. Although she just became an adult wife, and still has her seal, she already has the charm of a young woman. A girl-esque body with a young woman-esque allure? No wonder she could captivate Qin Ming. Perhaps out of the remaining conscience in his heart, Qin Ming has not dared to take further action against his sister-in-law until now. Qin Ming's refusal of non-virgins is not wrong. But what if Qin Shan and Zhao Yameng kept their bodies intact before marriage? It is precisely this point. After that, until the apocalypse arrived, Qin Shan was rescued by the powerful Qin Ming, and they reunited for the first time after their marriage. But with Qin Ming's twisted mind, after the apocalypse broke out, he became a dominant figure due to his abilities, and his obsession with Zhao Yameng could not be suppressed. Taking advantage of his sister-in-law and brother's wedding night, he found an excuse to argue and scheme to kill his brother, successfully getting his sister-in-law into his bed. Truly beastly. It seems that the son of destiny does not always represent justice. There are also many supreme villains favored by great fortune. Lu Yang wanting to use Qin Ming as an example, but the thought made him laugh. He laughed with great amusement. Qin Ming is a villain favored by great fortune, while I, Lu Yang, am a reborn antagonist favored by the system, skipping over Qin Ming's great fortune. Interesting. Therefore, since we are all villains, there is no need to hold back. At Linhai Development Bank's headquarters, as the workday was ending, many employees who had lost their jobs were chatting. Yameng, why the long face? Haven't you been with your husband for a while? Is your body itching? Chenhong, you little vixen, don't tease Yameng like that. Her husband is an important researcher at the National Research Institute and will become a scientist or even an academician in the future. Yes. Zhao Yameng's husband is a future scientist, unlike my husband who is just an ordinary gym instructor, always working out whether he has something to do or not. Every night he starts with half an hour, and sometimes even an hour. Yameng, have you ever experienced that ultimate feeling of ecstasy? The three girls are all loan officers, each in their 20s. It seems that the workplace relationships are harmonious, but there are still undercurrents. Zhao Yameng is a girl from an ordinary family, dreaming of finding a stable job to bring her family pride among friends and relatives. It was precisely because Qin Shan promised to help Zhao Yameng get a job at the bank that she gritted her teeth and became Qin Shan's girlfriend. One could say that her marriage to Qin Shan was a compromise to her vanity. After joining the bank, the competition was fierce, with 3 loan officers facing monthly performance evaluations. Failing to meet targets resulted in point deductions, while exceeding them earned rewards. Too many point deductions could lead to being fired. Monthly recognition for performance would allow participation in the competition for loan managers. Chen Hong became Zhao Yameng's biggest competitor, always subtly undermining her performance. Unexpectedly, today, she began to boast about her relationships, leaving Zhao Yameng feeling both angry and helpless. She wanted to ask someone for help with her performance, but had no friends who qualified for or needed loans. It truly was a social obligation, albeit in the restroom, in the restaurant's private room, or on a hotel bed. Despite her disdain, Zhao Yameng couldn't help but feel envious. She didn't like Qin Shan, but recently she had been captivated by Qin Shan's younger brother, Qin Ming. Qin Ming promised her he would make a lot of money soon. Whether for savings performance or loan performance, he could help Zhao Yameng achieve it. But could a brother-in-law really have such a relationship with his sister-in-law? How she wished a huge loan would just fall in her lap. Zhao Yameng was both angry and helpless. At that moment, a message arrived on her phone. "Miss Zhao, are you available to discuss a loan?" "Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Lu Yang, the chairman of Hanyang Technology. If you have any questions, you can call me or check with your bank president to verify my number. If there are no questions, I will meet you in 10 minutes at the 99,999 private room of Mingyang Tea House." Hanyang Technology Chairman Lu Yang. Alone. Zhao Yameng had no idea what relationship Lu Yang had with Qin Ming. But as a loan officer, she was well acquainted with all potential clients. In an instant, detailed information about Lu Yang, his appearance, height, weight, wealth, and entrepreneurial history flashed through her mind. Zhao Yameng quickly envisioned a handsome entrepreneur chairman of similar age. Mingyang Tea House was right across the street from Zhao Yameng's workplace, one of the top high-end business tea houses in Linhai City. Only the wealthy could conduct business there. The minimum consumption in ordinary rooms was $28.88, while high-end rooms required a minimum of $6,888 per person. If Zhao Yameng remembered correctly, the bank president had mentioned that the most expensive room in Mingyang Tea House was the 99999 room, which was usually not open to the public and only available to platinum members with an annual fee of $2 million. How could she doubt Lu Yang's identity if he could enter the 99999 room? "Rest assured, Mr. Lu, I will definitely be there in 10 minutes. With her 2 colleagues looking confused, Zhao Yameng rushed into the restroom, needing to touch up her makeup. 10 minutes later, outside Mingyang Tea House, Zhao Yameng saw the black Rolls-Royce Cullinan with the 99999 license plate that had been circulating online. Half a minute later, she almost ran to the 5th floor, outside the 99,999 room. Just as she was about to knock, the door opened from the inside. "You must be Miss Zhao." "Yes, that's me." "You're Mr. Lu, right? Please close the door." Zhao Yameng didn't notice Lu Yang gently pressing the door lock. Lu Yang sat cross-legged at the tea table while Zhao Yameng dutifully prepared tea for him. From this angle, one could see Zhao Yameng's rapid breathing from climbing the stairs, causing her 2 assets to rise and fall, glistening. The snow-white fabric was indeed nice. Even kneeling, her body curve was unmistakably alluring. Sensing Lu Yang's playful gaze appreciating her, Zhao Yameng should have said something, but continued to focus on making tea. Not only did she not speak, but she also inexplicably twisted her waist from time to time, seemingly adjusting her kneeling position, which only provided Lu Yang with a doubled visual impact. "Miss Zhao, let me get straight to the point. I represent Hanyang Technology and plan to apply for a loan of $5 billion from Linhai Development Bank. I would like this business to be counted under your name. Would you be willing to help me with this?" "Of course," Zhao Yameng blurted out, a bit too excited. She quickly apologized with a smile. "Sorry, I got a little carried away, but this loan amount is just too large. It's my first time handling such a big loan, and I couldn't contain my excitement." Lu Yang nodded. However, his next words froze Zhao Yameng's smile on her face. "Miss Zhao, did you know? Your black business suit is very sexy, but I still think it's not as sexy as that black lace vacuum bodysuit of yours." As soon as he said this, Zhao Yameng felt a chill all over. "Impossible. How'd he know about that outfit? She had only bought it 3 days ago, worn it once, and even took a photo to send to Qin before taking it off. Wait, could it be you? Did Qin show you my private photo? That bastard. Zhao Yameng was both shy and angry. Perhaps out of shame, her face turned a rosy pink, which gradually spread to her fair neck, making her look incredibly tempting. But Lu Yong just shook his head playfully. What is so special about the photo? Next, I might need to ask Miss Zhao to wear for me right here. Saying this, Lu Yong pointed to a bag beside him. Zhao Yameng trembled as she opened it. The first thing she saw was lace trim. It made the eyes of the mature woman in front of her tremble. Chapter 5. Qin Ming's Prediction and Layout. The charming posture of Qin Ming's sister-in-law. At Lin University, many students, although confined to the school, remained calm. At this moment, the apocalypse had not spread among the public. After all, the global media suppression was too perfect. But Qin Ming, who had received secret messages from his brother, was now standing on the rooftop of the school's tallest teaching building, observing the situation of all the students, a sneer appearing on his face. He then muttered coldly, "A bunch of fools. They really think this virus transmission is just an ordinary flu, right? Little do they know, the end of humanity is truly upon us. The so-called curable virus will soon spread and become a terrifying zombie virus." As for the impending doom, Qin Ming certainly wasn't as sure as Lu Yong. After all, Lu Yong was reborn, having witnessed the world before and after the apocalypse, even personally experiencing the terrifying scenes of mutated monsters eating people. But Lu Yong was an exception. Among the global populace, Qin Ming could only speculate about the apocalypse from his brother Qin Shan. Because of the various research projects undertaken by the Research Institute Qin Shan was part of, which not only included extraterrestrial meteorites, but also the virus that was leaked from the beautiful country and spread worldwide, namely the zombie virus. He had not only witnessed humans turning into zombies, but also saw at least dozens of infected mutants in a research institute. Dozens of zombies right before his eyes. Hundreds, even thousands of virus samples tested and analyzed. The virus possessed a terrifying mutation speed. It mutated so quickly that just as researchers began to grasp a hint, the next test would result in a complete upheaval of the viral gene recombination, overturning all research results in an instant. Ultimately, the Research Institute where Qin Shan worked concluded that the possibility of overcoming the virus was nearly zero. Perhaps after 10 years, there might be some progress. Perhaps after 30 years, a cure might be found. Perhaps after 50 years, it could be completely conquered. But would the virus's terrifying transmission speed wait for humanity to research for 10, 30, or 50 years? The first-generation virus carriers will mutate within 10 days. Anyone who has come into contact with their saliva, sexual contact, or blood before the mutation will be unknowingly infected with the virus, resulting in second-generation virus carriers. The incubation period for the second-generation virus is longer, at least a month. Assuming there are 100,000 first-generation virus carriers, these individuals spread across the globe, engaging in daily activities and medical treatments. The number of people who have come into contact with the saliva, blood, or sexual transmission of these 100,000 individuals will reach a terrifying figure. Fortunately, two pieces of good news have emerged. First, first-generation virus carriers cannot transmit the virus through the air. Second, second-generation virus carriers do not have sexual transmission methods. This means that the transmission methods for second-generation virus carriers are through blood and saliva. This at least reduces a large amount of transmission between couples and non-couples. Even so, many scientists estimate that before all 100,000 first-generation virus carriers mutate into zombies after various transmissions worldwide, at least 100 times or even 1,000 times more people will be infected as second-generation carriers. And these second-generation carriers who were accidentally infected may, before mutation, transmit the virus through blood and saliva, resulting in third-generation carriers. Experts predict the probability of second-generation transmitting to third-generation is 60,180. The estimated maximum number of second-generation carriers could exceed 100 million. The estimated maximum number of third-generation could approach 200 million. This means approximately 100 million, or even 300 million people, may mutate into terrifying zombies within a month. When tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of people reach the 1-month deadline, they will automatically mutate into zombies. This will be the moment when the virus is completely out of control. At that time, there will be about 1.3 billion zombies frantically attacking and biting approximately 10 billion humans worldwide. 1.3 billion will mutate into zombies. Based on this ratio, when the outbreak occurs, in the Dragon Country alone, among 1.5 billion citizens, there will be 15 to 45 million mutants. Linhai City, with a population of over 20 million, will face an impact of nearly 1 million zombies. The total size of the Dragon Country's military is less than 3 million. How can they withstand the impact of tens of millions of zombies? Although Qin Ming has a quirky personality, he is not a brainless person. At this moment, he is repeatedly calculating the secret information his brother secretly sent him and deeply understands that the apocalypse is not a pessimistic guess. The apocalypse is imminent. He does not know when the second-generation carriers will gather and break out, but it is expected to be soon, probably within half a month. He has calculated the time countless times in his mind through Qin Shan's information. There can be no further delay. Preparing for the apocalypse is urgent. Qin Ming's gaze is sharp. He knows exactly what the apocalypse requires. At that time, global human order will collapse. Basic necessities will become the most needed and most difficult for survivors to obtain. He must try to purchase a large amount of supplies with significant money before the apocalypse arrives. Qin Ming does not have much money. Although Qin Shan has a good position, he is not yet in a high-power role. To make big money, he still needs to climb for a long time. But obviously, there is no time left. He must quickly seize Liu Yang's wealth. Worried that Lin Ming might be distracted by the incident of being forcefully kissed by Liu Yang and forget the main task, Qin Ming directly comforted Lin Ming on WeChat and repeatedly reminded her to quickly seize Liu Yang. Since it has come to this, he will find an opportunity to arrange a candlelight dinner. That fool Liu Yang will definitely think he can sleep with her that night. So he will lower his vigilance to the lowest point. He will drug and incapacitate him, make him sign, and put his fingerprint on the contract. Then transfer all his personal property to my account through his phone. Do you understand clearly? I hope you do, but there are no buts. I will remind you one last time. The apocalypse may come very soon. We need wealth to prepare for it, and only I can become the king of this apocalypse. Do as I say, and I will protect you afterward. End. Qin Ming's purpose is simple: to have Qin Ming sign the share transfer contract. Transferring shares to Lin Ming as a girlfriend is very reasonable. Directly moving all the cash is also very reasonable. The ship has sailed. Calling the police is useless. Even if Lin Ming gets caught, so what? In Qin Ming's eyes, Lin Ming is his future woman, but she's also just a pawn in his grand scheme. If she can be protected, then protect her. If not, then seize Liu Yang's wealth first. Drugging him might lead to complications. If he directly poisoned Liu Yang, Qin Ming sneered. In his previous life, this plan failed because Liu Yang had to attend an emergency meeting at the company. In this life, Liu Yang will give him the opportunity. After all, he actively sent Lin Ming over for him to play with. How could he refuse? Sister-in-law, are you busy? Sister-in-law, after work, come to the hotel opposite, Linda. I miss you, I want to hug you. Don't worry, I promise I won't tea overstep. Sister-in-law, Qin Ming sent 3 consecutive messages to Zhao Yamei. He frowned in confusion. Could it be that sister-in-law's phone is out of battery? Thinking of sister-in-law Zhao Yamei, Qin Ming's intelligent gaze lost much of its sharpness. What remained was a deep obsession. Compared to Lin Ming, Qin Ming is still more infatuated with sister-in-law Zhao Yamei. However, she has not seen Qin Ming's messages. At this moment, she is in the Ming Yang tea house, wearing a black lace vacuum bodysuit, slumped on the floor. Her slender waist is delicate enough to grasp, her long, beautiful legs flawless like jade, and her arms crossed over her chest, but unable to cover her snowy white breasts. Tears glisten in her beautiful eyes, and she bites her soft pink lips, forced to submit yet still stubborn. The key is the nearly transparent vacuum suit. Have you had enough? Mr. Liu, I once admired you greatly, but I didn't expect you to be such a lecher. If you've seen enough, I'll change clothes. Zhao Yamei felt very humiliated, staring defiantly at Liu Yang. However, Lu Yong merely replied indifferently, Zhao Yamei, I think you've misunderstood something. The clothes are over there. I didn't force you to strip off your own clothes, nor did I compel you to wear this indecent outfit. The phrase indecent pierced Zhao Yamei like a needle, filling her with fear. She trembled and nodded. Lu Yong stepped forward, domineeringly pushing her arm away. He grabbed Zhao Yamei and stood her up. His gaze was indifferent, yet it made Zhao Yamei tremble and clench her legs tightly. An indecent woman, yet she plays the role of a virtuous one with me. Do you deserve it? Do you deserve it? These two words struck her heart again. Zhao Yamei has always been virtuous, but she was broken inside by Qin Ming, her little brother-in-law. Thinking of this, Zhao Yamei lowered her proud head. Just when she thought she couldn't escape today as ordeal, having guarded for so long, not giving her husband or Qin Ming her most precious thing, and about to be taken by this domineering man, to be crazily ravaged by Lu Yong. Lu Yong merely grabbed a handful of softness and then slapped her buttocks several times until red handprints appeared. After taking a few humiliating photos of Zhao Yamei, Lu Yong directly threw her original clothes back at her and coldly said, Put on your clothes and let us talk about the loan situation next. Zhao Yamei's eyes trembled. She didn't expect Lu Yong to let her go. At this moment, as she breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of humiliation arose in her heart. Her body, which has captivated countless men, surprisingly failed to evoke any beastly desire in this man. Does she really have no attraction to him? There is attraction, indeed. Lu Yong is young and vigorous, and he hasn't had any carnal pleasures for a long time. Zhao Yamei's perfect body still looks appetizing in Lu Yang's eyes. However, after experiencing the cruelty of the apocalypse, Lu Yong understands. While men are naturally lustful, they must learn to control their desires. Taking Zhao Yamei is easy, but now it is not the right time. In Lu Yang's plan, if I ultimately take down Zhao Yamei, my primary goal is never because I desire her body, but rather to take revenge on Qin Ming. Now is not the time. What? It's nothing. My plan is to take out a loan of 5 billion, with no upper limit, but I hope it won't be too much lower than this number. Miss Zhao is an expert in this area, and I hope she won't me down. Lu Yong is really serious about discussing the loan. Zhao Yamei is puzzled, but still seriously helps Lu Yong analyze the possible loan amount he can obtain. According to Zhao Yamei, whether it's Lu Yong or Hongyang Technology, both have excellent credit and are potential top clients for all banks. Mr. Lu, I expect you can secure a loan of 6 to 8 billion. Of course, I will try my best to get you a higher amount. Just wait for my good news. With such a huge order in hand, Zhao Yamei seems to have forgotten the unpleasantness from earlier. After Lu Yong nodded, he reminded her with a smile, Miss Zhao, the premise is that you must be obedient. I hope that whenever I have a request, Miss Zhao will be readily available. Zhao Yamei weighed the pros and cons. Lu Yong didn't sleep with her despite such a good opportunity today, which shows he is not interested in her. Since that's the case, there's no need for hostility. It's best to ensure that the chat records and photos are kept confidential. I understand, Mr. Lu. My phone will be available for you 24/7. Looking at Zhao Yamei's graceful silhouette and comparing it to the sexy photo on his phone, Lu Yong stroked his chin and smiled knowingly. Qin Ming, I wonder if you will like this gift I prepared for you. Don't worry, there will be more surprises to come, and I'll present them all to you at once. Chapter 6, 10 billion loan. Starting stockpiling mode. Lin Meng's invitation what? Hongyang Technology's Mr. Lu is personally looking for you for a loan. You must be kidding. Zhao Yamei, did you do something improper with Mr. Lu? Otherwise, how could he possibly come to you for this deal? As the workday was about to end, everyone was shocked by Zhao Yamei publicly announcing this news to the bank president. As fellow loan officers and competitors, Chen Hong was the first to raise doubts and jealousy. Shut up. We're all colleagues. What are you saying? Chen Hong, your words not only tarnish a colleague's reputation, but also cast doubt on Mr. Lu's character. If Mr. Lu hears this, do you know the consequences? Chen Hong's heart trembled. Reluctantly, she lowered her head. Everyone understood that President Zhao Yukai was protecting Zhao Yamei. It was well known that this is an unspoken rule in the bank. Leaders don't care how you achieve your performance. What matters is the final performance assessment data. Even if you bring in your relatives to boost performance, as long as you have the ability, the president will smile and praise your excellence. Good, good. Good. Yame, you've done a great job this time. As long as you can secure Mr. Liu's deal, not only will you achieve tremendous results, but our headquarters can also complete this month's targets ahead of time and exceed them by far. Everyone applauded, congratulating Zhao Yame. The applause thundered as President Zhao Yukai announced that everyone would work overtime. As compensation, after work, they would eat, drink, and have fun together, with Zhao Yukai treating. The purpose of the overtime was naturally to assist Liu Yang with the loan, fearing that if they were late, he might change his mind. That's how banks work. If your credit is bad, you won't get a penny even if you kneel at the bank's door. If your credit is good, the bank will kneel in front of you, polishing your shoes while smiling and begging you for a loan. At 5:15 p.m., Liu Yang personally arrived at the bank to sign a few documents. By 5:30 p.m., the loan was finally approved. Perhaps due to Liu Yang's high credit or Linhai Development Bank's excessive deposits that couldn't be lent out, they directly approved Liu Yang for a loan of 12 billion. This was an unexpected delight. Liu Yang had no objections. The more money, the better. As for repayment, there was no need to consider it at all. A week later, the zombie virus broke out completely, and in one night at least half of humanity would turn into walking corpses, with some of the few survivors dying at the hands of zombies or starving to death before they could accept reality. Ultimately, only about 10 to 20 of people would qualify to survive in this terrifying zombie apocalypse. Don't say that Liu Yang wants to default. Even if he wanted to repay the loan later, he wouldn't find a way. The collapse of human order means that the monetary system would also disappear. And at that time, it would only be bartering. A $100 bill would seem less substantial than a moldy bun in others' eyes. Your million in cash wouldn't be as reliable as a box of instant noodles. Food, water, and medicine would be the true gold in the apocalypse. This is the apocalypse. Surviving the apocalypse is difficult. However, to experience this hellish disaster, one must first survive the early stages of the apocalypse to qualify for the hellish ship of the apocalypse. With an additional 12 billion on the company's accounts, the next step is to allocate this 12 billion to the procurement plans I have laid out. Inform all procurement personnel to work overtime day and night, guaranteeing an additional 5,000 yuan in overtime pay each night, and rewarding the top 10 in procurement quantity and quality statistics with 20,000 yuan in overtime pay. After thinking for a moment, Liu Yang added, and ultimately, we will draw 3 people from all employees to reward them with an extra 100,000 yuan. Everyone involved in procurement will qualify for the lottery. Yes, Mr. Liu is generous. I will spread the news to all employee groups right away. Good, go do it. Liu Yang wanted this effect. Procurement is a massive project. While he could do it himself, it will be challenging to manage every detail. With thousands of employees in the company, simply offering a couple of billion as bonuses could mobilize employee enthusiasm. With great rewards, there would surely be brave individuals. He believed they could quickly spend this over 100 billion. Next, he just had to wait for the company's shares to be sold, and he could receive over 100 billion again. If all goes well before the outbreak of the zombie virus, Liu Yang would be able to spend all the money and secure a considerable stockpile of terrifying supplies. 20 minutes later, Liu Yang arrived in the suburbs. There are 5 huge warehouses here, all of which are now filled to capacity, having procured a large amount of rice, flour, seeds, various meats, compressed biscuits, bottled water, commonly used medicines, etc. The quantities are enormous. Just for the flour, according to the documents, they brought in 30 semi-trailer trucks with a total of 100,000 bags of flour in stock, each bag weighing 50 pounds. This means that in just half a day, Liu Yang has already procured a whopping 5 million pounds of flour. The rice was even more astonishing, directly procuring 50 trailer trucks with a total of 150,000 bags, weighing 5 million pounds. Various meats exceeded 3 million pounds. To prevent the meat from spoiling, the warehouse storing the meat had a freezing system installed in advance. Adding in other supplies, the procurement has cost about 1 billion. While it is still far from Liu Yang's requirements, it is already quite impressive. Mr. Liu, the 5 warehouses here are full. Next, we have rented 4 more warehouses similar to this one according to your requirements, and we are gradually filling them with supplies, as well as some heavy vehicles, gasoline, diesel, various generators, signal devices, etc. However, the initial estimate shows that with over 10 billion in funds, the quantity of procured materials is too massive, and these warehouses are still insufficient. It might be tough to find more warehouses for now. No need to keep looking for warehouses. Just fill up the 5 warehouses we have. Don't worry about this place. I will find someone to empty it tonight so we can continue transporting supplies here tomorrow morning. I will also gradually find someone to move the full warehouses. And you just focus on procurement until all the money is spent. Your bonuses won't be less. Emptying it in one night. That's a huge project. The main supplies are placed here, but we still need to transport them again? Isn't that too troublesome? Upon hearing about the bonus, the subordinates didn't ask much. They were all full of enthusiasm. After everyone left, Lu Yang spent an hour finally putting all the supplies worth 10 billion into the storage space. And he truly realized how vast this storage space was. The 5 huge warehouses were filled with supplies. When put into the storage space, they hardly took up any room. Lu Yang could rest assured about procuring supplies now. As night fell, he informed Qin Ming that they couldn't meet today and told him that he had processed a large loan deal, so he was working overtime at a dinner party. Zhao Yamei smartly didn't reveal anything about Lu Yang. She didn't dare to go against Lu Yang, especially since he had presented her chat records with Qin Ming, indicating that everything about her was under Lu Yang's surveillance, chatting, phone calls, and even her every move. Yet deep down, Zhao Yamei still leaned towards Qin Ming. After hesitating for a while, she hinted, "Qin Ming, things have been a bit unstable lately, so be careful and try to avoid trouble, okay? If you offend anyone and need help, just tell your sister-in-law." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming laughed heartily, a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. "Sister-in-law, I know you're worried about me, but don't you worry. You know how smart I am. Even if the apocalypse comes, I won't be in trouble. And I definitely won't offend anyone easily. Only foolish people make enemies everywhere. Smart people will always find a way to get along." Okay, you're the smartest." Only when chatting with Zhao Yamei did Qin Ming show a lovesick expression. At these moments, he felt envious of his brother, Qin Shan. Meanwhile, Zhao Yamei was puzzled. Had Qin Ming really not offended Lu Yang? Then why was Lu Yang acting this way? Was he jealous of Qin Ming's academic performance? After saying this, Zhao Yamei couldn't help but laugh. How could a billionaire be so childish? She shook her head and stopped thinking about it. At least for now, Lu Yang hadn't done anything to harm Qin Ming, which was the best outcome. At 7 in the evening, Lu Yang was extremely hungry and prepared to indulge himself. Just then, Lin Ming sent a message. "Dear, I miss you. You're so domineering today. It's like you've opened up a new world for me. I plan to sneak out and have booked a room. Can we have a candlelight dinner together tonight?" As a top student and school beauty, Lin Ming was known for her cold demeanor, and her sudden enthusiasm felt too abrupt. If it were the love-struck Lu Yang from his past life, he would have undoubtedly bought a few condoms without hesitation and rushed to the hotel with Lin Ming. He recalled that in his previous life, Lin Ming had also invited him for a candlelight dinner, but it didn't seem to be on this day. Strange, the timing didn't match. Could it be that his interference had reversed some events? The butterfly effect. Had some things happen earlier? All right, but since we're having a candlelight dinner, there's no need to go to the hotel. Lin Ming wanted to find an excuse to go to the hotel, but Lu Yang insisted repeatedly, and in the end, she reluctantly agreed. He instructed the maid to prepare a sumptuous dinner. Lu Yang didn't go to pick up Lin Ming. Instead, he headed home. The octagonal meteorite should be in the hands of some student at Lin University. Lu Yang's memory suddenly sparked, but he was still missing a crucial piece. Who exactly was this student? At Lin University, Qin Ming's expression was grim. Damn Lu Yang, he used to listen to everything I said. Why is he so insistent on going to his villa this time? Has he discovered something? Qin Ming stared at Lin Ming, and the overwhelming pressure made her tremble. Impossible. No one could know about our relationship. I swear I haven't told anyone. Qin Ming sighed and nodded after some thought. I was just too anxious. Sorry, Lin Ming. I shouldn't have doubted you. Since that's the case, the plan remains unchanged, but you need to be careful when administering the drug. You mustn't let Qin Ming find out. Remember, the blue packet is a sleeping drug, and the red packet is highly toxic. You need to know when to act, if necessary. Just throw the red packet to eliminate him. Qin Ming revealed a ruthless expression. Lin Ming shuddered at the thought of a future happy life with Qin Ming. She gritted her teeth and nodded. 10 minutes later, Lin Ming hurriedly finished her makeup in the dormitory. Before leaving, she noticed her roommate and Siyu holding a box. And Siyu opened it and showed it off to Lin Ming. Look, I found a meteorite. It's such a pity that it isn't the heart shape I wanted the most. Oh well, I'll just keep it for now. I wonder if anyone will buy this thing. If so, I'll sell it. Lin Ming casually replied a couple of words and hurriedly left because Lu Yang had messaged her that he had arrived. And Siyu looked curiously at the other roommates. Strange. Why is Lin Ming in such a hurry? Oh, she just said she was sneaking out to date her boyfriend and asked us to keep it a secret. So envious. Siyu, open the box. Let us see if the meteorite is nice. When the box was opened, a clearly irregular octagonal sphere about the size of a baby's fist was revealed to everyone. It was undeniably distinct. Chapter 7. The woman of the Child of Fortune must be very powerful, right? In the number 1 villa area, this is one of the most luxurious villa districts in Linhai City. The entire villa area has 100 households, each with its own independent courtyard, with the smallest units selling for at least 80 million. A medium-sized unit easily costs 2 billion. Lu Yang bought a high-end unit, which has 3 floors, 600 square meters, a courtyard with 4 parking spaces, and 5 independent garages in the basement. It is equipped with all kinds of luxury features. And he has hired 8 maids. Zhang Jia, are there any problems with work lately? Is it too hard? If you need financial assistance, feel free to tell me directly. Zhang Jia is the head of Lu Yang's 8 maids. Her full name is Zhang Jinyan, 35 years old, a divorced and voluptuous woman. Her looks, figure, and even her voice are of the type that makes men unable to help but salute. She has an 18-year-old daughter and has only been working for Lu Yang for a year since they moved into this house. But she has always held a special place in Lu Yang's heart. She is efficient and considerate, and with her high appearance, wearing black stockings and fishnet tights. She is obedient, sensible, and capable. Lu Yang really likes Zhang Jinyan as a maid. Those who don't know might think that Zhang Jinyan is a flirtatious woman who doesn't uphold her marital duties. But Lu Yang knows she's not only very loyal, but also takes her work seriously. He never forced Zhang Jinyan to do anything. But she proactively asked Lu Yang if she could dress a bit sexier, within limits, to earn some money for her daughter's tuition. Lu Yang, having suddenly become wealthy as an entrepreneurial boss, also wants to enjoy life appropriately. Who wouldn't prefer a sexy maid over an older woman? Zhang Jinyan's looks and figure are exceptional, so Lu Yang is certainly willing to spend more money for a pleasing sight. At this moment, Lu Yang's words made Zhang Jinyan panic. President Lu, I haven't had any problems lately, and I'm not overworked. No, I don't need any money. I wasn't thinking about a raise. Please don't fire me. Lu Yang was taken aback, realizing that Zhang Jinyan had misunderstood. He smiled helplessly. I didn't mean to fire you. I was just asking out of boredom. The thing is, with the virus rampant, things are a bit chaotic globally, and some doomsday theories are currently very popular. Upon hearing about the virus and doomsday theories, Zhang Jinyan would have mocked it if it had come from someone else. Zhang Jinyan admired Lu Yang. This younger brother, who was over 10 years her junior, but already a billionaire entrepreneur, exuding the aura of someone in a position of power. Clearly someone who was steady enough to accomplish great things. Zhang Jinyan had a serious expression. You know, wealthy people value their lives greatly. I, Lu Yang, can barely be considered a wealthy person, so I have already been preparing for the apocalypse. Hypothetically speaking, if the apocalypse were to come and most people in Longhua turned into zombies, I would move into the shelter I have prepared with a hefty sum of money. Even in the apocalypse, I would need someone to serve me. Lu Yang said this. Zhang Jinyan's mind was racing. In the end, she quickly pledged her loyalty to Lu Yang, expressing that if the apocalypse came, she would willingly follow him and take care of his daily needs without asking for a salary, only hoping for food and drink. Of course, Zhang Jinyan also mentioned her 18-year-old daughter, which Lu Yang didn't care about. Bring your daughter over in the next couple of days. The apocalypse theory was just a hypothesis, but if it were to become real, I would take you all to where we need to go. Among the other 7 people, I don't want 3 of them. You can talk to the remaining 4 about this matter, and they can choose to stay or leave. The 3 Lu Yang didn't want were efficient workers, but their character was not as reliable as Zhang Jinyan and the other 4. Some petty tricks in life were not to Lu Yang's liking. When choosing subordinates, Liu Yang preferred smart and capable individuals. When selecting servants, he only wanted those who were loyal and steadfast. Prepare dinner and tell everyone to leave work early. Across from the villa area, I booked a private room, spend freely, and have fun until midnight. Huh? Isn't the government recommending staying at home now? The boss is my friend. That's all I have to say. Zhang Jinyan smartly didn't ask further. She laid out a sumptuous meal on the luxurious dining table and immediately took the other servants out. Wow, President Liu is so generous. So we can have fun until midnight and order whatever we want, right? Ooh, President Liu, I love him. President Liu is truly the best boss I have ever met. I really hope I can serve him forever. Zhang Jinyan nodded with a smile. These were all candidates that satisfied Liu Yang. They spoke with discretion and at least understood gratitude. Hey, is President Liu sending us away because he has something going on? Sure. Is it something you can casually speculate about? Be careful, or you'll get fired if someone hears you. But I guess he might be inviting some female celebrity to spend the night, right? Sigh. The life of the rich is so enviable. Zhang Jinyan shot a cold glare at the three. This stopped their inappropriate discussions. She sighed inwardly. Zhang Jinyan began to contemplate the tasks assigned by Liu Yang. On the way, Lin Ming kept muttering and cursing Liu Yang, and she became more determined to help Qin Ming bring Liu Yang down. Qin Ming isn't as rich as Liu Yang. Once Liu Yang is brought down, Qin Ming will have money. Liu Yang lives here? The taxi smoothly arrived outside Liu Yang's mansion. Standing in front of the villa, Lin Ming was still shocked on her first visit. A few minutes later, inside the villa, Liu Yang and Lin Ming sat across from each other at an European-style dining table, which was laid out with an opulent feast. And the red wine was the expensive Romanicani, worth hundreds of thousands a bottle. The usually aloof Lin Ming found it hard to maintain her composure at that moment. But thinking about her mission to drug Liu Yang, she began her act to build rapport with him. Liu Yang, I thought about it today. I feel like I've been really busy these past few months being with you, and we haven't had a proper meal together. I was quite surprised when you kissed me at the school gate today, but it made me really happy. Liu Yang smiled, a playful grin on his face, watching Lin Ming perform. Upon learning that Lin Ming invited him to dinner, Liu Yang knew Qin Ming was anxious. To be safe, he had someone retrieve the chat records between Qin Ming and Lin Ming. Seeing the plan to drug him, Liu Yang felt no surprise. Since it was clear that Lin Ming had never liked him and had always been Qin Ming's woman, scheming to get close to him for his wealth, Liu Yang had no more reservations. Since it's come to this, let us have some fun. Lin Ming, I'm going to the restroom. You need to seize the opportunity. As Liu Yang walked towards the restroom, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Lin Ming understood. The opportunity had come. She nervously pulled out 2 pouches from her bag, shivering at the sight of the red poison before putting it away, ultimately choosing the blue pouch. Confirming that Liu Yang had entered the restroom, she hurriedly sprinkled the drug into his wine glass. Remembering the failed cases from TV dramas, she looked at Lin Ming's feigned calmness, making Liu Yang shake his head inwardly. What a superficial waste. This kind of woman, aside from having a good body, was truly worthless. Or should I say, she had one redeeming quality. Along with her height of 172 centimeters and those explosive breasts, this perhaps was the only reason Liu Yang acknowledged Lin Ming's existence. Drink. Cheers. Liu Yang raised his glass to clink with Lin Ming's. The nervous Lin Ming was internally screaming, watching the glass approach Liu Yang's lips. He suddenly slapped his thigh and put it down. I almost forgot. There's a dish that absolutely cannot be missing in the kitchen. It should still be chilling in the fridge. Saying this, Liu Yang was about to get up but looked at Lin Ming and smiled. Lin Ming, can you help me get it? Me? Yes, that's a surprise I prepared for you. If you don't go, my surprise will be wasted. As he said this, Liu Yang winked. Lin Ming was taken aback. The pathetic backup Liu Yang, go eat shit. Okay, I'll go get it. I'm suddenly looking forward to it. Sure enough, Liu Yang directly handed his wine glass to Lin Ming. Shall we switch? Liu Yang was unusually cautious. Lin Ming's wine glass was discreetly placed under the table, covered by the tablecloth so it wouldn't be discovered. When he straightened up, Liu Yang already had an identical wine glass in his hand, which also contained half a glass of Romanicani. The only difference was that this glass had been prepared long ago. He personally washed the glass, opened the bottle, and poured the wine himself, ensuring there was absolutely no foul play. Lin Ming brought out a small cake with unlit candles on top, inscribed with the words, Lin Ming, forever goddess. A typical love-struck phrase. Lin Ming played the surprised face, lighting the candles and reciting her lines step by step. The only moment Lu Yang blew out the candles was when Lin Ming was not paying attention. It didn't matter. Lin Ming didn't care. She eagerly raised her glass. Thank you, Lu Yang. I really like the ambience tonight. It's beautiful and romantic. For romance, for love, cheers. When she saw Lu Yang drink half of his glass, Lin Ming was overjoyed. To prevent herself from laughing out loud, she quickly gulped down a third of her wine glass, her actions quite bold, so much so that her chest was bouncing. After that, the two continued to eat and chat. However, Lu Yang kept drinking, not touching the cake at all. His wine was from that same glass. Lin Ming drank one big gulp, while Lu Yang had not even reached the bottom after 10 sips. Lin Ming silently laughed coldly in her heart, chanting, Dizzy, dizzy, dizzy. Wait, something's off. When Lin Ming realized she was feeling dizzy and her vision was blurring, it was too late. Before she fainted, she saw Lu Yang's playful face showing shock as he rushed to her side, shaking her and asking where she felt uncomfortable. It was clearly concern, but as he shook her, her chest was being squeezed and distorted. Lin Ming realized things were not that simple. In her unconsciousness, Lin Ming lost her senses but felt inexplicably hot all over. I'm not sure what's going on with me. Did I accidentally drink the drug? But Qin Ming didn't say that this drug could make someone feel so hot. Even though she looks like she's asleep, she's saying it's hot, grabbing her own curves, and occasionally letting out suggestive moans. Lu Yang is taken aback and quickly pours water over the candles on the cake. Is this drug really that powerful? I clearly took the antidote, and the gun was already at work ahead of schedule. Lu Yang didn't realize that the gun's early start was purely because Lin Ming had already heated up. Lu Yang leisurely locked the villa door, picked up the unconscious Lin Ming, and threw her onto the sofa. He then took off his jacket, picked up Lin Ming's phone, and opened WeChat Moments. In the video, Lin Ming is asleep, murmuring that she's hot and wants water, and asking for a hug, which could easily be misconstrued as her being lovesick. But it seemed more like drunkenness. The caption read, My girlfriend is drunk. What should I do, brothers? After posting, it quickly attracted numerous comments. Lin Ming is a high-cold academic goddess, with many admirers and even more backup options. Many of these backups and admirers were cursing Lu Yang, telling him to stop, with some even crying and asking Lu Yang to privately tell them if it was okay to mount the goddess, but to let them know if it felt good. Of course, Lu Yang posted this on Lin Ming's phone as a late-night gift for Qin Ming. Damn it, Lin Ming is my Qin Ming's woman. She is mine. Lu Yang, don't mess around. You can't mess around. Seeing Lin Ming's moments, Qin Ming couldn't understand why this was happening. Lu Yang wasn't drugged, but Lin Ming was. His mind went blank, and by the end, his face twisted in anger, tears welling in his eyes. On Lu Yang's side, ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully plundered 5 luck points. Ding. The accumulated plunder of luck points from the luck child Qin Ming has reached 50 points, granting a mysterious reward. Keep it up, host. Just by posting a moment's update, Qin Ming contributed 5 luck points out of anger. The game had only just begun. Lu Yang looked at the high-cold school beauty who was hot and passed out in front of him, stroking his chin with a playful smile. The woman of the luck child must taste pretty good. Chapter 8. Qin Ming angrily hits Lin Ming. News of the octagonal meteorite. Lin Ming arrived at Lu Yang's villa at 7 o'clock in the evening. After being drugged, Lu Yang posted on her moments at 7:30. When her close friends saw this moment's update, they all knew Lin Ming was in a relationship with Lu Yang, although Lu Yang's presence wasn't in the post. The luxurious dining table, the opulent villa background, and the cake with romantic candles clearly indicated that it was a video of Lin Ming sleeping from Lu Yang's perspective. Her girlfriends understood, but Qin Ming did not. He couldn't comprehend how Lin Ming ended up in this situation. Not only did she fail to drug Lu Yang, but why did she also end up in this predicament? Did Lin Ming accidentally drink the drug? It was also possible that Lin Ming was accidentally drunk by Lu Yang. The thought of Lu Yang being awake while Lin Ming was passed out, even being thrown on the sofa with a flushed face, murmuring what seemed like drunken words. In Qin Ming's eyes, this was clearly a suggestive moan. The thought that Lu Yong might have already taken advantage of Lin Ming made Qin Ming's face turn pale, and he felt his head spin. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! That bastard! Lu Yong, that bastard! I swear, if you dare to sleep with Lin Ming, if you dare to touch my Qin Ming's woman, I will definitely kill you. These words were spoken by Qin Ming right after Lu Yong posted on Moments. Qin Ming's pride. He always thought of himself as a child of destiny, a protagonist in a novel, a winner in life. He was so proud. Everything must go his way. Women must be treated with the utmost respect. Everything he desired must be fulfilled. No one is allowed to touch his cherished possessions. He would not allow his woman to be touched by others. He could not allow himself to wear a green hat. It seemed like just one issue, but for Qin Ming, it was two devastating blows. His untouched woman was being used repeatedly by another man, and he had no way to stop it. This feeling made Qin Ming's veins pulse with anger. Being cuckolded was another kind of pain. If Lin Ming truly wanted to be Lu Yang's girlfriend, and then later become his, it would mean Qin Ming was the one being cuckolded. But the reality is, Lin Ming had never truly cared for Lu Yong. After Qin Ming brainwashed Lin Ming, she only pretended to date Lu Yong. So, only Lu Yong could cuckold him. Qin Ming had no way to cuckold Lu Yong. Then, holding on to the little hope he had left, Qin Ming began to look forward to Lin Ming waking up and sending him a message, telling him she had just accidentally slept for a few minutes. If this hope became reality, he could eliminate the green light. But after waiting for an hour, there was no message from Lin Ming. 2 hours. Still no message. At this point, Qin Ming's already dwindling hope had nearly vanished. How many times could happen in 2 hours? Qin Ming didn't even dare to think about it. He didn't want to think about it. But after 3 hours, no message. After 4 hours, no message. At this point, Qin Ming's face seemed to be radiating green light. His heart sank to the bottom. No more hope remained. The intense pride and obsession, at this moment, were trampled by Lu Yong 100 times. He wouldn't think about how this was all his doing. He wouldn't feel that arranging for his woman to go to Lu Yang's house was a mistake. He would only think that Lu Yong was evil. Even at this moment, in Qin Ming's eyes, Lin Ming failed to maintain her purity as Qin Ming's woman. That damn slut. That worthless piece of trash. If I can't obtain Lu Yang's wealth, then I'll just kill you. And Lu Yong, I will kill you. Qin Ming's face twisted in rage. In his heart, he must kill Lin Ming. Only then can he avoid being exposed. The proud child of destiny, Qin Ming, was cuckolded. If killing Lu Yong stemmed from hatred, then killing Lin Ming was a sickness. He didn't realize it. He thought every step he took was brilliant. But Lu Yong was the one truly superior. Lu Yong grasped Qin Ming's weakness and exploited it to the fullest. On Lu Yang's side, every time Qin Ming erupted in rage, the system prompted him. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully plundered 5 luck points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully plundered 5 luck points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully plundered 5 luck points. Ding! Congratulations. From start to finish, a total of 5 times. Lu Yong merely had dinner with Lin Ming and earned a whopping 25 luck points from Qin Ming. Late at night, Lu Yong was still wearing the suit he had put on for Lin Ming, sitting on the edge of the guest room's big bed. Under the silk quilt lay Lin Ming's body. To be honest, he had seen and touched everything he needed to. Even out of boredom, Lu Yong played doctor and checked if Lin Ming's virgin seal was still intact. He had done everything. If Qin Ming were here, Lu Yong would love to tell him, "Your woman is very smooth." Unfortunately, Qin Ming was not there. If they had gone all the way, Lin Ming would already be unable to get out of bed at this moment. And although Lin Ming had been plotting against Lu Yong was sure that her body deserved to be thoroughly educated with experience points. Lu Yong also knew that it wasn't the best moment yet. He would first collect a little interest from Lin Ming when the time was appropriate, since Qin Ming cared so much about his woman's purity. In front of Qin Ming, Lu Yong completely plunged him into despair. "Manager Lu, wake Lin Ming up and tell her that her clothes got dirty from vomiting while drunk and have been thrown into the washing machine. If she asks further, just say that you help her change her clothes." Zhang Jinyan hesitated, with a question on the tip of her tongue. Lu Yang's expression didn't change, as if he was discussing something very ordinary. "I know what you want to ask, but it's obvious. Sister Zhang, some things are better left unclear." You know I prefer diligent servants who don't talk much. Just remember what I want you to communicate. After Lu Yang finished speaking, he turned and left the room. Zhang Jinyan trembled slightly, scolding herself for showing any extra expression just now. After all, even a fool could see her gossiping heart written all over her face, let alone the meticulous Lu Yang. Zhang Jinyan was very smart and cleaned up all traces, including some on Lin Ming. Even before Lin Ming woke up, she dissolved painkillers in water and squeezed it into Lin Ming's mouth, the purpose of which was obvious. After shaking her a few times, Lin Ming finally groggily woke up. Zhang Jinyan handed her a glass of water, saying it was to help her sober up, but in reality, it contained ingredients to completely eliminate certain residual effects in Lin Ming's body. Oh my God, why am I sleeping here? Who are you? Where are my clothes? Realizing something, Lin Ming fell into despair. That bastard Lu Yang. How could he do this to me? How could he take advantage of me? How could he sleep with me? He can't. Nearly going mad, she thought of Qin Ming abandoning and disdaining her, and instantly broke down in tears. To this, Zhang Jinyan showed no change in expression, still maintaining a professional smile as she said, "My name is Zhang Jinyan. You can call me Sister Zhang, Miss Lin. You drank too much during your meal with Manager Lu, so he asked me to arrange for you to stay here. Oh, by the way, your clothes got dirty, but they've been washed and dried. You don't need to doubt anything. Manager Lu did not take advantage of you. You were a guest. But as someone close to Manager Lu, I hope you can maintain the most basic respect and trust towards him." Indeed, Zhang Jinyan was lying. Outside the door, Lu Yang was as satisfied as ever with Zhang Jinyan's performance. At this moment, he held Lin Ming's phone, the screen displaying a social media post with the caption, "She hasn't woken up after several hours. Is it too intense?" The accompanying picture showed Lin Ming sleeping on the bed, her expression sweet and rosy, looking radiant as if she had been well taken care of. Once this post was shared, many people began to smile deviously, interpreting Lu Yang's post as a reflection on the situation and a piece of dog food, enviously commenting on how such a good catch was taken by Lu Yang. Moreover, calculating the time, it had been 4 or 5 hours. Discounting the time for a shower, it must be at least 4 hours, right? Everyone started guessing how many times Lu Yang had been with Lin Ming. Although Lu Yang had dropped out of school early to start business, it was said that he had kept up with his fitness, running 10 kilometers every morning and doing 200 sit-ups and push-ups each day, which sounded impressive, at least 5 times. Wow, is Lu Yang really that intense? Making big money every day and still finding time to work out? Could it be 7 times? This is bad, really bad. 7 times? Do you want my precious Lin Ming to be ruined by Lu Yang? I can testify. I've seen Lu Yang's fitness photos. His muscle lines are not bulky, but super powerful, with well-defined chest and abdominal muscles. And his biceps are huge. He's definitely a perfect man who looks slim in clothes, but has muscles when undressed. 7 times a night is really not a dream. Seeing these comments, Qin Ming was so angry that he smashed his phone. He yelled angrily by the artificial lake at school for a long time, and passing classmates thought he had just broken up. Realizing he needed to contact Lin Ming to discuss the plan, Qin Ming calmed down and regretted breaking his phone. If he had known, he wouldn't have smashed it. Instead, he bought a temporary phone from the school's information center. Early the next morning, when they met, Qin Ming asked with a stern face, "I haven't received the funds. Did the plan fail?" Lin Ming nodded dejectedly. Just as she was about to explain, she lifted her head only to receive a harsh slap from Qin Ming. Smack! This slap left Lin Ming stunned. "You shameless woman. How dare you look at me like that? Sleeping with other men behind my back for several hours. Did Lu Yang make you feel good? Did you betray me to him and tell him my plan?" As he spoke, Qin Ming raised his hand again. Lin Ming cried from the pain, feeling even more wronged. "What are you talking about? I didn't sleep with Lu Yang." Lin Ming still didn't know that Lu Yang had posted 2 social media updates. Once she saw them, she panicked. First, she cursed Lu Yang for being a bastard. Then she tried to explain to Qin Ming that she was unaware of the situation. To this, Qin Ming sneered, "I know you didn't know. You were drunk, completely wasted, so you didn't realize how many times Lu Yang had you, right? You weren't proactive. But you expect me to forgive you? You shameless woman. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. If you don't find a way to complete the plan within 48 hours, you're dead." With a cold face, Qin Ming left. This was the first time Lin Ming saw Qin Ming so furious. She felt wronged, still feeling wronged. She didn't understand how, despite her wholehearted efforts to help Qin Ming, even giving up the chance to be with the billionaire Lu Yang, she still couldn't gain Qin Ming's trust. Suddenly, a phrase floated in her mind. When leaving Lu Yang's house, he said, "Judging whether a person is good or bad, whether they are sincere or insincere, is not as simple as it appears on the surface. What is shown to you is often what they want you to see. In reality, only the person knows their character." At that time, Lin Ming thought Lu Yang was implying he was a good man. But at this moment, applying this phrase to Qin Ming gave her a chilling realization. Could it be that Qin Ming was a hypocrite? Lin Ming quickly shook her head. "No, that's impossible. Qin Ming loves me. He just misunderstood my relationship with Lu Yang. I need to find a chance to clarify, and he will definitely forgive me. It can only be said that those who are pitiful must have their hateful aspects." At this moment, Lin Ming seemed pitiful, but in reality, she was extremely foolish. Lin Ming quickly adjusted her view of Qin Ming and resolved to work even harder to help him, hoping to save their relationship. Little did she know at that moment, in Qin Ming's eyes, she was already a piece of rotten meat full of holes, a pair of worn-out shoes that had been used too many times. The next morning, Lu Yang received good news. More than 80 pieces of meteorite have been collected. "Great, keep all the meteorites safe until I arrive." But once he arrived and examined them one by one, he felt somewhat disappointed. The octagonal meteorite was not among them. However, thinking about how each of these meteorites represented a kind of mysterious ability, he believed that in the future, he could use these meteorites to build an army of superhumans that belonged solely to him. With that thought, beneath Lu Yang's calm exterior, a storm was brewing. After a day, news of more zombie attacks broke out online, with 3 incidents even occurring in Linhai City, but they were suppressed by the police, and the news was erased. Lu Yang knew that a storm was coming. He became increasingly anxious. If he couldn't find the octagonal meteorite and let Qin Ming seize the opportunity, he would lose everything. He could only place his hopes on the company employees who were helping him procure supplies and had connections everywhere, hoping they could find some news. At the same time, Lu Yang also planned to inquire about the situation at Lin University. In the evening, Lu Yang disguised himself as a student and strolled quietly around the campus. He overheard some female classmates discussing news about someone buying meteorites. Fortunately, it wasn't Qin Ming, but one of his people. It seemed that Qin Ming hadn't received his brother's secret communication yet. In that case, Lu Yang planned to gather all the meteorites he could find before he discovered them, completely cutting off Qin Ming's path. Wait, the octagonal meteorite seems to have been picked up by a girl from Lin Ming's dormitory. Qin Ming suddenly remembered. His memory finally began to loosen. Just then, a passing girl was running and discussing. "Hurry up. The door will lock the doors soon. Where's NCU? Lu Yang. Is this going to be effortless?" Lu Yang thought about going to find NCU himself. Since she planned to throw it away, buying it should be easy. "Hey, classmate." But by the time Lu Yang reacted, the person had disappeared. A few hundred meters away, the girl's dormitory was mercilessly locked by the ant, leaving Lu Yang alone in the wind and silence. A few seconds late, no time to waste. If he remembered correctly, Qin Ming would probably receive the superstitions from Qin Shan tomorrow and start mindlessly collecting meteorites. Other meteorites didn't matter. This octagonal meteorite, Lu Yang had to get it before Qin Ming. He had a hunch that this was the most crucial part of Qin Ming's powerful fortune. Securing this octagonal meteorite would surely yield a lot of fortune value. Lu Yang was familiar with Lin Ming's dormitory. Lin Ming was the school beauty, and so was NCU. There were 6 people in the dormitory, 2 school beauties. This dormitory was also dubbed the school beauty dorm by well-meaning people. Lu Yang was in a dilemma. So what should he do? Sneak into the school beauty dorm at night? Chapter 9. Sneaking into the school beauty dorm. Success. Late at night, a sensational news report sent the public into a panic. World News. 10 minutes ago, the beautiful country announced that the virus laboratory exposed by a meteorite impact has lost control. To prevent the disaster from expanding, the relevant area has been subjected to harmless destruction. This news was even too unbelievable for ordinary citizens, not to mention those well-informed citizens. It wasn't harmless destruction. As far as I know, it was uncontrollable and many people in the vicinity had turned into terrifying man-eating monsters. 2 special forces teams were even wiped out while trying to eliminate those monsters. After realizing the loss of control, the beautiful country's authorities had no choice but to drop bombs and conduct indiscriminate bombing in that area. If it was just bombing the virus zone, that would be one thing, but my cousin who works in a nearby city said the bombing range directly covered a small town, which originally had tens of thousands of people, but this indiscriminate bombing directly killed them all. God, indiscriminately killing tens of thousands. Are they demons? I have similar news, but the information I received was that the beautiful country is doing this out of fear of the virus continuing to leak, as all tens of thousands of people in that area were infected with the zombie virus. If they weren't indiscriminately bombed, they would all turn into zombies. Tens of thousands of zombies were also a headache for the military. Zombies? Those man-eating monsters, are they really zombies? I didn't dare to think further. The public was in a panic. Soon, a series of announcements from the relevant departments calmed them down, coupled with the community's real-time implementation of higher-level orders. The public quickly suppressed their panic, praying that Long Country could withstand this terrifying zombie disaster. Linhai University. The dormitory building was locked on time at night. The girls had all changed into various cute pajamas and nightgowns. Each piece of sleepwear was exquisite and beautiful, printed with various patterns, cute rabbits, flowers, grasslands, and lively picachos, all showcasing the beauty of the girls' bodies. Lu Yang found a few old classmates, but to be honest, it was too stimulating. Along the way, the girls who saw Lu Yang were startled. It was normal for boys to enter the girls' dormitory at this time to scream, but Lu Yang was too famous. Handsome and wealthy, Lu Yang discovered for the first time how useful this image was. Even if some girls appeared in the hallway after taking a shower, they would rather look at Lu Yang's dazzling presence than mind being seen by him. Some very ordinary girls were one thing, but even some extremely vibrant, youthful bodies made Lu Yang uncomfortable. In short, the journey to the target dormitory was as difficult as crossing a tribulation for Lu Yang. Several times, he almost got pulled directly into the dormitory by open-minded female classmates. Fortunately, Lu Yang was strong enough. Otherwise, he might have been overwhelmed by those innocent girls who were like wolves and tigers, and it was possible he could have been drained dry right there. Frustrated, he initially wanted to throw it away, but he felt a bit reluctant. He finally heard that someone was collecting these meteorites, and guess what? They only offered $50, and Siyu was complaining to her roommates. Lin Ming was feeling down beside her. The other girls didn't dare to disturb them, thinking Lin Ming was having a quarrel with Lu Yang, and Siyu couldn't take it anymore. Clenching her fists, she said it's infuriating. The taxi fare for picking up this meteorite isn't even enough for $50. Bullying people. I simply want to sell it. This octagonal meteorite is special. I'll keep it for myself. If there really is radiation, I can just find a box to isolate it later. Even if I throw it away, I won't sell it to them for $50, those black market traders. Hearing this, Lu Yang couldn't help but push the door open. Don't throw it away. Sell it to me. As soon as he spoke, Lu Yang locked eyes with 6 girls. 2 were picking their toes, 2 were undressed, and Lin Ming was feeling dejected. Most importantly, the school beauty in Siyu, who had that octagonal meteorite, was wearing a rather revealing, almost transparent sleepwear at that moment. When their eyes met, the atmosphere froze instantly. To be honest, the attack power of the sound wave type ability users he encountered in his past life didn't feel as intense as the combined screams of these girls. Shut up. Lu Yang was annoyed by their screams and directly shouted in a deep voice. His powerful voice startled the girls, and they indeed stopped screaming. However, they all burrowed back into their blankets. It must be said that the overall appearance of this dormitory was really high. Their figures were also great. Although only Lin Ming and Siyu were crowned school beauties, the other 4 girls all had their own characteristics, such as one with a 30-60 bust, another with long legs at 178 centimeters, and another with a vibrant yoga body from working out. Each one had their own charm. Everyone thought Lu Yang came to see Lin Ming. Lin Ming thought so too, but Lu Yang only glanced at Lin Ming before coming to Siyu. He looked at the cute rabbit under her transparent sleepwear. Taking a deep breath, he shifted his gaze to calm himself. Then he looked at that octagonal meteorite. His eyes filled with a hint of fervor. Sorry I startled you. Can I take a look at that stone? As soon as he said this, before Ncu could respond, a girl next to her, weighing 180 pounds and standing at 5 meters tall, suddenly exploded with rage, pointing at Lu Yang and starting to scold him. One sorry is enough. Our dorm is full of delicate girls. You, a big man, barging into our dorm. Do you have ulterior motives? I warn you, Lu Yang, even though you're Lin Meng's boyfriend, you sneaking into a girl's dorm still disgusts me. No need to argue. For what I know about you, man, you must be trying to play both sides, coming here to gain our favor, right? If you have ulterior motives toward us girls, I will definitely expose you online. Right now, kneel and apologize to us. Otherwise, once I expose you online, you're done for. The dormitory of the campus beauty also had mouse droppings. Lu Yang never expected this. He was scolded by Tank. The tank was pointing at Lu Yang arrogantly, waiting for him to kneel and apologize. However, Lu Yang smiled and, without thinking, kicked straight at the tank's belly. Bang! Because the tank was too short, he accidentally kicked it in the chest. The tremendous force still made it fall to the ground. Clutching its chest in pain, its face flushed. It wanted to speak, but couldn't say anything. This scene stunned everyone. Lu Yang darkly said, "You stupid thing. Don't you look in a mirror and see how disgusting you are? Being ugly isn't your fault, but if you keep acting like this in front of me." Lu Yang trailed off and walked up to the chubby girl, shaking his head repeatedly, indicating that she shouldn't dare to. As for whether she planned to cyberbully Lu Yang in her heart, he didn't care. Lin Meng saw Lu Yang's violent side for the first time and felt an inexplicable sense of dominance. But it seemed too unreasonable. After all, he was the one who barged in first. After thinking it over, Lin Meng chose to remain silent, still resenting Lu Yang for ruining her relationship with Qin Ming. She secretly hoped that Lu Yang would be punished by the chubby girl through cyberbullying. And see you, the fly has shut up. Now, can you show me the meteorite? Lu Yang restored his warm smile, looking as handsome as ever. She also felt that the chubby girl was going too far, so she didn't think Lu Yang's reaction was excessive. However, when Lu Yang looked at her, confirming that his enthusiastic gaze was directed at the stone and not at her girl body, she felt unexpectedly disappointed. Was this the legendary Iron Straight Man? Oh, let me show you. If you like it, it's yours. But don't misunderstand, it's not that I have any ulterior motives, mainly because I don't want Lin Meng to misunderstand. Lin Meng nodded, curious about what Lu Yang was there for. Lu Yang carefully examined the stone. Yes, it was this octagonal stone. In his past life, Lu Yang had seen Qin Ming hold this stone, activating it to emit colorful light, and then directly gaining powerful supernatural abilities, becoming a king-level powerhouse in the apocalypse. Actually, I've been collecting these stones lately. I'm making a museum themed around extraterrestrial objects. I heard that you and CU have a meteorite. Sorry for bothering you all. The other girls shook their heads repeatedly. After confirming, they directly told NCU to open her WeChat QR code. Huh, you, I. NCU's face turned red. Rationality told her it was not allowed, but Lu Yang's dominance made her dare not refuse. She weakly opened her friend QR code. When she saw Lu Yang's speechless expression, NCU blushed fiercely. You mean the payment QR code? What else? Oh, I thought it was the payment QR code too. Just clicked the wrong one. NCU felt that she had never been so embarrassed in her life. It was so humiliating to think someone wanted to add her on WeChat. When she received Lu Yang's transfer of 10,000 yuan, NCU was shocked. You don't have to give so much. That's too much, Lu Yang. It's not too much. I don't like owing favors, so just accept it. Also, if anyone else has meteorites, please contact me. I'll take them all. Lu Yang left without even looking at Lin Meng one more time, only inquiring about the meteorite purchase before leaving. 20 minutes later, outside the school, Lu Yang sat in a car, looking at the octagonal meteorite in his hand. His eyes were filled with brilliance. He got it. Finally, he got it. According to the information he obtained in his past life, survivors roughly estimated the rarity of different levels of supernatural abilities among extraterrestrial meteorites. Some speculated that in a city with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of meteorites, the supernatural abilities would not exceed 3. It was very likely that there would only be 1. Even having none would be very difficult. Even the lowest level supernatural abilities were called king-level abilities. In the apocalypse of his past life, low-level ability users could already become the overlords of a shelter, enjoying the submission of thousands of people. With resources and women at their disposal, it was evident how significant the differences were between each level of supernatural ability. Back then, Liu Yang only knew that Qin Ming had obtained one supernatural meteorite. Not just in Linhai City, but other cities also had no information about supernatural abilities. If I remember correctly, this octagonal meteorite contains the fire-type supernatural ability, Flame God. When activated in the future, just touching it will cause different meteorites to burst into various colors. The stronger the supernatural ability, the stronger the light. Moreover, after being manually activated, the surface of the meteorite will peel away, revealing a unique appearance of the supernatural ability, at which point the supernatural ability will trigger a desire to consume it. And swallowing it will allow one to fully possess that supernatural ability. Such a powerful supernatural ability, if left to a fool like Qin Ming, would truly be a waste. Now that it is in my hands, let me take you to enjoy the slaughter in this apocalypse. Chapter 10. Qin Ming spits blood and loses face. Reward: ability mutation. Charm still intact. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully plundered luck value. 50 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully plundered the crucial opportunity in the life of the child of luck. Qin Ming, rewarding a critical hit of luck value 2, totaling luck value plundered this time, 100 points. Liu Yang obtained the octagonal meteorite primarily to seize Qin Ming's luck. As the child of luck, Qin Ming relied on the supernatural ability Flame God within this octagonal meteorite to instantly become the king of the apocalypse. Liu Yang knew the things he did to Lin Ming and Zhao Yimeng, although they successfully harmed Qin Ming and plundered luck value, were not much. If we discuss the core representative opportunity of Qin Ming, the child of luck, it must be the powerful supernatural ability behind this octagonal meteorite. After successfully plundering, he would definitely obtain more luck value than before. However, Liu Yang was still surprised. It was more than he expected. Previously, kissing Lin Ming in front of Qin Ming, and even keeping Lin Ming unconscious in his villa for 4 to 5 hours. Although nothing happened, Qin Ming must have suffered enough damage through his imagination. Supernatural abilities are luck. Women are also luck. Zhao Yimeng was the same. He had seen and touched everything he needed to, and they were indeed elastic and smooth. But after all this effort, it still couldn't compare to this octagonal meteorite. 50 points, double critical hit. So, this time, accidentally obtaining 100 points of luck value, right? Liu Yang's excitement was momentary. He quickly calmed down and constantly reminded himself that after being reborn as the Reaper of the Child of Luck, as the great villain of the apocalypse, the gains in front of him were just the beginning. If he got overly excited now, he really wasn't worthy of being a great villain. Killing you, Qin Ming, is easy, but what's the point? Compared to killing, Liu Yang wanted to enjoy the process of tormenting and killing. Don't rush, don't rush. Everything has just begun. Liu Yang told, after plundering so much luck. He wondered if Qin Ming would have any reaction. In the boys' dormitory of Linda, the boys' bathroom appeared quiet. However, Qin Ming was squatting in one of the stalls, holding his phone, where a beautiful woman in a lace swimsuit was displayed. Apart from not exposing important parts, her perfect figure was undoubtedly revealed. As he got excited, Qin Ming twitched and slightly closed his eyes. As he gasped, his eyes, which were originally slightly perverted with excitement, suddenly widened in anger, his mouth trembling slightly. Following a surge of blood, his face turned purplish red, and then he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Perhaps it's a coincidence, or maybe it's ironic. Blood and white filth splattered almost all over the partition door. At that moment, Qin Ming's mind was buzzing. He didn't understand why this was happening. His body was clearly very healthy. Why did he suddenly spit blood? Was it possible that doing such things could injure his internal organs? Wait, damn it. Why was there such a strange feeling? Anger surged in his heart. The thought that Lin Ming, who should belong to him, was being tormented by Liu Yang for 4 hours surged up again. The next moment, PFF, the second mouthful of blood, made Qin Ming's head spin. The next second, he collapsed, unconscious. When he woke up, he had already been carried to the school's infirmary, and his body was wet, which clearly felt wrong. What happened to me? Did I catch some serious illness? Qin Ming instinctively asked, but when the scene in front of him became clear, he found that several classmates from the dormitory were there. The school's duty female doctor was also present. However, everyone had strange expressions. Hey, it's not important, Qin Ming. Everyone is a young man full of vigor, who doesn't have some personal needs, right? Yes, Qin Ming, you don't need to care, and you don't need to ask too much. You definitely don't have any serious illness. It's probably just that you got too excited emotionally. To put it bluntly, it's just that your mental state was too stimulated. Just be careful next time not to play so wildly. You brat. Messing around in the dormitory. Why did you have to go to the toilet? If I hadn't happened to go to take a dump and saw the blood on the floor, you might have really died there. If people found out that you, Qin Ming, spit blood because you were having a good time, how about we talk about getting a girlfriend another day? It would have been fine if just the roommate said this. Even the female doctor in her 40s said helplessly, I can understand that young people are full of vigor, but it can't be done like this. I've seen people who bled from there the first time they got too excited, and I checked your blood pressure. It was particularly high when you first came in, but now it's normal. It's basically confirmed that the vomiting blood was caused by a sudden spike in blood pressure. Saying this, the female doctor looked a bit disdainful. Qin Ming was still in a daze. After asking for clarification, he learned that when he fell, he unexpectedly landed on something dirty. Hearing this, the usually proud and aloof Qin Ming felt his face burning. When he heard his classmates suspecting he got so excited for masturbation that he vomited blood, and they even told this guess to the female doctor, Qin Ming felt utterly humiliated. He angrily said, Why do you have to talk nonsense? How could I possibly vomit blood from masturbation? The roommates were also furious. Isn't this turning good intentions into bad ones? Still trying to argue, huh? You want us to get evidence, right? The evidence is here. Take a look for yourself. This is the photo we took when we dragged you out. Besides being covered in filth, there's your blood on the door and that fresh and disgusting white stuff. Tell me, if it wasn't from you masturbating to the point of vomiting blood, was it too stimulating when you vomited blood that made your little brother throw up? This statement made the roommates feel relieved, but made Qin Ming explode with anger. But he found he couldn't explain himself. Thinking of the sense of loss that flashed in his mind at that time, Qin Ming's head started buzzing again. The roommates were worried that Qin Ming would get too angry. In the end, a few roommates privately concluded that Qin Ming definitely had a personality problem. Being perverted was one thing, but not even admitting it to his roommates and being ungrateful made him unsuitable to be friends. Ding! Congratulations, host. As of now, you have plundered a total of 135 luck points from the luck child Qin Ming. Successfully completed the task. Accumulated over 50 luck points. On the other side, Liu Yang discovered that it is said that misfortunes never come singly, but it seems that his side is blessed with good fortune, starting to draw mysterious rewards. Reward. The first mutant ability the host will obtain in the future will receive a mutation enhancement based on the original attribute mutated into a more powerful ability. Note, effectively activated immediately upon obtaining the first ability. This reward. Liu Yang was stunned for a few seconds. Then he felt a bit dazed. The first ability he would undoubtedly obtain in the future would be the ability Flame God from the octagonal meteorite beside him. This ability is recognized as the strongest ability, although there are differences in strength among abilities of the same level. But the Flame God is already strong enough. If it mutates again, becoming an even more powerful ability, Liu Yang couldn't imagine what kind of changes would happen. Could there be even higher level abilities? Even if it's just an enhancement of the ability, it would be enough to surprise Liu Yang. Good. Great. Ha. The Doomsday Villain system. You finally started to play your role. These days since binding the system, besides gaining storage space, Liu Yang has had no way to exchange for substantial rewards from the luck points he plundered, because the system mall is still in a non-open state. To open the system mall, he needs to accumulate 1,000 luck points. He thought the system wasn't very useful. But then the surprise came. By plundering the luck child Qin Ming's ability, he also got the chance for the ability mutation enhancement through plundering Qin Ming's luck points. Qin Ming, oh Qin Ming, I really hope you die a little later. You're truly my lucky star. That said, Liu Yang's smile had a slightly playful look. The later Qin Ming dies, the more luck points Liu Yang can siphon from him. If Qin Ming dies earlier, It means that the luck points he could drain from him would be exhausted. In any case, Qin Ming, you are the first pig since the Doomsday Villain Liu Yang was reborn. A domesticated pig should be drained and eaten. Back at the villa, Zhang Jinyan prepared a midnight snack for Liu Yang, a bowl of carefully simmered soup. Liu Yang didn't intend to drink it, but unexpectedly, Zhang Jinyan wore a semi-transparent nightgown, kneeling in front of him, ready to serve Liu Yang in this posture, feeding him mouthful by mouthful. The snowy white soup made it hard for Liu Yang to look away, and he indulged in appreciating it. Then he reached out and grabbed a handful. Just as Zhang Jinyan's eyes became hazy, Liu Yang chuckled, a smile full of ambiguous meaning. After taking a sip of soup, he got up and went upstairs. The sound of closing the door meant that no one could disturb him next. Liu Yang was going to sleep. Zhang Jinyan bit her crimson lips in place. Liu Yang, he really still looks down on me because I'm older, doesn't he? Although in her 30s, Zhang Jinyan's face and figure are in perfect condition for someone in their 20s. After giving birth to her daughter not long ago, she got divorced, and she hasn't dated another man since. The tightness a woman should have, she has preserved very well. She can't remember how many years it has been since she tasted a man's flavor. She felt she had crossed a line earlier. She thought she could be accepted by Liu Yang. Even if she continued to be Liu Yang's maid, she was willing to serve him in another way. But Liu Yang's departure made Zhang Jinyan feel inferior, thinking she could never catch Liu Yang's eye. Perhaps the president prefers younger bodies. Zhang Jinyan didn't know. Her figure was great. She still had charm and allure. Liu Yang indeed reacted to it. However, he temporarily didn't want to do such things. Perhaps, as long as the apocalypse doesn't come, Liu Yang wouldn't relax himself for a day. Zhang Jinyan would know. She provocatively challenged her master. How terrifying it is. Tomorrow her daughter would arrive. She definitely couldn't do anything inappropriate again. The next morning, Siyu suddenly applied to add Liu Yang as a friend. Thinking it was about returning money, he didn't agree. Liu Yang wasn't lying. He didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Even if he did, he wouldn't necessarily repay it. But Siyu applied again, with a message attached. Can you pass this? I contacted a few classmates from school who found meteorites. They all have meteorites and want you to estimate a price to sell to you. By the way, they said Qin Ming is also collecting meteorites, but they don't want to sell to him. Liu Yang raised an eyebrow when he saw this. I didn't expect them not to sell to Qin Ming. Interesting. Liu Yang approved Siyu's application. Meteorites are something he would accept without hesitation. At the same time, early in the morning, he received a secret letter from his long-uncontacted brother, Qin Shan. Upon learning that the meteorites from outer space contain mysterious energy, Qin Ming initially judged that this thing must be a treasure, and the news excited him. Right now, he couldn't think of the level of supernatural abilities, but he felt he should seize the opportunity to acquire them first. In a couple of days, once the Research Institute announces the news and the meteorites are hyped up, he might be able to exchange them for a big price. He still had his eye on Liu Yang's money, but Qin Ming was very alert, preventing Liu Yang from failing. He decided to prepare for both scenarios by collecting meteorites to make money. If the apocalypse doesn't come, then it's fine. If the apocalypse turns out to be true, preparing for the apocalypse requires money. Then, Qin Ming began to inquire around the school, looking for classmates who owned meteorites to collect and acquire them. When he heard that his classmates weren't selling, he was completely dumbfounded. When he heard that they would rather sell to Liu Yang than to him, Qin Ming exploded. Liu Yang, that bastard again, looking for death. Chapter 11, they call you a poor fool. What does Qin Xiao think of Lin Meng's figure? Wang Meng, Sun Liang. What's going on? Did you receive any? Qin Ge, we haven't received any, and no one is selling to us. How about you? I haven't received any either. Wang Meng and Sun Liang are Qin Ming's two little brothers. They aren't particularly stupid or brainless. In their previous life, they relied on Qin Ming's early acquisition of supernatural ability meteorites, along with some later adventures, and gradually became powerful supernatural beings, becoming Qin Ming's right-hand men. In this life, they're still following the same trajectory. Qin Ming instructed the two to acquire meteorites, offering 500 yuan each. They could raise the price to 1,000 at most. This price, in theory, shouldn't fail. In the previous life, when this price appeared, Not only did Qin Ming acquire several meteorites from his school, but many people outside the school were also stunned to hear this price. Selling broken stones for 1,000 yuan is definitely high-priced, which led to a rush to sell. Before the apocalypse, Qin Ming had collected at least dozens of them. He even gained the favor of the school beauty, NCU, because of this. Later, NCU was captivated by Qin Ming's domineering aura. NCU became one of his harem women. In this life, Qin Ming also early on had his sights set on NCU. He even heard that NCU had a meteorite and planned to offer her a high price of 2,000 yuan, making her realize that she received double the price as a favor, plus with his handsome and charming demeanor. He was sure he could win over this generous and intellectual beauty. Lin Ming was ruined by Lu Yang, but he wasn't afraid. He still had his sister-in-law Zhao Yamei, and he could also pursue NCU. In the future, as long as he could become king in this chaotic world, women would never be lacking. In his spirited moment, reality gave Qin Ming a heavy blow. Yes, Qin Ge, when they heard our offer of 500 to 1,000, not only did they refuse to sell to us, but they also scolded us, calling you a poor fool. Qin Ming's face darkened. He really wanted to curse a few words. Just report the key points. Calling me a fool is something you report to me, deliberately trying to disgust me, right? So, it has basically been confirmed that these meteorites in the school have mostly been collected by Lu Yang. Qin Ming's face was serious. After saying that, he fell silent, deep in thought. Wang Ming and Sun Liang exchanged glances. They still voiced their inner doubts. Qin Ge, is it really useful for us to acquire these broken meteorites? The over 100,000 you have could last a long time for eating, drinking, and having fun. Acquiring these meteorites will be spent in no time, only to exchange for a pile of stones? Shut up. Do I not know whether it's useful or not? It's not time to tell you yet, Qin Ming said sternly. Realizing his tone was an issue, he thought of the two's decent work efficiency and softened his tone slightly. Right now, you only know the surface of the situation without understanding the reasons behind it. I can't say much specifically, but the current global situation is far more chaotic than the public is aware of. Once the world is thrown into chaos, I, Qin Ming, will definitely take advantage of the situation to rise. Don't think I'm just being melodramatic. I have long been preparing for this. In short, you just need to know that if you follow me, I will ensure you live well in the future. Wang Ming and Sun Liang were very obedient to Qin Ming. They always felt that Qin Ming had great bearing and was someone capable of achieving great things. Moreover, Qin Ming's elder brother, Qin Shan, worked in an important national research institute as a senior researcher, a position of high status in society. In the future, Qin Ming would surely be able to use this as a foundation to reach great heights. It was precisely because they saw through these points that they were willing to be loyal to Qin Ming. At this moment, they were shocked by his words, but they believed without a doubt. Qin Ge, what do you say we should do? We will follow without question. Qin Ming's face was grim. He sighed and said, let's find out where Lu Yang is now. Let's go look for him ourselves. Qin Ming made the decision he least wanted to make, but thinking of the bigger picture, he had to do it. At the school's main gate, Lu Yang's Rolls-Royce Cullinan was parked at the entrance, looking quite ostentatious. However, since the school was currently in lockdown, no one was allowed to enter or exit without special circumstances. But it didn't stop students from communicating with people outside the school through the gate, such as Lu Yang outside buying meteorites from students inside. Classmates, each of you has received 10,000 yuan. In the future, if anyone discovers a meteorite, you can continue to contact me. If someone else offers a higher price, come find me as well. As long as you're not trying to trick me into raising the price, I guarantee to offer a higher price. There's no way around it. I have to pay for my interests. Lu Yang was playing the role of an enthusiastic owner of a museum for extraterrestrial objects. The students were also influenced by his reasoning. They envied Lu Yang for being rich, but they also admired his generosity. A broken stone sold for 10,000 yuan. Every owner was very satisfied. Of course, if anyone knows clients who own meteorites, they can introduce them to me. There will be a referral fee for everyone, starting at 5,000 yuan for a successful introduction. This statement made the other onlookers excited. Wow, 5,000 for a referral fee? Lu Yang is generous. Lu Xiao is amazing. Even the two security guards watching the commotion were invigorated with envy. With the friend request clearly marked, everyone would have his friend position, and the referral fee would be credited immediately. Chingu, Liu Yang is giving a 5,000 referral fee. No wonder everyone is unwilling to sell to us for 1,000. Not far away, the trio of Qin Ming watched this scene, unable to help but curse the filthy rich. Wang Ming and Sun Liang looked at Qin Ming, waiting to see what he would do. At this moment, Lin Ming's roommate, the school beauty in CU, was also opposite Liu Yang, helping him promote through the gate. Liu Yang was preparing to transfer the referral fee to NCU. And even though NCU repeatedly refused, she still received a transfer of 350,000 yuan as referral fee from Liu Yang. One meteorite was 5,000, a total of 7. Seeing this scene, real money was being transferred on the spot. The channel was opened. Liu Yang's 5,000 referral fee for seeking meteorites and the news of acquiring meteorites for 10,000 each were directly spread by those who were envious of the referral fee. Young Master Qin, do you have meteorites to sell? Lu Xiao, don't mess around, just call me Qin Ming. I don't have any meteorites to sell. Just have a little matter. Can I take up some of your time to chat? The crowd dispersed quite a bit, but there were still some people lingering in place. The Qin Ming trio attracted a lot of attention. For the sake of his grand plans, Qin Ming had no choice but to step forward bravely. What's the matter? Speak. Liu Yang was like a master of Sichuan opera face-changing. One moment he was smiling and calling Qin Xiao, and the next he was cold and dismissive. Qin Ming had a dark expression, but still forced a smile. Liu Xiao is like this. I know you collected these meteorites out of hobby, but actually, I quite like these meteorites too. If you hadn't come, I might have acquired them myself. Liu Yang looked at Qin Ming with a half-smile, as if enjoying the moment. It had been a long time since they had communicated face-to-face. Only after living a second life did Qin Ming realize that at this moment, he looked like a clown. Qin Ming continued patiently. Liu Xiao, I don't mean anything else. I just want to know if you could part with a few pieces. If you can't bear to give them all to me, you have 8 pieces. Sharing 4 with me would be fine. I don't want you to lose out. You spent 15,000 to acquire them. I can give you 20,000, and the extra 5,000 would be my sincerity towards you. What do you think, Liu Xiao? The onlookers were surprised. Liu Yang was collecting meteorites, and so was Qin Ming. How strange. Could these meteorites really be treasures? Especially when they heard Qin Ming wanted to buy them for 20,000 from Liu Yang. Everyone had an odd expression. It felt somewhat ridiculous. Qin Ming could be said to have thick skin for saying this. He had considered that Liu Yang might refuse. But if the other party agreed out of old schoolmate feelings, he would definitely profit. Liu Yang looked at Qin Ming, his gaze deep. Then he chuckled, a playful smile on his face. Qin Ming, my net worth is in the billions. Do you think I lack these few scraps? He continued, I usually do good deeds. I don't give only this little to those begging, right? Just one simple sentence. Qin Ming felt as if his heart had been stabbed. Damn it, damn it. How about this? Qin Ming. Liu Yang suddenly changed his tone. Qin Ming's heart, which had sunk to the bottom, reignited with hope. What's your question? Just ask. I'm willing to pay a bit more. Liu Yang smile this time seemed somewhat malicious. What do you think of Lin Ming's figure? Chapter 12. Trampling on your dignity and humiliating you. Zhang Yang was surrounded by zombies. What do you think of Lin Ming's figure? This question left everyone stunned. Why was Liu Yang asking Qin Ming about Lin Ming's figure? Suddenly it clicked. Boss Liu wanted everyone in the world to praise his girlfriend's figure to satisfy his vanity, right? But no one noticed that Qin Ming's expression had turned extremely ugly. After all, the number of meteorites was already scarce. The ones on campus had all been acquired by Liu Yang. Because of various restrictions, it was nearly impossible for Qin Ming to find any outside. He could accept paying more. He never thought about what kind of question Liu Yang would ask. But who would have thought? Liu Yang directly stabbed Qin Ming with a question. What was wrong with Qin Ming? Did he really need to think about it? Indeed, Lin Ming was the cool, top student flower of Lin University. Her figure and looks were both top-notch, so there was nothing to ponder, right? But Qin Ming wasn't thinking about that. The past few days, he had been feeling uncomfortable because Liu Yang had gotten Lin Ming drunk at home for several hours. This was his personal obsession, and it was a green hat he couldn't mention. The key was that the matter was not yet resolved. He still had to rely on Lin Ming to scheme for Liu Yang's wealth. Otherwise, he would definitely publicly curse Liu Yang. Even getting into a fight wouldn't be out of the question. But now, he couldn't say anything, and Lu Yang happened to ask this. It was like rubbing salt in his wounds, especially in public. Or rather, Lu Yang's actions at this moment. She was supposed to be my woman. Lin Ming should have been Qin Ming's woman. Lu Yang, you really deserve to die. Qin Ming was torn inside. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Did Lu Yang know something? Was that why he asked such a question in public? No, it couldn't be. He hadn't told anyone. And Lin Ming wouldn't tell Lu Yang either. If Lin Ming was genuinely on Lu Yang's side and was being sincere with him, yet Qin Ming slapped her or even choked her for answers, Lu Yang definitely wouldn't accept that. With this thought, Qin Ming felt that Lu Yang was just being driven by pure vanity. Of course, Lin Ming was the campus flower of Lin University, no doubt about it. Qin Ming finally prepared himself mentally. He had just tried to convince himself to endure the humiliation when Lu Yang interrupted him. He waved at someone not far away. Then he smiled at the security guard. Brother, I haven't seen my girlfriend in a long time. Could you let her out for a bit? Just this once. He casually pulled out a box of cigarettes. The security guard immediately recognized that this was an imported brand worth hundreds of bucks. He carefully put it away, smiling as he pressed the remote to open the main door. Lin Ming had heard Lu Yang's earlier question. She initially wanted to escape, but she was still caught by Lu Yang in public. She wanted to express her anger, but everyone knew they were a couple. And this was not the time to be angry. She could only pretend to be very happy. As she passed by Qin Ming, they didn't make eye contact. But Lin Ming could feel that Qin Ming was about to explode with anger. However, knowing Qin Ming was intent on getting Lu Yang's wealth, and with their grand plan not yet complete, Lin Ming could only grit her teeth and cooperate with the act. Lu Yang, you. Lin Ming wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Yang, who suddenly wrapped his arms around her slim, sexy waist. At this moment, Lin Ming's outfit wasn't too revealing. At least it didn't show skin, but Lu Yang wasn't satisfied with just holding her waist. He even publicly slipped his hand inside her shirt, his large hand directly exploring her flat, smooth abdomen, just being held in his arms. Lin Ming's fullness was already being pressed and deformed. The onlookers, fed a mouthful of dog food, felt that Lu Yang was really bold, but also very domineering. A model for men, a dream for women. Qin Ming's forced smile became increasingly difficult to maintain. His hands, shoved in his pockets, were clenched into fists, ready to explode. Lu Yang didn't stop. Instead, he took it a step further. In front of everyone, he forcefully kissed Lin Ming's lips again. The familiar touch, the familiar virgin fragrance, made Lu Yang unable to resist, greedily seeking more. Amidst the uproar and screams, Lu Yang changed from holding her waist with one arm to grabbing her hips with both hands, kissing her deeply, seriously, and thoroughly. Many girls blushed and squeezed their legs together. Numerous boys turned green with envy. Finally, Lu Yang contentedly released her, ignoring Lin Ming's resentful gaze. One hand still gripping her hip, the other grasping Lin Ming's chin. He forcefully turned her face towards Qin Ming, deliberately letting him see Lin Ming's lips, slightly damp and red from Lu Yang's kiss. What do you think of Lin Ming's figure, her looks? Isn't she a wonderful woman? The feeling of toying with a woman of a favored son of fortune, of kissing his woman in front of him, was very unfair but truly exhilarating. Lu Yang smiled as he listened to Qin Ming, who was supposedly enduring the humiliation, and began praising Lin Ming's figure and looks, complimenting her as the top campus flower of Lin University, outshining entertainment industry stars, surpassing international supermodels, a perfect girl. While praising her, Qin Ming once again convinced himself internally. Lin Ming was no longer his woman. She had already been with Lu Yang. So whether he praised her or Lu Yang publicly kissed and groped her, it had nothing to do with him. She was no longer his woman. Lu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Then he said something that broke Qin Ming's defenses. Indeed, Lin Ming is really amazing. Here, I must sincerely apologize to Lin Ming. Last time Lin Ming had dinner at my house, she accidentally got drunk at night. While she was sobering up, I took Lin Ming's phone and posted 2 moments on her WeChat, which many classmates probably saw. I really shouldn't have done that. But drunk Lin Ming did look quite charming at that moment. Of course, everyone mustn't misunderstand. That night, nothing happened between us. The whole night, my female housekeeper was taking care of Lin Ming, and Lin Ming is still a pure goddess. Saying this, Lu Yong kissed her again. His greedy gaze ravaged Lin Ming's entire body. He looks forward to the day he can truly transform Lin Ming into a woman. Throughout, Lu Yong never said anything like Lin Ming is his woman, but others didn't notice anything unusual. Only Qin Ming was stunned on the spot. Many people jeered, saying Lu Yong was lying, and urged him to confess that it was normal for couples to sleep together, telling Lu Yong not to hide and make excuses. But Qin Ming firmly believed what Lu Yong said was true, because Lin Ming said so too. So, that night, Lu Yong really didn't sleep with Lin Ming. Therefore, Lin Ming is still pure, still my Qin Ming's woman. Just now, Lu Yong, in front of everyone, forcibly kissed and took advantage of his own woman Lin Ming. Qin Ming almost bit his teeth to pieces. Seeing this face, Lu Yong felt very pleased. Qin Xiao, thank you for your cooperation. How many meteorites do you plan to get? Add some money, and I'm willing to transfer them to you. Qin Ming took a deep breath. If possible, give me half. For pieces. Lu Yong nodded with a smile. He knew that among these pieces, there weren't any high-level abilities. The highest seemed to be at the level of abilities that weren't necessary to keep. Of course, the premise was that Qin Ming could afford this price. For pieces is fine. Add 1 million and take them. For pieces for 1 million. Qin Ming exploded. Lu Yong curled his lips and said disdainfully, it's 1 piece plus 1 million. Lu Yong, you're going too far. Qin Ming could no longer hold back his anger in public. But Lu Yong only said lightly, if you can't afford it, what are you pretending for? Qin Ming angrily left with his 2 brothers. Lu Yong wore a mocking expression. Everyone remember, no matter how much others offer to buy, my price is higher. If you want a tea fee, come find me. The farce came to an end. As a result, Lu Yong harvested fortune points from Qin Ming twice again, totaling 10 points. As the crowd dispersed, and Siyu took a deep look at Lu Yong. For the first time, she felt that this Lu Yong was not the sunny senior people talked about, but a man with deep thoughts. However, and Siyu thought he was very handsome. Such a man is sufficiently domineering. After Lu Yong left, rumors spread in the school. Some speculated that Qin Ming had a grudge against Lu Yong and wondered if Qin Ming was secretly pursuing Lin Ming, which led to Lu Yang's targeting. Regardless, this was gossip that Lu Yong couldn't be bothered to pay attention to. As for what Lin Ming and Qin Ming said after being together, it wasn't something he cared about. Lu Yong knew that Qin Ming was feeling terrible today and would definitely not touch Lin Ming, and might even double his disdain. 3 days until the apocalypse countdown. Lu Yang's company successfully sold out. After the other party crazily lowered the price, citing Doomsday theory, Lu Yong got 11 billion, which was obviously very low. If it were peacetime, Lu Yang's company could sell for at least 15 billion to 20 billion. But others didn't know. Lu Yong was already very satisfied with this price. The previous loan of 10 billion had been spent entirely. It had prepared astronomical amounts of supplies for Lu Yong. 3 days until the apocalypse. With this 11 billion, Lu Yong planned to do things worth at least 30 billion or even 50 billion. President Lu, we only have 11 billion left. Do we really want to buy so many things? This exceeds our funding by almost 5 times. If we promise to pay in half a month and then go back on our word. No need to say more, the advance payment is 20. The rest will be handled as I say. If there are any problems, I'll take responsibility. Also, with the remaining money, aside from giving everyone bonuses, continue acquiring meteorites. And tell everyone to submit them quickly. Okay, President Lu. 3 days until the apocalypse. Paying 20 is already good. Repayment is impossible. However, a lot of supplies in Linhai City had been bought by Lu Yong, and the next supplies had to be purchased from surrounding counties and cities. Therefore, Lu Yong ordered that they must be in stock, requiring them to arrive within 3 days to reach about 90. Otherwise, he wouldn't buy. Additionally, about 150 meteorites had been collected in the past 2 days. It seemed small, but Lu Yong was very satisfied. It was expected that by the time the apocalypse arrived, Lu Yong could collect about 200 to 250 pieces. When these meteorites are activated, they would help Lu Yong transform into an army with terrifying battle power. In these 2 days, Qin Ming was still acquiring meteorites, but he was almost collecting nothing, which drove him crazy and helpless. Meanwhile, Liu Yang discovered that the more meteorites he collected, he could also plunder fortune points from Qin Ming. This was probably because some of these meteorites should have been collected by Qin Ming. Ding! The fortune plunder from the child of fortune Qin Ming has accumulated to over 200 points, granting a random reward. Ding! Reward for the host. 100 immunity to viruses and all mutated strains. Very good, just as I wished. In these 2 days, the public opinion in Long Country was almost uncontrollable. Even in Linhai City, the number of reported zombie bite incidents was increasing. It seemed calm, but in reality, the police system had already been overwhelmed by these zombies. Recent minor cases couldn't even spare police personnel to respond, and the police system was in a near-collapse state. Liu Yang was also worried about getting infected before binding his abilities, so he was very careful. Now, with 100 immunity, even if bitten, he wouldn't be afraid of mutation. At this time, a phone call came in. It was a distress call from Liu Yang's most capable assistant, Zhang Yang. President Liu, I have 3 meteorites on me, but I accidentally got trapped on the rooftop of a residential building by 3 zombies. The police system is almost in collapse, and no one can come to rescue me in a short time. I'm sorry, I can no longer work for you in the future. If there is an afterlife, I would still like to be your subordinate, President Liu. Liu Yang's eyes narrowed. He didn't panic, but instead interrupted in a deep voice. Shut up, Zhang Yang. I didn't let you die. You can't die. Now listen to me. Find something nearby that can be used as a weapon. Don't let the zombies scratch or bite you. Hit the zombies' heads. Smashing them can kill them. If when I arrive, you haven't killed a single zombie, you can die on your own. If you can kill 1 zombie, then you deserve to be Liu Yang's subordinate. I'll save you. 3 meteorites. How can they be wasted? A capable and loyal assistant, Liu Yang didn't want to abandon. The premise was that Zhang Yang had to be strong enough. He got in the car and headed to the address Zhang Yang mentioned. Liu Yang didn't yet know that a brand new character was about to appear. This character, in a previous life, became the strongest female warrior by Qin Ming's side, and was also one of Qin Ming's harem members. She didn't join in the early days of the apocalypse, but became a level ability user by chance after the apocalypse, and then joined Qin Ming's apocalypse army. Many people once believed that without this girl appearing by Qin Ming's side, Qin Ming's achievements during the apocalypse would at least be halved, including many powerful subordinates Qin Ming later recruited. And the acquisition of a large amount of weapons and ammunition was all thanks to this future female war god of the apocalypse. If we were to discuss the factors or characters that could represent Qin Ming's identity as the child of fortune, the first would be the abilities obtained from the octagonal meteorite. This was the greatest fortune of Qin Ming's life. The second would be to recruit this mysterious girl under his command. This is the second great fortune in Qin Ming's life. The first great fortune has already been successfully intercepted and plundered by Liu Yang. The second great fortune has now appeared. Chapter 13, Special Forces Flower Su Qingzhu. Stop the car. This person is going to their death. Linhai City International Airport. Due to the rampant global virus, major airports around the world have long implemented flight restrictions, with only a few special-purpose aircraft or those from approved countries allowed to fly. Most countries are almost in a state of severed diplomatic relations with each other. At this moment, a luxurious private jet emblazoned with the Dragon Country flag slowly descends. After landing, a group of 50 Special Forces guards stands on either side. No one dares to approach. Armed and ready, their imposing presence is formidable. Any threat that comes near will be ruthlessly eliminated. Moments later, a girl with an elegant figure, dressed in military uniform, appears at the plane's exit. Just standing there makes the 50 elite Special Forces soldiers display looks of awe. The girl is beautiful, but not in a vulgar way. It is a kind of capable beauty honed through military training, with delicate features and a calm expression. Although her seemingly frail body appears weak, she possesses terrifying combat skills. Report, Miss Qingzhu. I am Colonel Chao Jingyu of the Falcon Special Forces and the captain of the escort team, leading 50 elite members of the Falcon Special Forces, responsible for your protection. Salute. With Chao Jingyu's command, the 50 Special Forces execute a military salute. Each one is incredibly resolute and strong. They exude the iron-blooded spirit that special soldiers should have. Su Qingzhu furrows her brows slightly. Captain Chow, I'm also a soldier. Please address me by my rank. I am Major Su Qingzhu. Hearing this, Chao Jingyu feels a bitter struggle within. Yes, you are a major, but your father is the commander of the entire Linhai City military district. How could we dare to be so presumptuous? However, he only thinks this in his heart. Although Chao Jingyu does not directly say it or change her title, he still performs a military salute. Su Qingzhu is accustomed to this and feels helpless, not wanting to argue over it. After glancing around, she asks with a slightly serious expression, looking at the situation at this airport, is the virus infection situation in the Dragon Country this severe? Report. It is indeed not very optimistic. Chao Jingyu does not say it directly. Su Qingzhu is not simply studying abroad or traveling. On the contrary, as the daughter of a military district commander, Su Qingzhu took the initiative to apply to join the Special Operations Team, going to the beautiful country to assist in exterminating zombies, becoming one of the deputy team leaders. The entire Special Operations Team consists of 100 people. In the end, only half of them survived. This is because they all accidentally got bitten by zombies, infected with the virus, and even became terrifying zombies themselves. To avoid causing trouble for the country, these heroes were all cremated and buried on-site abroad. The sacrifices occurred just a few days ago. It was not out of recklessness. Rather, it was to gather more information on the virus and details about the infected individuals. With her specialized experience in virology, Su Qingzhu resolutely volunteered for this job. Returning a few days late is one of the reasons why 50 Special Forces members were specifically assigned to escort her. Let's go. First, take me to the Linhai City Virus Research Institute. Yes. Falcon Escort Team. Form the escort. Get in the vehicle. 20 minutes later, 4 armored personnel carriers are positioned front and back, left and right, with 3 Dongfeng warrior bomb-proof vehicles in the middle. Su Qingzhu sits in the middle vehicle, flanked by 2 Special Forces soldiers and Captain Chao Jingyu for personal protection. This configuration can easily handle ordinary dangers. Even if they encounter terrorists blocking the road, they can directly charge through. There's no need to fear, even if they face a horde of terrifying zombies. On the way, Su Qingzhu looks at the noticeably desolate streets, roads, and shops, occasionally seeing police cars rushing by in groups with sirens blaring and hearing gunfire echoing down a certain street. Are there many virus mutants in Linhai City? Su Qingzhu asks softly. Chao Jingyu is silent for a moment, then speaks in a slightly oppressive tone. In the past 2 days, we have received no less than 1,000 calls reporting zombie mutations. Each time, at least a team of 10 officers is needed to possibly eliminate a single first-generation virus-infected mutant zombie. Miss Qingzhu, you should know best that the combat power of first-generation infected mutants is far beyond that of the second or third generation. Su Qingfu nods. Gao Zengyi sigh, his expression serious as he looks out the window. In the past week, over 100 police officers have already fallen victim to zombies, with 90% of them killed by first-generation virus mutant zombies. There have been 3 incidents where teams of over 10 officers were completely wiped out. Chao Jingyu lists these incidents, causing the exquisite features of Su Qingzhu to show an uncontrollable sorrow and anger. It is precisely because she helped suppress zombies in the beautiful country and personally experienced so much that she can empathize with the fear and anger upon hearing of such situations in her homeland. The beautiful country is on the verge of losing control, and she never expected that the Dragon Country would also be this severe. There is no other way. The police system in the Dragon Country is nearly fully mobilized, yet they still feel overwhelmed, especially as the death rate among officers skyrockets. With police systems across the country facing the brink of total collapse. What about the military? The military is also not idle. They are executing even more dangerous missions. To be honest, the number of soldiers sacrificed in the military is far greater than that of the police officers. I don't know if I should say this, but the Dragon Country might not last much longer. As soon as Chao Jingyu says this, the 2 team members do not express surprise. They only show silent sorrow, as if they have made some decision. Su Qingzhu takes a deep breath. Captain Chao, such words cannot be spoken in front of the team members in the future. In fact, you must not say such demoralizing words in front of anyone, including you. Captain Chao, You must hold firm to your beliefs. Although the virus is terrifying, there are still over 1 billion citizens who are steadfastly giving us confidence in this panic. We cannot give up, even if there's only a glimmer of hope. We must help the dragon country through this crisis. Chao Jingyu nods seriously, reflecting on himself. Su Qingzhu indeed gives Chao Jingyu confidence. But how long can this confidence last? Su Qingzhu opens a 2-centimeter gap in the bulletproof glass of the military vehicle to let in some air and also to better hear the cries for help from the sides of the street. The earlier conversation made Su Qingzhu realize many people are not receiving timely rescue. Although she cannot reverse the situation, Su Qingzhu thinks that saving one person is better than none. Don't come over. Don't come over. I can't die. President Liu is still waiting for me. If you come any closer, I will kill you. A voice suddenly comes, almost collapsing but filled with anger and tears. Su Qingzhu instinctively shouts, "Stop the car." Chao Jingyu wants to persuade her, but at this moment, Su Qingzhu has already found her target. It is a man on the rooftop of a 6-story apartment building. Nearly at the edge, he just needs to take a few more steps back to likely fall off. At this moment, Su Qingzhu sees an even more despairing scene. The man's scream travels far. Su Qingzhu, 100 meters away on the road, hears it. But the zombies that were originally crouched behind a trash can waiting to hunt are also attracted by the sound. If it were an ordinary zombie, it wouldn't matter. Even if they heard it, they couldn't do anything to the man above. But this zombie, at the moment it looks up, it reveals a cruel smile. Then it exhibits an eerie ability to climb walls. Like a gecko, it starts to slowly climb up the wall. The speed is not fast, but it is steady. This scene sends chills down Su Qingzhu's spine. This is the first-generation virus-infected, mutated zombies. The combat power of the first-generation zombies is terrifying, not just because of their strength or size, though there are similar cases, but most of it is reflected in their speed that far exceeds that of ordinary humans. Even their terrifying ability to climb walls. This is something that humans cannot do. Those infected with the first-generation virus have mutated into first-generation zombies. They can actually do it. Miss Su Qingzhu, it's too dangerous. After Chao Jingyu finished speaking, Su Qingzhu interrupted him. In the outside world, the orders of the emperor do not apply. I say we must rescue. Half an hour ago, Su Qingzhu still had Chao Jingyu call her major. But now, Su Qingzhu suddenly took out her credentials. On it, Su Qingzhu's rank description is Vice Captain of the Special Operations Team of the Beautiful Country, Colonel rank, temporary. Both the captain and vice captain were granted temporary colonel ranks. Chao Jingyu's face darkened as he saluted. He understood that if he vowed to resist, Su Qingzhu's temper would take over. To ensure Su Qingzhu's safety, he had to comply. Colonel Su, please give instructions. At this moment, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan came to a screeching halt at the foot of the building. Liu Yang suddenly opened the car door. Not caring at all about slamming it loudly, not locking the car, and pulling out 2 approximately 1 meter long tang sabers. The moment he threw off the scabbards, the dazzling cold light seemed to warn the enemies. These were 2 sharpened, exceptionally sharp weapons. Su Qingzhu was stunned for 2 seconds. When she saw Liu Yang rushing into the apartment building with 2 knives, descriptions of a wealthy second-generation slacker and a middle schooler flashed through her mind. Get out of the car. This person is going to his death. Chapter 14. Transformed into a god of killing. Chopping the first-generation zombies. Prebiting to into the Tswingsu. Kill. Kill, kill, kill. On the rooftop of the old residential building, Zhang Yang's panicked face was covered in cold sweat and fear. But his will was truly strong enough. Although he had just shouted and panicked, he quickly returned to normal. On the phone, Liu Yang's voice was cold. But Zhang Yang knew. Liu Yang wanted him to become strong himself. Otherwise, if he encountered such things again in the future, he would still be cowardly. And even if he was saved, he would still be a useless person. If living by Liu Yang's side meant being a coward, it would be better to be dead. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang quickly adjusted his mental state, silently reminding himself not to embarrass General Liu, not to let General Liu take risks for him. And he must kill these 3 zombies before General Liu arrives, or else General Liu would easily be affected. There was a reason why Zhang Yang was favored by Liu Yang. His initial fear was normal for humans, something everyone would experience when encountering zombies for the first time. But now he could quickly regain calm from the crisis. At the same time, he could forcibly suppress his inner fear. He was really starting to think of ways to cope. This was Zhang Yang's unique temperament. Liu Yang, as the CEO of a listed company, had many talented executives who could fight for him, but very few possessed Zhang Yang's qualities. Calm enough, reliable enough, loyal enough, obedient enough. Perhaps Zhang Yang was not the most knowledgeable, but Zhang Yang was definitely the most trustworthy subordinate of Liu Yang when it came to handling affairs. At this moment, even if Zhang Yang was trembling and his legs were weak, he found an abandoned steel bar under the watchful eyes of the three zombies, shouting kill, kill, kill to bolster his courage. At the same time, while stepping back, he also scanned the rooftop for any other weapons that could help him defeat these three zombies or any natural barriers that could allow him to avoid danger. The three zombies appear to be a family, an old man and a middle-aged couple. Their bodies were somewhat stiff, with sharp nails mutated from their fingertips. Their complexion pale, with dark hair. Their eyes empty, yet filled with blood-red hue. Staring at Zhang Yang for more than 3 seconds would make him feel a chill all over, indicating the great inner struggle Zhang Yang was facing to overcome his fear. Fortunately, these were second-generation zombies. Compared to the first generation, they did not have such exaggerated mobility, but their speed was still comparable to a young person walking briskly. Zhang Yang could temporarily shake them off by running fast, but as soon as he stopped, he would quickly be caught up. This sense of urgency made Zhang Yang increasingly panicked. Damn it, what should I do? The head. General Liu said that the heads of these zombie monsters are their fatal weak points. Zhang Yang had to force himself to calm down every minute. The fear of facing zombies for the first time was really hard to suppress. He then began to swing the steel bar. Sometimes he hit, but sometimes he missed. Once, the steel bar was almost grabbed by a zombie. Zhang Yang broke out in cold sweat. He felt that the steel bar seemed difficult to use as a weapon to pierce the zombie's skull. The newly mutated zombies still had the solid skulls of humans, unless he precisely pierced their mouth or eye area. Damn it, these monsters are really troublesome. Zhang Yang had been running around the rooftop with the zombies. His stamina was already more than half exhausted. At any moment, he could become too fatigued to continue. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang began to think quickly. He happened to see the old zombie almost fall, but there were no obstacles under its feet. Wait, its speed is not fast. Its steps are unsteady. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth. He thought of a risky plan. Then, Zhang Yang started to take an unconventional route. From initially running in circles, he began to run in some twisted, irregular paths. This caused the three zombies to become confused for a moment. Soon, Zhang Yang had the three zombies running in all directions. Meanwhile, one of the male zombies from the couple was just at the edge of the rooftop. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly charged forward. First, he feigned a move with the steel bar towards the side of the zombie. As the zombie leaned to grab the steel bar, Zhang Yang kicked the upper body of the zombie with all his might. This kick used almost all of his strength. Godi! The male zombie instantly lost its balance and was about to fall over. Coincidentally, the first-generation zombie, climbing up below, was just about to reach this spot on the rooftop. In a daze, it was directly hit by the falling male zombie. Then, together with the male zombie, they fell heavily off the building. Good. Die, you dog thing. Ha 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 ha. Sang Yang laughed excitedly. In the moment of realization, he vaguely noticed that it seemed like two zombies had fallen down together. Damn it. Can zombies climb walls? Before Zhang Yang could think more, the two zombies behind him had already rushed over. He hurriedly dodged with the steel bar, almost getting caught, and was once again drenched in cold sweat. Perhaps killing one zombie made him realize that zombies were not invincible. Zhang Yang finally saw a glimmer of hope. The fighting spirit burned fiercely, but he found that the remaining two zombies seemed to have become even more frenzied because of their companion's death, which caused them to move faster. Zhang Yang's heart instantly felt desperate. The hope that had just risen was extinguished. Zhang Yang felt that even if he wanted to resist, he probably couldn't hold on for much longer. General Liu, I tried hard and killed one, but now it seems that I can't use this trick again. The steel bar simply can't take them down. I might really die here. As Zhang Yang was speaking sadly, a familiar voice came from behind. You brat. You really managed to kill one zombie, although it was by taking advantage of the situation. General Liu. The first reaction upon seeing Liu Yang was surprise. The second was panic. He was worried that both of them would be caught in this. He wanted Liu Yang to leave quickly. However, it was all too late. Liu Yang wielded 2 knives. Liu Yang revealed a bloodthirsty gaze that Zhang Yang had never seen before, smiling somewhat grimly, somewhat excited. Next, let me show you what real zombie killing looks like. Liu Yang's twin daggers were custom-made after his rebirth, to test their strength and sharpness. He had already tested them on live sheep. The hard sheep head could be directly sliced in half under these 2 knives, let alone the already lifeless zombies. Swish, swish. Before Liu Yang could get enough of it, 1 knife for each. The 2 zombies were directly decapitated. Zhang Yang watched in shock and admiration. CEO Liu, you're so strong. Liu Yang lightly shook his knives, blood flying off the blades, and Zhang Yang was once again left in awe, as if he had just used too much strength or had been holding his breath in anticipation of Liu Yang. When he saw the danger was gone, Zhang Yang's legs went weak. Just as he was about to fall, Liu Yang's strong hand grabbed Zhang Yang's arm, holding him up with one hand. His eyes filled with disdain. Of course, what Zhang Yang saw more was appreciation and recognition. Zhang Yang, as long as you can kill zombies, you can continue to be my most capable assistant in the future. This affirmation excited Zhang Yang. Next, Liu Yang began to inspect the goods. 3 pieces of meteorite, oddly shaped and nothing special. But there is a difference between extraterrestrial meteorites and ordinary stones. The surface of the extraterrestrial meteorite is dotted with different colors, and secondly, when illuminated with a flashlight, one can see the light rotating inside. They are so hard that even ordinary cutting machines can't cut through them. Otherwise, these meteorites would have long been cut open by many people to see what was inside. CEO Liu, I did not fail you, but it's still too dangerous outside. You should have come to save me. At least bring a few bodyguards. Liu Yang Batang Yang soldier, stopping his words. Trust me, I might not be as fierce as the bodyguards in a fight, but when it comes to killing zombies, I should be quite capable. In his previous life, before he was killed, Liu Yang had lived a short period during the apocalypse. With a combination of boldness, meticulousness, and a naturally strong physique, Liu Yang quickly figured out the ways to kill zombies. A few ordinary zombies were like cutting vegetables under Liu Yang's hands. He could easily take down 10 zombies alone, provided he had a suitable knife, and these twin daggers were just right. If it were just that, Liu Yang wouldn't have risked himself for Zhang Yang. The main reason was that he had just gained absolute immunity to the virus. Facing zombie bites, as long as he wasn't surrounded and eaten, ordinary scratches and bites were equivalent to gaining an immortal body with previous experience in killing zombies and absolute immunity to the virus. Liu Yang felt it was worth it to rescue his most capable assistant and the 3 meteorites. Hurry, hurry. Move faster. Stay alert. It seems that someone in this building has transformed at home, and it's very likely that there are other people infected with the zombie virus who could appear at any moment. Miss Su Qingzhu, please be extra careful, everyone. Pay attention to protect Miss Su Qingzhu. Chao Jingyu took the lead, holding a submachine gun, resolutely scouting ahead. The old apartment building had dark walls in the corridor. The lighting was poor, and the corridor was narrow. The Special Forces team appeared very crowded. Su Qingzhu was in the middle, extremely anxious, especially when she thought of that seemingly handsome and somewhat familiar young man. She didn't expect him to be so dramatic. Having a knife was one thing, but zombies are very cunning and without experience. No matter how many times you slash at a zombie, if you can't destroy its brain, you can't kill it. Since we encountered this, we must rescue the civilians. We absolutely cannot add to the casualties. The group quickly rushed to the rooftop. Su Qingzhu squeezed to the front. Holding a handgun in her hand, she was ready to shoot the zombies when she discovered that the zombies had already collapsed on the ground, lifeless. Their heads were all in halves, looking at Liu Yang and Zhang Yang. Both of them were unscathed, calmly looking at Su Qingzhu and the others with a puzzled expression, as if to say, "Are you guys just arriving?" This left Su Qingzhu and Chao Jingyu dumbfounded. You actually killed the zombies yourselves? Liu Yang shrugged. It was obvious. However, he looked at Su Qingzhu for a moment, feeling that she seemed somewhat familiar. Just as he was about to ask something, He noticed Chao Jingyu looking behind Lu Yong with a serious and terrified expression, raising his gun to aim. Instinctively, Lu Yong turned around suddenly. It was the initial zombie from earlier. It had fallen, but was still alive, and had climbed back up, just as it reached the rooftop. The initial zombie displayed incredible speed. It quickly moved, and then leaped towards Lu Yong and Zhang Yang, jumping at least 2 meters high, its terrifying claws coming at them. The initial zombie was even more ferocious than the second-generation zombies. Its body already slightly decayed, appearing corroded, and its skeletal structure seemed to have changed, making it even taller and more robust. Bang! Bang! Several shots fired, yet none hit its head. The initial zombie's movement showed no signs of stopping. Oh no! Everyone's hearts sank. Just as Su Qingzhu and Chao Jingyu thought Lu Yang was about to be bitten by the initial zombie, a flash of a knife. Lu Yang's knife swiftly severed the initial zombie's head first. Even the other knife quickly sliced the initial zombie in half. In an instant, the initial zombie's head was separated from its body, and after being cut in half, its intestines and internal organs spilled everywhere. The scene fell into silence. Damn, so disgusting. Lu Yang cursed, casually shaking off the bloodstains from his knife, showing no signs of relief after a life-and-death crisis, nor any heavy breathing of having survived a disaster. As calm as before, as if what he had just killed was not a troublesome initial zombie, as if he had just killed a cat or a dog. Before leaving, Lu Yang subconsciously asked Su Qingzhu for a name. After Lu Yang left with Zhang Yang, Su Qingzhu rubbed her somewhat stiff face, shocked by the powerful and terrifying initial zombie that could take down a team of 10 armed officers, yet was killed by him with just 2 knife strikes. There are such amazing young people in Long Country. Su Qingzhu was frightened, but more so was filled with admiration and a broadened perspective. I've killed many zombies with a gun, but it's my first time seeing someone kill zombies with a knife. In the early days of the apocalypse, it was like this. Chao Jingyu opened his mouth. Miss, did you really not think that the name Lu Yang sounded familiar? It indeed sounds familiar, Lu Yang. A school dropout who had not graduated from college, but had already built his own commercial empire with 100 billion listed companies. The founder of Honyang Technology, Lu Yang. Su Qingfu. For the first time, she felt that her previous understanding of wealthy people had been too rigid. Not all wealthy people are greedy fools. This Lu Yang is very strong. On the other side, Zhang Yang was driving, and Lu Yang was sitting in the back seat of the car. Zhang Yang was still in shock from Lu Yang's strength and decisiveness, his figure like a legendary swordsman, making it hard for Zhang Yang to calm down. Meanwhile, Lu Yang was contemplating. Su Qingzhu, the main force of Qin Ming, the apocalypse's female warrior, the daughter of the commander of the Linheim military district. With Lu Yang's eyes gleaming, it represented that Lu Yang was about to take action to intercept. To intercept this future representative of the second great fortune belonging to Qin Ming. Su Qingzhu. Chapter 15. Ants should die where they belong. The Lin University student mutation incident. Lu Yang also realized that the apocalypse was imminent. To prevent any mishaps, Lu Yang issued orders, notifying all employees still helping him gather meteorite supplies on the front line that they must travel in groups of 3 or 5 and carry fruit knives or other weapons. And he promoted various responses in case of encountering an infected person, in order to prevent employees from not wanting to work out of fear. Lu Yang directly settled the salaries on the spot, providing at least double the minimum wage, and distributed all promised bonuses and commissions without any deductions to each employee's account. Then he announced, from now on, salaries would be settled daily. The daily wage would be raised to 5 times the usual salary, with commissions and bonuses remaining the same. This instantly motivated the originally fearful employees. Fear? Nonsense. Fortune favors the bold. Keep going. Boss Lu is mighty. That's right. Fortune favors the bold. Is anyone willing to team up with me? I'm definitely going to earn this high salary from Boss Lu, according to my salary level. Multiplying by 5 means 10,000 a day, plus bonuses at least 20,000 a day. Damn, I can't refuse this. Charge. It's just a bunch of zombies. With 3 or 5 of us teaming up, armed with kitchen knives, how could we be afraid of those fools? Lu Yang was very satisfied with this enthusiasm. As for whether it was humane or whether it would cost employees their lives, Liu Yang didn't consider it at all, nor did he care. His only goal was to prepare for the apocalypse, spend all the money, and acquire as many supplies as possible. Employee salaries not only weren't reduced, but were doubled instead. This was Liu Yang's final act of mercy. As for who might get killed and eaten by zombies during procurement, in Liu Yang's mind, that was just their fate. The death of an ant contributes to the dragon. That a worthy death. I assent it. Those who were useful, like Zhang Yang, Liu Yang might even actively rescue, while others in Liu Yang's eyes were merely cannon fodder and tools. Outside a warehouse, Liu Yang looked at the scene before him and observed the little minions working hard for petty gains. His smile was filled with indifference. As of this moment, all the supplies acquired had been stored in Liu Yang's storage space. The scale of the supply acquisition was undoubtedly exaggerated, if calculated in terms of semi-trailer trucks. There were at least thousands or tens of thousands. As for the accuracy, Liu Yang couldn't be bothered to count. He would take as much as he could. Even if there were some items he couldn't purchase in time, Liu Yang wouldn't worry at all. The apocalypse doesn't mean that supplies would be instantly consumed. For instance, there would still be useful steel, machinery, and various equipment during the apocalypse, which Liu Yang could still acquire afterwards. From another perspective, Liu Yang had an endless supply of food. Not long after the apocalypse began, food would become a hard currency. At that time, Liu Yang could forcibly seize some items. He could also use food to donate in exchange for things he needed. For now, it was still human society. Liu Yang would comply with the order discreetly. In the apocalypse, all human order collapses. There is no order to abide by. If there is, it is the new order of the apocalypse created by Liu Yang. Obeying it is for others to follow. Boss Liu, this is today's meteorite. We will continue to acquire meteorites, but due to the increased martial law in Linhai City, the difficulty of acquiring meteorites will likely increase. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang casually interrupted, then double the acquisition price. The commission for acquiring meteorites will also be doubled. As soon as these words came out, his subordinate's eyes lit up. Boss Liu, I'll notify all colleagues right away. Everyone left. Liu Yang began to study the newly acquired meteorites and took out all the previously obtained meteorites. Up to now, Liu Yang had over 200 meteorites. But the acquisition speed had indeed slowed down considerably. It wasn't that there weren't any, but due to various martial laws, many transactions were difficult to complete. Moreover, in these days, while Liu Yang was acquiring meteorites, Qi Ming was also acquiring meteorites. Some perceptive people, sensing the trend, began to follow suit and acquire meteorites. It was certain that Liu Yang, being the first to act, acquired the most. However, some others also managed to acquire a few, which inevitably reduced the number of meteorites Liu Yang could acquire. Liu Yang wasn't too concerned. After all, unless something unexpected happened, the only known meteorite was in his hands, which was enough. The rest of the meteorites would just be icing on the cake. However, Liu Yang was also studying the mysteries of these meteorites. For example, whether it was possible to distinguish the level and quality of the special abilities within the meteorites before they were activated. Zhang Yang, you're just in time. Let's see what differences these meteorites have. Or from another perspective, if this octagonal meteorite represents a high-quality meteorite, how do we find similar high-quality meteorites among the others? As for the matter of special abilities, Liu Yang would not disclose it to anyone for now. Some things are best left to unfold naturally. Zhang Yang was indeed loyal and reliable. If we take this octagonal meteorite as an example, it should be sufficiently smooth and have a regular enough shape, right? Although it's not absolutely regular, at least you can still see the 8 corners of the octagon, while in this pile of meteorites. At least 70% have surfaces that look rough and bumpy like toads. They don't seem very good. Among the remaining 30% of meteorites, some are at least smoother compared to those toad-like meteorites, and there are also some oval or geometric shapes, but they are far from this octagonal one. Ultimately, at Liu Yang's request, Zhang Yang divided these meteorites into 6 levels. After reviewing, Liu Yang felt increasingly that keeping Zhang Yang by his side was the right decision. The levels that Zhang Yang distinguished were basically consistent with Liu Yang's judgment method. As for whether this classification was true or not, it could only be known after activation. For now, it could at least be determined that, apart from the octagonal meteorite, there were still more than 20 decent meteorites. Liu Yang speculated that among them, There should be special abilities at the level of level 1 abilities. This is the underground of special abilities. Although special abilities can continue to grow stronger and even have the opportunity to upgrade, the potential for growth decreases significantly as the level increases. Except for the extremely small probability of sudden leap, basically, these special ability holders are at the lower end of the special ability spectrum. However, reaching level 2 abilities is different. If we consider all of them as special ability minions, then at least level 2 could be regarded as the elite among special ability holders. And reaching level 3 would definitely mean being a local tyrant among special ability holders. As for levels 4, 5, and 6, even the weakest level 4 abilities would already be considered lords among special ability holders. While the combat power of level 5 abilities would be terrifying, being 1 person below and 10,000 above. If they exist, they would undoubtedly be considered invincible. Assuming these 30% are all above level 3, then Liu Yang would make a huge profit. Zhang Yang, aren't you curious about what I've been doing lately? Everything seems abnormal. Nothing seems like business. Zhang Yang was taken aback, hesitating for a moment before saying, I'm curious, but I trust that Boss Liu wouldn't do anything meaningless. Moreover, selling the company you invested so much in and taking over 2 billion to spend must have your reasons. When Liu Yang wanted to say something, Zhang Yang refused. This kind of curiosity, while forcing oneself not to learn the truth, once again showcased Zhang Yang's unique ability. After all, knowing too much could mean that one day Liu Yang might actually kill him. The reason being, he knows too much. After Zhao Yaming successfully secured this loan for Liu Yang, she received high praise from her superiors and also gained a lot of commissions. Could it be that this was truly a ploy to catch her off guard? Desiring her body, but not wanting to use force. Trying to break her heart and waiting for her to come to him willingly, letting Liu Yang play with her? As for Qin Ming, these days, it was difficult for him to meet Zhao Yaming, as the school's martial law had doubled, making it hard for students to go out. Perhaps Liu Yang had learned about these unpleasant matters, causing Zhao Yaming to begin to resist meeting Qin Ming. Worried about being exposed or being revealed by Liu Yang, Zhao Yamei couldn't imagine what would happen if her husband, Qin Shan, found out. After all, Qin Shan and Qin Ming were brothers. On the other side, Lin Ming suddenly felt that she didn't really know Qin Ming. Did he not genuinely want me to be his woman? Did he really just see me as a tool? Qin Ming was unaware that the effect he had on both Lin Ming and Zhao Yamei, the 2 women he thought belonged to him, was starting to weaken. He also didn't know that both Lin Ming and Zhao Yamei were on the verge of being completely crushed by Liu Yang. At Linhai University, Qin Ming put on what he thought was his best outfit, ready to welcome a significant figure brought by his brother Qin Shan, a handsome and capable beauty, Su Qingzhu. Su Qingzhu met Qin Shan through a virus research institute, and Qin Shan wanted to introduce her to his brother Qin Ming, hoping to use the Su family's power to elevate both himself and his brother. Qin Ming was also eager to leverage his connection with Su Qingzhu to rise in status. After they hit it off, Su Qingzhu, representing the military, prepared to bring several soldiers to Linhai University that day to conduct a drill on how to handle encounters with virus-infected individuals. Qin Shan proactively applied to accompany her. As Su Qingzhu had some experience with the initial virus-infected individuals that wasn't fully detailed in the documents, and he wanted to exchange research findings during the trip. Due to the large number of students, they decided to conduct the drill in batches. Commander Su, shall we begin? The principal greeted Su Qingzhu with a smile. And Qin Shan was also respectful to the research expert. As a result, Qin Ming received favorable treatment and sat in the front row. What Qin Ming didn't know was that Liu Yang had blended into the crowd of students and was sitting in an inconspicuous spot, watching Qin Ming's back. The drill went relatively smoothly, and Qin Ming even applied to go on stage to attack a classmate pretending to be a zombie. With a background in Taekwondo and wanting to show off in front of Su Qingzhu, the drill was quite successful. Qin Ming is amazing. He must be the best performer so far. Wow, so handsome. Senior Qin Ming is so reliable. Even if more zombies appear, he will take them down one by one, right? Qin Ming's performance also caught Su Qingzhu's attention. However, that was all there was to it. In his past life, Qin Ming gained Su Qingzhu's favor during a zombie mutation crisis when he saved her life. If all went as expected, this scene was about to unfold. Principal, something's wrong. At the girls' dormitory, there's a female student twitching uncontrollably, foaming at the mouth, and her eyes are red. Before the girl could finish, Su Qingzhu and Qin Shan exchange glances. Oh no, this is a sign of a virus-infected individual about to mutate. Chapter 16. Evil begets evil. Qin Ming's major self-sabotage scene. Lu Yang takes action. What was originally just a drill to respond to a zombie crisis unexpectedly turned into a real zombie mutation. Instantly, the students were thrown into chaos. The principal was also scared, as it was his first time encountering such a scene. However, with military officials present, he couldn't show fear and had to maintain order. Under the principal's reassurance, the students finally calmed down. Next, they would follow Commander Su's arrangements. Su Qingzhu's plan was straightforward. All students were to remain on standby. She would take Chao Zhengyu and select 20 soldiers from the 50 accompanying special forces to follow her, while the remaining 30 would spread out around the students to provide armed protection in case of any crisis. Everyone pay attention. Although there may be signs of mutations among the infected, it's not a certainty. It could also be a misjudgment. Even if mutations do occur, everyone should remain calm. The special forces present are all incredibly reliable, and their firearms will ensure everyone's safety. Everyone, stay in place. Su Qingzhu quickly finished speaking and waved her hand, and the 20 special forces immediately followed her. Qin Shan wanted to stay behind, but didn't he expect his brother Qin Ming to insist on going? He even borrowed a military knife from the remaining special forces. Brother, you don't have to worry about me. The potential mutants could be my classmates. Commander Su is going. I can't stay behind. You stay here to protect everyone. All right, be careful. Qin Shan knew his brother Qin Ming wanted to show off and win Su Qingzhu's favor, even though there was danger with 20 armed special forces following. The probability of anything happening was low. Moreover, this was the best opportunity available. One must take risks to gain wealth and status. His brother would surely succeed. As long as he secured Su Qingzhu, the Qin family would rise to prominence, whether in an apocalypse or in peace. The temporary leader was maintaining order. A handsome and resolute figure followed closely after Qin Ming joined. Hey, classmate, you didn't stop him. Other students recognized Lu Yang. The principal was also taken aback. Commander, that's Lu Yang, a pride of our school. Strange, why is he here? A student asked. Principal, Lu Yang's girlfriend Lin Ming is in the dormitory. I see, but this is really too risky. Thankfully, Commander Su, Captain Chao, and 20 armed special forces brothers are here. It should be fine. Everyone stopped thinking too much. Qin Shan glanced deeply at Lu Yang, recalling his brother Qin Ming's casual mention of being jealous of Lu Yang's wealth. Was he that man? A young billionaire? Commander Su, wait for me. You're Qin Ming. Why are you here? It's too dangerous. Su Qingzhu, 26 years old, was 3 years older than Qin Ming and Lu Yang. Everyone knows a woman 3 years older than a man is like holding a gold brick. In terms of age, looks, and figure, Su Qingzhu was not inferior to the little girls in school. Rather, her outstanding demeanor and beautiful figure almost overshadowed Lin Ming, who was called the school beauty. Initially, Qin Ming decided to pursue Su Qingzhu based on his brother Qin Shan's determination, hoping to climb the social ladder. But upon seeing Su Qingzhu with her looks, aura, and 175 centimeters stunning figure, Qin Ming was completely captivated. He felt that even if it weren't for Su Qingzhu's background, he had to win this exceptional girl into his harem. He was destined to be a winner in life, to be a hero and have beautiful women. Don't worry. Commander Su, I'll be fine, but you should be extra careful. It's dangerous here. We men will handle it. Just make sure to hide behind me if anything happens. Su Qingzhu frowned slightly, saying nothing more. She was naive and could see at a glance that this younger brother wanted to show off. Facing terrifying zombies in such a moment was tantamount to seeking death. Perhaps if she hadn't encountered Lu Yang, who could easily deal with zombies and even eliminate formidable first-generation ones, she might have looked at Qin Ming's bravery differently. But there was no way. Lu Yang was just too handsome. That man was so imposing. If it weren't for Su Qingzhu's probing, Lu Yang would have been too lazy to leave his name and would have turned to leave. He didn't even show off his heroic act of effortlessly taking down 3 zombies in front of Su Qingzhu, leading her to think her charm was lacking. Meanwhile, Liu Yang was simply too composed. A mature Liu Yang had long outgrown the childish phase of showing off to the opposite sex. In contrast, what about Qin Ming? If I remember correctly, Qin Ming and Liu Yang are the same age, and they even attended the same school, entering as freshmen in the same year. However, Liu Yang dropped out early to pursue his entrepreneurial dreams, becoming a super tycoon and a master at killing zombies. As for Qin Ming, at such a dangerous time, he is still showing his childishness. The difference is obvious. Without comparison, there is no harm. Right now, Su Qingzhu doesn't want to get entangled any further. She can only let the soldiers take care of this dead weight later. Qin Ming has no idea what Su Qingzhu is thinking. He is still moved by his own bravery, thinking that Su Qingzhu must be impressed by him too. Even if it gets really dangerous later, Qin Ming has decided to charge in. Even if he can't kill zombies, he will at least put on a reckless act to save people at a critical moment. Looking for an opportunity to play the hero and rescue the beauty. Gupchiding Sukinfil? That should be a piece of cake. However, due to the current military movements, his secret conversations with his brother, and the emergence of zombie mutation cases within the enclosed school, Qin Ming has become increasingly convinced of the apocalypse theory. Since that's the case, he might as well prepare for the end times. Qin Ming, will definitely become the overlord of the apocalypse. But before that, I need to capture Su Qingzhu. This is equivalent to seizing countless firearms, ammunition, and soldiers from the Linheim military district. How could I not reign supreme in this apocalypse? Thinking of this, Qin Ming is full of fighting spirit. His plan is ambitious. Little does he know how scared he will be when he encounters a zombie for the first time. In the girls' dormitory building, screams are continuous. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Someone hold her down. Don't bite me. Chunming, please don't bite me. It hurts so much. She has gone mad. Chunming has gone crazy. Who will help me hold her down? Don't run. You all can't run. Listening to the screams coming from the dormitory, which started as pleas for help and evolved into wails. When they saw the bitten doctor run out, the students realized that the situation was serious. They began to scatter in all directions. Zombies! Xing Chunming has turned into a zombie. Run! Run! No! No! I don't want to die. Sobi, Sobi, Sobi. Save me. Someone save me. I twisted my ankle. Coincidentally, this floor happens to be where Lin Ming and NCU are located. When everyone started to run, Lin Ming and NCU had already put on their clothes, but were still waiting for a few classmates in the dormitory. At this moment, out of the 6 of them, 2 are not there, leaving 2. One is a good friend, and the other is the tank girl who clashed with Liu Yang that day, weighing 120 kilograms at 52 meters. The fat girl is the most out of place in this dormitory. The other girls are all very clean and tidy, but the fat girl, usually messy, prefers to wear very thin clothes in the dormitory. At this moment, while everyone could run directly, the fat girl, if she ran out without clothes, would be almost like running naked. Hurry up, Chenwan. Chenwan, don't get dressed. Chunming has turned into a zombie, and Wang Fong, who is hiding from Chunming, might also change. If we don't run now, it will be too late. And Siyu keeps urging. Lin Ming also hurriedly tries to pull her. The fat girl Chenwan, anxious, scolded, "Are you all crazy? Don't pull me, okay? I know it's dangerous, but do you want to see me running out naked to be happy?" Hearing this, both Lin Ming and Siyu seem to understand for the first time how hard it is for those who resist female empowerment. Because female empowerment doesn't just represent blind discrimination against men. It also signifies issues with intelligence, as if their brains are filled with garbage. The 2 girls exchange glances, both angry and helpless. Lin Ming, let us go. While Chenwan was still struggling to put on her pants, when she looked up again, she had already lost sight of Siyu and Lin Ming. She instantly filled with fighting spirit and started cursing. "Hey, you all, get lost, you heartless bitches. Bitches, all of you are bitches. I really regret being in the same dormitory as you." But before she could finish her words, suddenly a figure appeared at the dormitory door. Just as she was about to scold face to face, she first saw the bloodied legs. Upon closer inspection, the person wasn't wearing shoes, and one foot was even barefoot while the other had only one sock on. stepping on the shards of the glass cup that Chun Wan had just angrily thrown. There was not a hint of pain. The glass shards had even penetrated the foot. Not a single sound was made. "Is that you, Xing Chunming?" Raising her head, she saw a person covered in blood, with bits of flesh stuck in their teeth. Lifeless eyes filled with red pupils, hands with bulging veins, posing like claws, baring teeth and growling, looking at the plump Chun Wan like prey. At that moment, Chun Wan's legs went weak. Her eyes were filled with terror, wanting to run, but unable to move. "Xing Chunming, are you okay? We can talk. Don't come over." At the end of the corridor, the crowd was packed, and many people hadn't had the chance to go down. And Siyu and Lin Ming heard Chun Wan's scream. Their hearts sank. "It's over. Chun Wan has been bitten." At this moment, in the already crowded corridor, everyone couldn't go downstairs but was inexplicably pushed upwards. When they saw armed special forces coming up, the students all breathed a sigh of relief. "There's hope." Lin Ming saw Qin Ming, and Siyu saw Lu Yang. "Why is he here? It's too dangerous." The two were not talking about the same person. Su Qingzhu immediately instructed people to protect the students. After a brief inquiry, it was confirmed that at least 3 people might have been bitten, plus the initial mutant. At least 4 girls could become zombies, posing a threat to everyone's safety. This number is not small. In a narrow corridor, it was very dangerous. Su Qingzhu hadn't had time to arrange a strategy when suddenly someone shouted that a zombie had appeared. Qin Ming saw an opportunity and rushed to the front of Su Qingzhu. Holding a borrowed military knife, he shouted angrily, "Miss Su, don't be afraid. I'm here to protect you." As soon as these words were spoken, all the girls exclaimed how brave Qin Ming was. Taking advantage of his recklessness, Qin Ming disregarded Su Qingzhu's obstruction and took a few steps forward. Facing the zombie, he advanced instead of retreating. But when Qin Ming saw the terrifying face of the zombie and the speed comparable to a 100-meter sprint, he was completely dumbfounded. At that moment, his legs felt a bit numb. His mind went blank. His body involuntarily began to shake. Damn it, why is this zombie so fast? Just when everyone thought Qin Ming was going to bravely kill the zombie, he stumbled. The zombie almost knocked Qin Ming down, having narrowly escaped. Qin Ming gritted his teeth and swung his knife, but found that the knife hitting the zombie was useless, aiming for its head. But he realized the zombie was too agile. With such a short military knife, he couldn't hit it at all. It's over. Qin Ming can't defeat the zombie. Senior Qin Ming is going to die. Quick, shoot to save him. If Qin Ming doesn't go over, the soldiers can shoot freely. But now, shooting could accidentally kill Qin Ming. In simple terms, Qin Ming is causing trouble. Su Qingzhu was furious. This idiot. He just asking for death. Who among our soldiers has experience with knives to hunt zombies? Su Qingzhu asked. Chao Jingyu looked at everyone, all with ugly expressions. It was clear that Chao Jingyu also didn't have experience with short knives to kill zombies. Seeing this scene, he gritted his teeth. "Miss, I'll go." Before he could finish speaking, a familiar yet strange figure appeared. "Officer Chao, can I borrow your knife?" Just as Chao Jingyu recognized Lu Yang's face, the knife at his waist was suddenly taken away. The speed made Chao Jingyu's scalp tingle. If Lu Yang were an enemy, he would have already been dead. How could he be so fast? There was no time to think more. Lu Yang rushed forward rapidly and kicked Qin Ming, who was flailing a knife and about to be bitten. Bang! After kicking Qin Ming away, Lu Yang held a dagger military knife. His gaze sharpened. He dodged as the zombie girl lunged at him, then steadily plunged the dagger into the zombie's temple. In that moment, the zombie completely lost its ability to move. Everyone thought Lu Yang was just making things worse. But when they saw this scene, they were all stunned. Lu Yang is so powerful. Chapter 17. Qin Ming gets slapped again. Lu Yang went crazy, starting to pursue Su Qingzhu. At first, when Qin Ming saw the zombie rush out, many girls thought that Qin Ming was a king. He was about to take action, and even if he was a bit showy, he looked so cool. While the girls were terrified but relieved to be alive, they all exclaimed in praise. Qin Ming enjoyed this flattery, but still maintained the demeanor of a calm protagonist. Who would have thought that his show-off would be so quick? He didn't have time to react before getting slapped in the face. The horror of the zombie exceeded Qin Ming's expectations. Just seeing those blood-red pupils and the slightly mutated shark claws up close had already made Qin Ming's mentality a bit crumble. In this state, Qin Ming, who had little combat power to begin with, was basically unable to escape being suppressed by the zombie. Lu Yang was also thinking, if all of Qin Ming's luck was completely plundered by himself, would the luck of the Son of Destiny be completely gone? At that moment, would Qin Ming have already died at the hands of the zombies? In contrast, Lu Yang's actions were very sudden, without any warning. He didn't have as much foreplay as Qin Ming. He even snatched the military knife from Chao Jingyu, the king of special forces, so easily and comfortably that Chao Jingyu didn't even react before the knife was already in Lu Yang's hands. And Lu Yang had already rushed in front of the zombie with a speed that was astonishing. The kick to Qin Ming and the stab to the zombie were less than a second apart. In the blink of an eye, the fallen Qin Ming hadn't even had time to scream before the zombie was taken down. Lu Yang's actions shocked everyone present. Gao Zhengi, who originally wanted to hold Lu Yang accountable, twitched his mouth and obediently shut his mouth. Seeing Lu Yang act again, still so decisive and quick, still so fluid without a hint of fear or hesitation, was as shocking as ever. On Su Qingzhu's serious face, a trace of admiration that hadn't appeared in a long time emerged. Captain Chao, I think our Falcon Special Forces should specifically train our team members on individual combat capabilities for exterminating zombies, even though they had just conducted drills for the students. The actual drill plans were only recently summarized from various real combat experiences. In reality, people who could fight individually without a gun and rely solely on a knife to take down zombies, even in the military, were still rare. Mrs. Wright, Chao Jingyu felt a bit ashamed. Even with the pride of a soldier king, he had to admit that Lu Yang was too strong. Is this still Lu Yang? My God, I first discovered that Lu Yang is so handsome, so charming that I can barely open my eyes. The one who exclaimed was Lin Ming, a roommate of NCU. Except for the chubby roommate named Chen Wan, the other girls in this flower dormitory were all quite normal. Of course, except for Lin Ming, who had already been influenced by Qin Ming. Originally, Lin Ming had believed in everything about Qin Ming and was infatuated with him. Even before being brainwashed by Qin Ming, Lin Ming had never really liked Lu Yang. After being brainwashed by Qin Ming, Lin Ming had long been indifferent to Lu Yang and instead had become obsessed with Qin Ming. Lin Ming was well aware of this. And now, seeing Qin Ming's large-scale embarrassment scene and witnessing Lu Yang's explosive handsomeness and bravery, who is strong and who is weak, the difference is clear. Lin Ming's heart. For the first time, she felt that she had always regarded Qin Ming as a treasure but looked down on Lu Yang. Was that a mistake? And Siyu pursed her lips and didn't speak. However, there was a hint of sparkle in her gaze as she looked at Lu Yang. Thank you, Lu Yang. Lu Xiao, you are so handsome. Lu Yang, you have blood on you. I have paper here to help you wipe it off. Everyone was thanking Lu Yang. Su Qingzhu also looked approvingly. But Lu Yang understood that even if he didn't take action, relying on Qin Ming's luck as the Son of Destiny, he wouldn't die today, especially with so many special forces behind him. Lu Yang's action was certainly not to rescue Qin Ming. As for the purpose, to put it bluntly, it was purely to show off in front of Su Qingzhu. Qin Ming still had great luck, and Su Qingzhu was one of Qin Ming's great fortunes. Lu Yang had already plundered a lot of Qin Ming's luck, and as long as he could take down Su Qingzhu, he believed that what belonged to Qin Ming would be few and far between. At that time, it would be Qin Ming's final death date. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully plundered luck value. 10 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully plundered luck value. 10 points. The sound rang 3 times in succession. Lu Yang's operation easily harvested 30 points of luck value from Qin Ming, guaranteed to be a sure win. Lu Yang, you bastard. While everyone was thanking Lu Yang, Qin Ming finally got up from the ground, holding his stomach. He scolded Lu Yang angrily. You stealing my limelight is one thing, but you kicked me. Do you think I can't handle that zombie on my own? Stop showing off. I could have killed that zombie without you. Not just Su Qingzhu and the others as soldiers. Even the other onlookers clearly understood that Lu Yang kicking Qin Ming was just to prevent friendly fire. Although the action was ruthless and domineering in an emergency, it was still reasonable. It was indisputable that he saved Qin Ming. Who would have thought that Qin Ming would not only not be grateful, but also get angry? He was indeed furious. Qin Ming's thoughts were simple. Not only had he lost face, but he also got kicked by Lu Yang and even had his spotlight stolen. This was simply outrageous. He should have killed the zombie himself to win Su Qingzhu's favor, so that she would fall in love with him. But now, Su Qingzhu looked at him like he was an idiot, even showing disdain, while Lu Yang was chatting happily with Su Qingzhu, looking indifferent. Yet Su Qingzhu seemed very curious about Lu Yang and was quite proactive. This is my setup, and you, Lu Yang, come to steal the spotlight, right? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Qin Ming was furious. Qin Ming, shut up. If it weren't for your reckless behavior just now, you wouldn't have gotten into such a dangerous situation, and you almost died. Do you know that Lu Yang saved you? Su Qingzhu defended Lu Yang. Lu Yang looked at Qin Ming as if he were an idiot, even with a hint of looking at a chump, while the reminder echoed in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully plundered luck value. 5 points. Pfft. Qin Ming was about to explode with anger. He really wanted to find an opportunity to prove himself, even if it meant facing another zombie. Lu Yang Li Zhouget, are you looking for a zombie to prove yourself? Well, there's one behind you. Why don't you go first? Lu Yang stood 3 meters away from Qin Ming. Hearing this, Qin Ming was about to say something tough, but he instantly felt a sense of crisis coming from behind. As he turned around, ready to swing his knife and learn Lu Yang's way to kill the zombie, he saw the over 200-pound zombie girl Chenwan, who had transformed into a zombie, charging at him like a heavy tank, roaring. At that moment, Qin Ming's eyelids twitched. His scalp went numb. Without thinking, he turned and fled. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Shoot! Quick shoot! If Chenwan were alive, she would definitely scold Qin Ming for being a typical male. At this moment, Qin Ming had no chance to hear it. Chao Jingyu was just about to prepare to shoot, but was stopped by Su Qingzhu, because she saw that it wasn't just anger. Lu Yang pierced Chenwan's temple in just 2 seconds. She was clearly dead, yet he continued to stab her several more times. Those who knew Chenwan couldn't help but twitch their eyelids. Just when everyone thought the crisis was over, a bloody door nearby was suddenly blown open by a gust of wind. 2 zombies appeared again inside. They charged at Lu Yang. Lu Yang! Dongji! Dongji! Su Qingzhu was the first to shout out, almost simultaneously, and Siyu was the second to shout. The 2 girls reminding Lu Yang exchanged glances, and sparks ignited in their eyes, while Lin Ming, Lu Yang's official girlfriend, looked bewildered at the scene, unsure of what to do. Many people secretly pointed out that Lin Ming was so indifferent. At this moment, perhaps only Qin Ming wanted Lu Yang to die the most. Even though he couldn't obtain Lu Yang's wealth, he wanted him to die quickly. If he died, he wouldn't be able to disrupt his plan to pursue Su Qingzhu. With Lu Yang around, always stealing the spotlight, Qin Ming felt like he was about to find a crack in the ground to hide in. However, how could Lu Yang die, even if he had no abilities at this moment? 2 second and 3rd generation zombies were nothing but easy prey for Lu Yang. Bang! The sound of the prompt helped Lu Yang. The zombies came from behind him. Without thinking, Lu Yang used his powerful leg strength to kick the girl zombie, who weighed less than 100 pounds, several meters away. Once the 2 zombies were separated, the remaining one was no longer a threat. It was directly taken down by Lu Yang with a single slash. He rushed to the fallen zombie that was getting up and finished it off with another stab. The 2 zombies were easily eliminated. Done. Lu Yang looked around. After confirming that there were no remaining zombies, he casually threw the military knife in his hand towards Chao Jingyu, who was startled and hurriedly caught it. In contrast, Lu Yang remained calm and composed as always. Even his breathing never faltered. Killing 4 zombies that could take down a dozen police officers was as simple as slaughtering 4 lambs. Sorry, young Master Qin, for stealing your thunder. Next time, if there's a suitable opportunity, I'll definitely let you have the chance to shine. He patted the foolish-looking Qin Ming and smiled mischievously. In contrast, Qin Ming looked like a clown throughout. Lu Yang then apologized to Su Qingzhu. He had meddled a bit too much. No choice, my girlfriend is here. I need to protect her and her friends. Initially, he just wanted to use Lin Ming as a shield, but Lu Yang took another glance at Siyu. Just now, he recognized that one of the 2 warnings came from her. Perhaps it was a stress response. and see you deserved Liu Yang's attention. Mr. Liu, if you're still bothered by my reckless words when we first met, I apologize again. I shouldn't have said you were a reckless adolescent. You're really impressive. At least braver than all the special forces present, and your speed in killing zombies is faster than everyone with guns. This is definitely not meddling. You saved everyone. Su Qingzhu praised Liu Yang openly, expressing her admiration for him. Finally, she directly extended an olive branch. Mr. Liu, this may be a bit presumptuous, but could I invite you to our Falcon Special Forces to help everyone train on the key points of using military knives to kill zombies? I see you're really good at it. Su Qingzhu didn't think Liu Yang would refuse. After all, this was considered an honor. Liu Yang indeed wanted to win over Su Qingzhu, but he didn't want to waste time on such things. Sorry, I've been quite busy lately. It might be difficult for me to train everyone. Su Qingzhu smiled doppio epsilon in surprise. Just as she was about to express regret, Liu Yang added, however, Miss Su, if you have time, you could come find me. If there are convenient occasions, I wouldn't mind giving you some special training alone. Of course, since the time will be sporadic, you might need to stay by my side a bit longer. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was dumbfounded, immediately followed by a surge of rage. Damn, Liu Yang, what are you trying to do? You already messed with my woman Lin Ming. Su Qingzhu is my future woman, my goddess, and you will mess with my goddess too. All right. Su Qingzhu smiled cutely. The moment she agreed, Qin Ming's heart was in turmoil. The others were astonished. Only Lin Ming showed no reaction, as if she didn't recognize Liu Yang at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully plundered luck value. 5 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully plundered luck value. 5 points. Of course, Liu Yang also gained 10 points of luck value from this. Today, he directly gained 50 points of luck value. This trip was definitely not in vain. Since Su Qingzhu agreed, then the time to win her over and plunder Qin Ming's second major luck value was near. Su Qingzhu directly followed Liu Yang. This was also something Liu Yang hadn't expected. Liu Yang didn't intentionally hide his resource-gathering activities. Instead, he deliberately took Su Qingzhu to a storage point filled with 10 large warehouses. It seemed like he was going to check the goods, but in reality, it was just for Su Qingzhu to see. God, are you planning to open a storage supermarket? Wait, are you stockpiling goods for the apocalypse? Su Qingzhu was very smart, but she also firmly believed that humanity could win. She always thought the Doomsday theory was alarmist. It was even deliberately created by criminals to instill panic. But after getting to know Liu Yang, she found this man really reliable. He had a maturity and overall perspective far beyond his age. When she saw Liu Yang nodding, it made her feel that this man took things seriously. Su Qingzhu, who had always firmly judged and scoffed at the Doomsday theory, for the first time felt shaken and terrified. Could the Doomsday theory really become a reality? Chapter 18. Win over Su Qingzhu, the eve of the apocalypse. You don't want your records to be exposed, right? Drink, drink. Liu Yang, am I doing this right? It's not bad. If possible, can you lift your butt a bit more? Like this. Drink. Miss Su, you have a talent. Stick out your chest a bit more. This will help with your power. Like this. Drink. Not bad, really great. Miss Su, you're indeed a flower among soldiers. This wave of praise from Liu Yang was sincere. Su Qingzhu's butt was perky, and her chest was well-defined. All her various poses were done very standardly. Of course, was it really necessary to have so many pose requirements for killing zombies? It didn't matter. What mattered was that Liu Yang found it pleasing to watch as Su Qingzhu performed these movements. TSK, such a great figure, such an amazing woman. Qin Ming naturally couldn't match up. Although she was supposed to belong to Qin Ming, Liu Yang had to work harder, getting a step ahead of Qin Ming to win over Su Qingzhu, and in the future, he could take good care of this military beauty while Qin Ming could rest easy and die. He didn't know if Qin Ming would be furious before he died. It would be interesting. Liu Yang started to look forward to it. Hee, you can still call me Xiao Su or Qingzhu. Calling me Miss Su feels too distant. Although you're my younger brother, I won't blame you for not calling me sister. Then Xiao Su, keep practicing according to what I taught you. Practice more in front of the scarecrow, and I'll continue to check the inventory in the warehouse. Okay, you've worked hard, Brother Liu. counting inventory so diligently, and still took the time to teach me how to use a knife to kill zombies. Those younger call the other person Xiao Su, while the older ones call them brother. Lu Yang left with a face full of black lines, watching Su Qingzhu laugh heartily. It seemed that teasing her handsome younger brother made her quite proud and happy. Little did she know, while teaching her the movements, Lu Yang had already studied her body structure thoroughly. Su Qingzhu definitely didn't know that the seemingly cold and handsome younger brother hid a wolf inside, who could also be a lecher. The person in charge of procurement seems quite knowledgeable, having bought so many pre-prepared meals and self-heating pots. In peacetime, most people wouldn't eat self-heating pots. First, they're unhealthy and definitely contain preservatives. Second, they're not transparent, and there could be serious hygiene issues. The same reasoning applies to pre-prepared meals. They are all produced on an assembly line, processed a second time before being served, and are almost indistinguishable from freshly cooked dishes, considered a more advanced type of fast food than self-heating pots. Of course, that was in peacetime when they weren't accepted. In the apocalypse, even a bun or a steam bun would spark a rush to grab it. Self-heating pots and pre-prepared meals, which only need heating to enjoy delicious stir-fried dishes or stewed meat, are now sneered at by everyone. In the apocalypse, they're like Imperial Palace meals. They're all good things, so collect them. The storage space is quite large and also comes with Lu Yang's ability to retrieve items from a distance. Unfortunately, this ability cannot be used as a supernatural power unless one wants to retrieve a specific item into the space for it to work. It makes sense. If the retrieval ability of the storage space could be used as a supernatural ability, wouldn't that be equivalent to mind controlling a supernatural ability? Such a seemingly simple supernatural ability definitely wouldn't be low level. It certainly couldn't be paired with what the storage space provides. However, the speed of collecting items is very fast. Although it consumes some energy, with a wave of his hand, he can retrieve almost half a truck's worth of items. A whole warehouse can hold at least hundreds of truckloads of goods. Lu Yang finished collecting everything in just over 10 minutes. Lu Yang, do I still need to continue training? I want to find a zombie to practice on. Su Qingzhu shouted from 100 meters away. Lu Yang glanced at the 3 warehouses that hadn't been collected yet, shook his head, and shouted back, "Not yet, you need to improve a bit more. Train for another half an hour before considering practical combat." Oh, fine. Su Qingzhu felt a bit tired, even with a break in between. She had swung the knife at least 1,000 times in half a day. The various awkward stances had made her long, beautiful legs start to feel numb. But Lu Yang was the instructor, and to master this very useful killing skill, Su Qingzhu decided to obediently listen. This annoying guy has always been so arrogant. I must find a chance to teach him a lesson. I refuse to believe he can always be so aloof. Su Qingzhu is indeed a soldier, but deep down, she has a bit of a quirky side. The first time she met Lu Yang, she was shocked by how cleanly and decisively he killed a zombie, which left her stunned and impressed. She readily agreed to train with Lu Yang alone to learn zombie killing techniques, but she also wanted to know more about him. Su Qingzhu could never have imagined that all of this, except for their initial meeting, was coincidental. Lu Yang only knew this was a good opportunity. By showing off a bit, he could suppress Qin Ming while also winning Su Qingzhu's favor. Perhaps this seemed too cold-blooded to others, but in Lu Yang's eyes, who lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Only those who are useful to me deserve my attention. Everyone else is just useless trash struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Surviving is luck. Dying carelessly is fate. Useless people don't deserve care and can only be tools in Lu Yang's plans. This plan, without any accidents, successfully made Qin Ming look like a clown. No matter what others think, as long as Su Qingzhu sees Qin Ming as a clown, that's enough. Meanwhile, Lu Yang has also gained Su Qingzhu's favor and initiative. With this exchange, Su Qingzhu followed Lu Yang, and her feelings for him grew stronger, while any feelings for Qin Ming disappeared completely. All of this is progressing according to Lu Yang's planned script. About 40 minutes later, Lu Yang finished collecting everything, locked up, and then left with Su Qingzhu. Lu Yang remained cold, silent, and aloof. Along the way, it was all Su Qingzhu who actively sought topics to talk about with Lu Yang, trying to get him to say a few more words. The less Lu Yang spoke, the more it ignited her competitive spirit. She felt her charm couldn't be that bad. There's no way she couldn't win over such a younger brother. This proud and stubborn demeanor of a mature woman satisfied Lu Yang. Su Qingzhu didn't even know why she cared so much about Lu Yang's reactions to her. Seeing Lu Yang always so quiet, she suddenly got a wicked idea and had Lu Yang pull over to the side of the road. What is wrong? Lu Yang asked. Su Qingzhu smiled playfully. Little brother, you've been very quiet. Could it be you're still a virgin, pretending to be aloof with your sister? Are you afraid that talking too much will make you blush? Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's eyes scanned around before looking at Su Qingzhu. The two locked eyes. Unexpectedly, it was Su Qingzhu who couldn't hold the gaze first, turning her head to look straight ahead, her face burning red. Am I a virgin? Does the military flower doubt it? Want to get a try? Get a try? How do we try? Su Qingzhu's mind seemed to crash. As soon as she said that, she regretted it. By the time she realized it, Lu Yang's passionate kiss had already landed on her lips. The last time he forcefully kissed Lin Ming, it had almost shattered her inner pride. This time, Lu Yang employed the same tactic. Perhaps it didn't seem very sophisticated, but it was definitely effective. Moreover, forcefully kissing a military flower, savoring the taste of a virgin military flower's tongue. Her clumsy tongue, her flustered gaze. Clearly wanting to dodge, but being stubborn, clearly awkward, yet pretending to be professional, clearly being bullied, yet not daring to show it. Very interesting. Quite nice. Isn't it? A minute later, Su Qingzhu forcibly broke free, her face full of resentment. Can't you be a little gentler? How does this prove you're not a virgin? My kissing skills are also quite advanced, right? You wouldn't want to prove you're very professional this way, while I'm very clumsy, would you? Lu Yang laughed silently. By the end, Su Qingzhu shyly turned her head away. Various images of Qin Ming, who was showing off but appeared foolish, floated in her mind. She couldn't help but compare. Qin Ming seemed like a childish fool, while Lu Yang was a man who gave a strong sense of security. They seemed to have nothing in common. As Su Qingzhu completely dismissed her feelings for Qin Ming, a notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully plundered luck value. 50 points. A one-time gain of 50 luck points. Adding to the previous fragmented luck points, Lu Yang had plundered nearly 100 luck points from Qin Ming through Su Qingzhu. Lu Yang smiled knowingly. Su Qingzhu done. Meanwhile, at the school, Qin Ming was in his dormitory with a gloomy face, plotting how to get rid of Lu Yang to relieve his hatred. At the same time, he was daydreaming about how to win Su Qingzhu's favor, hoping to take down this big boss's daughter to use as a stepping stone to become a major player in the apocalypse. However, the next second, poof, poof, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The table in front of him, the laptop, it was splattered with blood. The first time he spat blood could be understood as blood rushing up, but this time Qin Ming panicked, thinking he might have a terminal illness. But immediately after, that sense of loss surged back. He shouted angrily. The next moment, Qin Ming fainted. This time, Qin Ming was hospitalized. After examination, there were still no major issues. The conclusion drawn by the doctor was that it was due to excessive liver fire and advised Qin Ming to be less angry. It would have been fine if he hadn't said that. Upon hearing that he should be less angry, Qin Ming immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted on the spot. Qin Ming did not know that he could have comfortably relied on his great fortune to be the son of destiny, ruling and enjoying power in the future apocalypse. But his great fortune had already been mostly stripped away by Lu Yang. The only reason he hadn't died from anger was purely because there was still a little bit of residual fortune supporting him. As time passed, it was September 30th. Lu Yang was still in the villa. Outside the villa, several armored vehicles had already been parked. With the help of Su Qingzhu, it seemed that the civilian version of the armored vehicles had already been equipped with various heavy weapons, including machine guns and howitzers. Su Qingzhu had also prepared 1,000,000 rounds of ammunition for Lu Yang. Lu Yang had paid for the ammunition. Although 1,000,000 rounds of ammunition was insignificant in the apocalypse, it was enough for Lu Yang to deal with the early stages of the apocalypse. Lu Yang, please keep the matter of weapons and ammunition a secret for me. Thank you, I know. Lu Yang, can you tell me why you're in such a hurry for weapons and ammunition? Do you have some intelligence? Qingzhu, just remember what I said. Try to ensure your safety in the next 48 hours. If someone offers you a meteorite, remember to accept it. If you encounter any insurmountable danger, contact me. The fortune related to Qin Ming concerning Su Qingzhu had already been mostly obtained by Liu Yang. However, that did not mean Liu Yang wanted to give up on Su Qingzhu. In his previous life, Su Qingzhu was a Valkyrie. Although there was still no trace of the meteorite on her, Liu Yang believed that the trajectory wouldn't change much after his rebirth. Unless something unexpected happened, Su Qingzhu would still become the Valkyrie. Since Liu Yang wanted to be a king in this apocalypse, Su Qingzhu's combat power was indispensable. However, for now, he was not in a hurry to bring Su Qingzhu to his side, as the meteorite had yet to reach her. He had to ensure not to interfere. This way, the process for Su Qingzhu to gain her abilities would proceed according to the original trajectory. Zhang Yang, bring your family to my villa. You don't need to bring anything. Not even money, just yourselves. Liu Yang gave Zhang Yang an armored vehicle, enough to safely transport his family. All the important people had already been settled in advance. Only a few hours remained before the zombie virus outbreak. Before that, Liu Yang needed not only to prepare for battle, but also to make a final resolution with Qin Ming. Of course, killing Qin Ming was simple. But what Liu Yang wanted more was to make Qin Ming utterly desperate while draining the last bit of fortune from him. Miss Zhao Yamong, you wouldn't want your chat records with your little Uncle Qin Ming to be exposed, would you? Be at my villa within half an hour. Chapter 19. The Luxurious Reserve Lineup. Zhao Yaming's Red Lace. Qin Ming is coming on September 30th at 3 in the afternoon, under Liu Yang's repeated urging and generous rewards. The company accounts, personal accounts, and even loan accounts had all been drained. All the money that could be spent had been spent. Everything that could be exchanged for supplies had been exchanged. A total of over 20 billion in principal had been roughly estimated by Liu Yang, considering the debts, deposits, and various reasons for delayed payments. After spending this over 20 billion, minus bonuses and salaries for employees, he had procured nearly 100 billion in supplies. Among these nearly 100 billion in supplies, more than half consisted of daily necessities, food, water, medical supplies, etc. The remaining portion was used to purchase various equipment, tools, and vehicles, such as excavators, high-power bulldozers, small to large cranes, semi-trailer transport vehicles, and various functional vehicles. For instance, over 100 off-road armored vehicles, 50 troop transport armored vehicles, 20 modified high-power armored medical vehicles, 10 modified high-power bulletproof buses, 20 large helicopters, and various soldier equipment like bulletproof vests, helmets, bomb suits, professional virus protection suits, custom-made sharp long knives, custom-made sharp short knives, custom-made heavy cleavers, and custom military shovels, along with large quantities of disinfectants, sterilization solutions, various sterilization spraying equipment, large disinfection spraying devices, simple gas masks, antibacterial gloves, corrosion-resistant gloves, flamethrower equipment, and many other expected and unexpected items. If Liu Yang wanted to be a lone wolf in the apocalypse, these items would be of no use at all. He could even play around with women, kill them, find new ones, play with them, and then kill them again. While that might seem enjoyable at first, over time it would become increasingly meaningless due to his nature. Liu Yang's goal was to become the big villain in the apocalypse. But that didn't mean he would be ruthless, killing everyone and speaking poorly to anyone. That kind of person was not a big villain, but a fool. How does one define a big villain? Liu Yang defined it as being able to kill if desired. If it was necessary to kill, but he didn't want to, he wouldn't. If you insult him, he might not kill you, but if he's unhappy, even a spit from you could lead to your death. Everyone wants to define things, define kindness, define evil, define justice, define villains. But who can achieve absolute good or absolute evil? Liu Yang didn't want to rigidly define what a big villain was. But deep down, he knew he wouldn't set any rules or codes of conduct for villains. However, in chaotic times, Liu Yang would establish a force and even create a refuge in the apocalypse. If he were to establish rules, he would set them for this refuge. If he were to set rules, he would create rules that belonged solely to Liu Yang in this chaotic world. What is the point of being a lone wolf villain? In the apocalypse kingdom he created, watching survivors kneel before him, gazing at him as if he were a god, fearing him like a demon, and respecting him like a natural disaster. Doesn't that feel good? If the apocalypse arrives, I, Liu Yang, will be the god, the demon, the natural disaster, the apocalypse tyrant who controls the lives and deaths of millions. Well, that's a bit grandiose, but that's how it is. To put it more modestly, the bonuses promised to employees by Liu Yang had already reached several tens of millions. However, Liu Yang didn't intend to give them. After all, the payday was still several days away. Liu Yang directly found an excuse to postpone it until tonight. What had already been given was fine, but saving the large portion that hadn't been given could save at least 20 million. Of course, he didn't pocket that money. After all, it had all been exchanged for supplies, and the supplies had already been meticulously received into the storage space. Mr. Liu, according to your instructions, I and the other 4 have already brought all the important family members over and settled them in Building 3. By the way, you don't need to call me Mr. Liu anymore. The company no longer belongs to me. Zhang Jinyan hesitated and nodded. Then from now on, should we call you Young Master Liu? This was a title Zhang Jinyan had thought carefully about. Calling him Mr. Liu was very respectful, and calling him Young Master Liu was also very respectful. However, Young Master Liu seemed a bit cumbersome with an extra word. However, when there are outsiders present, a casual name can reveal Liu Yang's identity. Zhang Jinyan understands that Liu Yang may not be someone who enjoys being too exposed, but at critical moments, these exposed matters fall on them as servants. Currently, Master Liu Yang may not be very famous, but Zhang Jinyan has seen those armored vehicles, the weapons and ammunition glinting coldly, and the hundreds of special forces secretly stationed around Liu Yang's 3 villas. All of this makes Zhang Jinyan realize that if Liu Yang speaks of an impending apocalypse, he has undoubtedly already planned a doomsday blueprint that belongs only to him. At that time, Liu Yang's name will resonate throughout the wasteland. At that time, Liu Yang's name will surely be famous across the world. As Liu Yang's servant, Zhang Jinyan cannot lose face for her master. Liu Yang did not refuse the matter of address. Zhang Jinyan directly issued orders. The families of his servants all came to Liu Yang's villa, and Zhang Jinyan did not see this as some kind of privilege. As the housekeeper, she directly instructed her daughter and the families of the other 4 servants to find temporary work tasks for them. Everyone must remember that Master Liu Yang has already shown great kindness by giving us a chance to take refuge, which does not mean we can continue to rely on him for food and protection. If we want to avoid being abandoned, we must work hard. Furthermore, I will later issue detailed servant guidelines, such as prohibiting private gossip. If important clauses are violated, do not blame me for punishing them severely on behalf of Master Liu Yang, or even kicking the offenders out. Zhang Jinyan's coldness startled even her daughter, Zhang Jingying. Zhang Jingying had just turned 18. Although raised by a single parent, Zhang Jinyan had always cared for her daughter, instilling correct values and protecting her during her adolescence, which has led to Zhang Jingying being very well-behaved and sensible. Seeing her mother act this way, Zhang Jingying understood that this was a serious matter. Afterwards, Zhang Jinyan issued another strict order. From now on, anyone with a fever, vomiting, nausea, or convulsions must report it immediately. Master Liu Yang has a private medical team at home, with complete medical supplies and equipment, and they will help everyone recover. Do not hide anything, or you will be kicked out of the villa, even shot. This is naturally to eliminate any potential infections in the cradle. As for treatment, it is impossible. Discovery means extermination. The mention of execution shocked everyone. Someone had to ask why Liu Yang dared to control life and death. But those who came here had already been screened by Liu Yang, and even if there were a few overly curious individuals, their families restrained them from speaking out because they understood that Liu Yang could acquire firearms and ammunition and even draw 100 special forces to guard his 3 villas. This proved Liu Yang's power. As for the 100 special forces, they were helped by Su Qingzhu. Furthermore, 7 days ago, Liu Yang had hired construction workers to build a high wall 1 meter thick and 4 meters high around the outer perimeter of the 3 villas. Even with just a meter of thickness and high-grade concrete, even a car crashing into it would be completely totaled. This was enough to serve as a temporary shelter in the early days of the apocalypse. The system rewards section hinted that there might be super shelters in the future. Liu Yang's plan was simple. This place would serve as a temporary shelter. Once a super shelter was obtained, They could directly transport the 200 or so people there by armored vehicles or helicopters. They had both helicopters and armored vehicles, so moving this number of people was not a problem. Liu Yang's 3 villas were adjacent within the villa area, and given that Liu Yang had some influence with the villa area's boss, the construction of the refuge walls occupying the public area went smoothly. A 1-meter-high electric fence was also installed to prevent some lawless individuals from trying to cross the wall. Each villa was a large area with 5 or 6 bedrooms, plus a living and dining room. So during this time, it was easy to fit over 100 people in each villa. In Liu Yang's villa, apart from the 20 soldiers on guard at all times, and Zhang Jinyin and her daughter Zhang Jingying, who mostly accompanied him, no other people were arranged. Soon, the heavy steel door of the villa's main gate opened, and a small car drove in. After Zhao Yaming appeared, she looked puzzled. "Mr. Liu, are you still in the mood to drink tea? The streets are chaotic right now. There have been countless car accidents, and when I passed by, I saw some drivers going insane and some passengers losing their minds. The traffic situation is a mess. The traffic police and order-maintaining officers are overwhelmed. I even saw a madman biting a police officer in the street, which scared me into running several red lights." In the reception room, Liu Yang remained calm while making tea. Thinking that Zhao Yameng had good tea skills, he waved his hand to dismiss Zhang Jinyan. Liu Yang pointed to the tea table and bamboo mat. "Don't be dazed, Miss Zhao." After Zhao Yameng said a lot, Liu Yang seemed to ignore her completely, which surprised her. Why was he not curious at all? Did he already know? Zhao Yameng didn't dare to refuse, fearing that Liu Yang might leak their chat history. "Miss Zhao, did you forget something?" Just as she was about to sit down opposite Liu Yang to make tea, Liu Yang's slightly cold voice startled Zhao Yameng, causing her to shiver. A few minutes later, despite her reluctance, Zhao Yameng still stripped off all her clothes in front of Liu Yang and changed into that familiar lace swimsuit, except this time the color was red. The black one was very sexy, but the red one seemed to be more flamboyant. To put it bluntly, it was enchanting and captivating. Seeing this, Liu Yang's body quickly reacted. He grabbed Zhao Yameng's delicate arm and pulled her into his embrace. With violent groping and grabbing, Zhao Yameng, with a gun pointed at her, did not dare to resist. After being toyed with for a few minutes, she was finally released to continue making tea. Zhao Yameng clearly hated being violated by men, but Liu Yang did not take it a step further, leaving her feeling a sense of loss. "Miss Zhao, it's a bit too early to get heated up now. No rush. I'll give you a chance to serve me well later. Before that, we might have to wait for a distinguished guest." Zhao Yameng's face turned red. "Why do you say that? Who's getting heated up? Wait, give me a chance to serve him later. Does he want to do something to me?" At 5 in the afternoon, just 2 hours before the zombie virus completely spiraled out of control, Qin Ming and Lin Ming found an excuse to leave school. With excitement on his face, Qin Ming looked at Lin Ming. "Are you sure there's no mistake? Liu Yang sent you a message saying he has a fever, is vomiting and convulsing, and wants you to go to his villa to save him." Lin Ming was also very happy. Overjoyed, she opened the chat box with Liu Yang and started a video call. Liu Yang was indeed convulsing, with white foam at the corner of his mouth. The angle just happened to be Liu Yang's selfie perspective. The video made it impossible to discern the authenticity. His acting was definitely superb. After Lin Ming finished speaking, Qi Ming took a quick glance. His laughter grew more arrogant. "Ha ha, good. Liu Yang, you have today too. Since you are infected with the virus and are about to turn into a zombie, before you become a zombie, let me, Qi Ming, personally kill you. Of course, before I kill you, I need you to leave your fingerprints and do a facial recognition so I can transfer all the assets in your account to my Qi Ming's account." Ha ha ha. Qi Ming demonstrated what it meant for a petty person to achieve success. Originally, if it weren't for Liu Yang's interference, in a normal storyline, Qi Ming would strategize like Liu Yang at this moment and eventually become the king of the apocalypse. However, he has been continuously robbed of his fortune by Liu Yang and has nearly been driven to death by him several times. Qi Ming has long lost the composure that a child of fortune should have. Little does he know that Liu Yang has prepared a surprise for him in the villa just before his demise. Chapter 20. In CU's Letter of Indenture. A malicious family. Qin Ming despairs and begins. At Lin University, Many people have received news from their families, learning that chaos has begun outside. Many have witnessed the entire process of people turning into zombies, although it hasn't reached the point where they are everywhere. The number of mutants has increased more than tenfold. Everyone is starting to feel urgent. The school has thus imposed another lockdown. All windows and doors are tightly closed. All entrances and exits are sealed off, strictly prohibiting entry and exit to prevent the guards at the school gate from losing control due to excessive pressure. The school has assigned all male teachers to the gate to assist the security in guarding against students coming and going freely. Even so, some students quickly discovered ways to sneak out, especially Qin Ming and Lin Ming, who managed to leave by lying to the gatekeeper and playing the sympathy card. This led to the furious reprimand from the school leadership. Bastards! I said no one can be let out, and, you all know this, is to protect the students' safety. Yet you still let people out. Isn't that putting them in danger? If something happens to students like Qin Ming and Lin Ming, how are we supposed to take responsibility and explain to their parents? But the principal told me that Qin Ming's father is critically ill. What nonsense. Qin Ming's father died a long time ago. At that moment, the gatekeeper realized he had been deceived. But Qin Ming and Lin Ming had concealed their plans, and no one knew where they had gone. Only one girl had been quietly observing everything. Wang Feng, you said you saw Lin Ming secretly meeting Qin Ming multiple times. I didn't believe it before, thinking Lin Ming wasn't that kind of person, but now it seems you were right. I never expected Lin Ming to be that kind of person. Yeah, see you. I always thought Lin Ming seemed off, especially when Lu Yang appeared. Lin Ming didn't show any happiness about meeting her boyfriend. Even if she was disdainful, it didn't make sense. Lu Yang is so outstanding. Indeed, Lu Yang is known for his excellence. Previously, he was recognized for his business acumen. Last time in the girls' dormitory, after he chopped a zombie with a knife, he gained an even more remarkable trait: reliability. Regardless of whether the apocalypse theory is real, the zombies in front of us are real. A zombie that can give armed special forces trouble was taken down by Lu Yang, an ordinary boy who even managed to take out several in a row. The shock of that day lingered in CU's mind just as it did for Su Qingzhu when she was first shocked by Lu Yang. So the question arises, why is Lin Ming so indifferent towards someone as outstanding as Lu Yang? Indifference is one thing, but for someone as proud as Lin Ming, who would usually look down on boys she doesn't like, why hasn't she broken up with Lu Yang? Even if they feel awkward around each other, they still persist. What could the reason be? Is it because she likes Qin Ming, a guy with no money, no ability, and not as handsome as Lu Yang, who even lost face in front of zombies just to show off to Su Qingzhu? How could such a fool be better than Lu Yang in Lin Ming's eyes? At this moment, Wang Feng murmured, moreover, Lu Yang doesn't seem to be that close to Lin Ming. They are officially recognized as a couple, yet they act so distant, but still play the role of a couple. It's so strange. Do they not like each other? By the way, an hour ago, I remember Lin Ming mumbled something about Lu Yang being sick and then hurriedly ran out. Wang Feng was called to help tally the student list. Left behind. And CU pondered over her many confusions. Perhaps the reason Lin Ming doesn't like Lu Yang, but is still with him, is that there is some secret deal with Qin Ming. For instance, they might have a scheme to appear beside Lu Yang when he is at his most vulnerable. And CU's gaze fixed on the direction outside the school. Her hand unconsciously touched something in her pocket. It was a small but fast BMW minicar key. And CU found Wang Feng. They were good roommates. But at such a time, it seemed not so easy to make her roommate make a mistake. So CU decided to pay a price. Will you give me 20,000 yuan? Just to help me plead with the uncle to let you out and let you drive away? CU, have you thought this through? It's really dangerous outside right now. I've thought it through, just go ahead and do it. 10 minutes later, a white BMW Mini raced out of the school gate. The gate was quickly closed after that. In the security room, Wang Feng and the uncle on gate duty watched the monitor as CU drove farther and disappeared around a corner. Uncle, I hope I'm not causing you any trouble. Don't worry, Feng Feng. Fortune favors the bold. You gave me 10,000 yuan, and I'm willing to take the risk. I hope your friend 1T get into trouble. After leaving the school, and CU witnessed how chaotic it was outside. It was almost impossible to walk straight on the road. She could only honk the horn the entire way while distractedly opening WeChat to find Lu Yang's chat window. Lu Yang, I have a piece of information to share, hoping to exchange it for your protection. To prove that I'm not just seeking a fair exchange, I'm willing to show my sincerity by telling you that Qin Ming and Lin Ming left about half an hour ago, and their destination should be your villa. But the traffic is complicated right now. They can't reach you in half an hour. I'm driving over, so please be cautious of their schemes. I just want to survive in this chaotic world, and I hope Mr. Liu can give me a chance to live. For this, I'm willing to do my best. After sending the voice message, and see you stepped on the gas. Usually cautious while driving, today she drove like a master, maneuvering everywhere. Plus, she added a reckless road rage attribute. In the villa, while waiting, Lu Yang listened to NCU's voice message. He stroked his chin, picturing NCU's figure. The youthful and vibrant campus beauty, in terms of looks and figure, was definitely not inferior to Lin Ming. Lin Ming's only distinguishing trait was her aloofness. In his youth, Lu Yang mistook aloofness for superiority. Now, thinking back, aloofness is just a facade of pretentiousness. Beneath Lin Ming's cold exterior lies a heart of a pretentious and vile person. Lu Yang wasn't sure about NCU's character, but on the surface, she seemed more genuine than Lin Ming. If they were to encounter each other on the road, Lu Yang would only act on his mood whether to save her or not. However, NCU had proactively expressed her sincerity and provided Lu Yang with information. Even though it was something he already knew, part of a play he directed himself. This proved that NCU was a smart girl who at least understood the value of giving to earn Lu Yang's acknowledgement. Although this information is of no use to me, given the reputation of the octagonal meteorite, I'm willing to give you a chance. Come on, if you can do it, stay. If you can't or try to play any childish tricks with me, believe me, you'll also be left behind. A chill ran down her spine as she heard Lu Yang's threat. She believed he would really kill her and wouldn't spare her beauty if she acted uncooperatively. The prerequisite was that she didn't play any tricks. And C was glad she had no such intentions, but was also worried about what kind of opportunity Lu Yang would give her. And CU had an ominous premonition, but was mentally prepared for the worst. And CU's intuition was correct. Although Qin Ming and Lin Ming left the school earlier, they didn't drive quickly. Mainly, NCU is not as domineering, rushing around and moving much slower than NCU. However, on the road, Qin Ming took the time to send a few messages to his brother Qin Shan and his mother. The family has a small group of 3. Qin Shan reminded the family in the group to pay attention to safety, speculating that the zombie virus was about to get out of control. At this moment, Qin Ming saw it more clearly on the street, sending the street view to the group to prove Qin Shan was right. Wait, son. Don't worry, Mom. Do you remember I told you before? I will become a billionaire, and I am about to achieve this. Moreover, I will kill my enemies. The apocalypse is here. Killing is not a crime. This is my best opportunity. Wait for my good news. As the saying goes, snakes and rats share the same nest. Whether it's Qin Ming, Qin Shan, or even her single mother, the 3 of them seem very normal, but they all have somewhat twisted personalities. For instance, the family knows that Qin Ming wants to scheme against Lu Yang's property. He had said it long ago, but neither his brother nor his mother stopped him, only warning him to be careful. Hearing this, his mother was thrilled. Really? Son, you are amazing. On the other hand, Qin Shan was cautious. But Qin Ming, it's too dangerous outside now. And have you considered that if the world really descends into chaos, money will be useless? Qin Ming's mindset had twisted to hell. Hearing these words, he shrugged them off. My main goal today is to kill Lu Yang. I must kill him. If money becomes useless by then, I'll just drive away his Rolls Royce and take the gold from his safe. Stockpiling gold in the apocalypse can't be wrong. Moreover, as far as I know, Lu Yang has been hoarding supplies recently. He must have a lot of food and drinks at home. When the time comes, we can take him down and enjoy a good life, even in the apocalypse. This speech won over his brother and mother. At this moment, with great effort, Qin Ming finally arrived outside Lu Yang's villa area. The scenario he imagined of wasting time explaining outside the gate did not happen. Their car easily entered, and even when it was heard they were going to Lu Yang's villa, the security guard saluted and actively pointed them in the right direction. Remember, when you see the 4-meter-high wall, you've arrived. 4-meter-high wall. Great, great. Lu Yang has made such perfect preparations for the apocalypse. If we take him down and seize his walled villa, We can hold out for a long time, even if a zombie crisis breaks out. Thinking of this, Qin Ming revealed a sinister smile. Lin Ming was terrified by Qin Ming's vicious expression all the way. However, she obviously didn't have a chance to wake up. She only thought Qin Ming was so angry because Lu Yong had kissed her multiple times, even doubting that Lu Yong had played with her. She thought Qin Ming's behavior was just because he cared too much about her. How could she have the right to doubt anything? Finally, the car arrived outside Lu Yang's imposing gate with its unbreakable high walls. Qin Ming was thrilled. Just as he was thinking about having Lin Ming persuade Lu Yong to open the door, the gate slowly opened automatically. Qin Ming was alert, but only saw the empty villa entrance and an eerily quiet environment with no abnormalities. He relaxed, and the two entered with ease. Qin Ming, I always feel something's off. There's nothing wrong. That kid Lu Yong is almost dead. What is there to worry about? Don't worry, I'm fully prepared this time. As he spoke, Qin Ming prepared to draw his long knife from behind. At that moment, the sound of the gate closing made Qin Ming's heart skip a beat. Before he could think much, 8 Special Forces soldiers appeared, their dark gun muzzles aimed at Qin Ming's head. His whole being buzzed, and a few words floated in his mind. I've been tricked. Lu Yong, you cunning little man. However, what awaited Qin Ming was a brutal beating. Lin Ming wanted to stop Qin Ming, but she was stunned by a loud slap. Lu Yong, how dare you hit me? Lin Ming questioned, covering her right cheek. Lu Yong sneered and unexpectedly slapped her left cheek, even harder this time. The pain made Lin Ming's head buzz. Take this fool away. Miss Lin Ming. I'll personally take her away. Under the beating, Qin Ming still shouted angrily. Lu Yong, what are you going to do to Lin Ming? Lu Yong, you can't do this. You can't sleep with Lin Ming. Damn it. Lin Ming is my woman. She belongs only to me. She'd rather die than be with you. Lu Yong. At that moment, Qin Ming felt a despair he had never experienced before, even more desperate than when Lin Ming came to Lu Yang's house for a candlelight dinner. However, from Lu Yang's smile, it was clear that Qin Ming's despair had only just begun. Chapter 21. Qin Ming's moment of despair. The hot, colorful light from the meteorite. Don't look at me with that kind of gaze. You think you and Qin Ming are inseparable, but I've exposed you. Now you still pretend to be a victim in front of me? Lu Yang Jaswali asked Lin Ming. Lin Ming's gaze sharpened, thinking Lu Yong was giving her a chance. But at this moment, she didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, stubbornly believing Lu Yong wouldn't dare to do anything to her or Qin Ming. Thinking this, she stared at Lu Yong with hatred. So what if you exposed me? I have nothing to say, but don't think I'll regret it. If you hadn't exposed me, I would have killed you and flown away with Qin Ming. If you have the guts, just kill me. Stop pretending to test me. What does it mean to die without regret? It's probably like Lin Ming, this shameless person, still immersed in fantasies with Qin Ming. Lu Yang Lao get. Looks like I'm being misunderstood. Shaking his head, he stood up. Bang! Without warning, Lu Yong kicked Lin Ming in the stomach. Lin Ming fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Before she could react, Lu Yong stepped on her head. Ignoring Lin Ming's agony, he looked at her once beautiful face, now twisted in pain. I think you must have misunderstood. From the beginning to the end, I never intended to spare you. As these words were spoken, an inexplicable killing intent made Lin Ming feel the breath of death for the first time. She couldn't help but shiver, seeing Lin Ming's mentality about to collapse. Lu Yong stood up, disdainfully glancing back as he left. Passing by Zhang Jinyan, he said, take her to wash up. Make sure she's clean. Let go of me. You're imprisoning my freedom. I'll sue you for kidnapping. In Lu Yang's villa, Qin Ming was tied up with both hands and feet, locked in a soundproof media room. Outside the door, soldiers stood guard. The Special Forces soldiers remained indifferent. Some soldiers had wavered, questioning whether their actions of imprisoning Qin Ming were illegal, but after being sternly corrected by their comrades, no one dared to doubt anymore. This was simply because obeying orders was a soldier's duty. Su Qingzhu had given them orders for 100 men, not only to protect Lu Yong and others' safety, but there was one crucial point: to firmly obey any commands and requests of Lu Yong, without asking too many questions or saying too much, and without any violations. Those who disobeyed would face military law. Lu Yong even had the authority to execute any one of them. However, to prevent any accidents, there was still a captain among these 100 men. This captain was an excellent soldier with 10 years of military experience. since the captain said nothing. The others naturally didn't dare to say anything either. Qin Ming looked at the airtight media room. He immediately saw the camera in front of him and erupted in anger, cursing at it. After cursing, he felt exhausted, and Lu Yong still hadn't appeared. Qin Ming knew that today seemed to be a day he couldn't escape. He wanted to bravely seek death. But once he thought about dying, the fear within him magnified infinitely. He realized that he didn't want to die. He was very afraid of death. When death was truly at hand, this so-called child of destiny exposed his most foolish and cowardly side. Qin Ming's body trembled. He began to cry, snot and tears flowing freely, shouting that they could talk it out, begging Lu Yong to listen to his explanation, to give him a chance to explain. Just then, Lu Yong pushed the door open. The cowardice and fear of a dying man were fully revealed. The moment he saw Lu Yong, Qin Ming's inner fear diminished, but hatred inexplicably surged in his mind, leading him to prepare to curse loudly. "Lu Yong, you bastard!" He took a handgun from a soldier, casually attached a long black silencer. When the silencer was fitted, Qin Ming's voice abruptly stopped. Bang! The door to the room was closed again. In the dimly lit audiovisual room, apart from the crisp sound of Lu Yong playing with the gun, all that remained was Qin Ming's heavy breathing, interwoven with terror, his body shaking uncontrollably, especially when the dark barrel of Lu Yang's gun was pressed against his head. Qin Ming felt a surge of heat. He couldn't care less about his wet pants, under the intense threat of death. Regardless of whether he was tied up or not, Qin Ming trembled and suddenly knelt down, unable to stand up again. He directly knocked his head on the ground, crying and pleading. "Let me go, please let me go. I beg you, please don't kill me. I was wrong. I acknowledge all my mistakes. If you kill me, you'll be breaking the law too. If you don't kill me, I promise I'll never appear before you again. Please, I beg you. Lu Yong, you can't kill me. I don't want to die. I still don't want to die." Snot mixed with tears and the yellow stain beneath him, due to being bound and unable to get up. As Qin Ming's face rubbed against the ground, a disgusting liquid formed, covering his face. Is this what a child of destiny is like? Lu Yong looked at him with disdain and cold indifference. He then kicked Qin Ming's head hard. Qin Ming was sent flying, but finally escaped that yellow mixture. He didn't care about that anymore, nor did he understand what a child of destiny was. He just looked at Lu Yong with a humble and pleading gaze. At this moment, Lu Yong said lightly, "If you want to live, you have to pay a price. Do you have anything to exchange for your life?" I have. Qin Ming was at a loss. His eyes filled with terror as he began to brainstorm. After a while, he despairingly realized that he didn't really have anything precious to exchange for his life. "Lin Ming, what if I give you Lin Ming? She's still very pure. I promise I've never touched her. You'll definitely find that out for yourself." When Qin Ming mentioned Lin Ming, it was as if he was talking about an object. Moreover, he truly believed that Lu Yong hadn't slept with her that day. At this moment, Lu Yong smiled playfully. "Lin Ming, I must say young Master Qin is really naive. Last time Lin Ming was at my house for several hours, I did say I hadn't touched her. But did you really think that was true, Qin Ming? Lin Ming is quite good, you know." Qin Ming was stunned. At that moment, he realized that he had long been wearing the green hat. Why was Lu Yong bringing this up now? What did he want to do? Then, Lu Yong smiled and said, "Did you really think I didn't know about your dealings with Lin Ming? Lin Ming has never treated me as a boyfriend. She's always been your Qin Ming's predetermined woman, right? How did he know?" Qin Ming dared not interrupt, but his eyes betrayed everything. Lu Yong looked at Qin Ming with amusement. "So, Lin Ming was originally your Qin Ming's woman. The only way I can think of that might allow me to spare your life is for you to bring Lin Ming to me so I can properly get to know her." The smile on Lu Yang's face terrified Qin Ming. It terrified Lin Ming, who was watching everything on the surveillance. She cursed Lu Yong for being shameless, firmly believing that Qin Ming wouldn't agree, but upon seeing the wavering in Qin Ming's eyes, Lin Ming also wavered. Qin Ming didn't curse Lu Yong angrily, but instead pleaded with him to change the conditions. "No, you can't touch Lin Ming. She must still be innocent. You can't lay a hand on her." Clearly, Lu Yong had already stated it plainly. Qin Ming instead went back on his word. It seemed that his previous stance was just a delaying tactic. But when Lu Yong pulled out the chat records between Qin Ming and Zhao Yamei, Qin Ming's whole being went limp. How is this possible? How could Lu Yang have chat records? The chat records could be sent to your family group in a second and would appear online in the next second. Of course, if you don't care about that, it doesn't matter. You might not even know that Zhao Yamei is currently a guest at my villa, and she's safe for now. At this moment, hearing that Zhao Yamei was here, Qin Ming panicked. He was 10 times more agitated than when he begged Lu Yang to spare Lin Ming. You can't touch my sister-in-law. Please. Plaise, Lu Yang. Lu Yang pretended not to hear and continued to playfully say, but if you insist on protecting Lin Ming, perhaps my anger will have to find another outlet, and that will only mean trouble for Miss Zhao Yamei. At this moment, Qin Ming didn't hesitate for a second and shouted out, Lin Ming, bring Lin Ming over. Spare my sister-in-law, spare Zhao Yamei. She's the woman I've dreamed of having, please. Lu Yang, I must have her, give her to me. On the other side, Lin Ming was in despair. She never expected Qin Ming would treat her this way. She never thought he would be a pervert who liked his sister-in-law. Qin Ming struggled as well. His mental cleanliness hadn't diminished at all, but he had no choice but to agree. If he could, he definitely didn't want Lin Ming to come to Lu Yang. But he had to make this decision between two options, hoping that after Lin Ming arrived, he could pretend that nothing had happened. Out of sight, out of mind. This was Qin Ming's thought. He thought it would be easy to accomplish. But when Lu Yang brought Lin Ming to the audiovisual room, and disregarding Qin Ming's pleas, stuffed Qin Ming's mouth with his own socks and covered his eyes with a towel, leaving only his hearing, Qin Ming heard Lin Ming's voice, heard Lu Yang's laughter. When everything truly reached Qin Ming's ears, it completely broke him. With his mouth blocked, he howled. Lu Yang gave Qin Ming an hour of rest time. After an hour, it was Lin Ming's turn to rest. Lu Yang's face was filled with smiles, and just when Qin Ming thought despair had reached its limit, his blindfold and blocked mouth had not been removed. 2 minutes later, another voice emerged. When that voice cried out, "Let me go," Qin Ming completely collapsed. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Lu Yang, you bastard. Qin Ming's inner despair and anger were overwhelming, but he couldn't utter a word. If just now, when Lin Ming was present, Qin Ming's despair level was 100, hearing Zhao Yamei appear here now raises despair level at least 100-fold. Qin Ming, if your brother knew you were such a beast, he would definitely kill you himself. But I have to praise you. Your taste is quite good. Zhao Yamei is a very good woman. To be honest, have you ever seen her goodness? It seems you won't have the chance to see it anymore. Then, Qin Ming felt his head being covered with clothing. That familiar scent he had sensed several times before. This is dumb Lu Yang. How dare he? The time is not too short. Zhao Yameng has already left. Only Lu Yang and Qin Ming remain. When Qin Ming questioned Lu Yang about why he treated him this way, he wanted to tell Qin Ming that in the previous life, he had treated himself the same way, taking his woman and ultimately killing him. Lu Yang wanted to tell him that he was just returning the favor. But after thinking it over, he felt that Qin Ming was not worthy of knowing. So, after giving him a good beating, he whispered something in Qin Ming's ear that left him puzzled. Do you know? If it weren't for this time, you might have already ascended to that throne with great ambition. After saying that, Lu Yang left. Before he departed, he left a meteorite in front of Qin Ming. This meteorite was one of the 5 pieces found in Qin Ming's car, which he had purchased at a high price, and it seemed to be of no value. The piece left for Qin Ming was extremely irregular and the roughest in texture. Not long after Lu Yang left, this meteorite began to emit a special glow. The light was not there from the beginning, but appeared only when Qin Ming held it in his hand. At that moment, Qin Ming had been freed from his restraints by Lu Yang and was about to study it closely when Lin Ming pushed the door open and entered. Seeing her again, Qin Ming's first thought was to strangle this filthy woman. But Lin Ming remained indifferent, coldly saying, Qin Ming, you don't have to look at me like that. Since you don't want me, I must have misjudged you. Lu Yang is much better than you, 100 times, 1,000 times better. You know what Lu Yang just did to me. No matter what, I'm now his person, and if you dare to touch me, you know what the consequences will be. Lin Ming was just talking to herself. But even so, Qin Ming felt some trepidation. Looking at the water, bread, and fruit Lin Ming brought, he ate fiercely with anger, thinking, since she's giving me food, it means she doesn't want to kill me. As long as I find a chance, I will definitely take my revenge and kill Lu Yang. After eating, Lin Ming remembered Liu Yang's instructions to wait here for the effects of the drug in Qin Ming's food to take effect. At that moment, Lin Ming hated Qin Ming immensely. She also wanted to see him die. Little did she know, from the very beginning, her own fate was also doomed to end badly. Outside, chaos had already begun. Yes, when I first arrived, I bumped into a crazy person, but I didn't dare to get out of the car and just rushed past. Now that I think about it, that must have been a zombie. And Siyu looked at Liu Yang, curiously staring at this man. At this moment, the place where they were was a very spacious basement. It was in a rough state, with no decoration, and apart from basic lighting, there were almost no water or electrical lines. The double-height ceiling was enough to be 8 meters tall. Seeing the octagonal meteorite in Liu Yang's hand, and Siyu showed curiosity. Yes, this is the meteorite I bought from you. Liu Yang did not hide it. Immediately after, the octagonal meteorite in Liu Yang's palm began to glow. The light was initially very weak, but as the glow gradually penetrated the surface of the meteorite, it became stronger. When the meteorite transformed from a cracked state filled with light to a shadowless light sphere, the colorful light illuminated the entire basement. So beautiful, and Siyu exclaimed in shock. Liu Yang smiled silently, but his eyes were filled with anticipation. He knew that what came next would be the real shock. Crack! The surface of the octagonal meteorite began to shatter. Then the fragments exploded and fell to the ground. A tiny light core appeared in Liu Yang's palm. It floated slightly, shimmering with colorful light. The light did not weaken because of the falling fragments. Instead, it became even more intense. So beautiful, so amazing. Is this an extraterrestrial product? And Siyu was already stunned on the spot. Perhaps because the colorful light core was in Liu Yang's hand, and Siyu did not feel a strong desire to consume it. She was just a bit dazzled by the colorful light, unable to comprehend, yet utterly fascinated. Liu Yang said nothing. Instead, in front of Siyu, he swallowed the light core directly. What seemed impossible to do when swallowed, Liu Yang felt no discomfort at all. Instead, he felt an extraordinary sense of comfort accompanied by that strong desire to consume. And Siyu was dumbfounded. She did not expect Liu Yang to swallow it. Just as she was about to ask what he was doing, Liu Yang said in a slightly serious tone, "Stay back." Immediately, right now, as soon as he said this, a colorful glow erupted from Liu Yang's body. This feeling was like a deity descending. But then, the colorful light turned into a fiery red. The scorching sensation made Siyu retreat far away. When she saw Liu Yang transform into a being of flames in an instant, her brain crashed. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Liu Yang selfie molatet. Liu Yang. Chapter 22. Instant Hell on Earth. Mutated demon flame of destruction. I don't want to run around naked. Hiss. So hot, so hot. The floor is so hot. It feels like this high-end wooden floor, worth thousands per square meter, is about to explode from the heat. What is happening in this basement? Shoo, don't ask questions that Shu and TB asked. I forgot, mister. Liu said that no matter what abnormal situation occurs in the basement, we shouldn't make a fuss. Even if there's an explosion, as long as the house doesn't collapse, just ignore it. Let us go. Let us move away from the living room. The dining room doesn't seem to belong to the basement area. There's a small TV over there. We can continue watching. Inside Liu Yang's villa, 10 people remained on guard. The rest, apart from guarding the other 2 villas, were mostly stationed at high points on the walls, on 24-hour armed shifts. Liu Yang's orders were simple. If zombies or suspected zombies appeared, shoot to kill. Millions of bullets piled up in Liu Yang's several villas. As long as there were no major zombie waves or battles, using a few months' worth should not be a problem. Even if they ran out, it wouldn't matter. If all goes well, within a week, Su Qingzhu would come to meet Liu Yang. By that time, the army would likely have suffered significant losses. But apart from a large amount of ammunition, the main loss would still be soldiers. Su Qingzhu had revealed that the military in Linhai City had ample supplies of weapons and ammunition, and there were even production lines for guns and ammunition. If they were really breached, it would definitely not be because of a lack of ammunition. At that time, Liu Yang could directly loot the ammunition, guns, and production lines, not leaving a single one behind. Liu Yang had considered warning Su Qingzhu about the horrors of the apocalypse, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. First of all, Su Qingzhu was not in charge. The military in Linhai City was still under the command of Su Qingzhu's father. Once the zombie virus got out of control, the justice-driven Commander Su would definitely mobilize the entire army immediately. No one could persuade him otherwise. What Liu Yang could do was merely remind Su Qingzhu to protect herself. He didn't care much about the lives of others. Su Qingzhu was a future powerhouse. Liu Yang didn't want to miss out on her. Damn it, is it already this chaotic outside? The cars on the streets looked like a graveyard of vehicles. Smoke rising everywhere, and screams all around. Look, even the reporters are surrounded by zombies. Damn it, the camera fell on the ground. In this chaotic world, the clueless media also seized the opportunity to report live, trying to attract attention with this explosive news. However, when the zombies pounced, these clueless individuals finally understood. This is not a play. This is not a drill. This is happening for real. The zombie mutation disaster. The entire city of Linhai has begun to collectively erupt. Starting from the very beginning, the first-generation zombies, hidden in the shadows, pounce on the populace like bloodthirsty dogs, comparable to athletes sprinting 100 meters, knocking down and biting the people. Then come the second-generation zombies, moving at half the speed of the first generation. But the elderly and children find it equally difficult to escape. In the chaos and crowding, more people are instantly bitten and infected. The virus mutates at a speed determined by the individual's constitution. Those with good health may take several hours to transform, but before that, they may be completely devoured by the zombies. About 10 seconds after the infected person breathes their last, even if only half of their flesh remains. Even if their heart has been ripped out, the corpse of the infected will mutate, joining the ranks of the zombies. For those with poor health, after being bitten, the virus quickly breaches their bodily defenses, mutating them while still alive in as little as 5 minutes. This is only for those infected by the second-generation zombies. If someone is unfortunate enough to be infected by the first-generation zombies, they can mutate in as little as 1 minute while still alive. Even the strong will find it hard to last an hour. Of course, once confronted by the terrifying first-generation zombies, being able to mutate is a stroke of luck. Because half of the people won't have the chance to mutate, they will be directly shredded and consumed by the terrifying combat power of the first-generation zombies, their hearts eaten, their skulls smashed, their brains devoured. That's right, the first-generation zombies have mutated again. At this point, the first-generation zombies stand over 3 meters tall, their bodies resembling the Hulk from movies. Each leap covers several meters, landing with the force of an earthquake, weighing over 1,000 kilograms. A single jump can crush the roof of a car. They have become the slaughtering demons of the streets. Linhai City, the entire dragon country, even the whole world, today, in just a few hours, has plunged into a storm-like apocalypse. This is an inescapable, vicious cycle. The deterioration of the zombie virus is not accidental. It is the result of long-accumulated mutations. Perhaps many countries had prepared doomsday contingency plans a week ago, and not just one plan, whether 10 or 100, were all crafted with great effort by the brains of humanity for a way out after the apocalypse. But at the moment, the zombie virus truly spiraled out of control. All official attempts to save humanity fell into despair. Rescue efforts have been ongoing. They have never stopped. But from now on, rescue will no longer be effective. The apocalypse has truly arrived. Soldiers watching the television were filled with terror and deep despair. In their mission, they couldn't leave. Not to mention leaving the city. Could they even get out of this street outside the villa area? The streets were choked with cars, a pile of junk, and driving away was impossible. On foot, even with guns, they probably wouldn't survive 5 minutes, right? The cameras thrown on the ground captured the deaths of too many people. Many watched helplessly as groups of police officers appeared. But within 10 minutes, they were completely wiped out, especially the first-generation zombies, with their terrifying Titan-like figures. The moment one of them smashed a police officer's body in a mush with a single punch, the soldiers felt a chill run down their spines. Young Master Liu Yang is truly impressive. How did he predict the apocalypse? He even built such a tall wall, a full meter thick. At first, I thought it was excessive, but now I suddenly feel a strong sense of security. At least the ordinary zombies outside the first-generation zombies won't be able to breach this 4-meter high, 1-meter thick reinforced concrete wall. Even if the first-generation zombies come, they will have to think twice. The 1-meter-high electric fence above is no joke. The soldiers' sense of security is right before their eyes. Some have already prepared to face death without fear. But there are still those who worry about calling home. Hearing that their family is safe, they immediately tell them to hide in a safe place, whether in a basement in the countryside or stay home and lock the doors. Hearing that their family is in danger, they all instantly break down. At this moment, everyone understands that they cannot go for rescue. Fortunately, the captain of the 100 soldiers has enough execution power and leadership, even upon learning that his wife and child are waiting alone at home for his rescue. He still endures the pain, boosting the morale of all the soldiers. Everyone listen. We are here to protect young Master Liu Yang's villa. Young Master Liu Yang has not treated us unfairly. Now, the outside is in chaos. If we go out, we will only die a terrible death. And even if we don't die under the zombie siege, we might starve to death. Protecting young Master Liu Yang's villa is the military's order. Now, everyone has seen it. The apocalypse is no longer about spreading panic. It has become a reality. I just received multiple messages that the Linhai police have almost fallen, departments are uncontactable, and paralysis is rampant. Even the provincial government of Linhai has completely declared collapse. The military in Linhai has been fully mobilized, but the casualties are extremely heavy. The mutation and transmission speed of the zombie virus far exceed everyone's expectations. Linhai City has fallen. With that said, all the soldiers and other family members cried. Some in tears, some in sorrow, some in despair. But the next words from a captain named Lin Biao lifted the spirits of all the soldiers. We have survived the disaster because we were assigned to guard young Master Liu Yang's villa. And thanks to young Master Liu Yang's crisis prediction, we established such a safe haven for the apocalypse early on. Therefore, guarding this place is no longer just our task. Or rather, what we are protecting is no longer just young Master Liu Yang's home. Here, from now on, it will also be the shelter for our entire Falcon Squad. We vow to protect it. Young Master Liu Yang has judged that the large-scale outbreak of zombies will not last long, at most within 48 hours. The outbreak period will pass, and then the zombies will enter a brief weakening period. We must hold on. Surviving is the only chance to rescue our families. Lin Biao's words greatly boosted the soldiers' morale. Next, zombies began to invade the villa area one after another. The soldiers entered a state of combat readiness. Outside, chaos reigned. Inside the villa area, Liu Yang's temporary shelter was completely under his control. In the basement, the turmoil outside seemed irrelevant to Liu Yang. At this moment, he had been in the fiery state for over a minute, with no signs of ending. And Yu, who was beside him, was initially really scared. The cold sweat on her body was very real, and the feeling of her hair standing on end still lingered, but the terror on her face had diminished significantly. At least she was sure that Liu Yang seemed to be in no danger, but it seemed her body had undergone a special mutation after consuming that colorful core. Meanwhile, Liu Yang, who was merging with his ability for the first time, finally understood that the levels of abilities are not arbitrarily divided. When merging with this colorful core, some information about the abilities had already emerged in Liu Yang's mind, as if injected by some transcendent existence. The name of the ability, fire-based ability, Flame God. The level is also predetermined. The name of Flame God has long been established. Liu Yang was still waiting for surprise. Soon Ding detected that the host has obtained and activated the first ability. Fire-based ability, Flame God, is locked. A mutation enhancement for this ability is in progress. Ding. Mutation enhancement completed. New mutated ability, fire-based ability, Destruction God Flame Demon. As the system notification appeared in his mind, Liu Yang felt the fire energy within his body begin to explode, grow, and mutate in an instant. Meanwhile, the observer in Yu, having forced herself to calm down for a moment, saw the flames on Liu Yang suddenly swell in scale, and the previously vanished colorful light appeared around him again. Wait, something's not right. In this moment of rainbow light, there was an additional streak of golden light. The fixed 7 colors are red, orange, yellow, green, cyan blue, and purple. And at this moment, in Liu Yang's rainbow light, the extra golden light was the reason for the enhancement of his abnormal ability. Not only that, and Siyu watched in astonishment as the rainbow light flickered and then disappeared, while the color of the flames surrounding Lu Yang gradually deepened from the initial yellow, slowly approaching a dark red. Moreover, the outer circle of the dark red flames was surprisingly surrounded by a streak of black. This feeling made Siyu feel magical. If just now Lu Yang seemed like a god of flames, at this moment, he had completely transformed, and Siyu inexplicably felt as if she was facing a world-destroying demon. This feeling terrified her. It made her tremble and not dare to resist in the slightest. All that remained was absolute awe and a sense of submission. So powerful. The mutation process lasted again for over a minute. Lu Yang stood there, and the ground beneath him was already charred black, with even the concrete and steel bars gradually burned to ashes, penetrating more than 10 centimeters into the ground, exposing the soil beneath. Lu Yang felt none of this. He only felt that, clearly in the state of the flame god, he was already very powerful. But after the mutation of his abnormal ability into the demon of annihilation flames, he felt that the destructive power of his ability had at least doubled, if not more. If the flame god was a god, this mutated ability truly had the capacity to annihilate gods. The demon of annihilation flames was terrifying. Lu Yang had completely fused with his abnormal ability, but he did not immediately enter the state of being enveloped in flames. The first reason was that his clothes had already burned off. However, after gradually adapting to his power, Lu Yang discovered that he could forcibly control the flame power to prevent it from burning his clothes. It sounded absurd, but once Lu Yang figured it out, he was pleasantly surprised to discover this outrageous power was actually his body elementalization. Body elementalization meant that his body could become flames. From another perspective, with this ability, Lu Yang could almost become immortal. However, after careful sensing, Lu Yang confirmed that the elementalization had not yet reached a 100% state. According to Lu Yang's estimation, at this moment, his control over the demon of annihilation flames could only allow about 20 of his body to elementalize. Fortunately, this 20 was not fixed. It could even be said to be quite flexible. Even if someone suddenly shot at Lu Yang from behind or fired cannon, as long as the projectile did not exceed the 20 range of Lu Yang's body, no matter where it hit, at the critical moment, his body would automatically elementalize that part. Otherwise, his body would directly melt away from danger, or the projectile would pass through Lu Yang's body at that moment, like passing through a flame. It would not pose a death threat to Lu Yang. At the same time, Lu Yang felt that his overall defense, reaction, strength, and so on were undergoing tremendous changes, increasing exponentially and still continuing. Even with only 20 elementalization, it was enough to protect vital points, which was already quite strong, right? Lu Yang was shocked as he clenched his fists. After entering the state of flames, he whispered in astonishment, "Is this the terrifying power of abnormal abilities?" Raising his head again, and Siyu, blushing, was staring intently at Lu Yang, not covering her face, but rather when her gaze fell, Lu Yang, with exaggerated speed, his body leaving afterimages, crossed a distance of 20 meters from a standstill in just a second, arriving next to Siyu and embracing her, scenting the maiden's fragrance. Lu Yang profochatifli asked, "This is the first time you've seen such a powerful weapon, right? Want to give it a try?" And Siyu almost blurted out. She wanted to ask Lu Yang if the weapon he mentioned was the flames that enveloped him or the weapon pressing against her thigh at that moment. The imagined scene of being assaulted by the flame man before her did not occur. Instead, Lu Yang produced a smooth, round meteorite. The meteorite shimmered with orange light. "If you want to become one of me, Lu Yang, that little information isn't enough to make a pledge. You saw it just now. Now it's your turn." Taking the round meteorite, the orange light flickered. Then the surface layer cracked, revealing an orange core. And Siyu was shocked. A storm surged in her heart. "If I eat this, can I become like you?" Lu Yang said lightly. "Perhaps. Let us give it a try." Unexpectedly, and Siyu blurted out, "But I don't want to run around naked." Lu Yang. On the other side, the meteorite that Lu Yang pretended to have dropped had also been activated. The extinguished flames of revenge in Qin Ming's heart were about to be reignited. Chapter 23. Stone Giant Abilities. The Saint Mother won't be absent. Then kill. In Liu Yang's villa. It has been more than 10 minutes since Qin Ming ingested the poisonous food. At this time, Qin Ming was free. Therefore, Lin Ming had been hiding far away. But she was curious as to why Qin Ming had not succumbed to the poison. She was now really nervous, confused, and expectant. Little did she know, Qin Ming was studying the glowing meteorite in front of him. Qin Ming recognized this meteorite. It was one of 5 meteorites he had collected. He was just puzzled as to why Liu Yang had thrown this meteorite here. He was guessing whether Liu Yang did it intentionally or accidentally. If it was intentional, what was the reason? Was there something inside that could kill? Could it be this glowing object? No, this thing definitely couldn't kill. Even if it could. His older brother Qin Shan was a scientist, and hundreds of senior experts in the research institute couldn't figure out. So Liu Yang couldn't possibly know more than they did. Then, this meteorite was accidentally left by Liu Yang here. With this thought, Qin Ming did not let down his guard, but he still cautiously picked up the meteorite. At this moment, Qin Ming had already started to sweat from his forehead, and his body felt slightly cold. But completely focused on studying the meteorite, Qin Ming did not realize anything was wrong. He only thought these small issues were caused by the meteorite. And thinking of this, he recalled his brother's suspicion that there was mysterious energy within the meteorite. With some cleverness, Qin Ming suddenly boldly guessed. Could the power within the meteorite turn humans into cultivators? Although the direction of the guess was a bit off, he guessed right about the main idea of becoming stronger. After being freed by Liu Yang, Qin Ming took the opportunity to smash the camera while Liu Yang was away. He did not know that all of this was under Liu Yang's watchful eye. After all, how could there be only one camera in this room? The remaining cameras were hidden in unknown corners. Liu Yang secretly observed Qin Ming's movements, enjoying the feeling of teasing the son of fortune. This feeling was like teasing a mouse, but Liu Yang preferred to compare him to a fallen tiger. He should have been the son of fortune, dominating the world. Being called a tiger is not an exaggeration. As for whether Liu Yang would become a dog to others, he did not care. Whether it's a tiger or a dog, a dragon or a snake, it is not defined by others. You can call yourself a true dragon, and you can also call Liu Yang a vicious dog. But Liu Yang feels that a vicious dog can slap a true dragon to death, which should also be quite interesting. The rules are set by the victor. The winners write history, and no matter how the dying struggle, they are merely the sparrows in the cage of the victors. He thought Qin Ming would be too foolish to discover the secret of the meteorite for a long time. Unexpectedly, he was relatively quick. Finally, after holding the meteorite for more than 10 seconds, under Lin Ming's uncertain gaze, the meteorite slowly floated from Qin Ming's hand. It flashed with a cyan glow. Qin Ming did not know what this represented, but it made him feel incredibly excited. Immediately following, the same surface cracked open, revealing the glowing core inside. The same intense desire to consume, it made Qin Ming hesitate, but ultimately he couldn't resist and swallowed it directly. At this moment, Lin Ming was completely stunned. What on earth happened? The meteorite cracked its outer shell, revealing a glowing entity, and Qin Ming ate it? Has he gone mad? He dares to eat anything. Qin Ming felt that Lin Ming would never understand why, because at this moment he had become a superpowered being. The moment the core was swallowed into his stomach, he clearly understood his ability. Level 1 power system, Stone Giant. At this moment, Qin Ming felt the power within his body surging wildly. In Lin Ming's view, Qin Ming began to glow. This strong light enveloped his entire body. Transformed into a glowing entity, Qin Ming's body began to swell, his height skyrocketing to 3 meters. His figure becoming a very robust and strange sight. The light so dazzling it was hard to see his body. Lin Ming covered her eyes, trying hard to see clearly. After a few seconds, the blinding light gradually weakened. Qin Ming had transformed into a 3-meter giant wrapped in stone. His voice became deep and heavy as he laughed. Ha! Ha ha! What powerful strength, what a strong stone giant body. The stone giant ability allows the user to transform into a powerful stone giant. Defense like stone, and strength that is extremely terrifying. Qin Ming felt that at this moment he could lift a car with his bare hands. His fists were the size of basins. A single punch could smash even an elephant into a pulp. This fierce power and defense made Qin Ming's inner despair vanish without a trace. While the flames of revenge began to burn fiercely, he was aware that there were many armed soldiers here, but this powerful transformation into a stone giant could withstand bullets, could smash every soldier and even their firearms. Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt his powerful combat strength, confident that he could take down all the soldiers here by himself. Thinking of this, Qin Ming showed an excited expression. Liu Yang probably never imagined that the meteorite accidentally left here contained such a big secret, possessing the ability to transform someone into such a formidable stone giant. If he knew, would Liu Yang regret it for a lifetime? Don't worry, Qin Ming, will soon turn this shock into fear and deliver it to you. Liu Yang, everything you took will have a price to pay. Superpower? Is this a superpower? Lin Ming's face was panic-stricken, just when she thought Qin Ming would kill her. He suddenly transformed back into human form, walked up to her, and was about to grab her chin. But then he recalled the disdainful shove from Liu Yang an hour ago, dropped his hand in anger, and glared at Lin Ming. He smirked coldly. Don't worry, I won't kill you for now. I don't know if Liu Yang cares about you, but I think if I could kill you in front of him, it would be quite thrilling. The stone giant ability is strong, but its level is low, and the duration won't last long. It just lasted a minute. Qin Ming felt a certain power inside him being rapidly drained. The words spiritual energy flashed through his mind. Spiritual energy is the power that supports the duration of superpower use. It seems that in the future, I need to increase the spiritual energy limit through cultivation, or even enhance my superpower level. Spiritual energy is like strength. It can be increased through cultivation. While it is different from cultivation in the traditional sense, it is similar to the spiritual power used by cultivators. Superpowers have levels, such as level 1 stone giant. Superpowered beings also have levels, with the standard of judgment being spiritual energy reserves. Whether it's Liu Yang or Qin Ming, at this moment, they have just acquired superpowers. Without exception, they are both level 1 superpowered beings, but their spiritual energy reserves are not the same. This depends on the initial superpower level they possessed, and each person's spiritual energy limit can be compared to a bottle. The higher the superpower level, the higher the spiritual energy consumed each time it is used. Correspondingly, the bottle for storing spiritual energy is larger, and the limit is higher. Conversely, the lower the superpower level, the lower the combat consumption of spiritual energy. Accordingly, the bottle for storing spiritual energy is smaller, and the limit won't be too high. Although both superpower levels and superpower being levels, as well as the limits of stored spiritual energy, can be increased through cultivation and combat, the higher the initially bound superpower level, the more it is equivalent to winning at the starting line. Qin Ming certainly didn't know that although his current superpower was strong, in Liu Yang's eyes he was still like an ant, and this superpower was intentionally left behind by Liu Yang, merely for Qin Ming to play a cat-and-mouse game before his demise. Everyone can break down. Qin Ming had already been shattered by Liu Yang's blows to his inner defenses many times. Now, after rebuilding his inner defenses, he was shattered once again. Utter despair. It should be very interesting, right? And Qin Ming was preparing to kidnap Lin Ming to find Liu Yang for revenge, even ready to charge through the door and confront these soldiers head-on. But the moment he slowly opened the door, he was taken aback. Outside, there was no one on guard. Hearing gunfire booming outside, amidst the shouts, Qin Ming understood that it seemed the zombie virus had broken out on a large scale, leading to zombies invading outside the villa, causing the soldiers to defend against them. Great. One opportunity. At this moment, Qin Ming's eyes displayed an abnormal red hue. His brain throbbed with pain. The zombie virus seemed to be starting to act up. My God, is there really that many zombies outside with such dense gunfire? Quick, listen. It sounds like there are cries for help outside the walls. Maybe it's the neighbors? Quickly let young Master Liu Yang open the door to save them. We can't open the door. Opening the door will let the zombies in. Absolutely cannot open the door. The world is in chaos now. We can't even take care of ourselves, let alone save anyone. But if we don't open the door, they will die. Would young Master Liu Yang really be heartless enough to watch others die outside his walls? If you care about them, then go out and accompany them. Can you stop being a burden to young Master Liu Yang? Damn it, You brainless do-gooders will get us killed at a time like this. Gunfire had caused many family members to leave the villa. Among them were the families of servants, as well as Zhang Yang and a few trusted subordinates of Liu Yang's company. Liu Yang let these people stay here for no other reason than that he thought these subordinates were efficient and obedient, matching his personality well. But these family members were different. When a forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. And just because subordinates are efficient doesn't mean they all have the same character. For example, at this moment, the two who insisted on rescuing others were mother and daughter. The mother was one of those so-called philanthropists who practiced vegetarianism, bought fish to release, and even released bottled water, thinking she was doing good, while in fact her actions introduced many invasive species, disrupting the ecological balance without realizing it. The daughter was a backbone of Liu Yang's company, working hard and obediently beside him. Weighing the situation, Liu Yang kept them in the villa. She was grateful that Liu Yang saved them. But at this moment, after her mother suggested rescuing others and was scolded by many, the girl named Liang Yezi stood up indignantly to defend her mother. Why should we go out? This is young Master Liu Yang's place. If he wants to save us, he will definitely want to save a few more people. There's so many armed soldiers here. And young Master Liu Yang has a whole house full of food that can't be eaten. Saving a few more people is definitely not a difficulty, right? Why are you speaking for young Master Liu Yang like this? Liang Yezi believed that based on her status as a veteran employee who diligently worked for Liu Yang, he would definitely stand on her side. Thus, at this moment, her words were fierce. She didn't care at all that there were also colleagues and other family members present. The mother and daughter stood against dozens of people. Liang Yezi wanted to say something more. Liu Yang's voice came hauntingly. So what you two mean is, Liang Yezi's spirit jolted. The mother and daughter exchanged glances. They looked towards the suddenly aware Liu Yang behind them. Liu Yang misled. Instead, he turned to the others in the crowd. Saving people is a very serious matter. I want to know if there are others who share this thought. To stand up bravely and express their opinions, hoping everyone will be bold enough to speak. Liu Yang's words seemed to give Liang Yezi courage. She straightened her back and looked at the crowd. Everyone, do not hide your inner thoughts. You have all seen that young Master Liu Yang supports our efforts to save people. But he wants to see how many kind-hearted normal people are left in this cold-blooded end times. If there are, please stand up, stand by our side, and speak up for those in need of rescue. Please do not stand with those cold-blooded people. That would harm you. Liu Yang just smiled and watched. His smile was hard to read. Some people were indeed shaken. However, more people stuck to their views, especially Zhang Yang, who knew Liu Yang best. He was saved personally by Liu Yang. But Zhang Yang understood. Liu Yang would never save useless trash. If he hadn't been able to kill a zombie at that moment, Liu Yang would never have saved him. In the past, in Liu Yang's company team, Zhang Yang also had some leadership skills. Many people saw Zhang Yang's indifference and firmly stood their ground, even blocking those who were wavering, worried that Liu Yang would drive away their families because of their cold-bloodedness. They believed Zhang Yang's judgment. At this moment, there would indeed be some misjudgment, fearing that Liu Yang would drive away cold-blooded people. But Liu Yang did not stop them from struggling. Some were pinned in place by their families. Some felt their inner kindness erupting, unable to hold back, even arguing with their children, accusing them of being cold-blooded and insisting they should stand up, to stand in front of Liang Yezi and her daughter. A few minutes later, there were already 6 people by Liang Yezi's side. In total, 8 people looked at Liu Yang. So, you 8 are all determined to save people, right? I want to ask a question. If I don't want to save, will you still stick to your views? Liu Yang looked at them playfully. At this moment, Zhang Yang had already seen the signs. Liu Yang had murderous intent. His heart skipped a beat. He wanted to save them. But in the end, the clever him still gave up. After all, Liu Yang had just given them the opportunity to choose sides when he remained silent. They chose a side and had to accept the result. Adults must take responsibility for their choices. If young Master Liu Yang does not save people, we will go on a hunger strike to make our point. Liang Yezi's mother took the lead. Following that, the 8 people shouted in unison, "Hunger strike to make our point. Hunger strike to make our point." Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Very good, you 8 come with me. After taking 2 steps, Liu Yang called out to the large group behind him. Zhang Yang, you all follow along. I want each of you to witness what happens next. Zhang Yang nodded. With a wave, everyone followed suit. Could Liu Yang really be saving people? Besides Zhang Yang, many were puzzled. Only Zhang Yang's face was heavy, especially when he saw and see you, the girl who suddenly appeared beside Liu Yang. She remained silent, looking at the 8 people with sigh. When a villa's walls were built to prevent accidents at the front door, a similarly sturdy back door was constructed. It was also a 10-centimeter thick solid iron door with a triangular support structure inside. Even a tank would find it difficult to crash through this defense. At this moment, there were few zombies at the back door, only a dozen. When Liu Yang arrived, the soldiers directly shot and killed half of them. Liu Yang waved to stop with the other half, and the 8 were puzzled as to why they weren't killed. Then, the main door slowly opened a gap wide enough for a person to pass through. Liu Yang led the way out. The 8 followed closely behind. Once everyone was gathered, Liang Yezi nervously looked around. She saw zombies charging towards them from several meters away. She shouted, "Open fire! Kill them! Hurry!" The gunfire did not come. The sound of the door closing abruptly made the 8's hearts drop. They turned around. They saw Liu Yang standing on a 4-meter-high wall, coldly watching them. He said something that made the 8 collectively despair. "Thank you for bravely standing up and helping my shelter save food and water for 8 people. But my shelter does not need saints, so you can go die." The 8. Instantly their brains buzzed. No one expected Liu Yang to be so cold-blooded, but they had no time to ask, as the zombies were already attacking. A few tried to get close to the door, but were pushed back by indifferent bullets, only able to rush madly towards a villa while the zombies were still far away, praying to escape alive to the neighboring villa. Before leaving, they shot hatred-filled glances, glaring at the direction Liu Yang had disappeared. "Liu Yang, you devil, may you die a miserable death." Bang! A gunshot rang out. The person cursing was instantly shot in the head. The others fled in panic. At the same time, Qin Ming, holding Lin Meng hostage, appeared in front of Liu Yang. Seeing the playful look on Liu Yang's face, Qin Ming's anger ignited. He thought he was being underestimated and mocked. He immediately kicked Lin Meng away. In front of everyone, he transformed in 1 second into a 3-meter-tall stone giant monster. Looking down at Liu Yang from above, he angrily shouted, "Liu Yang, today is your day of death." However, Qin Ming soon realized, besides those family members and civilians trembling in fear, Liu Yang still maintained his playful demeanor, even adding a hint of sarcasm. Not just Liu Yang. And Siyu, who had appeared here at some point, was also calmly watching Qin Ming in his stone giant form. "Damn it, I'm so terrifying and powerful. Why are they not afraid at all?" Liu Yang waved for Zhang Yang to take the unrelated people away. He didn't leave, instead sitting on a stone bench in the garden. He raised an eyebrow at Siyu. "Your letter of allegiance has been delivered. If you want to join my ranks, go ahead." Qin Ming's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Siyu. "Letter of allegiance. What does that mean? Wait, doesn't Siyu want to kill me as a way to join Liu Yang's ranks?" Thinking of this, Qin Ming burst out laughing. Arrogant. But the next second, seeing Siyu's change, he couldn't laugh anymore. "You, Siyu, you also became an ability user. Damn, what kind of monster are you?" Chapter 24. Qin Shan occupies the Research Institute. Liu Yang's sarcasm, Lin Ming's death. The zombie crisis erupted globally. Within almost an hour, zombies around the world seem to have entered a frenzied state simultaneously. Usually, military and police forces find it hard to locate zombies, but today, suddenly, zombies in dark corners, which would typically only act violently when encountering blood and living people, broke through this limitation and charged mindlessly into the streets. This situation caused global research experts monitoring the situation to feel a chill and confusion. Why? Why did these zombies suddenly enter a frenzy? Damn it. The attack desire and combat power of the first-generation zombies in a frenzy had nearly doubled compared to the second generation. If this continued, the world would be doomed. Inside the Secret Research Institute in Linhai City, located 100 meters underground, it is equipped with many high-tech devices. Previously, research focused on various viruses. However, after a sudden outbreak of zombies, the Research Institute has been receiving live zombies every day. Even now, there are still 10 zombies locked up in the glass prison of the Institute, among which 2 are first-generation zombies, and the rest are all second-generation zombies. Originally, These 10 zombies were only slightly agitated, and all data were still under control. But with the outbreak of the zombie crisis outside, the zombies in the Institute also entered a frenzied state, and the first-generation zombies mutated into giant monsters over 3 meters tall, with their combat power increasing at least tenfold. This is simply incomprehensible. If the zombies outside are agitated, one might speculate that some force is controlling them. But why did the zombies in the Underground Research Institute almost simultaneously enter a frenzied state? This is unscientific. It's not scientific. Aside from a few communication rooms that can manually lift the signal jamming, the entire Research Institute has been isolated from the outside world almost every day. There is no way to have any contact with the outside. This is 100 meters underground. Why is this happening? A group of old scientists fell into panic. As the data from the zombies with inserted tubes continued to surge, everyone was worried that the zombies would break free from their cages. But fortunately, they could still hold on for now. Then someone shouted, "Everyone come quick." The research institutes of Beautiful Country and Cherry Blossom Country have sent us a distress signal. They also shared their research results. They said the zombie virus suddenly erupted globally, possibly due to falling meteors around the world. Meteors? Could it be the millions or even tens of millions of small meteors scattered across the globe? Many scientists seem to find a reason. Among the crowd, Qin Shan thought of the meteor hidden in his bedroom. He pretended to wander around and then disappeared into a corner. But then that person shook his head. It's not just small meteors. They suspect that the main reason for the zombies' sudden agitation comes from the giant meteors that have fallen around the world. According to previous intelligence, at least over 1,000 of these super meteors are scattered globally. In the territory of Dragon Country alone, at least 30 have been discovered. At this moment, the data map displayed these 36 giant meteors within Dragon Country. Each one stood upright in the soil. Some even fell directly onto mountaintops. The giant meteors, with their obviously strange colors, formed a stark contrast with the color of the mountain stones. Each one exposed to the air was between 10 to 50 meters tall, and when counting their sizes underground, the largest was at least over 100 meters high. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look!" A colleague guarding the meteors sent a message saying the giant meteors are emitting a breathing-like glow, and energy detectors show the giant meteors are spreading some kind of energy outward. The message was a video showing the breathing glow of the giant meteors. At the same time, the energy detectors of the researchers analyzed that the energy exceeded the standard by more than 10 times. Even more terrifying, some giant meteors exceeded the normal standards by 100-fold or 1,000-fold. It must be these giant meteors causing the trouble. The mutation speed of the infected is accelerating. The mutated zombies have entered a frenzied state. After some analysis, everyone agreed, but they fell into confusion again. The world is in chaos now. Should we continue our research? Even if we want to research, how can we get to the giant meteors with the outside being so dangerous? It's even impossible to transport the giant meteors here. On the other side, Qin Shan went to his dormitory and took out the meteor he had hidden. It also began to emit a glow. This light was very strong, stronger than Qin Ming's, but much weaker than Liu Yang's colorful glow, distinctly a yellow light representing a powerful ability. Qin Shan is a researcher, but he is also a bold and meticulous man. Although he was nervous, he still didn't let go. He allowed the meteor to shine until the surface layer of the meteor cracked open. When a yellow core appeared in his palm, Qin Shan's eyes trembled slightly. Then, when he swallowed the core into his abdomen, a mysterious energy began to merge and explode within his body. Moments later, Qin Shan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. His ability, the Heart of Ice. Qin Shan quickly understood that he had become an ability user through the core of a meteor. His attribute was ice, capable of emitting cold air that instantly froze targets. The terrifying cold was comparable to liquid nitrogen. In Qin Shan's experiments, a wooden chair that was instantly frozen became so weak due to the low temperature that it crumbled with a single touch. What a powerful ability. So, this is the secret of the mysterious energy within the falling meteors. I must tell Qin Ming, Yimeng, and Mom. However, the family group chat made Qin Shan anxious. Could they be in danger? Thinking back to what Qin Ming said a few hours ago about going with Lin Ming to deal with Lu Yang and seize his wealth, now suddenly there was no news. The first thought that came to Qin Shan's mind was, what did Lu Yang do to Qin Ming? Damn, Lu Yang, you better not mess around, otherwise I will kill you. The ability gave Qin Shan confidence. Moreover, because he had become a powerful ability user, Qin Shan not only wanted to eliminate Lu Yang, but also wanted to take over the research institute. The goal, of course, was to claim all the small meteors used for research in the institute as his own. The apocalypse has come, and the outside world is in chaos. Qin Shan felt that no one would come to rescue the research institute anymore. Thus, he could do many things he wanted to do. Without hesitation, Qin Shan went to where the scientists were. He smiled at the most senior expert in the institute, Qin Yuan Shan. Old Qin, can I borrow the key you have? Everyone looked at Qin Shan. Qin Yuan Shan's expression was serious. His students even directly scolded him. Qin Shan, what nonsense are you talking? Only old Qin is qualified to use that key. Wait a minute, what are you doing? However, before he could finish, a substantial white cold air formed in Qin Shan's hand. Like a sharp sword, it shot directly at the young man. At the moment it pierced the young man's heart, the cold air instantly covered his entire body. The young man died, frozen solid. The whole person became an ice sculpture. Qin Shan slowly walked over and kicked the ice sculpture. The whole thing shattered into countless broken limbs and fragments, wrapped in ice. This cruel and domineering scene directly plunged everyone into panic. Qin Shan, have you gained an ability? On the other side, Qin Shan's stone giant form directly intimidated the entire scene. But no one expected that the seemingly inconspicuous young girl in CU, who originally stood behind Lu Yang like a weak follower, would suddenly burst forth with a powerful aura upon Lu Yang's words. Then, under the astonished gaze of everyone, NCU extended hundreds and thousands of satin-like tentacles around her, swaying with the wind, even lifting her whole body off the ground to a height of over 10 meters. From a distance, countless satin tentacles swayed around NCU, each at least several meters long, covering her body, resembling a monster like the thousand-handed Guanyin. However, NCU did not have 1,000 hands, but had hundreds of satin tentacles as hands. If NCU harbored any ill intentions, at this moment, Lu Yang had his back to her. This was her best opportunity to strike. Lin Ming watched NCU's transformation, going from shock to confusion and envy, and then to regret. NCU, why does she deserve Lu Yang's favor more than me? Clearly, this ability was granted to her by Lu Yang. If Lin Ming hadn't gotten involved with Qin Ming, if Lin Ming had devoted herself to loving Lu Yang, at this moment, standing behind Lu Yang, she should be the powerful woman with extraordinary abilities. It should be Lin Ming, right? Thinking of how Lu Yang just slept with her in front of Qin Ming, Lin Ming's heart surged with fantasies. Lu Yang must have forgiven her for being with Qin Ming, forgiven her for plotting against his property with Qin Ming. Lu Yang must still love her. When the time comes, she will accompany him. Lu Yang will surely grant her extraordinary abilities too. But what Lu Yang said next petrified Lin Ming. Kill that woman. And Siyu looked down from above, instinctively thinking Lu Yang meant to kill Qin Ming. Don't worry, I'll kill Qin Ming soon, etc. Who are you talking about killing that woman? Lin Ming? Lu Yang was playing with a military knife, not even glancing at Siyu. He looked at Lin Ming's bewildered expression, his eyes filled with mockery and indifference. Otherwise, do I need to repeat myself? If you can't do this, there's no need for you to waste your effort. I, Lu Yang, don't need people who are submissive and indecisive by my side. Even so, Siyu still didn't understand. Even if Lu Yang was cold-blooded, he had just slept with Lin Ming. Didn't that mean he accepted her? But Siyu thought of another possibility. Lin Ming never belonged to Lu Yang from the beginning. What if Lu Yang had known all along? Perhaps he was just playing along. How could he possibly like her? As for sleeping with Lin Ming, that was in front of Qin Ming. So, it was just Lu Yang venting his desires while toying with Qin Ming and Lin Ming, as a punishment for them. Thinking of this, Siyu's understanding of Lu Yang was refreshed again. Qin Ming, watching all this, couldn't help but burst in a hearty laughter. His voice was deep like a monster. Ha ha, kill Lin Ming? Originally, I, Qin Ming, planned to kill this woman in front of you. After all, she betrayed me. But now, since you, Lu Yong, want to kill Lin Ming, I don't want to kill her anymore, because I want to go against you. I, Qi Ming, am right here. I want to see how this waste of a woman can kill Lin Ming from my hands. From start to finish, Lu Yong didn't even look at Qi Ming. As Qi Ming spoke, he had already become extremely arrogant. Suddenly, something flew by at the speed of a bullet. Whoosh! It flew past Qi Ming's waist. No one even had time to see clearly. Lin Ming still had an expression of disbelief on her face, but a blood hole had already appeared in her forehead. Lin Ming fell to the ground dead. Before she died, she couldn't understand. Clearly, she had given her most precious maidenhood to Lu Yong. And even when Lu Yong violently ravaged her, she didn't resist, but did her best to cater to him, making him comfortable and happy. He was so satisfied at that time. Why'd he still kill me? And Qi Ming looked at Ncu. A stone hand instinctively covered the spot on his waist that had been crushed, revealing flesh and blood beneath the stone, where blood was flowing from. The place that had been accidentally swept when he attacked Lin Ming. Because of this, Qi Ming fell into endless panic. Just a sweep, and it easily broke through his proud stone body defense. Damn it, what kind of extraordinary ability is this? Chapter 25. The Death of Qi Ming. The clever girl Ncu. In the chaotic power struggle, first the person opposite turned into a giant stone monster. Then the girl beside young master Lu Yong shot out so many silk strips from her body. What is going on here? The silk is clearly very soft. Why did it suddenly become like a sharp sword? The stone man's body is clearly very hard. Why was it pierced by silk? I just heard the stone giant on the opposite side say, "This is an extraordinary ability." Is it because of the chaos in the world that such extraordinary abilities awakened? I wonder if we have a chance to become such powerful, extraordinary ability users. But we have food and water, high walls, large courtyards, and hundreds of armed soldiers guarding us. Now, with powerful, extraordinary ability users, even if the world is in chaos, we seem to be safe, right? Shh, be quiet. Don't disturb young Master Lu Yong. The whispers of the surrounding people were precisely the questions that Qi Ming found most unacceptable. Why? I'm a stone man. I can withstand a tank, but I can't beat a woman covered in silk. Qi Ming felt a slight fear, but more was an unwilling anger. When anger clouds one's mind, a person can lose their rationality. Qi Ming, with his giant stone body, charged angrily towards Lu Yong. Along the way, trees several meters high. He didn't dodge at all, directly crashed through them with his stone giant body. Watching the tree trunks that were torn apart, everyone gasped. What terrifying power! Some people nervously stepped back. Only Lu Yong remained motionless, continuing to sit calmly. I won't accept it. I won't accept it. Lu Yong, Ncu. You are all weak humans, and I, Qi Ming, have transcended humanity, becoming a godlike stone giant. My body can't be destroyed by cannons. You cannot defeat me. Absolutely impossible. I will kill you, Lu Yong. I will kill all of you. Qi Ming roared, losing his rationality, looking quite outrageous. However, Ncu remained completely unmoved. Just when Qi Ming was about 10 meters away from Lu Yong, Ncu's entire body, hundreds and thousands of silk tentacles suddenly changed direction, transforming from a seaweed-like wandering state to a straight spear-like form, directly aiming at Qi Ming. The other party didn't care at all, still charging forward angrily. The next second, all the silk rushed towards Qi Ming. Whoosh whoosh, boom boom boom. The sound of wind breaking mixed with a drum-like, loud noise. Qi Ming's stone giant body was indeed very solid. But that loud noise was the sound made when the silk pierced through Qi Ming's stone giant body. In an instant, 20 to 30 strands of silk pierced through Qi Ming's chest, abdomen, throat, arms, and legs. Blood stained the orange silk. Qi Ming's eyes, in that moment, became clear due to the intense sense of impending death. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. His heart and brain survived the disaster. Qi Ming could still beg for mercy, but Ncu still looked at him indifferently, casually shaking her finger. As her finger spun, aside from the silk that pierced through Qi Ming's body, countless other silks surged wildly. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, hundreds of meters. It seemed endless. Then, as if they were going to intertwine together, they began to get tangled up in just a blink of an eye. By the time people reacted, the swinging silk now had wrapped Qin Ming's stone giant body into a mummy, or it would be more accurate to describe it as a cocoon. Qin Ming was left with only his head outside. The silk was also considered enough to support the ground. At this moment, Qin Ming didn't fall due to losing support. Qin Ming felt the strong power of the silk binding him, but it didn't seem to be fatal. He suddenly realized, no matter how strong the silk is, it can break, right? Perhaps it could strangle a normal human, but his stone giant body, as hard as stone, although it could pierce, but that only represents that the speed is fast enough to produce extreme piercing damage, and it doesn't mean that the silk is very strong. Thinking of this, a spark flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. You can't kill me this way. Why didn't you directly pierce my heart just now? Lu Yang, you still don't dare to kill me, right? And see you too, you're all afraid of my brother Qin Shan's connections in the research institute. He works for Longhua, and if you dare to kill me, you're dead. Moreover, I have the body of stone giant. Mere silk would definitely break before it could strangle me. And see you looked at Qin Ming, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and extended a jade hand, just about to tighten her grip. Instead, Qin Ming reacted abnormally first. Lu Yang raised his hand to stop and see you from killing him. After waiting a few seconds, Qin Ming's expression began to twitch. His pupils crazily expanded and contracted, jumping back and forth. Damn, what's wrong with me? Only the onlookers could see that Qin Ming's pupils were becoming increasingly familiar. Zombie. He's going to turn into a zombie. Qin Ming heard this. His already desperate heart seemed to slow down half a beat. He didn't know how he got infected. He could only think of the food and water Lin Meng gave him. He ate what he should eat and drank what he should drink. It must be that bitch. Thinking of this, Qin Ming began to curse angrily. Lin Meng. However, Lu Yang waved his hand, and Siyu understood. At the moment she clenched her fist, Qin Ming felt what it meant to deeply regret. What it meant for a villain to die from talking too much. But it was all too late. And Siyu's fist directly controlled all the silk, instantly unleashing terrifying binding power. This power seemed endless, and most terrifyingly, these silks showed no signs of breaking at all. Instead, they kept shrinking and tightening. 1 second, 2 seconds. On the 3rd second, poof, a muffled explosion sound came. Qin Ming's body was instantly exploded by the violently compressing silk. Fragments of stone mixed with flesh and decayed internal organs splattered everywhere. Fortunately, the silk was wrapped tightly enough. Otherwise, both Lu Yang and the other onlookers would probably be splattered with the exploded flesh and blood. Qin Ming's head rolled to the ground. Perhaps in the last second, he completed his transformation into a corpse. The only remaining head of Qin Ming was still blinking and opening its mouth in a biting motion. Just as Lu Yang was about to ignore it, the last bit of consciousness in the head surprisingly spoke. I refuse to accept this. I lost to her, not you. Lu Yang was taken aback. It wasn't too surprising. Instead, he squatted in front of Qin Ming's head. You think you lost to Siyu? Not to me, Lu Yang. In your heart, I'm still just a useless person hiding behind women, right? Qin Ming didn't say anything. Lu Yang wasn't sure if he could still understand, but he extended his right hand. Young Master Lu Yang, it's dangerous. Zhang Yang and Zhang Jinyan shouted out loud, and Siyu was also ready to pierce that head at any moment, because they all knew that a centipede dies but never stiffens. This head could still bite through Lu Yang's flesh. They didn't know that Lu Yang had absolute immunity to the virus. When Lu Yang's palm ignited with dark red flames with black patterns, they breathed a sigh of relief, only to realize that their worries were unnecessary. They were left with shocked expressions. Young Master Lu Yang also possesses an extraordinary ability. Is this fire? Why is it such a deep dark red, even mixed with thin black strands? What a strange flame. As soon as Lu Yang's flames approached Qin Ming's head, even when it was still 50 centimeters away, the other party's hair had already started to burn fiercely. The skin began to melt away, exposing the skull. He opened his mouth in a grimace, as if using the last of his strength. Lu Yang, before he could finish speaking, Lu Yang said with a playful smile, "You know, this extraordinary ability in my hand was supposed to belong to you, Qin Ming, but I got it first. I have to say, just like your woman Lin Meng and your sister-in-law Zhao Yamei, this flame ability is just as great as them. What does it mean to kill someone and pierce their heart? What kind of deep grudge must there be for Liu Yang to repeatedly desecrate a corpse? And Siyu, who understood best what Liu Yang had done to Qinming, still felt it might be a bit excessive. But no one dared to say anything, because the person doing this was Liu Yang. He was the master here, and the supreme leader in everyone's hearts. They witnessed Liu Yang driving those 8 hypocritical women away. Even though there were zombies outside, they saw someone insult Liu Yang and get their head pierced. Perhaps it was because there was too much food and safety here. Or maybe Liu Yang was too domineering and cold-blooded. At this moment, no one felt Liu Yang was wrong. Young Master Liu Yang must have his reasons for doing this. If there was a mistake, it must be that this person did something to anger young Master Liu Yang. Their death was not a pity, nor was desecrating their corpse a pity. Killing to pierce the heart was also justified. Only Liu Yang himself knew that revenge has no limits. To be honest, killing Qinming has not been difficult since the moment of rebirth. Is Lin Ming very moist? She is indeed very moist from the perspective of a man. Liu Yang would admit this. But Lin Ming must die. Zhao Yimei is the same. Only Zhao Yimei had never offended Liu Yang, so she was able to keep her life. Qinming's head was directly burned to ashes the moment Liu Yang's hand approached. Revenge was achieved. Liu Yang felt no pleasure at all. Instead, it felt somewhat bland and uninteresting. Liu Yang sneered, mocking Qinming, but also mocking himself. A few minutes later, in the villa's reception room, Liu Yang looked at Siyu, who was seriously brewing tea. Actually, you had a chance to try to kill me just now. If you could kill me, you could definitely use this powerful, extraordinary ability to control my shelter. The control type ability, Linglong's Silk, is really a good ability. Every extraordinary ability is best understood by its owner. Liu Yang's probing was very direct, and Siyu smiled bitterly upon hearing this. Young Master Liu Yang, please don't test me anymore. Alright, Linglong's Silk is indeed a strong, extraordinary ability. But do you really think I'm a big-breasted, brainless girl? Liu Yang looked at her with interest. If you say so, it is indeed big. And Siyu didn't mind, but said with frustration. First of all, I don't have a thieving heart. Even if I had a thieving heart, my ability wouldn't be able to take you down. I still don't quite understand the combat system of extraordinary abilities, but I can clearly feel an overwhelming sense of pressure from you. Your ability should be much higher than mine, but you're a fire-type ability, and it looks like a very powerful dark red flame that doesn't seem normal. My silk is very strong, but your fire type just happens to restrain me. You know, even if it's other abilities that are higher than mine, I can still resist one or two. Liu Yang stared into Siyu's eyes, a pair of beautiful eyes full of wisdom. The two smiled at each other, and Siyu was very glad she had no bad thoughts. Otherwise, she would have already gone to be reincarnated. But she was also glad she had set her sights on Liu Yang early on, and just a few hours ago, even though it was chaotic and dangerous outside, she resolutely decided to come to Liu Yang. If it weren't for this impulsive behavior, how could she be in such a safe place? How could she have caught Liu Yang's attention and been granted such a powerful, extraordinary ability? Go call these few people over. Liu Yang played with a few pieces of meteorite and gave Siyu several names. She knew Liu Yang is about to select his first batch of trusted subordinates and grant them special abilities. As for the other meteorites in his possession that can also be transformed into special abilities, Liu Yang is not in a hurry to give them to others. Although he is not afraid of anyone betraying him, he does not want to waste these abilities on those with uncertain loyalties. Beep. Detected that the host has successfully eliminated the Son of Fortune. Qinming. Fortune level. Total plundered fortune value. 480 points. Calculating. Completion level is rank. Reward. Random lottery once can be consumed at any time to start drawing mysterious grand prizes. The reward has been credited. Just as Liu Yang was about to draw the lottery, and Siyu appeared with 4 people. The lottery had to be temporarily set aside. The 4 individuals are as follows: Zhang Yang, Zhang Jinyan, Special Forces Team Leader, Lin Biao, and the other is Gua Hu, one of the bodyguards who has been by Liu Yang's side, also the head of the bodyguard team. These 4 are currently the ones Liu Yang knows best and trusts the most, with only Lin Biao appearing somewhat like an outsider. However, Liu Yang has long had a deep understanding of Lin Biao, who also admires Liu Yang. The two have engaged in many close combat training sessions, and Liu Yang has conquered this brave man. He certainly does not think that winning someone's heart is easy. The reason for choosing Lin Biao also includes strong recommendations from Su Qingzhu and Liu Yang's own considerations, as Lin Biao is to lead this 100-man special forces team and may need to assist Liu Yang in some dangerous missions in the future. Since Lin Biao has this capability and his character and obedience are commendable, Liu Yang is willing to give him chance. You all saw the abilities that Siyu and I have just demonstrated. I want to know if you want to possess such abilities, Liu Yang said straightforwardly. As soon as he said this, everyone showed surprise and shock. It turns out this special ability is not randomly generated, but rather, Liu Yang can choose to bestow it. My God, young Master Liu Yang, are you a deity descended to Earth? Zhang Jinyan never expected to receive such an honor. She is probably the most astonished. Although this statement sounds outrageous, surprisingly no one questioned it. They all looked at Liu Yang with reverent eyes. At the same time, across the country and even globally, all small meteorites seem to have had some kind of restriction lifted by the energy waves from giant meteorites scattered around the world. At this moment, all of them have been activated. As long as someone happens to hold one in their hand, they will see a dazzling scene. If you are bold enough to follow the intense desire to devour caused by the glowing core after it breaks, and swallow it directly, you will seize the opportunity to become one of the first special ability users. However, the timid, those who do not understand, will hold the treasure but dare not take a step further. Yet, the pioneers who take that first step, at this moment, transforming into powerful special ability users amid the crisis. The remaining less than half of the survivors seem to no longer be defenseless in this zombie disaster. Of course, the special ability users are well aware that no matter what, the world has already fallen into chaos. The old order collapsed hours ago when the zombies rampaged. From now on, it is the end times where the strong compete. From this moment on, the special ability users begin to rise rapidly. A few days later, many small forces will emerge in Linhai City as shelters. Meanwhile, in the Linhai City military district, at this moment, in the military district's ammunition depot, Su Qingzhu and over 20 soldiers are holding their ground. Chao Zhengyu, with his teammates' blood on his face, pleads with a crying voice, "Miss Qingzhu, please. The helicopter is just behind the ammunition depot. We will cover you. You should get on a helicopter and escape." However, they still do not know that the horde of zombies has almost surrounded the ammunition depot, turning it into an island. Su Qingzhu finds herself in a desperate situation. Chapter 26. Su Qingzhu in a crisis. 5 key trusted subordinates. Holy Angel, do not give up. Brother Chao, you must not give up. I have said, I will fight to the death with my brothers to defend this military base. Even if we have to leave, we must leave together. Otherwise, I absolutely will not leave. Su Qingzhu is very persistent. At this moment, her military spirit is burning. Gao Zhengi Fao Haope. Sensing the immense pressure from outside the ammunition depot, he judges that the number of zombies outside is gradually increasing, feeling that if this continues, it won't be long before the door of the ammunition depot will be forcibly breached. Looking at the boxes of bullets and shells behind him, despair fills Chao Zhengyu's eyes. Are we really going to be buried here with this ammunition depot today? Well, if the horde breaks in, we will die anyway. So why not ignite the entire ammunition depot and let this disgusting pack of dogs accompany us in death? Chao Zhengyu's words infect some of the despairing soldiers. However, they have not reached the final step. Since they are in the ammunition depot, there is plenty of ammunition available. Their only difficulty now is that they dare not open the door. Once they open the door, their firepower may not be able to stop the zombies from advancing. The density of the horde is too high. If they cannot stop the horde from closing in, they will ultimately die. And using explosives at close range could easily ignite the ammunition depot. So at this moment, having ammunition but being unable to use it freely, their situation is very difficult. Finally, someone excitedly ran over from a corner of the ammunition depot. "Captain, miss, I found a cutting machine. We can stand on a high place and cut through the iron plates of the ammunition depot walls to forcibly create several shooting openings. We can also cut a few openings above the door for shooting. As long as we can shoot, we have enough bullets to gradually take down these damned creatures." This method was adopted. The soldiers quickly organized themselves. Fortunately, There are very high scaffolds inside the ammunition depot, and the power system is still functional. With a handheld cutting machine, they can quickly cut openings for shooting. Everything is developing in a positive direction. However, as soon as they cut an opening and looked at the density of the zombies outside, the soldiers despaired. It's over. We can't survive. Outside is packed with zombies. Too many, really too many, sob, sob, sob. It feels like everyone from our military district is outside, and there are not as many as these zombies. What do we do? Chao Jingyu hurried over and saw this despairing scene. But he is the captain. Besides Su Qingzhu, he is the highest rank. He also bears the responsibility of command. No matter how frightened he feels inside, Chao Jingyu still forces himself to remain calm at this moment. What is there to panic about? No matter how many zombies there are, we can still win. Let's make the opening a bit bigger. We have rocket launchers. And we have enough rockets. We have more grenades than we can use. If bullets don't work, we'll use grenades. If grenades don't work, we'll use rocket launchers and howitzers. What is there to be afraid of? Let us go. This statement once again resonated. The soldiers' conviction solidifies. They continue to create shooting holes. Su Qingzhu watches this scene. She is not afraid of death, nor does she fear the zombies. She just does not want so many soldiers to die protecting her. If it were not to protect her, these brothers would not still be here. They could have evacuated to a safer place long ago. Thinking of this, Su Qingzhu feels a bit guilty. But at this moment, Su Qingzhu remembers Liu Yang's reminder. In a crisis, do not panic and do not be afraid. Most importantly, one of Liu Yang's words flashes in Su Qingzhu's mind. If someone gives you a meteorite, be sure to accept it. Liu Yang was also worried that he might inadvertently say too much, affecting the plot direction and causing Su Qingzhu not to become the Valkyrie as she did in her previous life, which would be counterproductive. Therefore, Liu Yang didn't say much. But just this one sentence sparked a thought in Su Qingzhu's mind. Meteorite. That's right, before my father left, he seemed to have given me a small backpack. Su Qingzhu's father, when the army was going to fight the zombies, went with the mindset that he would surely die. For this, he specially prepared a backpack for his daughter, telling Su Qingzhu that the backpack contained items he could leave as mementos after his death, along with a gun and several magazines full of bullets. And a piece of meteorite was just one of the many items her father happened to obtain and casually placed inside. But it was this seemingly inconspicuous meteorite that made Su Qingzhu start frantically searching for the backpack. Come on, everyone. Help me find a backpack. Who has seen my backpack? There are important things inside. Su Qingzhu didn't have time to explain and didn't know how to explain, but still, some people helped start the search. Many hands make light work. Finally, beside many ammunition boxes in the vast ammunition depot, they found that familiar military green backpack. Su Qingzhu told the soldiers to continue with their work and sat alone beside the tall stack of ammunition boxes, leaning against one as she slowly opened the backpack. When she saw her father's backpack and the photo inside, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Chao Jingyu looked on from a distance, concerned. In silence, he didn't say much. Others wanted to ask, but Chao Jingyu shook his head. Miss Qingzhu might be missing Commander Su. Everyone, don't disturb her, keep going. Su Qingzhu knew clearly that she couldn't afford to be sentimental now. She quickly composed herself and pushed those thoughts aside. Then she rummaged through the bag and found the meteorite. The surface of the meteorite was very smooth. It was star-shaped, but slightly different. Just as Su Qingzhu was about to study it in detail, the meteorite began to shimmer with light in her palm. It was a dazzling golden color, like everyone else. Su Qingzhu was startled by this display for the first time, but still held on tightly to the meteorite instead of throwing it away. Moments later, the meteorite shattered into fragments. Su Qingzhu was startled. What is this? A glowing object? The intense golden light radiating from Su Qingzhu ultimately attracted Chao Jingyu's attention. He hurried over with concern. Miss, no. Seeing Su Qingzhu about to put the golden core in her mouth, Chao Jingyu instinctively tried to stop her. But it was too late. By the time he called out Miss, the core had already been swallowed by Su Qingzhu. Immediately after, the golden light disappeared briefly and then reappeared. However, this time, the golden light was surrounding Su Qingzhu. Initially faint, it slowly intensified, Under Chao Jingyu's uncertain gaze, Su Qingzhu transformed into a glowing figure, golden like a deity. The soldiers who arrived later watched this scene in utter astonishment. My God, Mi Su Qingfu, is she going to become an angel? That golden light is so blinding, yet it feels so sacred. On the other side, on the table in front of Lu Yang, there were several cores with the meteorite surface stripped away. They were all orange, representing level abilities. It wasn't that Lu Yang had good luck and found all level abilities. It was because Lu Yang had touched all the meteorites to reveal their cores. Once the cores were exposed, their colors wouldn't change. By observing the colors and the intensity of the light, Lu Yang discovered that the strongest ones were indeed level abilities. Fortunately, he only needed 5 people to become ability users. Lu Yang found that among all his stock, there were only 6 level cores. 1 more would be enough, but 2 more would be awkward. Among the remaining abilities, there were yellow, green, and the worst blue level abilities. These abilities, aside from their level being somewhat acceptable, Lu Yang didn't plan to keep for his core subordinates. For those who could be Lu Yang's core subordinates, he set the minimum standard as level ability users. Although abilities can grow and ability users' combat levels can also increase, the starting line determines their potential for growth. If someone starts behind, even if they become an ability user, they would still be an unpromising low-tier ability user. These cores were all of the same level as in CU's abilities. It should be noted that even I don't know what these abilities represent. Only by swallowing them can one determine what the ability is. It could be an attack type, a defense type, a magic type, or a physical type. Among abilities of the same level, there will also be differences in strength encounters, of course, provided they encounter opposing abilities. In short, the next step is to test your luck. Choose one and swallow it. Everything that needs to be said has been said. Lu Yang didn't elaborate further. The 4 of them looked at each other. The first to act was Zhang Yang, whom Lu Yang valued the most. He continued to trust Lu Yang, as always, and acted decisively. When Zhang Yang casually chose one and swallowed it, Zhang Jinyin and the bodyguard Captain Gua, who also randomly selected one. Only Lin Biao, the temporary captain of the Falcon team, hesitated. Not about the core, but because he had some doubts. Young Master Lu, I am truly flattered to be chosen as one of your 5 trusted confidants. You and I both know that we have only known each other for a few days, and based on our mutual sparring and interactions during this time, even with Miss Su Qingzhu's kind words, you have given me such an important ability quota. I want to ask, are you really willing to trust me? Lin Biao asked earnestly. The 2 locked eyes for a second. Lu Yang smiled, confidently and playfully. First of all, I don't trust you 100%, but I think you have potential, and I am willing to give you a chance to show yourself. Secondly, guess what NCU said when I just tested her loyalty? To this, Lu Yang nodded, indicating NCU could speak truthfully. NCU did not conceal anything, but was also succinct. My ability is very strong, but even if young Master Lu stood there and let me kill him without resistance, I wouldn't be able to do it. Young Master Lu is not afraid of any of us betraying him, even if we all become ability users. He can swiftly clean house at the first sign of our betrayal. Upon hearing this, Lin Biao suddenly understood, but his perspective on Lu Yang also changed. Lu Yang was honest enough to say he didn't fully trust him, but he also warned Lin Biao that he could test the consequences of any ill intentions. Lin Biao didn't ask further. He solemnly saluted Lu Yang. Young Master Lu, from today on, I, Lin Biao, guarantee absolute obedience and loyalty to you. Then what if I become an enemy with Su Qingzhu? Lin Biao was taken aback. If young Master Lu needs it, I will personally clear the way for you, no matter who it is. Lu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Lin Biao then swallowed the core. But Zhang Yang and Zhang Jinyan's bodies had already begun to change. Immediately after, the entire room was filled with the intense orange light from these 4. It didn't last long. Moments later, each of the 4 had expressions of surprise on their faces. Lu Yang and NCU watched from the side, both curious about what abilities the 4 had. Zhang Yang was the first to speak. My superpower is a speed-type ability called Flash Speed. Zhang Yang's seemingly ordinary speed ability, Flash Speed, can not only burst forth with nearly instantaneous speed that creates afterimages, but it can also achieve a 1-kilometer teleportation in a second. Additionally, during the teleportation process, His brain can match this speed with quick thinking, vision, and overall physical agility. At the same time, to withstand the immense pressure brought on by such terrifying speed, Zhang Yang's body has also been modified by his superpower. His physical strength has increased by at least 100 times. For example, even if the world boxing champion were to punch Zhang Yang's body for an hour, he wouldn't have much of a reaction. At most, he would just wave his hand and send the champion flying. After all, his overall body strength has increased 100-fold, so his power won't be too weak either. I am a level, strength-type superpower called Mountain Mover. The bodyguard Captain Gua, who spoke up. Everyone agreed that this ability suited him well. Standing at 9 meters tall and weighing nearly 300 pounds, he is naturally a brute. Activating a strength-type ability is quite fitting for him. This ability is also terrifying. His defense has been enhanced to the point where he is not afraid of ordinary zombies' bites, as their skin cannot break through. The most frightening aspect is his strength. In the most straightforward comparison, if Qin Ming were still alive and transformed into a stone giant using his ability, Guohu would only need one punch to smash Qin Ming's stone giant body to pieces. Even a heavy tank would have to think twice before facing Guohu. I am a level support-type superpower called Healing Heart. Zhang Jinyan's superpower also fits her identity very well. Healing Heart is powerful enough that as long as the heart and brain are still functioning, Zhang Jinyan can revive a person. Additionally, she can forcibly repair minor physical injuries through her ability. The strongest point is that if someone is bitten by a zombie and infected with the virus, as long as they receive treatment from Zhang Jinyan within 10 minutes, the zombie virus can be eliminated. Time is just a conceptual value. Perhaps a stronger zombie virus might not be curable in 10 minutes. Or maybe a slightly weaker virus could be treated if the infected person is physically strong enough to last half an hour. Finally, there is the Falcon Team leader Lin Biao. My superpower is a level heavy firepower ability called Bomb Man. It is a simple and brutal ability with many uses. For example, after consuming spiritual energy, Lin Biao can casually release small bombs comparable to grenades. He can even release terrifying attacks comparable to heavy missiles by accumulating spiritual energy. As long as he compresses enough spiritual energy, destroying a building is not impossible. While it seems like a ranged attack skill, he can also self-detonate when enemies get close. During this self-detonation, he won't take damage, but enemies within a 10-meter radius will be blown to smithereens. At the same time, as a level superpower user, his speed, defense, and overall physical strength have become incomparable. Everyone is currently very excited, loving their abilities. Indeed, there are differences in strength, but each person has their own characteristics, especially in Siyu and Lin Biao, who possess large area destructive superpowers. Even Zhang Yang's flash speed ability, when trained proficiently, could achieve a large-scale extermination effect while hunting zombie hordes with just 2 high-strength long knives. Very good. Familiarize yourselves with your superpowers briefly. Then go out and clear the zombie hordes around the walls. Don't be reckless. Killing zombies is not the main goal. The main aim is to help you quickly become powerful superpower users. Afterward, I will assign you tasks one after another. After Lu Yang finished explaining, everyone nodded in agreement. As for Zhang Jinyan, even though she has already acquired combat capabilities beyond ordinary people, Lu Yang still doesn't want her to take risks. Support-type healers are rare and precious, and Lu Yang must protect her well, of course, to prevent her from being unable to save herself in case of danger. Lu Yang decided to personally take Zhang Jinyan out to hunt some weaker zombies to gain some training for future self-rescue. Is there still no news from Su Qingzhu? Report to young Master Lu Yang. There is currently no news, Lin Biao said, somewhat worried. Lu Yang said little and continued to let everyone train, muttering to himself. Considering the time, Su Qingzhu should be about to acquire her superpower, right? After some thought, Lu Yang wanted to make a phone call to ask, but found that the call wouldn't go through. It seems the phone is either out of battery or broken. After weighing his options, Lu Yang found Lin Biao. Prepare 3 transport helicopters. You, me, and CU will each take one to see the situation at the military district. Lu Yang didn't directly say he was going to rescue Su Qingzhu and the others, but Lin Biao, who was concerned about his comrades, was still pleasantly surprised and saluted. Yes, in the ammunition depot, some people were still frantically opening shooting holes. They were very worried about Su Qingzhu. They feared that she might have swallowed something strange, leading to some danger. If that were the case, they would really regret it too late, especially Chao Jingyu. Earlier, he had instructed the soldiers not to disturb Su Qingzhu. Did he, out of longing, accidentally think of something that was quickly denied by Chao Jingyu? Su Qingzhu is a resilient and strong female soldier, not the kind of delicate and weak girl who would do something drastic. Finally, under their tense gaze, Su Qingzhu finally reacted. First, the golden light around her body gradually weakened. When it completely extinguished, Su Qingzhu's closed eyes suddenly opened, and the red pupils disappeared, replaced by completely golden pupils. Level, superhuman type, superpower, holy angel. As Su Qingzhu murmured, before Chao Jingyu and the others could question her, a sudden flash of white light appeared behind Su Qingzhu. When 4 enormous white wings appeared behind her, everyone was stunned. Su Qingzhu is over 1.7 meters tall, but these 4 white wings, each individually exceeding 2 meters in length, have a span of at least 5 to 6 meters. Moreover, they are not a pair of wings. They are 4 wings, like an angel. Chao Jingyu and the others were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Some even swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the awe inspired by this holy angel, just as they could not help but want to worship. Su Qingzhu restrained a bit of her angelic aura and displayed a familiar, human-like surprise on her face. Everyone, we are saved. Chapter 27, The Violent Aesthetics of the Holy Angel. The Brutal Werewolf of Lin University. Are we really going to open the door? Captain, Miss, this door is about to give way. It's estimated that there are at least thousands of zombies outside, if not more. The 2 soldiers preparing to open the door were very nervous. It would be a lie to say they weren't scared, but as Special Forces soldiers, each of them has strong bloodlust. No matter how much fear they feel, it will be suppressed by their resolute spirit. They were mainly worried that the leader's plan was too hasty. Chao Jingyu was also very anxious inside. When he looked at Su Qingzhu, her wings had changed color. The white wings had transformed into a silvery metallic sheen, and upon closer inspection, each feather seemed unusually sharp, radiating a cold light that instilled fear. Let's open the door. As I said earlier, at the moment the door opens, heavy machine guns will be on alert, but do not fire indiscriminately. In the first battle, let me test my abilities. If I can't hold on, you can act. As Su Qingzhu's voice fell, her hands transformed into a 3-meter-tall weapon. This is a weapon that no one has ever seen before. It is 3 meters long, with a grip of about 1.5 meters in the middle. And at both ends, there are strikingly long, slender, double-edged swords, each about 80 centimeters long. The double-edged swords are also quite unusual. Not the long swords commonly associated with the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, they are long and tapered, starting from a width of about 10 centimeters at the grip, narrowing to a sharp point of 80 centimeters, exuding a cold gleam. With blades on both sides, their sharpness is evident. Such an exaggerated weapon reveals an extraordinarily terrifying aura of slaughter. Clearly, it is the power of a holy angel, yet it radiates a killing aura that makes it feel impossible to approach Miss Su. Even getting a little closer sends shivers down one's spine. At this moment, even the well-informed Chao Jingyu cannot withstand the intimidating presence of Su Qingzhu. Everyone instinctively moves back to more than 10 meters away from her. The ammunition depot features a massive sliding door, and as 2 soldiers pull with all their might, a gap begins to form in the middle of the door. The moment the first zombie appears, Su Qingzhu's expression turns serious. Step back. Everyone retreats. No one dares to delay. Except for the 2 still struggling to open the door, the others quickly retreat to a makeshift trench 50 meters away. The gap in the door widens. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. As the door opens wider, the horde of zombies starts to surge in. 1, 10, hundreds. Roar, roar. The zombie horde emits a bloodthirsty howl. With the 2 soldiers escaping the scene, the zombie horde goes into a frenzy, just as Su Qingzhu is about to be surrounded by the zombies. Chao Jingyu and the others think she has been stunned with fear and are about to open fire to rescue her when Su Qingzhu finally moves. Her beautiful eyes sparkle with brilliance. The 3-meter double-ended spear in her hand swings in action. She doesn't even make any overly complicated moves. Just swings the spear horizontally toward the oncoming horde. In the next second, a wave-like invisible attack shoots out in a semicircle from the double-ended spear, spreading out. In an instant, the lead group of at least 100 zombies, who were charging forward just a moment ago, suddenly freeze in place, their howls silenced, their steps halted. Just when everyone is confused, the heads of these hundreds of zombies are instantly severed in half. Heads and bodies collapse to the ground in waves. Everyone's hearts skip a beat as they look toward the door. They find that the door and the thick walls on both sides have been cut with a clear, visible gap by that attack. When the light shines through the steel walls, everyone falls silent. How powerful! Is this the combat strength of Miss Su's holy angel abilities? It's a bit terrifying. No wonder she said, "We don't need to fire our guns." To be honest, Su Qingzhu herself is somewhat shocked, but she knows that this was just a test. She still has many moves in her mind that she hasn't used yet. So next, let us use these zombies as human targets for testing. Su Qingzhu superises head inet excitement. The aura of slaughter surges. Her beautiful eyes sparkle with brilliance. Kill. In the next moment, Su Qingzhu spreads her 4 wings. Silver-white metallic wings burst forth, propelling her like a cannonball. Where she passes, the wings slice like knives, and the zombie horde is severed, collapsing in pieces. With each swing of the double-ended spear, a terrifying fan-shaped spear light spreads out, and zombie heads litter the ground. Next, Su Qingzhu's killing moment begins. On the helicopter, Liu Yang finally has some downtime. He opens the system to prepare for a lottery opportunity. Although he doesn't know what rewards there are, he remembers the grand promises the system made about a super shelter. Lottery begins. Congratulations, you have won the grand prize. 1 super shelter for 10,000 people. Notice, upon winning this reward, the super shelter's location has been selected, and all basic living facility configurations are fully constructed, ready for immediate occupancy. Seeing this reward, Liu Yang breaks into a smile. It seems the system is not just about making grand promises. It can actually deliver on some of them. With the reward appearing, a detailed map emerges in Liu Yang's mind. Based on his knowledge of Linhai, he pinpoints the approximate location. The map also shows that the area where the shelter is located is not too close to the city center, but has many conveniences typical of a shelter. For instance, 20 kilometers to the east of a shelter is a power station. 10 kilometers to the north of a shelter is a freshwater river. The area surrounding the shelter is spacious enough, but there are also many unfinished buildings. These unfinished buildings can be utilized. On one hand, they can provide cover for open terrain to prevent difficulties in defending against large-scale zombie waves. If used well, these buildings can become fortified positions for soldiers. Meanwhile, on the other side of the shelter, about 5 kilometers away, there is also a high-rise building under construction with over 60 floors. The building is halfway done, with all the exterior glass installed, and interior decoration mostly complete. It can be used for habitation, but Liu Yang thinks it is more suitable as a lookout tower. Standing atop the building, nearly 200 meters high, one can almost see far in any direction with binoculars. Completely unobstructed. A top-tier lookout tower. Of course, later on, if enough people are recruited, those who do not qualify to live inside the shelter can temporarily stay in this building. Since Liu Yang plans to make a significant move after his rebirth, he is not only considering the immediate area around the shelter. The shelter is merely a temporary encampment. Rather than waiting for these factions to come and challenge him, it will be better to find an opportunity. Directly dominate all the small and large forces in Jianghai City. Take the useful ones and eliminate the useless ones. It's as simple as that. Before this, Liu Yang was not in a hurry to do this. On one hand, his own power needs to develop a bit and arrange the relocation of the shelter. On the other hand, he hopes these factions can develop quickly. It doesn't matter whether they are many or few. It is best if they can stockpile some resources so that when the time comes to harvest, he won't return empty-handed. The chaotic situation, the competition among heroes makes it interesting. Liu Yang looks down from the helicopter. The streets are still in disarray. Under the night, The screams mixed with explosions do not make Liu Yang feel depressed, but instead, there is a strange calmness, as if all of this has nothing to do with him. It seems that these people are destined to die. The so-called competition among heroes means that the deer are the weak and powerless survivors who manage to live on. In the future, these ordinary people who do not become ability users can only rely on some powerful force to survive, for which they might have to pay a lot. For example, food, items, information, or even wives, daughters, and all women. In the future, these will be the resources fiercely contested by the powerful. The weak will ultimately be like ants and pigs. The strong will rule with brutality and bloodshed. These ability users, who will rise to become the overlords of shelters, will be the fierce heroes in this competition. As for Liu Yang, if they count as heroes, he prefers to call himself the great hunter of these heroes. Arrogant? This is the apocalypse. If one isn't arrogant, how can they deserve this new world after the old order collapses? At this moment, within Linhai University, a girl suddenly transformed into a zombie appears ahead. It is impossible for there to be only this one virus. It is just that the incubation period of the previous virus was very long, and the infected individuals did not mutate quickly. However, with the spread of the energy waves from the global giant meteorite, the zombie virus was instantly activated. All the boys who had in-depth interactions with this girl were rapidly mutating in fever at this moment. And if someone were to conduct a statistic, at least dozens of people had mutated because of this girl. Most of them were boys, but there would also be a few girls. However, this was just an individual case. An hour ago, the school was filled with screams. At least 20 people mutated first. Half an hour ago, chaos erupted in the school. At this point, there were at least 100 mutants, and the first batch of 20 mutants had already bitten countless students in this half hour since the outbreak. The entire school turned into a hell on earth. Yet there were still people secretly hiding meteorites in the school. Gao Wei was in the dormitory, listening to the howls of zombie classmates in the corridor, trembling all over. 2 of his classmates were his roommates, and they both turned into zombies within 10 minutes. Fortunately, Gao Wei was strong enough. Just before they went crazy after mutating, he pushed them out of the dormitory. At this moment, the 2 classmates were outside the door, seemingly wanting to find Gao Wei to take his life, banging on the door madly, their low growls sending chills down Gao Wei's spine. What to do? I don't want to die. I want to live. At this time, behind the bed opposite Gao Wei, there was actually a girl. It was actually Wang Fong, and Siyu's roommate, who had helped Siyu negotiate with the gatekeeper to let her leave. Wang Fong was Gao Wei's girlfriend. Coincidentally, this incident happened when Wang Fong came to find Gao Wei. Gao Wei, think of a way. Wang Fong cried out. Gao Wei, aren't you smart? Please, think of a way quickly. Gao Wei was both scared and anxious. But then he thought of the incident where Liu Yang was buying meteorites. At that time, he didn't feel much, but now thinking back, Gao Wei felt that there might be some secret in this matter. Gao Wei had once been roommates with Liu Yang, but their time together was short. Liu Yang had dropped out to start a business, and when he initially called Gao Wei to be his partner, Gao Wei thought it was unreliable and didn't go with him, while Zhang Yang, another roommate, resolutely followed Liu Yang. Later, Liu Yang became a billionaire. Zhang Yang, following him, also became a multi-millionaire. Gao Wei had regretted this for several years. He knew it was all because he didn't believe in Liu Yang. But deep down, Gao Wei was sure of Liu Yang's intelligence and keen sense, as evidenced by Liu Yang's entrepreneurial success, which demonstrated that he had keenly captured a business opportunity that everyone else misunderstood, and he really succeeded. So the meteorite, it seemed that Liu Yang had also sniffed something secret. Don't cry, Wang Fong. Hurry, go to the box under my bed. Find a tea can. There's a meteorite in the tea can. Bring it to me. Forget it. Just bring me the tea can. Wang Fong was puzzled and still confused. Gao Wei shouted angrily. If you don't want to die, hurry up. Okay. Wang Fong was scared. The tea box was delivered to Gao Wei's hands. When he opened the box, a meteorite appeared in Gao Wei's hand. Although the meteorite had a strange shape, it was relatively smooth. The next second, the meteorite showed a slight crack. Light began to shine out, and then gradually expanded and spread, with cracks densely appearing until the surface of the meteorite shattered. After a moment, Gao Wei felt the terrifying power within his body in shock. He looked at Wang Fong, who was trembling and terrified, and said, "Don't be afraid. Wang Feng, I am still Gao Wei, but I am also the ability user Gao Wei now. Level animal type ability, brutal wolf." This was Gao Wei's ability. At this moment, his height and weight underwent a tremendous change. He was nearly touching the ceiling of the dormitory. His legs transformed into strong wolf legs, his claws slightly spread, and from all his fingers extended sharp claws at least a foot long. With a casual swipe, deep claw marks appeared on the wall. This made Gao Wei brim with confidence. He felt like the king of this world. "Don't be afraid, Wang Feng. Next, I will kill all these damn zombies." On the other side, Liu Yang and the others' plane finally arrived over the military district. The military district in Linhai City was large, divided into several areas. Initially thinking it would take a long time to search, Liu Yang overthought it. The group arrived over the ammunition depot, where Su Qingzhu and others were hiding. Looking down at the brightly lit area filled with separated corpses of zombies, blood and flesh mixed together, producing a sky-high stench of blood. Everyone on the plane instinctively covered their mouths and noses. But the next moment, a figure with 4 metallic feathered wings stretched out, swiftly passing by and killing hundreds of zombies appeared. Before everyone could react, they instinctively exclaimed, "What the hell?" Only Liu Yang, amidst the shock, showed a satisfied expression. "Su Qingzhu," she succeeded. Chapter 28. You are the future Valkyrie. Just want to kill. Find Zhao Yameng to unload the goods. Liu Yang knew Su Qingzhu from his previous life, but he didn't know much about her abilities. The fundamental reason was that, in his last life, he trusted Lin Ming too much, which led to everything being taken away by her and Qin Ming. Even the meteorite that Liu Yang originally had was taken away. Later, Liu Yang learned that that meteorite activated a level ability. Although it couldn't compare, in the apocalypse, obtaining a level ability was enough to dominate a region. As long as one didn't seek death, they could be a carefree king of the mountains. Not to mention, women and resources would definitely be at their disposal. Some of the bottom-tier ability users in the previous life could occupy several women to enjoy life, let alone a level ability user. In his previous life, Liu Yang became an ordinary person. Fortunately, relying on his own strength, he developed skills in hacking zombies, but that was all. In the early stages, he could still protect himself, but as time passed, the zombies gradually mutated and became stronger. Many powerful monsters even appeared. At this time, no matter how skilled humans were, they could not offset the gap in combat power. In short, in his previous life, Liu Yang's combat power and status did not qualify to fight alongside ability users, let alone with someone like Su Qingzhu, the queen among ability users. In his previous life, Su Qingzhu was an undisputed Valkyrie. It wasn't self-proclaimed, nor was it a small-scale spread. Later, in many terrifying battles, Su Qingzhu showcased her powerful combat power vividly. And those who were unconvinced were basically taken down by Su Qingzhu, which was recognized by many strong ability users. Simply put, it was a title forged through hard work. At that time, Su Qingzhu was a dazzling existence that Liu Yang looked up to and didn't even dare to look at directly. But in this life, Liu Yang not only could look at Su Qingzhu freely, but could also bring her under his command. Even, he could publicly embrace Su Qingzhu. Congratulations. I almost thought I would have to collect your corpse here. Su Qingzhu thought it was a touching embrace and was about to burst into tears with joy when she heard this and directly laughed out loud. Then, she playfully punched Liu Yang. Cough, cough, cough. Not my beautiful Miss Su. If you don't want to punch your good big brother to death, could you please not hit others so casually in the future? Liu Yang coughed a few times. Su Qingzhu thought Liu Yang was just pretending. After all, although she was a soldier, she was still a girl. How much strength could she have? Plus, she didn't use much strength. Liu Yang insisted that Su Qingzhu punch the armored vehicle with all her strength. Su Qingzhu complied, and when she saw that it was just half the power, that punch created a deep imprint on the armored vehicle. Su Qingzhu was completely stunned. Not only was she stunned, but everyone else was too. Even the other ability users, and Siyu and Lin Biao, felt that they couldn't possibly achieve such a level. Are you kidding me? The armored plating on that vehicle can withstand shots from large-caliber sniper rifles. Forget fists. Even a strong man swinging a sledgehammer wouldn't be able to make any dent on that armored vehicle. Yet Miss Su Qingzhu's punch actually did. Lin Biao was a direct subordinate of Chao Jingyu, but just half a rank lower, one being a primary and the other deputy. Hearing Lin Biao's exclamation, Chao Jingyu looked on with a hint of pride and disdain. What's wrong, old Lin? Do you want to compete with our Miss Qingzhu? Have you forgotten that all those thousands of zombie corpses in the yard were taken down by Miss Qingzhu alone? She is now a powerful ability user. After Chao Jingyu finished speaking, Lin Biao chuckled and, rotating his fist, punched the armored vehicle as well. This action alone was enough to prove that this punch should not be underestimated. Gao Zengi Ga Pet, Lin Biao, you rascal. Lin Biao nodded proudly. Then, in front of everyone, he threw something forcefully at a spot 10 meters away. Although he had nothing in his hand, it seemed like an indistinct object was thrown out. In the next second, the car that Su Qingzhu had accidentally cut in half exploded with a deafening bang. The power of this explosion was at least comparable to a high-explosive grenade. Chao Jingyu looked on with envy. He didn't understand. This kid had also become an ability user. You little rascal, your luck is too good. It looks like your ability is quite powerful too. Su Qingzhu nodded in agreement, realizing that Lin Biao's ability level was also not low. On the contrary, Lin Biao felt a bit embarrassed. My ability is only at level X, much weaker than Miss Qingzhu's. But everyone doesn't know yet, right? Young Master Liu Yang's ability is the most terrifying of all. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, everyone guessed that young Master Liu Yang was likely at level Y. Once this was said, everyone looked at Liu Yang. Chao Jingyu opened his mouth. Lin Biao, you call Liu Yang young master, does that mean? Lin Biao did not hide anything. After thinking for a moment, he said, Old Chao, Miss Qingzhu, I won't hide it from you. Everyone has seen it. The world is in chaos. The old world has collapsed, and so-called nations and armies have long since vanished. From now on, we are all survivors of the new world. This is a terrifying apocalypse, and the rise of powerful factions is inevitable. Since young Master Liu Yang is willing to take me, Lin Biao, in and trust me as one of his own, I am willing to fight for him and help young Master Liu Yang carve out a legendary reputation in this apocalypse. The fact that Lin Biao could say this in public indicated that Liu Yang had not misjudged him. And Siyu remained silent. Among these people, even Lin Biao had not seen the full extent of Liu Yang's abilities. Just a spark appearing in his palm had already intimidated everyone without showing even 1/10,000th of Liu Yang's strength. And Siyu thought to herself, Liu Yang is far more terrifying than you can imagine. She would not speak out in front of everyone, especially since Liu Yang was still there. But if any situation arose, and Siyu was well aware that her duty was to follow Liu Yang's orders and protect him at all costs, eliminating any external threats. She would even take down any potential troublemakers, like traitors, if Lin Biao suddenly betrayed them, and Siyu would be the first to eliminate him. Liu Yang did not need protection, precisely because of this, and Siyu wanted to demonstrate herself more to gain Liu Yang's attention, especially since she saw Su Qingzhu, a girl with such formidable strength, beside Liu Yang, and Siyu understood. I may be strong, but I am definitely not the strongest. I must work twice as hard. Initially thinking they would have to fight fiercely, it seemed that the battlefield had been mostly cleared by their Valkyrie, Miss Su Qingzhu, and they could just sweep up the supplies. Valkyrie? Oh, don't mind that. It's your title. Soon you'll be worthy of it. Well, okay. Su Qingzhu felt more and more that Liu Yang was truly mysterious. First, he had extraordinary skills in killing zombies, even surpassing elite soldiers from military. Then, unbeknownst to others, he secretly acquired meteorites, and after the apocalypse broke out, the meteorites turned into carriers of abilities, allowing one to become an ability user just by swallowing them. Moreover, Liu Yang himself became the most powerful ability user, not to mention the hundreds of billions he spent acquiring supplies. All of this made Su Qingzhu doubt. Perhaps this speculation is a bit ridiculous. Maybe Liu Yang really just had a keen sense of impending crisis, prompting him to do all this, and he acquired the meteorites because he sensed they might be treasures? But how do you explain his precise selection of ability-giving meteorites? The chosen one, the favor by fortune, just lucky? This armory will be under my command from now on. You all go find and open all other armories, garages, and hangars. Leave none behind. I want to take everything today. Hearing Liu Yang's words, everyone was once again stunned. At this moment, Liu Yang had no need to hide anything. He directly collected the armored vehicle in front of him. The armored vehicle vanished on the spot. Then it reappeared. Worried that they wouldn't understand, a second armored vehicle and a third armored vehicle followed suit. Do you understand now? This is my ability, storage space. You don't need to ask too much. Just know that it can store a lot of things, enough to collect all the supplies in this military district without filling it. Su Qingzhu looked deeply at Liu Yang, finally realizing where all those supplies had disappeared overnight. They had been collected into Liu Yang's storage space. Wait, was Liu Yang's storage space ability something he had before the apocalypse or after? Collecting the military district supplies took quite some time. During this period, they encountered some surviving zombies, which were dealt with without any danger. As night approached, Liu Yang and his team boarded 3 helicopters. Young Master Liu Yang, those people you drove out during the day are mostly dead now, except for your former employee, Liang Yezi, who is still alive, but her situation seems quite tragic, Zhang Jinyan reported, then showed Liu Yang the surveillance footage. The video captured Liang Yezi's struggle for survival. After being driven out, she rushed to the neighboring villa, which was the same villa that had called for help from Liu Yang. It was also because of the villa's owner and a group of 8 naive people that Liang Yezi was driven out to fend for herself. Liu Yang wasn't too familiar with the owner of the neighboring villa, but upon seeing the 2 men in that villa who raped Liang Yezi on the balcony, he finally confirmed that they were not good people. Initially, Liang Yezi was still resisting, but later her eyes showed a hopeless resignation. Liu Yang watched this scene with a cold and indifferent expression. Zhang Jinyan did not speak further. After closing her laptop, Liu Yang said to Zhang Jinyan, "Notify Lin Biao to find me at observation post number 3. Observation post number 3 was directly facing the balcony of the neighboring villa, only a dozen meters away. It was clear to see Liang Yezi on the balcony next door, naked and eating the leftover food given by the villa owner like a dog. At that moment, Liang Yezi truly regretted it. Regretted being a saint. Regretted offending Liu Yang and getting kicked out. Regretted to the point of wanting to die. But she was also very afraid of death. Suddenly, she saw Liu Yang appear on the opposite observation deck. Liang Yezi ignited a glimmer of hope for life. She didn't care whether she would be discovered. She opened the window and shouted directly, "Help me! Young Master Liu, save me. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Woo woo woo. They are not human. They are bastards. They are demons. Young Master Liu, please save me. I'm willing to be your servant. You can treat me however you want. I don't want to be treated like a mother dog by them anymore." It would be strange if such shouting didn't wake the villa owner. 2 men came over and started punching and kicking Liang Yezi directly. Just as she was about to curse angrily upon seeing Liu Yang, the men said, "Young Master, we saw you kick this woman out. We'll help you teach her a lesson and have some fun while we're at it. You want to be angry, right? If you are angry, we're willing to let her go. Please don't be mad. Living is the most important thing. Although surrounded by zombies, they still had food and new girls to play with. The novelty was still there. They wouldn't get tired of playing for another couple of days. Of course, they didn't want to offend Liu Yang and court death. Liu Yang Smilet, it seems you're not living well. Do you need me to save you?" Upon hearing this, both Liang Yezi and the 2 men and 1 woman in the villa showed expressions of anticipation. Yes, yes. Please save us, we beg you." As soon as this was said, Liu Yang revealed a devilish smile. He softly said, "Lin Biao, they're in so much pain now. Help them find relief." Lin Biao twitched the corner of his mouth, but still formed bombs with both hands. 1 minute later, the neighboring villa turned into a sea of flames. Before dying, Liang Yezi and that family did not understand why Liu Yang wanted to kill them. Even if he found them unpleasant, couldn't he just ignore them? One could only say that Liu Yang himself couldn't clarify why he wanted to kill. Perhaps he was just very angry today and simply wanted to kill. In a clean and tidy luxurious bedroom in the villa, Zhao Yameng had been locked up here all day. She had no idea what was happening outside. "Zhao Yameng, you are such a bitch," she muttered to herself. The next moment, the door was pushed open. Zhao Yameng saw Liu Yang looking flustered. Just as she was about to say something, she had no chance at all. At the moment, her mouth was tightly stuffed. Zhao Yaming realized that Lu Yang was very angry. She was afraid she would suffer tonight. Meanwhile, a conspiracy against Lu Yang was brewing. Chapter 29. The Tyrant Qin Shan. The Alliance and Revenge Plan. The monster controlling corpses. Brother Shan. Brother Shan, how is it? Any news? Report, Brother Shan. We just personally went to the villa area where Lu Yang is located and found that Lu Yang's villa had built a 1-meter thick, 4 to 5 meter high wall around it a week ago. Not only that, but there are also electric fences for protection, and watchtowers have been built around the wall, with armed military soldiers inside. At this moment, Qin Shan was still in the Underground Research Institute, 100 meters deep. Although it was not very convenient to go up and down, it was definitely safe. Moreover, it had a complete air purification system and a perfect water purification system. Even if the power went out, there was no need to worry because a small nuclear power system was installed here, easily supporting the operation of various large equipment in the Underground Research Institute. At the same time, to cope with many high-intensity research projects lasting several months or even years, the researchers often stayed underground for a long time without seeing the sun. For this reason, there were 10 super-large food refrigeration warehouses here. Each cold storage could rival a large supermarket stock. Combined, the 10 cold storages had enough meat, noodles, vegetables, and various quick frozen foods frozen in liquid nitrogen to feed hundreds of people for a year. At present, there were several hundred researchers here. After activating the level ice heart ability, Qin Shan's ambitions had long since swelled. Initially, he just wanted to steal the remaining meteorites here. But a few hours later, he had changed his mind. He directly contacted several childhood friends through the phone, all of whom were troublemakers who had committed crimes. In this apocalyptic world, they could become Qin Shan's capable assistants. The most important thing was that these people admired Qin Shan and always referred to themselves as his younger brothers. In the past, Qin Shan ignored them, but now that he discovered their usefulness, he personally went to rescue them from dangerous zombie groups and brought them to this Underground Research Institute. There were a total of 10 meteorites in the Research Institute. Qin Shan used one himself to gain the level ice heart ability. He also researched the remaining 9. It must be said that Qin Shan was quite smart. He quickly opened the outer skin of all the meteorites, revealing different colored cores inside. He temporarily didn't know what the different colors represented, but was able to preliminarily judge through the brightness that the weaker lights definitely had relatively weaker abilities. Among the remaining 9 meteorites, 2 had the same level of abilities as Qin Shan, while the rest had lower level abilities. Qin Shan cleverly hid the same level abilities to prevent his younger brothers from obtaining abilities that were stronger than his. He only gave his younger brothers abilities that were slightly weaker in color. In the end, he gained 2 younger brothers with level abilities and 2 younger brothers with lower level abilities, leaving 5 ability cores. Among them, 2 were. The other 3 included 2 that were, and the weakest one was 2 of the level abilities Qin Shan planned to keep for his brother Qin Ming and his wife Zhao Yaming. He was just worried about his brother getting into trouble. Qin Ming had been missing for a long time, and even his wife Zhao Yaming had also gone missing. Fortunately, his mother was temporarily safe, which was the only thing that relieved Qin Shan. So, is there still no accurate news about Qin Ming? Qin Shan said with a gloomy face. Hearing this, several younger brothers with abilities exchanged glances. It's not that we have no news at all. When we were scouting with binoculars, we saw a Honda car parked outside Lu Yang's villa. It had been stained with blood, and there were zombie corpses all over it, so we couldn't see the license plate, making us unable to confirm. But we interrogated the surviving guard hiding in the guardhouse. He said he indeed saw a man and a woman driving a Honda car to Lu Yang's villa when it was just getting dark, and there has been no movement since. Qin Shan's face grew darker, thinking about his brother and Lin Ming's objectives. It should have been the case that if they succeeded, they would have already reported good news in the family group chat. It seemed that the situation was dire. While Qin Shan was feeling depressed, one of his subordinates reported another piece of news that made him despair. Brother Shan, we also found out that it seems my sister-in-law also went to Lu Yang's place. In fact, she went 2 hours earlier than Qin Ming, and now she hasn't appeared either. My wife, Zhao Yaming, she also went to Lu Yang's and is missing. At this moment, Qin Shan could not help but attribute everything to Lu Yang. Qin Ming, Lin Ming, Zhao Yameng were all three killed by Liu Yang. If it were a day ago, Qin Shan would never have thought this because the human order was still intact then, and even Liu Yang wouldn't dare to provoke the order of a country casually. And now, to take down this research institute. Qin Shan had even killed a few rebellious colleagues as a warning. Liu Yang had hundreds of soldiers under him. Killing a few people shouldn't be difficult, right? If Qin Ming was not killed, he would definitely be captured by Liu Yang. But Lin Ming and Zhao Yameng are both beautiful girls. At this moment, what would a big man like Liu Yang do with two girls? Thinking that his wife might be bullied by Liu Yang while he hasn't even touched her once. Qin Shan's eyes turned red. Damn it. If anyone dares to touch my Qin Shan's people, I will kill him. His anger was overwhelming. With the reminders from a few lustful subordinates, the five of them looked towards the many rooms where the research personnel were being held. The research personnel included men and women of all ages. There were many young people in their 30s like Qin Shan. Some were unmarried girls, while others were married women. Originally, everyone was busy with work and did not have many other thoughts about each other. But at this moment, thinking about the possibility of his wife being harmed by Liu Yang, Qin Shan was also furious. You guys, take these three girls to the next room. The remaining two I've already played with. You can do whatever you want, just be careful not to kill them. Leave them for future use. Upon hearing this, the subordinates burst into laughter. Among the three women, two were married and one was an unmarried girl. Upon hearing this, they all angrily cursed Qin Shan. Qin Shan, you bastard. Qin Shan, you are not human. You are a beast. Don't touch me. Please, Brother Shan, let me go. I haven't married yet. I haven't even been in a relationship. I don't want to lose the most important thing as a girl. Please, Brother Shan, woo woo woo. However, the two married women understood the most. The more they said such things, the more it could provoke one's beastly nature. After becoming an ability user, Qin Shan's physical quality underwent a tremendous change. After more than an hour, Qin Shan's beastly nature erupted. Not only did he not cherish the delicate flowers, but he also seemed to be in a battlefield, trying to vent all his anger, almost crazily using the exaggerated physical strength of an ability user to repeatedly torment the three innocent girls. All three women experienced at least one fainting episode, especially the unmarried girl, lying in a pool of blood with a dazed expression. She never thought she would be raped, let alone bleed heavily at such a time. But Qin Shan seemed to have no intention of saving her, just coldly leaving. Watching the girl bleed to death, her pair of desperate eyes gradually dimmed. The two married women looked sad. Former colleagues turned so brutal enough to transform into a terrifying beast, treating human life as grass, treating women as tools for venting desires. What is cherishing the delicate flowers? What is female empowerment? What is the vulnerable group? Now it's all just a humble joke. From this moment on, they truly understood. The terrifying apocalypse has really arrived. After venting his desires, Qin Shan began to prepare a revenge plan. He had already determined that Qin Ming and his wife were in grave danger, and even if they were still alive, they were barely hanging on. Rather than wasting time thinking of ways to rescue them, it would be more direct to find a way to kill Liu Yang and take his villa as a refuge. For this reason, Qin Shan decided to find suitable candidates for the remaining two ability cores. One candidate was his mother. The other candidate, Qin Shan found among the many kidnapped research personnel, was Gao Zhan. You know, I have always regarded you as my brother, especially when I saw you being looked down upon by the professor. I was the one who spoke up for you. Even when I tied you all up just now, I still kept you in a separate room and loosened your ropes first. The young man named Gao Zhan was only 25 years old, 2 years younger than Qin Shan, but his mental maturity was much lower than Qin Shan's. Qin Shan was right. Gao Zhan, being a talented person from a small place, was still looked down upon by many after joining various research institutes through backdoor means. Only Qin Shan cared about him the most. He also understood that Qin Shan wanted to pull him into the gang. But inexplicably, Gao Zhan suddenly wanted to make a request. Brother Shan, I'm willing to work for you and guarantee my loyalty to you. But I want a girl. She is the one I like the most. Although she hasn't agreed to be with me yet, she accepted the chocolate I gave her last time. I, Gao Zhan, have never begged anyone. I hope to protect my girl for the rest of my life, to be with her. Upon hearing this, Qin Shan instinctively smiled. When you follow me, Qin Shan. Don't say one woman. Even 10 women are easy to find. Now, it's the apocalypse. Women and food are no different. They're just resources that strong people fight over. If you want a woman, just take her, play with her as you like. When Gao Zhan mentioned that girl's name, Qin Shan was stunned. Are you talking about Yang Shuang? Yes, Yang Shuang is the girl I have been pursuing. Actually, neither of us told anyone. After all, dating is not allowed here. Looking at the infatuated smile on Gao Zhan's face, Qin Shan fell silent. If he had known about this earlier, he would never have touched Yang Shuang, let alone harm this girl. Although there aren't too many women here, they are enough for them to play with. Trading Yang Shuang for Gao Zhan's loyalty would definitely be a profitable deal. At this point, Qin Shan didn't want to give up on Gao Zhan. I can't hand Yang Shuang over to you right now, because I've sent her out to do something very important. You don't have to worry. Yang Shuang is also an ability user now, so she won't be in danger. If you want to be with Yang Shuang, then swallow this ability core and become an ability user to work for me. Gao Zhan was puzzled, but didn't think much of it. The thought of being with Yang Shuang made him very happy and grateful to Qin Shan. A few minutes later, Gao Zhan became a level ability user. A level long-range attack ability shooter. His ability is to condense arrows with bare hands. It seems like a very ordinary ability, but he can condense hundreds of arrows at the same time, each of which can be precisely controlled to hit the target, with a range exceeding a kilometer. And its lethality is comparable to a large-caliber sniper rifle. After hitting the enemy, it will also explode, causing secondary damage to the target. At the same time, as a level ability user, the physical host's attributes were also increased by more than 10 times. Defense, strength, and speed all had terrifying enhancements. Seeing this ability, Qin Shan felt both regretful and relieved. Regretful that it wasn't particularly strong, relieved because it seemed not to be as strong as his own ability. On days when he wouldn't be able to beat him, at least he wouldn't be killed by him. You and the other brothers. Contact the temporary refuge organizations that have issued alliance orders online. Tell them, if they want a large amount of supplies, I have a way. First, we need to form an ability user alliance with me, Qin Shan, before I will take them to make money. The so-called making money means going to rob Liu Yang's supply depot. Although he didn't know where it was, Qin Shan knew that Liu Yang had accumulated hundreds of billions in supplies and at least 200 meteorites, which was the most tempting. But because of this, he guessed that Liu Yang probably also had quite a few ability users. Qin Shan and the others did not dare to take risks alone, so they planned to find more cannon fodder. Yes, Brother Shan, once you make contact, go personally to show off your strength and intimidate the other side. This will make it easier to succeed. Don't worry, Brother Shan. Gao Zhan left with a few others. Qin Shan, however, left behind the weakest one. Brother Shan, are you not letting me go because you are worried I am too weak to survive outside? You are too good to me. Qin Shan darkened his face and said nothing. He brought his subordinates to the room where Yang Shuang died. Here, the remaining 2 married women were eating. Qin Shan coldly said to his subordinates, Yang Shuang is dead, and it was caused by these 2 women. Kill them, and take Yang Shuang's body outside to destroy it. This news must not be told to anyone, especially Gao Zhan, if he leaks it. Qin Shan didn't need to say more. The subordinate shuddered and nodded. Liu Yang is a suddenly wealthy entrepreneur, but he also needs to enjoy life appropriately. If there are sexy maids who would like older women, Zhang Jinyan has both exceptional looks and figure. Innovation is a must, such as popularizing the types of zombies, researching viruses, and even if it's just to cultivate future soldiers. Education must be the foundation. To put it bluntly, soldiers are just cannon fodder. Soldiers are consumables. When soldiers die, new ones must be brought in. If we want to maintain the long-term operation of a shelter, we need a continuous supply of youth. This must be ensured. Therefore, Liu Yang will focus on accepting children next, and in the future, Liu Yang will also build a complete production system, with various factories emerging. The operation of this batch of factories requires young and strong individuals to join. Thus, the main target for recruitment into the shelter will be survivors under 35 years old, who will become the mainstream. Of course, in this apocalypse where superpowered individuals are everywhere, survivors without abilities will ultimately only be cannon fodder and pigs. Superpowered individuals are the main combat force. Liu Yang is also looking for some very special superpowered individuals. However, Liu Yang will not take just any superpowered individual. For example, at this moment, NCU has sent a message to Liu Yang. Young master, I found the guy you mentioned. Liu Yang's eyes lit up. Be careful of his abilities. If we can bring this person over, it should add significant support for us. Qin Shan's underling is currently exerting himself on two young women, perhaps realizing he was doomed. The two women have lost the will to resist, allowing him to do as he pleases. But suddenly, the previously non-resistant girl tenses up, followed by a terrified scream. The man, feeling bored, finds that this scream, along with her body tightening, adds several times the pleasure for him, causing him to gasp. Hiss. There was no reaction just now. Now you get it? Feels great, really great. Let's do it again. Before he could finish, the man suddenly notices that the woman's expression is off. The fear in her eyes, ISNT directed at him, but looking behind him. At that moment, a chill runs down his spine. The woman trembles in fear. Yang Shuang. Yang Shuang, you're not dead. Don't come over. We didn't kill you. It was that beast Qin Shan who caused you to bleed to death. He insists on blaming us. As the woman speaks, the man suddenly goes limp. The feeling of hair standing on end hits him. A knife has truly struck Yang Shuang, but he soon realizes with terror. At this moment, Yang Shuang is as stiff as a stone. His eyes have lost their pupils, completely black. When he smiles, the corners of his mouth stiffly rise. You want to kill me? Do you have that ability? The man sees Yang Shuang standing behind him and thinks he is just a zombie, so he isn't too afraid. After all, he is also a superpowered individual, though his level is somewhat pathetic. But he never expected that Yang Shuang doesn't seem to be a zombie. Zombies aren't this rigid and definitely can't talk. Who are you? You're not Yang Shuang. Dead people can't speak. Who the hell are you? Meanwhile, the man watches everything in silence, his eyes filled with amusement. He had awakened his superpower last night and was already skillfully playing the game of waiting for the right moment. But the man didn't expect that while he was the mantis, there would be a cicada behind him. A silken thread silently appears on the man's left side. At that moment, the man suddenly tries to dodge. However, to his right, NCU's gentle yet murderous voice laughs. Don't move, or you'll die. The man had just awakened his superpower not long ago. It was the perfect time for him to feel inflated. How could he just surrender? But as soon as he has the thought of resistance, about 10 threads that seem soft and silent suddenly stab through a tree trunk as thick as his thigh. If even a leaf trembles, it would be understandable. But the entire process, the trunk and leaves seem to not react at all, not even moving. How much strength is needed to penetrate a trunk as thick as a thigh? What kind of terrifying power and speed could cause such synchronized lethality? So strong. At this moment, the man doesn't dare to move an inch. And Siu looks at the scene from a decaying building dozens of meters away. TSK. The control-type superpower, necromancy, truly lives up to its name. Quite impressive, Mr. Mengjio. And Siu accurately states her superpower and even reveals her name. At this moment, Mengjio's hair stands on end. Who are you? Chapter 31. A Clash of Smart Minds. The three forces meeting, plotting against Liu Yang. Near the Research Institute. In the decaying building, a man's corpse lies in a pool of blood. The death is rather tragic, with his entire face smashed in. And the most pitiful part is his lower body, which is laid bare, that meager asset completely smashed to the point of being soft like pig intestines. This is one of Qin Shan's subordinates with superpowers, and he was the weakest among them. It was due to lust that, although the two women were violated, they didn't have time to kill him. Yang Shuang's corpse was also not destroyed in time. Instead, it was like a zombie resurrection. After killing the weak subordinate, it smashed him into a pulp with its fists. Before dying, the subordinate couldn't comprehend what was happening to Yang Shuang, who had clearly been dead for at least an hour, the corpse already cold, yet could still stand up. And even the corpse that was close to rotting suddenly became hard enough that knives couldn't cut it. A pair of small female fists like hammers. This is Meng Jiao's necromancy superpower. The level of necromancy can release black smoke that penetrates any orifice of the corpse, invading the brain, and controlling the corpse to do anything, much like a zombie virus. The zombie virus, in a sense, is similar, but so far, It seems the zombie virus has no controller. Infected zombies can only act on instinct. Meng Jiao's necromancy is hundreds or thousands of times stronger than an ordinary zombie virus, with controlling a corpse being just the basic ability. What's even more powerful is that, like Yang Shuang, he can cause the corpse to temporarily harden through black mist. At the same time, the corpse gains strength beyond its own, dozens or even hundreds of times. This hardening can give the corpse terrifying combat power. Meanwhile, Meng Jiao's necromancy can also control zombies. Ordinary zombies cannot withstand Meng Jiao's necromancy at all. Even the first-generation zombies, which are powerful enough to match low-level superpowered individuals, can also be controlled by Meng Jiao. The number he can control is not limited to one. In terms of quantity, a corpse like this Yang Shuang can allow me to control at least dozens or hundreds at once. Ordinary zombies are about the same. If it's first-generation zombies, it's a bit more difficult, but I can still control a dozen or 20. With these numbers, I can control them to fight for at least an hour, after which their physical strength will rapidly decline. As fellow superpowered individuals, I wonder if Missa knows that using superpowers consumes not only physical and mental strength, but also a kind of special energy that one only possesses after awakening their superpower? I don't know how to say it, but in short, I must cut off the ability before it runs out, or I might die. Meng Jiao honestly spreads his hands to NCU. It seems to be straightforward, but NCU understands that before both sides let down their guard, Meng Jiao will definitely not tell the truth. Very strong. Let me guess, how much have you concealed? For example, did you hide the limit on the number you can control? Did you understate it by at least 30 or 50? NCU says with a smile. Meng Jiao's expression changes repeatedly. NCU doesn't pursue it further. This scene leaves the two women beside them feeling confused. However, they were clear that they seemed to have survived. Since they had killed Qin Shan's underling, they should be the good guys, right? Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But seeing Yang Shuang's body nearby, with its pitch-black eyes staring directly at them, gave them an extremely creepy feeling. Missin, there's no need to test me anymore. Your silk ability is quite strong. At least right now, I'm being threatened by you, and my life and death are entirely in your hands. I have no reason to lie, right? I, Meng Jiao, am a complete coward, and I don't want to die so soon. Meng Jiao pretended to be reserved, but his words were logically clear, already exposing his inner calm. Meng Jiao did indeed hide quite a bit. For example, he told NCU that the black mist could only be released from his mouth, nose, and other places to control corpses and zombies, but he didn't tell her that he could also release it from his hands, and even from his rear. Moreover, Meng Jiao concealed a crucial ability, which was his trump card. As the black smoke appeared in the palms of his hands, bound behind his back, he planned to use his trump card to counterattack NCU when she smiled and spoke again. The black smoke in his palms, along with the information NCU had detected earlier, made Meng Jiao suspect that he might have been secretly followed by her. After just an hour of tracking, she could have learned about his abilities. After all, during that hour, Meng Jiao had used his abilities multiple times, though not continuously. So the spiritual energy he released wasn't much, and continuous release would recover without exhausting him. As for his name, he could only guess that NCU knew him through some channel. There are many ways to know a person's name, so Meng Jiao didn't think that was particularly impressive. But at this very moment, when NCU spoke of her next actions, especially revealing his trump card, Meng Jiao was genuinely shocked. Was it a guess? Or did the silk have eyes? Perhaps both. Meng Jiao still found it hard to believe and said, "How could you possibly know that? Do you have some kind of mind-reading ability besides these bizarre silks? Otherwise, there's no way you could know my next moves, let alone my trump card. Because I've never used the corpse-controlling technique on humans in front of anyone, much less used it to make a human's organs explode." Although Meng Jiao's eyes trembled, NCU interrupted him with a smile, her eyes full of disdain and contempt. Although the corpse-controlling technique can indeed do those things, if I said I know even more than that, and that your corpse-controlling technique will grow in the future, becoming far more powerful than it is now, and that I even know about the special energy you mentioned, called spiritual energy, do you think I have mind-reading abilities, or am I just precognitive? Whether it's mind-reading or precognition, both are too outrageous. Listening to NCU's words, Meng Jio's stubbornness was gradually collapsing. His pride as a powerful ability user was also being shattered. After a moment, Meng Jio forced a bitter smile. I won't guess anymore. I just realized that what I thought was strategic maneuvering in front of Miss and is nothing but a joke. Even this ability that you have displayed is something I cannot resist. If you have other abilities, I really dare not think further. Then Missin, since you didn't kill me right away, it means there's something about me that interests you. Feel free to ask whatever you want directly. If you want to recruit me as a subordinate, you might need to give me some time to consider it. After all, you're stronger than me, but not by much. And see, you didn't beat around the bush. She interrupted Meng Jio's prideful demeanor and said blandly, I'll get straight to the point. Everything I know about you comes from my young master. The brief exchange of words had already made Meng Jio realize that Siyu was not only powerful, but also not someone whose mind could be easily deceived. Such a person could definitely become a dominant figure in the apocalypse. However, what young master was behind her? While Meng Jio was contemplating, Siyu once again gave him an offer he couldn't refuse. When the silks behind Siyu suddenly surged from a dozen to hundreds or even thousands, densely packed like emerging venomous snakes, they then shot up into the sky. Countless silks formed a tight barrier, trapping everyone inside. The most terrifying part was the countless silken tips. After the barrier formed, there was still enough length to keep a watchful eye on Meng Jio. The silks seemed to have no length limit. The wall appeared soft and fluffy, but it was like a needle hidden within cotton. At that moment, Meng Jio was completely convinced. Very well. However, I feel that these two women can also be taken along with that corpse. For what I understood earlier, they seem to be related to this underground research facility, which is full of treasures, and there are quite a few scientists who might be useful. Your young master should be interested, right? At this moment, the two women were directly wrapped up by Nsiyu's silks like cargo. Just as Meng Jio was thinking about how Nsiyu would take so many people away, a helicopter slowly appeared overhead. Looking at the luxurious and brand new helicopter, Meng Jio felt for the first time that even though he had become a powerful ability user, he was still such a loser. On the other side, not long after Nsiyu left with Meng Jio and the others, several heavily modified armored off-road vehicles appeared outside the research facility. In addition to the heavy armor, the off-road vehicles were covered with spikes and stained with blood, indicating that the journey had not been smooth. After all, among these 6 vehicles, there are 8 ability users, 2 of whom were from Qinshan subordinates. The other 6 belonged to 2 temporarily established shelter factions, with 2 people on one side having 2 levels, while the other side had one with 3 in 1. Looking at the elevator leading to the underground research facility and the desolate environment around, a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap let out a strange laugh. Is this what they call hiding in plain sight? A prestigious virus laboratory, the Dragon Kingdom Research Institute, is actually underground 100 meters in a place like this. But it's quite safe. Boss Qin has indeed secured a good location for a shelter. Upon hearing this, Qin Shan's subordinate chuckled. You guys don't need to be too envious. If we cooperate successfully, we can all live here, and our ultimate goal isn't just these small gains, but that super fat sheep Lu Yang. Lu Yang, who? The bespectacled man chuckled. He was the leader of the 4 factions, and before gaining abilities, he was a club owner who appeared cultured but was indeed a refined scoundrel. His name was quite famous, Zhao Sanqiang. Outsiders referred to him as having 3 guns. 1 for conquering the world, 1 for business, and 1 for women. I hope we don't end up with an uneven distribution of spoils. To prevent that from happening, I hope Boss Qin can find a way to keep things fair. Otherwise, don't blame me, Baoxiong, for being ruthless. Baoxiong's shelter was also made from local materials. Zhao Sanqiang's shelter was his luxurious club, while Baoxiong had previously worked in engineering and had just used his construction company to temporarily reinforce and create a shelter. He was also lucky. Both of his brothers had successfully gained abilities. Gaining abilities above level 1 was rare, and even level 2 was quite uncommon. In the apocalypse, unless faced with great terror or high-level ability users, level 2 abilities could already dominate. Soon, the group entered the research facility's elevator. A few minutes later, the 3 factions gathered around a table. Qin Shan, as the main figure, smiled as he looked at everyone. First, let me throw out an exciting piece of news. Before the apocalypse, Liu Yang had prepared at least over 10 billion in supplies, with everything needed for food, drink, and daily use. Even now, his villa still holds 1 million rounds of ammunition and various armored vehicles. If we can capture his shelter, we will have no worries about food and drink in the future. On the other side, Liu Yang is pondering where to find another son of fortune. He had already killed Qin Ming, gaining a significant amount of fortune points, but he is still far from the 1,000 points needed to unlock them all. However, some things cannot be forced. Just when Liu Yang thought he wouldn't find anything for the time being, a phone call came in, activating the system prompt. Prompt: detected traces of a son of fortune. Chapter 32, Gao Wei's SOS. The dominant convoy rampaging. A crisis among the zombie horde? Prompt: detected traces of a son of fortune, suggested to make deeper contact. The call is from Liu Yang's old classmate, Gao Wei. Back then, Gao Wei, Liu Yang, and Zhang Yang were known as the famous three brothers at school. Gao Wei was relatively well off, so his presence came from money. Zhang Yang was just a loyal sidekick, not distinguishing himself too much from Gao Wei and Liu Yang. At that time, Liu Yang didn't have much money. His family was ordinary. But Liu Yang was handsome, tall, and dashing. Unlike the pretty boys, Liu Yang had a rugged type of charm that captivated some girls more and more. The three of them had a great relationship back then. However, later on, when Liu Yang decided to go into business, Zhang Yang followed him. But Gao Wei hesitated. Lacking trust in Liu Yang, he chose not to join. Over the years, Liu Yang and Zhang Yang were busy with business, while the proud Gao Wei regretted not following them. However, his pride made him reluctant to speak up, feeling resentful that, despite being a rich second generation, he was left behind by Liu Yang and Zhang Yang. Thus, their contact decreased over time. If we talk about the present, Liu Yang still sees Gao Wei as a friend, but whether they can return to being the good brothers they once were is doubtful. Clearly, things have cooled down, and there is no need to force it. However, Liu Yang would not refuse to answer the call. Moreover, he didn't expect Gao Wei to trigger the system S prompt. Gao Wei, Liu Yang, to keep it short. Actually, the meteorite has a big secret. The piece of meteorite I have turned me into a super awesome werewolf warrior. I'm currently at school with Wang Fong. Now, 99 of the students have turned into zombies, and the survivors are pitifully few. I can escape from all these zombies myself, but it's tough bringing Wang Fong along. I'm begging you. Can you come to rescue me? Even if it's just waiting for me outside in a car for a few minutes, I can break out. After a brief call, they hung up. Linhai University ISN T2 far away, but there are too many obstacles on the way. Initially, Liu Yang planned to take a plane, but considering they would eventually need to relocate to the shelter, the plane might not fit everyone. Produce. Liu Yang had drafted a preliminary rescue plan to save some useful talents for the future shelter, which inevitably required traveling by car. Rather than scrambling for a solution later, it's better to start clearing the streets now. Lin Biao, arrange some people according to the previously planned convoy order. Form the first leading convoy, and let S head to Linhai University. Yes, young Master Liu Yang. Lin Biao saluted. Next, Liu Yang took out off-road armored vehicles, troop carriers, bulldozers, and a truck with a modified front for leading the way. At the same time, to ensure safety, Liu Yang arranged for a helicopter to follow throughout the journey. The helicopter's role is to scout. If danger appears in areas with poor visibility, the car won't see it, but the helicopter will spot it first, allowing them to avoid risks or prepare for battle, which is better than being caught off guard. Liu Yang knows very well that although the apocalypse has just begun, he is not the only one preparing for it. A week ago, many arms dealers started cashing in. In Linhai City's underground market, firearms and ammunition were being sold at several times the price, yet they were still snatched up by many wealthy individuals. Moreover, many people like Liu Yang had built walls to resist zombies in advance, reinforced steel doors and windows, recruited powerful bodyguards, or formed doomsday response teams. These wealthy individuals or small factions might harbor ill intentions because of Liu Yang's luxurious setup. Don't worry, young Master Liu Yang. If they dare to act, I can take them down with one hand. Lin Biao said seriously. He certainly has the strength. Throwing out dozens of high-explosive grenades is easy for Lin Biao. Within a kilometer, he is like a human anti-aircraft gun, artillery, and shotgun. He can even transform into a massive killing missile in a second. I'm not worried about them hurting me. I just hope they don't damage my convoy. After all, if my vehicles are destroyed, I might want to eliminate them all, Lu Yang said calmly. Lin Biao shivered. After all this, he realized that he is merely a talker. Young Master Lu Yang is the real ruthless one. By the way, is there any news from Qingzhu? It's been quite a while since she set off this morning. Don't worry, young master. Miss Qingzhu is now a terrifying holy angel, with the name of an angel, but the power of a devil, a terrifying female warrior who kills without blinking. Whatever danger is in front of her can be resolved in a minute. After resting for a night, she directly applied to go out for rescue. If it were just rescuing random people, Lu Yang Wunti let her go out. But Su Qingzhu is looking to rescue her family. Her father is currently missing, and she has a younger sister and an older sister. The good news is that her sister is in Linhai City, but the bad news is that her older sister is in the neighboring city. So, Su Qingzhu might need a long time. Lu Yang suspects that she might have encountered some trouble. The holy angel warrior Su Qingzhu shouldn't be easily bullied, right? Let us set off. Soon, Lu Yang's convoy hit the streets. Approaching noon, the number of zombies on the streets had decreased again. At the same time, as the zombies' aggression continued to weaken, many people could no longer suppress their hunger and started to venture out, try to find food in nearby stores. However, such people are ultimately few. After all, even if there are fewer zombies, they still exist. Even if zombies are not aggressive, they will bite. Damn it. If this continues, we will starve to death. Woo-woo. I haven't eaten anything for almost 24 hours. It would be bearable if I could sleep, but I can't sleep due to fear, leading my body to be constantly drained. I feel like I'm about to faint from hunger. There are rumors online about seeing ability users. Is that true? It should be true. It's said that some lucky ones have become powerful ability users due to the meteorite. Those people find killing zombies as easy as killing chickens. They probably have no worries about food and drink. If I could become an ability user, I would want to raid the supermarket and restaurant across the street right now. Damn it. Wow. Look, is that a convoy? There are cars all over the place. They dare to drive on the road. Damn, that exaggerated truck with a modified front? It directly pushed the cars piled on the road aside. This leading vehicle is too powerful. There are many onlookers. Many people think the army has arrived, so they start shouting for help. However, Lu Yang does not want to rescue these useless weaklings. At least for now, Lu Yang couldn't be bothered to deal with those who waste food. If necessary, he would let them crawl to the entrance of their refuge to beg. And only then would those who had some use be worthy of being saved by Lu Yang. Those who were useless and incapable, those who wasted food, did not deserve to live. Stop the car. Stop, damn it. Can't you see there are old people here? Help. Save us. Don't go. I'm begging you. You dirty bastards. You are beasts for not saving lives when you see someone dying. I hope you get surrounded by zombies and devoured. You cold-blooded animals. In the residential building, the initial cries for help gradually turned into curses as the convoy moved further away. Fortunately, Lu Yang couldn't hear any of it. Otherwise, these people would have already died. Immersed in the scene, Lu Yang was already annoyed by the sounds of the trucks and bulldozers clearing the way. And then suddenly, two strong figures appeared in front of the convoy. It was two first-generation zombies. The zombies mutated from the first-generation infected are also the main entities that will mutate and become stronger in the future. Due to the uniqueness and rarity of the first-generation zombies, any one of them could be terrifying. However, at present, these first-generation zombies were not common. Of course, this was just Lu Yang's feeling, but the scene ahead was a slap in the face. If it were just two first-generation zombies, they wouldn't be too frightening. But looking ahead, on the walls, behind the cars, on the street, a helicopter in the air was almost caught by a first-generation zombie hiding on the rooftop. Once caught, the helicopter would crash instantly. Report. From the helicopter's perspective, preliminary judgment. About 50 first-generation zombies have appeared ahead. Moreover, it seems these first-generation zombies are taller and more terrifying than they were a day ago, as if they have mutated again. This scene, the people in the helicopter instantly fell into despair. Damn, so many. Are we going to capsize in the gutter? Chapter 33. Who defines good and evil? Has the mutation occurred early? Gao Wei's ambition. Kill them. Wipe out those cold-blooded and heartless people. Eat them all. Eat them all. Ha, great. This is retribution. Once they are dead, we will go down and seize their armored vehicles. There must be a lot of food on them, and then we will share it. If possible, I want to go up and stab those cold-blooded devils. It would be best to kick them a few times. Smash their heads. I also want to see their heads explode like watermelons. The distortion of human nature after the apocalypse gradually revealed itself at this moment. Everyone still thought they were the good guys, but no one noticed that they themselves were the ones whose human nature had been twisted, becoming one of the cold-blooded monsters created by this apocalypse. In the apocalypse, zombies are terrifying and monsters are terrifying. But the most terrifying thing is the hidden evil deep within human hearts. When this evil can no longer be suppressed, demons will emerge. Compared to those who have lost themselves and are gradually consumed by the bloodthirst of the apocalypse, Liu Yang's cold-bloodedness and evil seem to be the true goodness. Good and evil cannot be defined by anyone. At least Liu Yang could still retain his most authentic self, right? Killing, cold-bloodedness, doing as one pleases, is also the best way to express oneself. If you say, I am good, I will kindly grant you death. If you say, I am evil, I will crush you like an ant. Report. The dozens of first-generation zombies ahead have been confirmed to have mutated again. Preliminary assessment shows that these mutated first-generation zombies can resist handgun bullets, and submachine guns can barely penetrate their defenses. Large-caliber submachine guns and sniper rifles can cause them damage. But these mutated first-generation zombies also possess terrifying speed and destructive power. 2 bulldozers in front have been destroyed, and a heavy tank is on the verge of being scrapped. Currently, 5 comrades have already sacrificed, and if the heavy tank is destroyed, the 4 comrades inside may also perish. Please advise. Initially, when hearing about approximately 50 first-generation zombies, Liu Yang did not take it too seriously. He didn't even plan to mobilize the ability users. With the heavy tank in front and the fire support from the helicopter above, it should be easy to take down just a few dozen first-generation zombies, right? Clearly, Liu Yang underestimated these first-generation zombies. Or rather, he did not expect that the evolution speed of these first-generation zombies far exceeded his expectations. In his previous life before rebirth, first-generation zombies were also the main force of endlessly mutated and evolved zombie monsters, and later, they could even evolve into zombie kings. But reaching their current state did not happen this early. Like ability users, zombies and monsters were also classified into levels by later generations. Whether it's the second-generation zombies roaming the streets or the third-generation ones, although there are slight differences in combat power, they are all ordinary zombies and pose no threat to any ability user. Even some stronger ordinary people can take them down. These zombies do not qualify for classification. And last night, when the zombie virus broke out completely, the first-generation zombies experienced their first mutation. At that time, the 3-meter-tall first-generation zombies could flip cars. They were classified as first-level zombies. The combat power of first-level zombies is already comparable to the weakest first-level ability users. As long as a first-level ability user takes it seriously, they can easily wipe out first-level zombies. According to Liu Yang's memory, the first-level zombies in his previous life rampaged for at least over half a month before stronger second-level zombies began to appear. Second-level zombies naturally evolved from first-level zombies. Just like ability users, it takes time for a first-level ability user to evolve to second level, and the time can be long or short, depending on the ability user's combat experience, talent, comprehension, and even ability level, etc. Zombies have even more ways to level up. Fighting, devouring, sucking human blood, and even sleeping can all potentially lead to mutations and evolution. In his previous life, some speculated that the main way zombies evolved was secondary to the giant meteorites that fell globally. According to complete statistics, there are 36 giant meteorites in the Dragon Kingdom, scattered all over the country, with more than 30 provinces and over 600 cities in the Dragon Kingdom. Almost barely one meteorite is allocated per province, and some provinces may not receive any at all. Only 1 out of 20 cities might have a giant meteorite fall. With such a probability, Linhai City unexpectedly has a giant meteorite, and this at present does not seem like a good thing. If the mutation of zombies is due to the giant meteorite, then in this life, the speed of zombie evolution and mutation is absolutely abnormal. Liu Yang wondered if it was related to his rebirth. Even being cautious, did he still disrupt the future course? Liu Yang did not pay much attention. No matter how the future unfolds, he has already seized the initiative. Next, he would just follow his plan step by step. The first step is to complete the construction of the refuge. Build various factories, recruit corresponding residents, talents, etc. Get the refuge operational, produce a continuous supply of necessary goods, and simultaneously develop agriculture and animal husbandry. It seems similar to the development of modern society. However, developing these in the apocalypse is incredibly difficult. This is just Liu Yang's first step plan. The second step plan is to form his own ability user legion. He still has quite a few meteorites, but probably not many strong ones. Although the combat power of lower-level ability users is far stronger than ordinary people, it is essential to attract more powerful individuals. After all, Liu Yang knows best. In the future, fighting alone will easily lead to death at the hands of those terrifying mutated monsters. Compared to those perverse monsters in the future, the current first-level zombies and the second-level zombies before him are just like dirt and rubble. All of Liu Yang's schemes. Before the coming of the apocalyptic meat grinder in the future, everyone hopes to accumulate some capital. Lin Biao and Guo were tasked with cleaning up the trash. The two are not in the same vehicle, yet they both receive a radio message from Liu Yang at the same time. They rush out of their vehicles. Yes, young master. At this moment, Liu Yang's convoy is on a main urban road, with shops, malls, and dense residential areas on both sides. Although many people died in this disaster, there are still quite a few survivors struggling to survive. People are watching the crisis of Liu Yang's convoy from all directions. The onlookers in front witnessed the mutated second-generation original zombies flipping over a massive steel bulldozer and going into a brutal mode against a heavily armored tank. This kind of power and combat ability clearly exceeds human comprehension. Therefore, when Lin Biao and Guo Hu appeared, many people were stunned. What? The bulldozer and heavy tank have already shown up, and I thought they would deploy something like heavy missile vehicles or even launch rockets from helicopters. But instead, they sent out 2 people. Damn, just 2 people? That wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between those 8-meter-tall monsters, right? After mutating into second-generation zombies, the original zombies' eyes doubled. Standing in front of them, a normal human would feel like an ant compared to an elephant. However, how could Lin Biao and Guo Hu, also level abnormal ability users, be weak ants? When Lin Biao waved his hand and blew apart 4 approaching second-generation zombies into pieces, the world fell silent at that moment. On the other side, Gao Wei, in his brutal wolf state, transformed into a powerful werewolf warrior, using his 1-foot-long wolf claws to slash down zombies. His former classmates have all turned into zombies. Gao Wei felt sorrow, but more than that, he felt excitement. Excited that he possessed such powerful abilities. Wang Fong. I have cleared this entire dormitory. However, it's still difficult to rush out, but don't worry, I've already called for help from Liu Yang. You should be able to save us. Liu Yang? Is he also an ability user? If not, how can he save us? I don't know either, but I just asked Liu Yang to drive outside to pick us up. If it were just me, I could rush out easily, but bringing you along could be dangerous. I can't take that risk, so I can only do it this way. I'm sorry, Gao Wei, I've implicated you. Don't say that. You are my girlfriend. And even if the world ends, no one can change that. This conversation moved Wang Fong to tears. Gao Wei's energy was nearly exhausted. He had to revert to human form and rest for at least 2 hours to recover to his peak state. Fortunately, he was recovering every second and could fight again at any time. However, when embracing Wang Fong, a shadow crossed Gao Wei's emotionally moved face. Wang Fong thought Gao Wei truly couldn't bear to leave her behind. But she had no idea that the reason he was fighting so hard to protect her was to create a devoted persona for himself. Devotion to Liu Yang wouldn't particularly score points, but devotion to his girlfriend represented loyalty to his brothers. All of this was a performance for Liu Yang. Gao Wei was very clever. Upon learning that his parents had been killed and that the entire school had fallen, the first thing that came to his mind was Liu Yang, who had been hoarding supplies like crazy lately. In the apocalypse, food and resources are precious. Gao Wei knew clearly that only by siding with Liu Yang could he ensure he had food to eat in this apocalypse. Initially, he thought this way, but as he gained his abilities, he felt powerful. His inner ambitions and desires began to sprout. Calculating how to continue using Wang Fong while finding an opportunity to dump her, all the while considering whether he could get his hands on Liu Yang's supplies, or, since he was under someone else's roof, take charge himself. If Liu Yang knew that Gao Wei was also eyeing his shelter, he would probably laugh out loud. In his past life, he was Qin Ming, and in this life, he is Gao Wei. Does he really look like a chive that everyone wants to take a slice out of? However, Gao Wei was best at being patient. He understood that Liu Yang might also become an ability user and that with so many meteorites, he would definitely turn those around him into ability users as well. If they were all stronger than him, it would be impossible to take advantage of the situation. Thus, Gao Wei's plan was clear: infiltrate Liu Yang's inner circle, confirm the situation, and then leave. He would find several powerful ability users to ally with, send those cannon fodder to fight Liu Yang, and then reap the benefits himself. Perfect. Gao Wei, come quickly and look. Many ability users are recruiting online. God, so many people have become ability users. Gao Wei took a glance and then didn't look further. He had long known, but didn't share much with Wang Fong. However, soon after, a video caught Gao Wei's attention. When he opened the video, he saw a man with arms that looked absurdly muscular, wielding two giant heavy swords that were several times longer than himself. And with one slash, he decapitated a second-generation zombie. Gao Wei was stunned. Damn, how is this person so strong? Wait, those 8-meter-tall monsters are also zombies? Chapter 34, A Shocking Battle. Calculations from all sides. The long-legged triplet sisters. In the video, the face of the man wielding the giant sword was not clear, but he could determine the size of the swords based on nearby cars, streetlights, and other reference points, and he could roughly judge the size of those giant zombies. Gao Wei's brutal wolf form had strong combat power. He was even able to ascertain through the video that these giant zombies were terrifying, but he could still defeat them, provided it was one-on-one. Even if one more showed up, he felt he would be under pressure. But the monster man in the video wielding the giant sword was swinging two terrifying swords, casually cutting down several giant zombies. Moreover, he noticed another lone fighter. The trajectory could be seen through the distortion of the air heated by burning, especially when he saw Lin Biao seemingly self-destructing. Not only did he blow up several zombies, but he also destroyed nearby cars and the tempered glass of shops. Even so, as the smoke cleared and the giant zombies were reduced to minced meat, the bomb man Lin Biao, who was actually Gao Wei's mysterious and bizarre rival, was completely unscathed. This bizarre scene and terrifying combat power confirmed that both of them were ability users. So the question arises, what level of abilities do they possess? Are they stronger than his brutal wolf? For the first time, Gao Wei realized that his abilities might not help him ascend to the pinnacle of the apocalypse. However, he was not someone who would give up easily. At least he imagined a future where he dominated the apocalypse, enjoying the company of beautiful girls at will, and ideally seizing Liu Yang's luxurious villa as a shelter. That kind of future was too exhilarating. Gao Wei sneered. The apocalypse has just begun, and he is already so ostentatious. He would wait to be envied and killed. There wouldn't be time for regrets. At this moment, the internet and power were still functioning normally. Many survivors were fortunate to witness this. After watching, they were shocked. Damn, those 8-meter-tall ones are also zombies? Who can handle that? Woe is me. My neighbor across the street has been wandering around my house as a zombie all night. He won't turn into one of those monsters, right? If so, I'm really done for. It won't happen. These zombies should just be a very small number of mutated monsters. Most zombies still have the height of normal humans. However, everyone must learn to protect themselves quickly. Self-protection? If you encounter these huge guys, you might as well think about reincarnation. So, are those monster men really superhumans? It looks like movie special effects. Damn the special effects. It's the apocalypse. My home is on this street. I saw this scene and can guarantee it's absolutely real. Mutated monsters that are comparable to elephants as zombies. Powerful humans with super abilities. So how can we weak survivors, caught in between, survive in this apocalypse? Boo-hoo's so desperate. I'm begging for a good brother to protect me and keep me warm. Forget it. When you can't even fill your stomach, who has the energy for that? Don't go looking for trouble. With this fever, it's better to think about how to solve dinner. At the same time, many people secretly became superhumans. Many realized that they were not the only ones who became superhumans. More people realized that among the superhumans, there were actually terrifyingly powerful freaks. In the underground research facility, Qin Shan, Zhao Sanxiang, and Bao Xiong were conspiring against Lu Yang. Upon seeing this scene, they couldn't help but shudder. Zhao Sanxiang and Bao Xiong looked at Qin Shan. Brother Qin, you're the scientist. Can you explain what is going on with these two monsters? Qin Shan's face looked a bit grim. He was almost certain that the opponents had a level of super ability stronger than his own, but Qin Shan was the Ice Heart. Attribute attack super abilities were very powerful, and he felt the same from his own experience. Although Zhao Sanxiang and Bao Xiong each had 3 superhumans of the same level as Qin Shan, he was confident that he could hold his own even against 3. He might even win. This was the strength of attribute super abilities. However, facing the 2 monsters in the video, Qin Shan finally felt a sense of crisis. If he guessed correctly, they should be a level higher than us, but he wasn't too sure. For example, the man wielding a large sword was obviously a strength-type superhuman. Bao Xiong, the big boss, was an animal-type superhuman, Titan Bear, though of different attributes. They were both strength types. Compared to the man in the video, how did Bao Xiong feel? Did he have a chance? Qin Shan asked in a roundabout way. The towering figure of the opposing party, the big boss Bao Xiong, fell into deep thought. To be honest, I haven't fought with all my strength yet, but I feel like I might not be able to beat that monster man. Bao Xiong admitted defeat. Qin Shan didn't expect that both Zhao Sanxiang and Bao Xiong would show expressions of fear and retreat. Qin Shan realized he couldn't let their morale grow. Otherwise, it would easily affect the cooperation of the 3 parties. If they backed down and didn't go after Lu Yang with him, it would all be in vain. Because Lin Biao and Gua, who were worried about accidentally hurting their teammates, they deliberately attracted the second-tier zombie horde away from the convoy. That's why Lu Yang's convoy wasn't recorded. Neither Qin Shan nor Gao Wei knew that it was Lu Yang behind all this. Qin Shan hurriedly smiled and said, "Everyone, there's no need for such expressions. The reason I'm asking this is not to let Boss Bao fight that person. You can see that now we stand on the same front due to a common goal and have become friends. The 2 strong men in the video are also cooperating together, right? Perhaps in the future, we will have the opportunity to become even more powerful. However, I can assure everyone that these 2 people are definitely not Lu Yang's people. There can't be such strong people around Lu Yang. How could Qin Shan be so sure?" What he said was just to deceive and persuade the 2 cannon fodder teammates to let go of their fears. Qin Shan's thoughts coincided with Gao Wei's. They were thinking of Lu Yang's supplies and shelter, but didn't dare to go themselves, wanting to find a group of cannon fodder to help them take risks or even send them to their deaths. But this was indeed the best way. In the apocalypse, those who could be used as cannon fodder weren't too smart. The premise was that they were real cannon fodder. At this moment, among the 3 parties, Zhao Sanxiang and Bao Xiong believed part of Qin Shan's words, but wouldn't fully trust him. How many people who could establish their own shelters at the beginning of the apocalypse were foolish? The conversation was pleasant, at least on the surface. Qin Shan generously treated the 2 bosses to a big meal and then arranged for women for them. As for the women, it was too early in the apocalypse. They weren't that desperate for women yet. Zhao Sanxiang said. Bao Xiong nodded along. But Qin Shan mischievously said, "The women here are not ordinary women. Each one was once a top scholar in the research field. Although they may not be campus beauties, they are definitely good women. Even the married ones 1 over 40 years old, and there are many women in their 30s guaranteed to satisfy you." Zhao Sanxiang was over 40, and that age was indeed not too old for him. When Qin Shan mentioned women in their 30s, Zhao Sanxiang felt that women of that age had more flavor than 20-year-olds, especially hearing that they were all good women. The 2 bosses' eyes lit up. However, these women might have a bit of a fiery temperament. If they were to play next, it might require the 2 bosses to conquer them themselves. Don't worry. Brother Qin, I like fiery personalities, Zhao Sanxiang said, thinking it sounded enticing. Half an hour later, amidst the screams of women and the wicked smiles of men. Several bosses and their elite subordinates were each arranged with at least one woman. This behavior was inhumane. In this apocalypse, this was the norm. Capable women could be treated as honored guests. Those who were not capable could only become playthings under men. Even among the men, some didn't qualify for you to choose. Qin Shan glared fiercely at his former colleagues, his eyes filled with lust. But he didn't continue to act on the lucky women who had narrowly escaped disaster. In his view, these women were his, and there was plenty of time to enjoy them slowly. But the men? Old mules. Ask this group of men what their purpose was. Other than the old professors who were temporarily not to be touched, the other men were useless. They should be killed and thrown out. Don't waste food here. At this moment, all the women wanted to kill Qin Shan. All the men were begging for mercy. But in the end, they couldn't escape the fate of being killed. Among the men, 70% were killed. The remaining 30% were highly educated, high IQ individuals who were well known in the research field, along with some highly talented young people. Qin Shan also understood that research was needed even in the apocalypse. In case one day he got infected with a zombie virus, he would need these scientists to help him find a cure, although a cure had not yet been developed. Keeping them would allow for continued development and research. As for those who died, it just saved on food, which was definitely a good choice for Qin Shan. They played and chatted. Qin Shan took the lead, and the three parties decided to act tonight, preparing to take down Liu Yang's villa under the cover of darkness. Take a gamble and turn a bike into a motorcycle. On the other side, Lin Biao and Guo Hu took action, although there were plenty of second-tier zombies. In the hands of the two powerful superhumans, they managed quite well. This scene left the people observing from the shadows of the residential building, waiting to see the zombie horde take out Liu Yang's convoy. Dumbfounded, many were unwilling to accept it and prepared to continue cursing. At this time, a strong man appeared in the shadows, holding a fine submachine gun. He started cursing loudly. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you, cold-blooded bastards." However, many people initially anticipated. They were looking forward to the strong man taking out a few. However, just as the strong man was halfway through his cursing, raising his gun without having the chance to shoot, an invisible bomb exploded right beside him. The bomb's explosion can flip a tank. In an instant, the muscular man was blown to pieces. This is no longer a time of peace. It is no longer an era where moral coercion can be used at will. In this age, killing is done without a blink of an eye. Along the way, the speed was not fast because they needed to clear the path, but they basically didn't encounter any major dangers. The ordinary zombies they encountered later didn't even require braking. The convoy simply ran them over. Occasionally, a first-generation zombie would appear, or even an advanced second-generation zombie. Lin Biao, who was sitting on the top of the armored vehicle in the front row, made a precise toss of a homemade bomb, blowing it to a pulp. During the journey, Liu Yang had people search through the remains, even inside the zombies' heads, trying to find something from his memories. But he realized he was overthinking. The crystal core that should have been in the zombie's brain was absent. It seemed that time was not enough, and it had not yet formed. Upon reaching Linhai University, Liu Yang simply had the convoy drive into the campus. It didn't matter if there were zombies. They just ignored them and ran them over. Just as he was about to contact Gao Wei, he was attracted by a frantic cry for help. "Help! Save me! Who will save us? Woo-woo!" He had heard too many cries for help along the way. Liu Yang initially planned to ignore it, but he found the voice very familiar. After becoming a superpower user, Liu Yang discovered that his physical fitness had increased many times, along with enhanced hearing, smell, and vision. Looking around, he saw that on the 8th floor of a building several hundred meters away, which was the only floor with security bars, was the school's broadcasting room. Because the broadcasting room had many expensive pieces of equipment, it had been fitted with heavy security bars after a previous theft incident, and even the door to the audiovisual room was a reinforced security door. The cries for help from inside the audiovisual room came from 3 girls. Moreover, they were the most famous trio in Lin University, known as the most beautiful sisters. They were even dubbed the most stunning triplets. Yes, triplets. Song Qingqing, Song Qianqian, and Song Shishir. Standing at 178 centimeters tall, each with long legs. The 3 sisters excelled in modern dance, judo, yoga, ballet, and voice acting, making them truly versatile. They were beautiful and had sweet voices, but during their university years, no one had pursued them. This was simply because they were proud and came from an exceptionally wealthy family. Their father, Song Jianhai, was a well-known businessman and the head of the most powerful private hospital internationally. The remarkable thing about this hospital was that, to make it exceptional, Mr. Song spent heavily to recruit dozens of top-tier doctors from around the world. Every one of them could become a top expert and chief physician in the top hospitals of Kyoto. If Liu Yang remembered correctly, in his previous life, the Song family's hospital became the only one that could operate normally during the apocalypse, simply because the three sisters coincidentally obtained 3 meteorite fragments, becoming 3-level superpower users. It's hard to even find 1-level user, let alone 3 from the same family. This directly pushed the Song family to the pinnacle of the apocalypse. Those powerful factions had to show respect when seeking medical care from the Song family. By then, money had lost its value, and whatever the Song family wanted had to be provided, or else there was no negotiation. If he could get his hands on these 3 sisters, wouldn't that be equivalent to controlling the Song family's top medical resources? Although he could take them by force, doing so could easily lead to casualties. The deaths of unrelated personnel didn't matter, but those top doctors were even rarer in the apocalypse. Having a risk-free opportunity to get close to the 3 sisters was something Liu Yang was not opposed to. Young Master Liu, Gao Wei is calling. Don't answer. Let us go to the broadcasting room over there and rescue those 3 sisters. Chapter 35, The Proud Rich Girl. Su Qingzhu is trapped. Qingqing, have you contacted Dad? Is there any danger at home? Home is temporarily safe. A few infected people appeared in the hospital, but they were subdued by security. 2 security guards got infected, but they were killed by Dad's bodyguards. However, Dad said that even if he comes to rescue us now, it will take at least 3 hours to get here. But with so many students turning into zombies, Dad said there's no way to guarantee that we can break out. So he is trying to contact a few superpower users to come and rescue us. What should we do? I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten since last night. Qian, sure. I feel like I'm gonna faint, woo-woo. In the Linhai University broadcasting room, when the zombie virus broke out yesterday, the 3 sisters happened to be in the broadcasting room looking for materials. After finding the materials, they wasted some time writing a promotional script for the upcoming broadcast. By the time they were ready to leave, they discovered that chaos had erupted outside. Downstairs in the school, students were chasing each other. Upon closer inspection, they realized that zombies were killing people. The 3 sisters wanted to leave the building quickly. Fortunately, the broadcasting room security door was secure, and there were sturdy security bars. But even so, the 3 sisters were only temporarily safe and had no one to rescue them. Peering through the peephole, they could see hordes of zombies in the corridor. The campus was filled with zombies and corpses. The triplets were almost in despair. They had just received news that the danger at home had just been lifted. Waiting for rescue from home would also take a long time. They discovered a new problem. First-generation zombies had appeared in the school. Ordinary second- and third-generation infected zombies had mutated. They could not break through the security door's defenses. They didn't even have climbing abilities. But the first-generation zombies could climb walls and had terrifying size and strength. The 3 sisters witnessed 2 first-generation zombies climbing the walls of the opposite building. The people who had been screaming for help were directly torn apart by the first-generation zombies as they broke through the windows. The triplets watched in horror as a first-generation zombie bit off a person's head, effortlessly tearing a student's body in half. At that moment of separation, the 3 sisters covered their mouths and cried out in despair. That was the situation from a few hours ago. Since then, the sisters dare not call for help, nor did they dare to look outside, until just now, confirming that the 2 huge first-generation zombies were gone. They finally dared to risk calling for help. Then they saw a convoy appear. Qingqing, Qian, look over there. Didn't they say the military and police had collapsed and were too busy to care for themselves? I didn't expect a military vehicle to appear. They're all armored cars. It seems they're here to rescue us. That's great. Could be that Dad found someone. The 3 sisters had a bit of the spoiled rich girl attitude, especially since the Song family's power was enormous. After enduring so much hardship, They finally saw someone coming to rescue them. The three sisters were suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. Overjoyed, the eldest sister, Song Sure, quickly waved her hands, crying and laughing. Over here, over here. You're here to rescue us, right? We are over here. As the eldest sister, Song Sure was relatively more stable among the three. She also had the least spoiled attitude. But her two younger sisters, Song Qingqing and Song Qianqian, besides feeling relieved, they were even angrier. They were crying with grievances. At the same time, they shouted fiercely, "Can't you be any faster? If you're any later, we'll be eaten by these ugly monsters. You're moving so slowly, you'll die stupidly. Hurry up, okay? If you're any later, we'll starve to death. Hey, why are you just sitting downstairs? Hurry up and come save us. I, Song Qianqian, command you to come up quickly. Otherwise, I'll tell my dad to punish you, you bunch of bastards. Hurry up and save this lady." The eldest sister, Song Sure, felt that this was a bit inappropriate, but hesitating, she still didn't stop her two younger sisters. If the other party is indeed someone sent by her father, then it's understandable to say a few words. Song Sure didn't expect that the person who came would be someone her father couldn't afford to offend in his lifetime, and would later become a man who would make her and her two sisters obedient and even infatuated. "Young Master Lu Yang, shall we go up?" Guohu sat beside Lu Yang this time, while the others were in a state of readiness to move. Originally, Lu Yang wanted to save the three sisters first, but it was just a whim to save them in order to gain a chance to connect with the Song family. Of course, Lu Yang had no intention of fostering any friendly relations. The Song family was indeed powerful. Even before the disaster, Liu Yang's 100 billion group was worth less than a single hospital of the Song family. Not to mention the Song family's main asset source, the real estate. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe the Song family as being as rich as a country. But now, after the disaster, apart from this hospital, the rest of the Song family's money would be useless. In the apocalypse, the most valuable thing is supplies, and Liu Yang possessed nearly 100 billion worth of supplies, which if calculated with large cargo ships, would take 100 ships to hold. Such a massive amount of supplies. What could the Song family compare with? However, besides supplies, in the apocalypse, strength is king. Liu Yang was the top-tier level ability user, and he was also enhanced through mutation. Even if he encountered other level ability users, they would be insignificant in front of him. Plus, with a level Saint Angel, Su Qingzhu, and multiple level ability users under him, and over 200 unutilized meteorites. What could the Song family use to make Liu Yang take the initiative to be friendly? Saving the three sisters would give the Song family a way out, allowing Song Jianghai to take the initiative to be friendly with him, to choose to bow down in submission. If the Song family didn't take this opportunity, Liu Yang wouldn't mind putting in more effort to completely eliminate the Song family. There might be some losses in taking over the hospital, but Liu Yang wasn't completely averse to losses. It all depended on whether the Song family had any sense of shame. I have a vague understanding of Song Jianghai. It is said that he is a giant in the business world, domineering yet loyal, and having built such a large business. He possesses not only business acumen and connections, but also the ability to read the times. Guohu listened attentively. He had always looked up to Liu Yang, who was the most appreciative of those who know how to read the situation, and also the most loyal person. Other bodyguards around the boss have a worker's mentality, while Liu Yang's kindness to Guohu surpassed that of a boss to an employee, which is why Guohu had long regarded Liu Yang as his leader, and would not hesitate to risk his life to protect him. It was the same in the past. At this moment, when the world had plunged into the apocalypse, Liu Yang had prepared supplies in advance, prepared for battle ahead of time, and even became the strongest ability user ahead of time, and had also trained Guohu into a powerful ability user. From that moment on, Guohu swore his loyalty. Now, as long as Liu Yang said a word, even if it meant going to the Song family 1,000 miles away to eliminate Song Jianghai, he would do it without hesitation. Liu Yang curled his lips, revealing a hint of playfulness. He didn't expect that the three young ladies of the Song family had been raised to be so willful. Guohu sensed the coldness in Liu Yang's mood. He said seriously, "Do you need me to take care of these three girls? Or should I just tie them up?" Liu Yang raised his hand and then instructed Guohu about something. Guohu got out of the car and saluted Liu Yang. "Young Master Liu Yang, I guarantee to complete the task." "Young Master Liu Yang?" The three young ladies upstairs instinctively froze. They hadn't yet figured out the situation, and then saw the convoy directly turn around and leave downstairs. Don't go. Don't go, you guys. Hey, where are you going? The three young ladies cried out. Their eyes were filled with despair. However, upon seeing that Guahu was still there and had left behind a long armored personnel carrier, there was still a glimmer of hope in their eyes. But they also doubted, how could one person come to save them? There was no time to think more. The surrounding horde of corpses had been attracted. Ah, the zombies are coming. Run. You run. The eldest sister, Song Shur, reacted first. This shout made Guahu smile. It turned out that this group of young ladies was not completely devoid of humanity. Song Shur was taken aback. Could it be that they were not the rescue sent by their father? Did their earlier words anger them, causing them to leave? The two younger sisters, in their despair, became even angrier. What does our humanity have to do with you? You're the ones without humanity. Clearly, you could save us. Why did you leave? Why? Sobi. Leaving one of you behind is just sending you to your death? Before she finished speaking, they saw Guahu take down two terrifying 5-meter-long giant swords from the vehicle. And the three sisters were directly dumbfounded. Even more so was the horde of zombies that had surrounded them, at least 50 or 60 of them, even if they were just ordinary zombies. The three sisters had seen with their own eyes how helpless people were when they were eaten, and had seen two boys unable to hold back a transformed female zombie. The scariest part was, the three sisters saw the two gigantic original zombies that had vanished, reappeared, running like elephants, making thumping sounds. At that moment, as the horde of zombies, along with the two originals, surrounded them, Guahu directly swung the giant sword. It was as easy as swinging two bamboo poles. However, dozens of zombies, plus two gigantic original zombies, under Guahu's giant sword, instantly cut in half. Watching Guahu casually shake off the blood from the ton-heavy giant sword, effortlessly tossing it back into the vehicle, the armored car weighing over 10 tons shook along with the giant sword being placed inside. The three sisters couldn't help but swallow hard. Are you serious? How heavy were those two swords? Could this person be the ability user their father mentioned? The two younger sisters had not yet realized they had just offended him. Song Shur, however, took a deep breath and said, "They don't seem to be the rescue sent by my father. So it seems we might have said the wrong thing just now." The two younger sisters were astonished, but Guahu had already sat on top of the vehicle, lit a cigarette, and looked at the three sisters with a somewhat calm demeanor, ignoring the approaching zombies in the distance. Young Master Lu Yang is very angry because he hates people who show off in front of him. As you can see, saving you only requires me alone. But the young master doesn't plan to save you anymore. Upon hearing this, Song Qingqing and Song Qianqian were completely panicked. Song Shur realized that since Guahu hadn't left, it meant he still wanted to give the three sisters a chance. She quickly pulled her two panicking younger sisters and then looked down at Guahu. "Young Master Lu Yang, is it Senior Lu Yang? No matter who it is, can we apologize? We apologize for our earlier rudeness. Why should we apologize? We're the Song family." Song Qingqing was the most willful, still wanting to be willful, only to be stopped and glared at by Song Shur. Guahu seemed indifferent to all this. He took a puff of his cigarette and then flicked it away, casually saying, "It's not impossible to save you. Call Song Jianghai immediately. Come to Linhai City to thank young Master Lu Yang and ask for you back. Otherwise, if the young master is unhappy, he might lock you up in a little black room, enjoy himself for a few days, and after he gets bored, he might kill you. Or ha. Guahu was, of course, trying to scare them. The three girls were frightened. Song Shur realized this was bad. It seemed that they couldn't refuse being saved. The eldest sister, Song Shur, stopped her two ignorant younger sisters from speaking, and then bit her lip lightly and said, "In any case, we three sisters still need to apologize for our earlier rudeness. We will contact father as planned." Guahu raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect one of the three sisters to be so sensible. The matter was settled. Thinking of the dignified business giant, Song Jianghai, who was as rich as a country, was about to visit Lu Yang to express gratitude or even apology. He was even more relieved about his long-standing loyalty to Lu Yang. Otherwise, if he made a wrong move, he would probably be in the same situation as everyone else at this moment, reduced to a walking corpse. On the other side, when Liu Yang and his team were at Linhai University, they were heading to the neighboring city to rescue Su Qingzhu's sister. It seemed they had encountered some trouble. It wasn't a stronger level of ability user they faced, but rather a group of more than a dozen ability users, led by a level 5 with 2 level 4s, 3 level 3s, and the rest being level 2s. This group had been accustomed to being tyrannical, relying on luck to acquire so many meteorites. They had already established themselves as local tyrants before the apocalypse and were now planning to dominate the territory. Su Qingzhu didn't care much and was too lazy to meddle. She just wanted to quickly find her sister. However, she didn't expect that her sister happened to be within the jurisdiction of this gang of villains, and was even spotted by them, who intended to take her sister. Su Qingyu away. First time seeing such a beautiful girl. I wonder whose sister she is. No wonder. She asked the sister of the police flower, Su Qingyu. Since that's the case, let us just keep her here. How about it? I'll let you have some fun, Iron Chong. Ha ha. Surrounded by more than a dozen people. With dozens of armed subordinates, the two sisters appeared extremely weak. Su Qingyu was angry and a bit flustered. But Su Qingzhu pulled her sister and looked at the leader. Iron Chong, are you tired of living? Chapter 36. The bully Iron Chong of Longjiang City. Then go die. As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly fell silent, especially since there were more than a dozen ability users standing opposite them, including 3 powerful level 4 ability users. Su Qingyu knew her sister. Su Qingzhu was an ability user, but she hadn't asked about levels or anything, even if she knew the levels. The ordinary Su Qingyu didn't understand what it represented. She just felt that even if her sister was strong, taking on dozens of them was too risky. Qingzhu, don't be impulsive. Iron Chong, I know that when I was a police officer before, I often caught you and raided your places, so it made you resentful. But now the police system has collapsed, and the human world is paralyzed. Everyone is too busy to care for themselves, and I won't trouble you again. If you want an explanation, I can sincerely apologize for what I did before, just hoping you understand that in this apocalypse, humanity suffers heavy casualties, and survivors must unite to continue humanity. Do you really want to watch humanity kill each other until extinction? At this moment, Su Qingyu sounded like a reincarnated saint. Su Qingzhu frowned slightly, realizing her sister's thinking was very dangerous. But Iron Chong, the bearded man opposite, spoke first, grinning lewdly. Oh, so the police flower sister wants to apologize to us scoundrels? That's right, the human world is paralyzed. Everyone is too busy to care for themselves. Isn't this the perfect time for us evildoers to act? Yes, if humanity continues to kill each other, it will definitely face extinction. So, I don't plan to kill you sisters. Just you two. TSK, TSK. At this point, Iron Chong's brothers burst into laughter, completely oblivious to Su Qingzhu's icy expression. Even if they noticed, they wouldn't care. They had become nearly invincible in this city. They had barged into many homes that morning, stealing food and water, and even enjoying the wives of other men in front of them. Iron Chong and his crew were the first batch of evildoers. With their strong abilities, they could do whatever they wanted. Other ability users avoided them completely, and no one dared to provoke them. To Iron Chong, the two women were nothing but lambs to be slaughtered. Of course, before having children, Iron Chong wanted to have some fun. And your sister, so fresh and lovely. TSK, TSK. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's face showed despair, while Su Qingzhu was already ready to strike at any moment. She didn't know the specific abilities of the opponents, but that didn't hinder her killing intent. In fact, Su Qingzhu also didn't know how strong her fighting capability could be when pushed to the limit. Only Liu Yang was aware. In her past life, with her level 5 Holy Angel ability, when she transformed into the Valkyrie Holy Angel, she was nearly invincible at the same level. She even had glorious records of fighting evenly with level 5 ability users. Just when Iron Chong thought victory was in his grasp, Su Qingzhu suddenly pulled her sister into her arms. Huge 4 wings suddenly grew from behind her. The moment the wings spread, the snow-white feathers turned into a metallic sheen in an instant, leaving Iron Chong and his crew dumbfounded. With a cold voice, Su Qingzhu said, "Since you're seeking death, then go die." This statement directly sentenced them to death. about a few kilometers away from Su Qingzhu and the others' neighborhood. On the top of a 100-meter-high building stood a bizarre figure with wings and eagle claws for feet. This person was a level 5 animal-type ability user, the Falcon. While falcons might not be the strongest in the raptor world, their speed was impressive and they possessed super strong vision. At this distance, ordinary people couldn't see situations 2 or 3 kilometers away. But this person could clearly see Su Qingzhu and her sister along with Iron Chang's crew due to the eagle's vision granted by his abilities. Report to the boss. It seems Iron Chang's group is about to clash with the two women. The older sister looks very scared and fearful. She should be an ordinary person. But that younger sister has been standing in front, showing only anger and indifference, seemingly without any fear. Preliminary judgment. This girl should be an ability user. On the other end of the phone, a peculiar laughter followed a moment of silence. An ability user? Daring to confront Iron Chang's group, especially an ability user. Unless they are really out of the loop, they should know the strength of Iron Chang's crew. Could be they're not locals? Hearing this, the Falcon Man sneered. Iron Chang's group is too arrogant today. If people didn't know better, they'd think they were the real bosses of Longjiang City. But the real boss just can't be bothered to deal with them. The person on the other end didn't deny it. He just smiled and contemplated, saying, "Forget it. The gun shoots the bird that sticks its head out. Although I'm quite capable, I don't plan to stick my neck out this early. Perhaps there are even stronger people hiding in the shadows. For now, let Iron Chang's gang be the bait. Knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. When the powerful ability users hidden in the dark reveal themselves, we can emerge without haste. Hopefully, Iron Chang can be arrogant for a while longer and not get himself killed too quickly." Dozens of kilometers away, a man sat in a villa. Beside him was a speakerphone. In his hand was a glass of Romani Kani wine. With a casual wave, a large tree suddenly burst out of the ground in the courtyard. Then, at an almost exaggerated speed of 10 meters per second, it grew into a towering tree in just a few seconds. The most terrifying part was that the trunk had devil-like facial features. With a creepy laugh, the tree's branches waved wildly. He could instantly create dozens or even hundreds of such trees. Each one could move and transform into a terrifying tree monster. Flowers, plants, and even vines can be created by him in an instant. Become his soldier. The man's name is Su Qianqian. He possesses a level plant-based ability, All Things Grow. With this ability, even Su Qianqian's body can transform into plants. In battle, he can become a terrifying giant tree. In retreat, he can turn into underground vines. When he awakened his abilities, he knew he was destined to become a god in this apocalyptic world. However, Su Qianqian is clever enough. He understands that since he can become a unique powerhouse, others might be able to as well. He doesn't want to encounter misfortune, so he secretly gathers resources and avoids easy contact with other ability users. His goal is to force out the powerful beings hiding in the shadows. At this moment, there are many powerful beings observing quietly. Su Qianqian believes that whoever endures to the end will be the victor. Whoever can't hold back and jumps out first will lose their best advantage. When they emerge, he will absorb them if possible. If not, he will eliminate them one by one. He will eliminate all threats to his reign as the Emperor of the Apocalypse. I, Su Qianqian, will become the invincible existence in this apocalypse. Thinking about dominating Longjiang City in the future, even dominating the entire dragon country, Su Qianqian feigned a calm smile, filled with excitement. But then, on the other end of the phone, the subordinate of the Eagle Falcon suddenly trembled with fear. "Boss, it's not good. What happened? Speak clearly. What happened to Tai Chong and the others? Did they kill those 2 girls?" "No, it's Tai Chong. He was killed by the younger sister of those 2 girls. Within 1 minute, that girl wiped out all of Tai Chong's group." At this point, both sides fell silent for 2 seconds. As Su Qianqian's wine glass fell to the ground, he took a deep breath and felt a surge of excitement. They have appeared. The powerful being that can make my blood boil has appeared. Since it's a girl, if she can join me, Su Qianqian, and become my woman, teaming up should be quite good, right? Su Qianqian wanted to stay hidden, but at this moment, he felt he could no longer hold back, especially since Su Qingzhu is an outsider. At this moment, Many powerful beings will surely emerge from the shadows. You must rush over at the first moment. Seize the opportunity. Get Su Qingzhu. Wait for me. I will be there soon. Chapter 37. Gao Wei's Foolish Schemes. Arrangements. He doesn't mind being ruthless. Tai Chong's group didn't expect that their side had such a strong lineup of ability users. They even felt they had a tendency to dominate Longjiang City. At least in their own opinion. Even if they couldn't dominate, they could still be influential in this city. They could continue to be the local tyrants, enjoying the apocalypse, playing with women, and doing whatever they wanted. There should be no problem, right? Who would have thought? They would capsize in the gutter. If Tai Chong's group hadn't provoked Su Qingzhu, or if Tai Chong hadn't said those humiliating words, perhaps Su Qingzhu would have taught them a lesson without killing them. But the moment those humiliating words were spoken, Su Qingzhu's killing intent appeared, sealing their fate. How could you be so strong? You have such a cruel heart. At this moment, besides Tai Chong, who was on the brink of death, all the other brothers were dead on the ground. Each of them showed a mutilated body, no complete corpse. Looking at the incredibly pure four-winged angel figure of Su Qingzhu and the exaggerated double-headed, double-edged light spear in her hand, the blood on it was gradually evaporating under the holy light. He had considered that he might encounter strong enemies, but he never expected to meet one so quickly. Even their group had not had their abilities for more than 24 hours. They hadn't even had the chance to enjoy the apocalypse. He never expected that a mere girl could be so terrifying. However, as soon as he finished speaking, countless metallic feathers turned into sharp arrows, instantly piercing through Tai Chong's body. Until death, he never got any answers. He didn't even know what kind of existence he had offended. Qingzhu, your ability is so strong, but you kill them all. Isn't that too cold-blooded? Interrupting her sister, Su Qingyu. Su Qingzhu retracted her abilities, her face returning to its usual calm and gentleness. Sister, I must seriously inform you. This is the apocalypse. The previous human society has completely collapsed. The world from now on is one where only survivors and mutated monsters coexist. Whether you want to survive or rebuild order, kindness can only harm yourself and others in this world. You should be able to imagine what our fate would be if I didn't have abilities. Su Ingus Letsu Ingu silent. Yes, if her sister didn't have abilities, unable to resist these people's atrocities, the two sisters would be met with dark and endless humiliation, even death. No matter how kind-hearted a person is, they wouldn't want to exchange their death for someone else's survival. Su Qingyu, who wasn't too stubborn, began to waver. Let's go, sister. The plane is 3 kilometers away at the square. We'll drive over. Su Qingzhu didn't want to use her abilities too ostentatiously to fly over. After the two sisters got in the car and left, many survivors began to appear in the community. Dead? Dead. Tai Chong's gang of bullies is really dead. Ha ha, great. We won't be threatened by them anymore. But weren't those 2 girls too cold-blooded, killing so many people? Couldn't they just kill Tai Chong? This is simply devilish behavior. Su Qingzhu still didn't know that her helicopter had already been surrounded by the emerging ability users of Longjiang City. In Linhai City, Gao Wei had waited a long time. Finally, he heard the roar of armored vehicles outside the window. Wang Feng, Lu Yang seems to be here. The two quickly looked out the window. When they saw the exaggerated convoy of armored vehicles, along with the bulldozer and heavily modified high-power trucks in front, Gao Wei's spirit lifted. Damn, Lu Yang actually has such a powerful convoy. They're armed personnel on the vehicles. Did Lu Yang stockpile guns and ammunition in advance? Damn it. Wang Feng looked at Gao Wei in surprise. Gao Wei's expression changed. Then he laughed. I'm just excitedly complimenting. Isn't that what good friends do? Damn, you little brat are doing so well lately. Wang Feng nodded excitedly. Yeah, if Lu Yang is willing to take us in, we'll definitely be safe in the future. Gao Wei nodded in agreement. But inside he scoffed. In the past, Gao Wei considered Lu Yang and Zhang Yang as good brothers. But at that time, Gao Wei held himself in high regard, being a rich second generation. He was willing to spend money for his good brothers and loved hearing them say, "Thank you, bro. You're so handsome. Isn't that excessive?" Lu Yang has never been the type to suck up to anyone. He wouldn't flatter Gao Wei because he had money. This had always made Gao Wei harbor resentment towards Lu Yang. Later, When Liu Yang wanted to start a business, Gao Wei felt it was unreliable. But more so, he scoffed at it. Gao Wei's father was a businessman, and he had asked his father about Liu Yang's project. His father dismissed it as fanciful, leading Gao Wei to conclude that Liu Yang and Zhang Yang would fail. Who would have thought that they not only succeeded, but also became super tycoons with wealth 100 times greater than his family's? At that moment, Gao Wei felt both envy and jealousy, and anger. Anger at himself for missing the opportunity. Even more anger at Liu Yang and Zhang Yang for not insisting on bringing him along. That's right. He would rather blame Liu Yang and Zhang Yang than acknowledge that his own distrust was a problem. In short, Gao Wei right now. Whether it's Liu Yang or Zhang Yang, the brotherly bond is long gone. All that remains is accumulated resentment. At the same time, Gao Wei's desire to seize the villa shelter from Liu Yang and take all his supplies is growing stronger. Ever since he saw Liu Yang's luxurious armored vehicle convoy, this thought has expanded to an uncontrollable level. I must act quickly. I can't delay any longer. I need to investigate Liu Yang's combat capabilities, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy. Then find a reason to leave. When I return, it will be the time to take down Liu Yang's shelter. Come down. Liu Yang did not get out of the car, but instead beckoned with his hand. A few zombies approached not far away. Gao Wei wanted to see if there were any ability users among Liu Yang's group. Although Liu Yang had many meteorites, what if one was still hidden in a corner and the secret had not been discovered? After all, Gao Wei discovered the secret of the meteorites when he touched them. If he never touched them, the meteorites would never emit a glowing response. Gao Wei was disappointed. No one in Liu Yang's vehicles used any abilities. Instead, 2 soldiers didn't even get out of their cars and shot directly from the sunroof, hitting zombies cleanly in the head. A few minutes later, Gao Wei got into a car and sat next to Liu Yang. Thank goodness. Liu Yang, you really came to save us. Yes, Liu Yang, if you hadn't come, we really wouldn't know how to leave the school. Although Gao Wei had become a powerful ability user, there were simply too many zombies in the school. Far too many for Gao Wei to kill, even if he worked himself to death. What's wrong, Gao Wei? Gao Wei initially didn't want to say much about his abilities, but unexpectedly, Wang Feng blurted it out. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just about to tell Liu Yang about my abilities." At that time, Wang Feng and I were both in despair. Guess what? Just when I thought all hope was lost, I suddenly developed my abilities and became an ability user who can transform into a werewolf monster. Liu Yang looked at the two with a smile, taking in all of Gao Wei's subtle expressions. He feigned ignorance and asked with a playful smile, "How was that ability activated? I heard on the phone that it has something to do with the meteorites. Is that true?" Clearly, Liu Yang was asking knowingly. Just as Wang Feng was about to speak, the alert Gao Wei jumped in first. "Huh? Oh, the meteorites. They have some relation, but not entirely. I think it's partly due to personal constitution. However, I feel the meteorites must have a big secret. Liu Yang, are your meteorites still intact? Have you not touched a single one? If you have, can you show me?" Since Gao Wei had become an ability user, it must have been through absorbing the light core, but he didn't tell Liu Yang the truth. At this moment, Liu Yang's heart was as clear as a mirror. The meaning of his smile was hard to decipher. He pretended to be helpless and said, "Oh, my meteorites? Don't mention it. I collected them and put them at home, but my aunt thought they were just broken stones and ended up throwing them into the garbage pile. They're probably dumped somewhere in a waste processing station by now. Thrown away? Is that true? Doesn't that mean you don't have a single ability user?" Gao Wei swallowed the latter half of his sentence forcefully. Liu Yang nodded regretfully. "Is it important? But there's no way to find them now. The waste processing station processes hundreds to thousands of tons of garbage daily. What do you think I can do?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just feel that you indeed lost something very important." "Forget it. Since it's lost, there's no point in talking about it." Gao Wei then deliberately changed the subject. Wang Feng was puzzled as to why Gao Wei was speaking so strangely, as if he was being evasive. However, since Gao Wei kept blocking her, she didn't say much more. Liu Yang cooperated with Gao Wei's conversation casually, but in his heart, he was already certain that Gao Wei was no longer the old Gao Wei, but had become a sinister person. If it weren't for the system's hint that Gao Wei still had some use, Liu Yang would have already tossed him to the zombies. "You should be grateful." "Huh? Grateful?" Yes, grateful. Grateful that you came to save us? Otherwise Wang Fong and I would be doomed. Lu Yang smiled and nodded. You should be grateful. Grateful that you are still of use to me. Grateful that you don't have to die now. Grateful that you can live a few more days. Beep. Gao Wei will establish a character line connection with a new child of fortune. It is recommended that the host indulge this person appropriately, as he will bring unexpected gifts to the host in the future. Unexpected gifts? It should be the child of fortune himself. After all, what Lu Yang wanted most right now was to find a child of fortune, eliminate him, and seize all his fortune points to help himself gather 1,000 fortune points to unlock the fortune point mall. He was quite looking forward to it and wanted to know what powerful items were in the mall. I still have to go save others. Lu Yang got out of the car and instructed Lin Biao about everything. At the same time, he had already arranged everything at home through Zhang Yang and Zhang Jinyan. He wouldn't say what shouldn't be said, nor would he expose what shouldn't be exposed. Next, Gao Wei and Wang Fong would see some scenes and intelligence specially created for them. In the broadcasting building, the three sisters, Song Shi, Song Qianqian, and Song Qingqing, have been waiting for a long time. They finally waited for Lu Yang, a person who made them both hate and feel curious. Senor Lu Yang, we respect you as our senior. Why did you treat us this way? You actually turned your back and left us to die? Song Shi initially wanted to speak first, but was unexpectedly interrupted by her two younger sisters. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, Guohu, let us go. Just as the three ladies said, we'll see death and not save. Saying this, Guohu turned around and left, scaring the three sisters into a complete panic. Seeing this, Song Shi hurriedly stepped forward with sincerity. Young Master Lu Yang, I apologize on behalf of my two younger sisters. We've already called our father as per Brother Guohu's request. Father said he would personally come to thank you and even apologize. Please, young Master Lu Yang. Lu Yang curled his lips and looked towards the triplets. Don't think this is still the previous peaceful era. And don't think you are still the noble young ladies adored by thousands. This is the apocalypse. In this brand new era, you are nothing. Lu Yang's words were harsh, but he didn't care about the feelings of the three sisters at all. He turned around and got into the car. After all, his goal was to control the Song family. The trifling triplet sisters, although somewhat attractive, would be fine if they obeyed. If they didn't, Lu Yang wouldn't mind destroying them. Looking at the three sisters again, their faces were extremely pale and ugly. Impossible. What he said can't be true. I'm still the eldest lady of the Song family. I don't want to be a weak, ordinary person. Woo woo woo. On the other side, in Longjiang City, Su Qingzhu was currently in front of a helicopter, looking at the surrounding powerful ability users with a cold gaze and fierce fighting spirit. Are you really going to challenge my bottom line at the cost of your lives? Chapter 38. The Powerful Forces of Longjiang City. Su Yankanis Ambition. Longjiang City, Longyang Square. This is one of the iconic squares in the center of Longjiang City. In the past, thousands of people would come here for leisure and entertainment every day, but today, apart from mutated zombie monsters, there isn't a hint of the previous crowd. A helicopter hovered in midair, neither able to leave nor stay. If they left, Su Qingzhu would still be below. Staying seemed a bit dangerous. After all, there were hundreds of people surrounding them, and the top ability users emerging in Longjiang City had almost all gathered here. They had witnessed many people waving their hands to eliminate a group of zombies, and some even punched over several tons of stone statues. The hearts of the two flight soldiers in the helicopter were in turmoil. In the back seat, Su Qingyao watched as her two older sisters were surrounded, filled with worry and fear. Would the eldest and second sister be okay? Hurry up and let them board the helicopter. As long as we take off quickly, it should be fine, right? Among the three little princesses of the Su family, only Su Qingyao was still in school. At 20 years old, having been pampered all her life, she had little social experience, and her words at this moment seemed rather naive. However, the pilots did not dare to offend her. Third Miss, don't worry. Miss Qingzhu told us to take off and wait. Otherwise, it would affect their battle. Moreover, without Miss Qingzhu's orders, we dare not disobey. But there are so many bad people. Su Qingyao's eyes were filled with tears. The bond between the three sisters was very deep. Among the pilots, There happened to be someone who had flown on the mission that night to rescue Su Qingzhu and had witnessed her powerful abilities firsthand, watching as she eliminated thousands of zombies in the military district of Linhai City. These bad guys should not be too fearsome, right? The helicopter not only did not descend, but slowly ascended further until it hovered several hundred meters high. The pilots were very concerned about Su Qingzhu's safety, but did not know how to handle the situation. So, they called Liu Yang. On the other end of the line, after hearing the report, Liu Yang said only one sentence. "This small matter does not need to be reported to me. Qingzhu can handle it herself." Click. When Liu Yang hung up the phone, the pilots were dumbfounded. He hung up? He hung up. Did you make it clear? There seemed to be several very strong ability users on the other side. I made it clear. You were eavesdropping, weren't you? In that case, does young Master Liu not worry? Not only is he not worried, but it seems like young Master Liu is more concerned about the people provoking Miss Qingzhu, worried that they might be beaten too badly by her. In the square, Su Qingyu was the one with the most complex feelings. She had just escaped from a wolf pack and now found herself in a tiger's den. However, having seen her younger sister, Su Qingzhu, eliminate Iron Chang's group in an instant, Su Qingyu did not rashly speak up, but leaned closer to Su Qingzhu's ear and whispered, "There are many of them, and we don't know their strength. Be careful and try not to act rashly." Su Qingzhu remained completely unfazed, giving her sister a reassuring glance. Then she scanned her surroundings with a cold gaze, confirming that there were 4 factions around. Each faction had anywhere from a dozen to just 3 ability users, but Su Qingzhu knew they were merely lackeys. She was also trying to assess the strength of the leaders of these factions. Su Qingzhu's words were sufficiently provocative, yet no one acted rashly like Iron Chang did. Instead, they all displayed expressions of keen interest. The reason they had not acted was, of course, due to mutual restraint. Not only did Su Qingzhu not know these people, but it seemed they were also unfamiliar with each other. Ha! I said that the one who could take down Iron Chang's group must be quite a powerful person. Now it turns out that not only are they powerful, but their words are sharp too. Unfortunately, old Jiang, don't want to die just yet, so please don't misunderstand, miss. Perhaps you might consider taking out the others. I feel they may have ulterior motives towards you. The speaker was Jiang Chuan, a man in his 50s, full of spirit. He was one of the few who had stockpiled several meteorite pieces in advance. Little did he expect that the meteorite contained the core of an ability. Jiang Chuan was quite lucky, obtaining a high-level ability, Metal Alloy Man. When Jiang Chuan transformed into an alloy man, his body could change in size, growing into a giant several dozen meters tall or shrinking to just a few centimeters. The most terrifying aspect was his body's hardness. Even bullets could not penetrate his defenses. A heavy punch could turn a tank into scrap metal in an instant. It seemed to rely solely on brute strength, but Jiang Chuan's alloy man ability also possessed flexible transformation capabilities, allowing him to change into an alloy giant, alloy animal, or even sprout alloy wings to soar high into the sky. This was the strength of Jiang Chuan. With his seemingly ordinary ability, he had the power to fight against high-level opponents. Jiang, are you the real estate tycoon Jiang Chuan from Longjiang City? It's a pleasure to meet you, but Boss Jiang, please don't sell us out just to save yourself. After all, we are all local forces in Longjiang City. Isn't it inappropriate to cause infighting in front of this little beauty from outside? The speaker wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a constant smile, named Xia Jingdong, formerly known as the Smiling Tiger, which perfectly suited him now. He had a high-level ancient type ability, 3-tailed saber-toothed tiger. If it were merely transforming into a large tiger, it might be intimidating, but wouldn't qualify as a high-level ability. However, Xia Jingdong's saber-toothed tiger possessed copper skin, iron bones, and steel teeth. A giant beast over 10 meters long that could easily crush a heavy tank with a single bite. At the same time, it had 3 whip-like tails that could easily create a large hole in a reinforced concrete wall when swung. As a high-level ability, it certainly had more than just that level of power. Xia Jingdong's saber-toothed tiger's ultimate move was to condense an attack similar to a cannon from its mouth for long-range strikes. This attack could kill an opponent of the same realm on impact or severely injure them. And the most terrifying part was that it could be fired in rapid succession with incredible speed and destructive power. I'm so bored. Two old men are dragging their feet. I think my two younger sisters should listen to me, their older sister. These old geezers are all a bunch of worn-out hags. My sisters might as well come with me to sit down. I promise I have no ill intentions. I just hope to make a good connection. The woman was very charming, though not very old, only 35. Her name was Su Jaime. Judging by her facial features, she would score around 80 points. But if she were assessed on her figure, with her curvy silhouette, height of 178 centimeters, and long legs peeking through fishnet stockings, she would undoubtedly score over 90. Truly exquisite. Su Jaime's allure seemed innate. When she spoke, she attracted the attention of many men, some even showing signs of infatuation. However, few knew that her ability transformed her into an extremely dangerous femme fatale. A high-level demon-type ability, Blood Demon. The Blood Demon's abilities were quite unique, and in some ways, even harder to kill than Liu Yang's elemental body. She could dissolve her entire body into blood and seep into the ground, then reconstitute herself in various forms. In a flowing state, she could slip through even the tiniest crack, killing invisibly, yet very difficult to kill. This was also a powerful ability that could compete with high-level ability users. Among these flourishing strongmen, only Su Qianshun, with just a couple of brothers by his side, boldly invited these two ladies to his villa, assuring them he had no ill intentions and hoped they wouldn't misunderstand. Of course, if anyone attempted to block him and test Su Qianshun, he wouldn't mind engaging in a battle of abilities. As he watched the three factions speak up, only his faction, led by the boss of the Eagle Falcon, Su Qianshun, remained silent, enjoying red wine in his villa. He did not know he was the only high-level ability user present. However, it seems Su Qianshun possessed a high-level plant-type ability. All things grow. In front of these three people, it seemed that they could not exert a crushing effect, but they were not weak either. Now it appears that the four factions are the strongest forces in Longjiang City. At least Su Qianshun is not afraid of any of them. The sparks fly between the four factions. Su Qingzhu finally understood. They actually wanted to win her over, not to eliminate her. With this in mind, Su Qingzhu reined in some of her killing intent, but did not give them any face, saying coldly, "Since you all don't want to fight, if you want to find me, I'm always available in Linhai City. Of course, I hope that when you die in my young master's hands, you won't regret it." After saying this, Su Qingzhu displayed her magnificent four wings and did not give anyone a chance to react. She directly picked up her sister, Su Qingyu. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, they flew to several hundred meters in the air next to a helicopter. As if taking a leisurely stroll, she folded her wings and stepped into the helicopter. Moments later, the helicopter gradually flew away. The four factions had different expressions, but no one made a move. Linhai City. Young master, such a strong individual actually submits to others. I want to go to Linhai City to broaden my horizons. While the three factions were talking, they were still sizing each other up. Only Su Qianshun was truly considering going to Linhai City. After all, he initially wanted to recruit a strong individual. But upon seeing the Su sisters, Su Qianshun changed his mind. They are going to be my women. The eagle-eyed man beneath him had a proud expression. Another short young man appeared indifferent, as if he didn't care about the three bosses of Longjiang City at all. Chapter 39, Gao Wei leaves. A show. Building a superpower army. Oh my god, is this Liu Yang's villa? Such a big villa, such a large courtyard. These walls are so thick and high, and there's a 1-meter-high electric fence on top. It looks so safe and reliable. All three villas belong to Liu Yang, with a dozen soldiers around. If we live here in the future, we won't have to worry about zombies, right? At this moment, Wang Feng and Gao Wei were taken to Liu Yang's villa. Whether it was the dozen soldiers or the helicopter parked in the courtyard, including the armored vehicles in the yard and the various food supplies piled up in the courtyard, everything shocked the two of them, especially Gao Wei. He discovered that not only in the courtyard, but each of the three villas had a dedicated floor to store food, water, and other supplies. At the same time, a well had been drilled in the courtyard and a complete underground water purification system had been installed. Plus, with these high walls and heavy iron gates, this place is simply a paradise-like shelter, considering the 5-meter-high wall with the electric fence. It can perfectly withstand second and third generation zombies. Only the first generation zombies cannot be stopped. Perhaps the first generation zombies cannot directly break through the walls, but they only need to climb over the walls to jump in. This issue is not a problem for Galway at all. In the later stages, the walls can be made higher. Even if they aren't raised, as long as someone is armed and on guard, it's enough. Although the first generation zombies are powerful, large caliber bullets can still penetrate their skulls and kill them. Great, this is really great. Galway began to wander around, trying to memorize the defense system here. Not to assess the convenience and safety for future use, but to prepare for seizing Liu Yang's shelter later, as long as he could memorize all the security configurations here, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy. Once he finds help later, capturing this place will be incredibly easy. Oh my god, Galway. That Sister Zhang just told us that Liu Yang has stockpiled at least as much inventory as a Walmart supermarket. Just the pork alone has over 100 pigs, along with various beef and lamb, all stored in a dedicated cold storage underground, which is big enough to drive a forklift in. There are at least a truckload of instant noodles and various flour, rice, and ham sausages, each stored in units of hundreds of thousands of boxes or bags. Even if hundreds of people live here, they wouldn't run out of food for years. I asked them where it was stored, and Sister Zhang said it was right in this villa area, with several villas and an underground garage that Liu Yang bought to use as a warehouse. This is what it means to be wealthy. It seems that life in the apocalypse isn't so hard after all. Wang Fong was stunned and casually shared all the information she had gathered with Galway. The more Galway heard, the more he felt that this place was paradise, especially when he casually scrolled through the messages posted by survivors online. Everywhere was about food shortages, supermarkets, and malls being completely looted. Maybe there was still food to eat today or tomorrow. After all, they had just entered the apocalypse. But within a week after the apocalypse, there would definitely be people starving. It's even possible that someone might die from hunger. Thinking of this, and then looking at Liu Yang's abundant supply warehouse, isn't that paradise? What is it? I just realized that the military flower, Miss Su Qingzhu, has also come here to take refuge in Liu Yang's place. However, it seems she has gone out to rescue someone by plane and is not here. Last time, Su Qingzhu took soldiers to Linhai University to act against zombies and staged a zombie killing scene in the girls' dormitory. At that time, it was Liu Yang who stood out, but Su Qingzhu was also well known among all the students at Linhai University. Therefore, the military has truly fallen completely. Even Su Qingzhu, the daughter of a high-ranking military official, has been reduced to needing to seek refuge among civilians. Galway's heart stirred. He was even more convinced that the world had now entered a chaotic apocalypse. In this apocalypse, there is no order. Someone needs to establish order. Therefore, I, Galway, must seize this opportunity. I absolutely cannot be controlled by those who establish order, as I will be no different from being raised like pigs. I must become the one who establishes order. Galway quickly made a round of Liu Yang's villa, forming a rough map in his mind. Right now, he needed to find a reason. Otherwise, with Liu Yang here, it might be difficult to find a reason to leave. A few minutes later, in front of everyone, Galway slapped Wang Fong. Bitch, I saved you. And this is how you treat me? Fine. If that's the case, then I'm leaving. I wish you well. Let's never meet again. If we do, you will be my enemy. Galway left angrily. When he left, he even borrowed a car. After Zhang Jinyan's persuasion was in vain, she could only give Galway the keys to a car. The car wasn't anything great, but anyway, when a couple argues, never take it seriously. Sister Zhang, you don't have to say anything. I regret saving her now. If I had known she was such a snobbish person, I would never have saved her. Sister Zhang, tell Liu Yang I'm sorry, but I must leave. Galway left. Throughout the whole process, the vast majority of people did not know what Galway and Wang Fong were arguing about. Wang Fong was actually also confused. Initially innocent, after being slapped by Galway, all her innocence turned into anger and grievance. She cried nonstop, cursing Galway as a scumbag. She even cursed Galway to die outside. Upon hearing this, Galway was overjoyed. Good. I will die outside. Wang Fong, not only are we breaking up, I declare that I am completely severing ties with you. Galway's words left Wang Fong stunned and crying. She couldn't understand why saying that Lu Yang was amazing and suggesting Gao Wei learn more from him would provoke such a huge reaction from him, leading to a slap. However, upon hearing Gao Wei's last words, Wang Feng felt that nothing else mattered anymore. Zhang Jinyan showed Lu Yang the video of Gao Wei captured on the surveillance camera. Lu Yang nodded, not saying much. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of soldiers armed with live ammunition appeared on the walls of the villa, leaving Wang Feng completely stunned. There were clearly only a dozen soldiers before, so how did they suddenly multiply several times? Moreover, that muscular man who could lift an armored vehicle over his head, could he also be an ability user? Wait a minute. Didn't Lu Yang's family not have a single ability user? Wang Feng had no idea what was happening. Of course, Gao Wei wouldn't know either. Before the plane had even landed, Su Qingzhu, like an angel, spread her magnificent wings at a height of 100 meters, cradling her sister and younger sister in her arms, and gracefully descended into the villa amidst the slightly excited and admiring gazes of everyone in the courtyard. Wang Feng suddenly realized that something seemed off. Su Qingzhu, are you an angel ability user? Su Qingzhu smiled and nodded, welcoming Wang Feng to join. If Su Qingzhu becoming an ability user could be understood, then when Ncu waved her silk butterfly wings and brought another ability user down into the courtyard, Wang Feng's brain buzzed. Ncu, you're also an ability user? Ncu nodded with a smile. With a casual wave, a piece of silk appeared and directly pierced through the stone pillar in front of her. This left Wang Feng completely dumbfounded. Ncu was not just an ability user. She also seemed incredibly powerful, seemingly not weaker than Gao Wei. Thinking back to Gao Wei's confident face before he left, believing himself to be special and strong, Wang Feng realized that things might not be that simple. But she had fallen out with Gao Wei, and her phone had also been taken away by Zhang Jinyan, with the reason being unified management. Were they deliberately putting on a show for Gao Wei? No, that couldn't be it. It had to be some kind of coincidence. In the villa's basement, Lu Yang spent some time activating all the meteorites. As expected, 90% of them were low-level abilities. However, even the weakest abilities could grant the user several times, even 10 times, the combat power of an average human. It was definitely not something to waste. Lu Yang planned to turn all 100 soldiers into ability users, so he entrusted the allocation to Lin Biao and Chao Zhengyu. These 100 soldiers were all former members of the Falcon Squad. The two of them knew them best. These abilities varied in level, and whether through military merit, character, reliability, or personality, they should allocate the better abilities to the soldiers they deemed most outstanding, ensuring that even the lesser abilities were not wasted. In short, all 100 of them would become ability users. Upon hearing this, both Lin Biao and Chao Zhengyu felt it was surreal. They had looked it up online. Not to mention that more than half of humanity had already perished. Even among the survivors, ability users were still in existence among thousands. Yet here was Lu Yang, not only granting abilities to these core figures, but also planning to turn ordinary soldiers into ability users. Upon learning that all of this came from the meteorites Lu Yang had stored in advance, Chao Zhengyu showed a look of admiration. Then, Lu Yang gave Chao Zhengyu another surprise. This core gem was also a high-level ability. Like Lin Biao, this is the highest level ability available here besides my own. Unfortunately, luck wasn't great. Among the more than 200 meteorites I acquired, aside from my own ability, the strongest ones were the few you all can use. And there's still a few remaining that are all low level. A few remaining? There are still a dozen left. Both of them were stunned. What kind of wealthy landowner is this? Ncu and Zhang Jinyan stood on either side of Lu Yang, their expressions calm, clearly already aware of these matters. Zhang Jinyan was indeed Lu Yang's housekeeper, but Ncu seemed increasingly happy to be Lu Yang's personal bodyguard. She didn't feel wronged. On the contrary, she felt it was her honor. Lu Yang thought for a moment and said, I plan to allocate high-level abilities to those who deserve to join my core team of ability users. Of course, even among the current 100 people, if you think someone deserves a high-level ability, you can also apply to me. Currently, it's uncertain whether abilities can be replaced or reused. To prevent talented individuals from being hindered by inferior abilities, you all can manage this yourselves. Chao Zhengyu and Lin Biao nodded repeatedly. Moments later, Chao Zhengyu excitedly felt his powerful ability. A high-level animal-type ability, the Golden Eagle. With this ability, I can fly. The ability still needs some familiarization. But Chao Jiangyu was very satisfied with his flying capability, making Lin Biao envy him greatly. Flying in a plane and flying on your own are definitely two different concepts. After all, wanting to fly is a human dream at any time. Liu Yang envied it too, but he didn't say anything. Let's arrange for the soldiers to become ability users, but still keep a low profile and proceed in batches. I'll leave this to you. I'll handle other matters. 10 minutes later, Liu Yang appeared in a reception room of the villa. Liu Yang sat on the sofa, with Nsiyu on his left, Zhang Jinyan on his right. And not far away, Guahu was fiddling with a metallic iron ball, squeezing it into various shapes to relieve boredom. Looking across at Meng Jiao, feeling the overwhelming pressure. It was hard to describe how uncomfortable it was. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he kept swallowing. Young Master Liu Yang, please give your orders. I, Meng Jiao, will absolutely comply. Chapter 40. The Soul's Shuddering Fear. Still pretending to be a little princess in front of me? High-level control-type ability. Corpse manipulation. To be honest, I would normally place much importance on ability users of this level. At most, I would just ask if they were willing to be my subordinate. If they were willing, they would obediently do my bidding. If not, I could just kill them. Liu Yang toyed with his teacup. A few words made Meng Jiao break into a cold sweat. He didn't know exactly who Liu Yang was or what his ability was. He didn't even know the level of his ability. But just sitting across from him, less than 3 meters apart, Meng Jiao felt an immense pressure. This kind of pressure felt like a shudder deep within his soul, a primal instinct of respect and fear towards the ability within him. What kind of ability does young Master Liu Yang possess? But you, Meng Jiao, should consider yourself lucky. I have some interest in your ability. Therefore, I may reuse you in the future, provided you are sensible enough. That's all I'll say. Liu Yang didn't elaborate further. Meng Jiao had just hoped for Liu Yang to say something. He was willing to do anything to earn Liu Yang's release. But unexpectedly, Liu Yang didn't want him to do anything. He wanted him to stay and work for him. If it were a subtle test, that would be one thing. But this direct approach left Meng Jiao feeling like he had a lump in his throat. Meng Jiao felt it was expected, yet somewhat hesitant. He had thought about this, but didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. Young Master Liu Yang, to be honest, I was just a mover before, with no great prospects. I never imagined that the end of humanity would become a new beginning for me, Meng Jiao. When I got this ability, and then saw the streets filled with zombies and corpses, I realized this was my kingdom. I thought I could showcase my skills, even become a king or a god. But I soon realized I was merely looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. He expressed his inner struggles, rambling on and on. Liu Yang could understand, but didn't want to hear more. You want to be a king or a god, but you haven't considered whether your ability is truly strong enough? I'll be straightforward. At least 5 people here can easily take you down. We can let you control some zombies first and see what you've got. Want to try? Meng Jiao was momentarily stunned and shook his head with a bitter smile. Liu Yang playfully beckoned with his finger. Show me your abilities. Meng Jiao seemed to not fully comprehend, and Nsiyu and a few others were also somewhat surprised. Especially Nsiyu, who had personally witnessed Meng Jiao's powers. Although he mainly controlled corpses and zombies, that almost imperceptible black smoke could also harm humans once it entered their bodies. The weak could even be briefly controlled by Meng Jiao, and facing a stronger opponent, he could unleash the black smoke to wreak havoc inside them, potentially exploding like a bomb. No matter how strong the external defenses are, the internal organs are ultimately the most vulnerable. Even if the ability user is stronger than Meng Jiao, if he successfully ambushes them, they could very well be killed by Meng Jiao. This was Meng Jiao's confidence in wanting to become king. However, unlike Gao Wei, Qin Shan, and Su Qinshan, who were more arrogant and flamboyant, Meng Jiao's path to dominance began with caution. He wouldn't flaunt his abilities or form factions. He wanted to take control step by step, dominating gradually. Although he stumbled here with Liu Yang, Meng Jiao still had confidence in his abilities. Upon hearing Liu Yang's request, he instinctively froze. Young Master Liu, if my black smoke enters a human body, could it stir my internal organs upside down and cause instant death? Liu Yang smiled. his expression filled with irreverence, even crossing his legs defiantly. Come on, use your abilities and let the black smoke enter my body. I can guarantee I won't kill you or retaliate in any way, ensuring your absolute safety. Even if you kill me, they won't hold you accountable. The premise is that you have that capability. Meng Jiao felt a surge of defiance at that moment. He could admit that Liu Yang was stronger than him, but to have his abilities looked down upon like this made him want to prove himself. Young Master Liu, since you've said that if I hesitate, it will be rude of me, but I must state in advance that I've only had my powers for a short time and can't control them effortlessly. If I cause you any harm, and see you smiled and chimed in, curling her lips. Young Master is right. Meng Jiao, you really are hesitant. Not like a man. You. Meng Jiao was so angry his breathing quickened. Taking a deep breath, he said, all right. Since that's the case, Meng Jiao will embarrass himself. As he spoke, Meng Jiao seemed to make no movement, but a black smoke began to gather in his palm. This black smoke was hard to notice unless one looked closely, blending into the smoke of cigarettes and difficult to distinguish. Since it was straightforward, he didn't need to beat around the bush. Under Meng Jiao's control, the black mist flew straight towards Liu Yang. The next second, it directly entered Liu Yang's mouth and nose. Liu Yang didn't panic at all. Instead, he felt the black smoke entering his brain region. No need to waste effort in my head, just go straight for the kill. Internal organs? Liu Yang's words nearly scared Meng Jiao out of his wits. He thought, how do you know the black smoke is going for the brain? Normally, the victim wouldn't be able to sense it. Only Meng Jiao could feel the route. Liu Yang's move made Meng Jiao somewhat impressed, but he stubbornly maneuvered the black smoke into Liu Yang's chest cavity. The moment he sensed the powerful vitality of the internal organs, Meng Jiao was startled. After getting consent, the black smoke formed a devil-like shadow in Liu Yang's abdomen. Seemingly void, yet capable of seizing the intruder's internal organs and striking them with powerful blows. Just as the black smoke demon was about to exert force, Meng Jiao froze. He couldn't pull it at all. Liu Yang still wore an interested smile. Continue. Use all your abilities and strength. Pour everything you can into this attack on me. Meng Jiao gritted his teeth. He infused his spiritual energy. The black smoke demon shadow even became slightly more solid. Once again, he exerted force. Still ineffective. Usually, when grasping internal organs, it felt like grabbing cotton, easily kneading and torturing them. But today, grasping Liu Yang's internal organs felt like a child trying to hold up a skyscraper, not to mention moving it even a little. He couldn't even peel off a piece of wall plaster. Then, accompanied by Liu Yang's disinterested remark, Meng Jiao sensed with horror that his last strand of black smoke, using all his strength, was directly engulfed by fire. Meng Jiao swallowed hard when he saw Liu Yang's palm ignite with a strange dark red flame mixed with black, and even the dark firelight appeared in his eyes. At that moment, Meng Jiao felt that Liu Yang was no longer just a young man. He seemed more like an unparalleled demon. That soul-shaking terror returned. Meng Jiao suddenly knelt on the ground, bowing his head to Liu Yang. Taking a deep breath, he spoke earnestly, hoping Liu Yang could sense the sincerity in his tone. Young Master Liu, I, Meng Jiao, am not good with words. From today on, I am willing to work for you, no matter the task, through fire and water. I, Meng Jiao, will not shirk. Meng Jiao understood. The man before him was not only someone he couldn't defeat, but he couldn't even injure him. To put more despairingly, even if Liu Yang was asleep and Meng Jiao tried to kill him, he couldn't do it. Conversely, if Liu Yang wanted to kill Meng Jiao, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. His strong subordinates could easily do it if Liu Yang acted personally. Meng Jiao could confirm through that soul-shaking fear that Liu Yang only needed to move a finger, and he would be instantly obliterated. Get up. From now on, stay by my side and show me your absolute loyalty. This time, Liu Yang's words carried immense weight in Meng Jiao's heart. He decided from the bottom of his heart to follow Liu Yang. Liu Yang chose to trust Meng Jiao. After all, if Meng Jiao really dared to challenge him, he could give it a try. Liu Yang had been waiting for an opportunity to establish his authority, to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. This monkey, Meng Jiao probably wouldn't want to be that, right? Zhang Jinyan took Meng Jiao to familiarize him with the environment while telling him about Liu Yang's current lineup and even part of the supplies. Although only part of it was revealed, It was enough to leave Meng Jiu shocked. Endless food, endless delicacies, endless pure water sources, and so on. Sister Zhang, you said you're also an ability user? Zhang Jinyan smiled. Yes, I'm in the medical field. Meng Jiu gasped. It seemed working for Liu Yang wasn't a bit of a loss. Liu Yang arrived at the Triplet Sisters' room. The Triplet Sisters had probably been truly frightened by the zombie crisis they encountered at school and were momentarily stunned upon arriving at the villa. However, under Zhang Jinyan's care, the three sisters had a luxurious hot bath and changed into clean, neat, and pretty clothes instead of the luxurious ones, shedding their sweat-soaked outfits. The three sisters transformed back into those high and mighty noble princesses. Yet, in front of Liu Yang, they were somewhat apprehensive and dared not be too arrogant. Hey, why do you always have a stern face? Liu Yang, Senior, we've already called you Senior. Can't you smile at us? Song Qianqian and Song Qingqing, the two younger sisters, still had a playful nature. Song Shishir was relatively calm and quickly added, Liu Yang, we are very grateful to you for saving us, and we appreciate being able to take a shower and change into clean clothes here. However, we must declare in advance that we can thank you in any way we want. Even our father is on his way to express his gratitude. But if you force us to thank you in that way, we absolutely cannot do it. Song Shishir spoke very politely, but the two younger sisters were not so polite. With a proud yet noble tone, they said, we three sisters have agreed to marry for love. Even in the apocalypse, we will find our beloved Prince charming. Absolutely not just anyone can have us. After all, we are. Liu Yang interrupted. Initially, he found the little skirts of the three sisters somewhat cute, with high looks and good figures. They were pleasing to the eye, but upon hearing these words, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. In front of me, you still want to play princesses? What if I said that I want to force you three sisters down in this room right now? After Liu Yang said this, the three sisters hugged each other in fear. At that moment, in their eyes, Liu Yang was no longer a senior, but a demon that devoured people without spitting out bones. Chapter 41. Song Jianghai arrives with confidence. Evil deeds abound. Eliminate Liu Yang. Two helicopters flew from thousands of miles away towards Linhai City. This was a luxury civilian helicopter worth a lot, capable of carrying up to 8 people. When Song Jianghai acquired this helicopter, he spent over 80 million and even bought 2 at once. Now, it had become an important tool for the emergency rescue of his daughter. The 2 helicopters flew in sequence. Song Jianghai sat in the back row of the front helicopter. He couldn't care less about the luxury of the aircraft. Thinking of his 3 daughters being controlled by a strange man, Song Jianghai was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, constantly looking around and urging how much longer until they arrived. Next to him were 3 people. One was Song Jianghai's personal bodyguard, and the other 2 were specially hired external aides. The reason for bringing only 1 bodyguard was that Song Jianghai understood. This rescue mission for his daughters was not as simple as he imagined. In the apocalypse, there were not only zombies and monsters, but also ability users. After learning from his daughters that Liu Yang's subordinates included ability users, Song Jianghai became tense, realizing that ordinary people couldn't match them even 10 against 1. Therefore, he didn't bring many cannon fodder. The bodyguard he brought was an ability user, but of a lower level, just a level 1 ability user. However, the 2 external aides he hired were of higher levels. At least in the eyes of Song Jianghai and the bodyguard Yao San, these 2 were strong among ability users. Boss Song, you don't need to worry so much. Our Ma family brothers have said that it was correct for you to hire us to help rescue your daughters. To be honest, if it weren't for the previous interactions with the Yao San brothers, we might not have been willing to take this job, but since we've taken it, we guarantee to complete the mission. Boss Song and Jiao San can see that even 3-meter-tall, first generation, zombies that cannot be killed by submachine guns can be easily dealt with by our brothers. What else can't we handle? These 2 brothers spoke arrogantly, but they were actually just level 1 ability users. And both had the same ability, a level 1 animal type ability of hyenas. In their transformed hyena form, they stood 3 meters tall on all 4s and could also change into a half-human, half-dog form for combat. Song Jianghai promised that once the mission was accomplished, he would build a shelter for the 2 brothers, fully stocked with food and supplies. The 2 brothers gladly accepted this lucrative offer. They did not know what situations they would face next. They only felt that in that area, they hadn't encountered any ability users stronger than themselves. And their various achievements in slaughtering zombies boosted their confidence, which also reassured Song Jianghai. Jiaosan echoed, "Yes, boss. You've seen the terrifying combat power of Mata and my air. They aren't afraid of bullets. They can dodge bullets and withstand them. Even if the opponent has an army, the mob brothers can take them down. You're going to express gratitude this time. And as for an apology, why should he ask for that? In the past, Liang was nothing in front of you. Now that you are here to express gratitude, you've already given him face. If he dares to make you apologize, the mob brothers will directly turn against him right there and see if he dares to cause trouble." The bodyguard Yao San had a somewhat reckless personality. As for his intelligence, it was a bit lacking due to his muscular build. Song Jianghai, being able to run such a large business, must have a steady mind. However, his cleverness was only displayed in the business world. It would be quite difficult even if he wanted to achieve greatness in the apocalypse. The Song group was able to extricate itself so quickly in this apocalypse because Song Jianghai had enough courage, reinforcing his residence in advance to create a shelter, storing some supplies, and even privately purchasing some military weapons, relying on his team of over 100 bodyguards, along with his arsenal, when disaster struck. The situation inside the shelter was resolved in an instant. Even his super hospital was spared from disaster due to its high walls and large courtyard. As for the hospital itself, although the Song Group's hospital was impressive, it only served high-end clients. Despite the large size of the hospital, there weren't many patients. Each ward was luxurious. In other hospitals, a floor could have hundreds of patients, but in the Song Group's hospital, a floor exaggeratedly had only 5 to 10 patients. Focusing on private medical care, relying on the deep pockets of these high-end clients, this service model earned them not less, but even more. When a zombie virus outbreak occurred, only a few patients mutated. Therefore, both the Song Group's family shelter and the high-end hospital were spared from disaster in this apocalypse due to Song Jianghai's foresight. He truly regretted it, but there were only a couple of days left until the weekend. The disaster arrived first. Overnight, it turned into a hell on earth. Looking at other peers and the other wealthy individuals across the country, there were indeed some who had the foresight like Song Jianghai, but very few managed to escape as completely as he did. Because of this, Song Jianghai felt proud, considering himself a dragon among men. However, after learning from his daughters that there was someone named Liu Yang in Linhai City who not only had foresight, but also hoarded hundreds of billions of supplies, even had an army stationed, the Dragon Country military system was obliterated, but the army in Liu Yang's hands remained intact. Armored vehicles, troop carriers, bulldozers, helicopters, military forces, firearms, ammunition, and a large amount of supplies, ability users. When Song Jianghai learned all this, he realized this Liang was not simple. He was even comparable to himself. The question was, why did Liang rescue the 3 princesses of the Song family? Was it to win over Song Jianghai? But he thought about it all the way and couldn't figure it out. Why would he want Song Jianghai to come personally? Not just to express gratitude, but even to apologize face to face. The rest of the Song family cursed Liu Yang for being audacious. Only Song Jianghai felt that this matter was not simple. He saw the power of the mob brothers, but let me tell you, once we arrive, you still follow my orders. Even though we have powerful ability users, we should try not to conflict with the other side. If we can make them submit voluntarily, that would be best. Song Jianghai couldn't understand Liu Yang's intentions. He believed the mob brothers were indeed strong, but he knew that a conflict could lead to him being mistakenly injured as an ordinary person. It was better to be cautious. I hope this Liang won't be too arrogant. Otherwise, Song Jianghai, might have to fight him. He has 1 ability user, while I, Song Jianghai, have 3 powerful ability users, haha. Song Jianghai sneered. Little did he know, the ability users do not win by quantity. Who can compete with Liu Yang, even more than quantity? Soon, the helicopter entered the range of Linhai City. Song Jianghai's base camp is 1,000 miles away from Linhai City. It's just a second-tier city, and its economic development cannot compare with Linhai City, nor can its population density. Upon entering Linhai City, seeing the devastation and the density of zombies on the streets, Song Jianghai felt a slight tingling on his scalp. A densely populated city has now become a cradle for zombies. What kind of person is Lu Yang to be able to dominate here? As night fell, on the side of Qinshan, along with Zhao Sanxiang and Bao Xiong, they managed to gather a total of 25 ability users. This is an exaggerated number in any period. If they had not encountered Lu Yang, they could have thrived. Unfortunately, they chose to seek death. It's no wonder that Qinshan is the boss. After all, you are the strongest here, having 10 ability users, and among them, there are actually 3 of them at the level. You all are strong too. Bao Xiong and Sanxiang are not ordinary. The 3 parties couldn't help but flatter each other. After all, this not-so-stable alliance has just been established. But Qinshan did make considerable efforts to strengthen the alliance, such as gathering evidence, collecting proof of Lu Yang's procurement of many good supplies. They even brought several witnesses for this. Bao Xiong and Sanxiang. There is still some time before the agreed departure time. I brought a few employees who helped Lu Yang with procurement. They personally participated in Lu Yang's procurement plan. Let them speak. Upon hearing this, the others' eyes lit up. The 3 people who appeared were all employees of Lu Yang's company, and they were all long-time employees. Under Qinshan's coercion and inducement, the 3 began to publicly reveal how much Lu Yang had procured in recent days, speaking freely without holding back. The 3 were also filled with anger, so they did not hide anything. Even knowing some details, after listening, Qinshan couldn't help but click his tongue. With over 20 billion, he procured nearly 100 billion worth of supplies. After causing a supply shortage in Linhai City, he went to procure in neighboring cities with a down payment of 20. After Qinshan finished speaking, Zhao Sanxiang and Bao Xiong's eyes lit up. The 3 employees angrily said, not just 20. There were even those easy-to-talk-to bosses. The greedy Lu Yang only paid them 10 and promised to settle the payment once the goods arrived. But after the zombie crisis broke out, those goods had already been delivered almost completely. At least over 95 were in place, and they were about to get their money. But the apocalypse came. At first, we believed Lu Yang's words, that the promised large bonuses would be transferred to us soon. But when the apocalypse arrived, we finally realized Lu Yang had been making empty promises from the start, not only to the suppliers but also to us diligent employees, because after the apocalypse, the monetary system collapsed, and no one wanted money anymore. Now everyone realizes that a pack of instant noodles is more practical than a $100 bill. So all of us who were owed money by Lu Yang planned to let him settle with supplies. Even if it's less, we could accept using instant noodles, rice, or pork to offset the debt. At least these could help us survive. But what happened? Lu Yang absolutely refused. He insisted on giving us money, even cash bills, saying take it or leave it. Upon hearing this, the 3 looked at each other, their faces filled with hatred. He is a despicable merchant, the greatest villain in the world, a devil with a notorious reputation. Kill Lu Yang and take his supplies. We are willing to join, to be your inside informants. The 3 parties of Qinshan looked at each other, took a deep breath, and Qinshan's face was filled with excitement. Great. If you become our inside informants, then the plan to take down Lu Yang's shelter and eliminate him will succeed. Chapter 42. Warning. Inner heart. Show of power, remember. Don't pretend to be some saintly princess in front of me. And don't throw any little princess tantrums. You people like this, just be obedient. If you disobey, there are so many starving zombies outside. I wouldn't mind using you to feed them. Lu Yang didn't want to scare the young girls. But he couldn't help but want to retort against such a proud and arrogant girl. The premise is that the other party has to be good-looking. Only then would Lu Yang be willing to retort. If it were an ugly girl being arrogant, Lu Yang would usually just give her a beating, lightly breaking a leg, or heavily feeding her to zombies. With the convenient fire-type ability in hand, Lu Yang wouldn't mind giving her a local cremation. Seeing the 3 sisters trembling in fear but not speaking, Lu Yang said impatiently, "Did you hear me?" "Yes. We heard. We were wrong. Please don't kill us. Don't feed us to the zombies, woo. We won't throw tantrums anymore. We won't call ourselves princesses anymore. Woo. The 3 sisters were genuinely frightened by Lu Yang. But on their conscience, Lu Yang really didn't do anything to them. However, he was serious in what he said. He really hates proud girls who can't recognize their own status. But he also hates those who cry and whine. If you cry, just go outside and cry. Once this was said, the scene instantly fell silent. The 3 sisters' cries were directly swallowed back. However, They couldn't completely stop. Friends who cry often know that once they really start crying, it's hard to stop for a while. Even if they want to stop, they have to sob for a while until they suppress their inner grievances and fears. But at this moment, in the hearts of the three sisters, Lu Yang was simply a man-eating devil, a terrifying pervert who could strip them bare at any moment. Well, at least that is how the three sisters thought. To prevent any situation that could anger Lu Yang, the three sisters instantly didn't dare to sob. They didn't dare to sob, but they couldn't stop the sobs. That kind of bodily reaction that was hard to suppress made the triplet sisters' eyes misty with tears, and they had to pout their little mouths to avoid crying, not daring to make any sounds or movements of sobbing. However, due to the reflexive sobbing, their mouths twitched. This scene was quite ridiculous. Lu Yang felt that he had become a cold-blooded devil, but seeing this scene, he couldn't help but have a strange expression. He forcibly suppressed the corners of his mouth, then glared with a stern face. Song Jianghai is coming soon. I need to tidy up my emotions. I don't want your dad to think I'm bullying his daughter. Although I don't care if my character is slandered, I will be angry and could kill someone in a fit of rage. After saying that, Lu Yang turned around and left, closing the door and coming to the hallway. In his mind, the image of the triplet sisters with tearful big eyes and twitching mouths, huddled together like scared little rabbits, kept resurfacing. Lu Yang couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth in a helpless shake of his head. Indeed, once a girl is good-looking enough and obedient enough, it's really hard to resist. Lu Yang cemented heart isn't a definition for himself. His heart had long been devoid of love and affection. This does not mean that Lu Yang has become incapable of being a man. He still has the hormonal restlessness that a man should have. It's just that the restlessness of love is merely a normal expression of desire. With desire, one just needs to express it, now that no one else is around. Can I call you Lu Yang? Lu Yang, I actually didn't pay much attention to you before. I even thought you were just a bit handsome, but without much promise. Until you succeeded in business and suddenly became the CEO of a 100 billion company. At that moment, I realized how short-sighted I really was. But when I wanted to pursue you, I found that Lin Meng had taken the lead. I had been secretly waiting for an opportunity until I noticed something was off with both Lin Meng and you. The moment the zombie crisis broke out, I knew it was my last chance. If I didn't come to find you now, I would never have the chance again in my life. I might even die. So I went to Lu Yang's bedroom, and Siyu looked up at Lu Yang with infatuation in her eyes. Even though this man's face was still indifferent, she remained lovesick. Lu Yang curled his lips and disdainfully said, "As you said, if I hadn't become a 100 billion CEO, I wouldn't have caught your eye, and see you. So the difference between you and Lin Ming is that you have better insight and know how to adapt to circumstances. Although you will never be my Lu Yang's lover, at least Lin Ming is dead, and you can still kneel before me to show your loyalty and intentions. So you can start now." Lu Yang squinted sleekly, and Siyu stopped saying more, her gaze complex as she understood what she needed to do next. It seemed that she had already been completely conquered by the man's dominance, but sensing the power of the other party for the first time still felt terrifying. However, she saw satisfaction on Lu Yang's face. At that moment, and Siyu felt very happy. She realized that everything was worth it. Lu Yang, I have never had a boyfriend. I have always heard that Lu Yang works out, but it was in Siyu's first time witnessing Lu Yang's perfect physique. Big muscles, a V-shaped waist, biceps. These descriptions she once thought were vulgar seemed so charming on Lu Yang. And Siyu's delicate voice, with hesitation and a pitiful look in her eyes, ignited a fire in Lu Yang. It's okay. The term boyfriend will no longer exist. You just need to remember that you're my Lu Yang's person. At that moment, and Siyu fell for those domineering words. Pain is always just temporary. Waiting will eventually bring the warmth of spring. After a long time, she realized that Lu Yang had already vanished from sight. Was he really that heartless? But Siyu didn't think so. After all, why should a young master have feelings for a maid? And Siyu, until she fell into despair and degradation, became Lu Yang's maid to survive, but she was also glad for her fall. When she accepted everything, she discovered that the world had another layer of brilliance. This was the brilliance of the apocalypse, and even more so, it belonged to Lu Yang. Where is young Master Lu Yang? Missing. Young Master Liu Yang is hosting Mr. Song Jianghai from afar in the back garden. At this time, the night was deep. The back garden had lights, but it was not as comfortable as inside the villa. Although there was a summer night sky, there were also annoying mosquitoes. Song Jianghai, once a dominant figure, was now being hosted in a mosquito-infested backyard, which made NCU smile thoughtfully. You go ahead. I will go see the three young ladies of the Song family. NCU knew that Liu Yang had reprimanded the three sisters, but that didn't matter. What was important was that NCU truly began to understand Liu Yang. Although she had truly become Liu Yang's person, NCU did not feel her position was secure. Perhaps she had no position at all. Therefore, to have a place in Liu Yang's heart in the future, NCU needed to do some necessary things. For example, when reprimanding the three sisters, she would say things that Liu Yang wouldn't say and didn't want to say, but wanted the right people to know. It sounds convoluted. If possible, NCU just wanted to be the most sensible woman in Liu Yang's harem, helping him reprimand all the girls who might join in the future, while also declaring her sovereignty. In the garden, Zhang Jinyan had arranged everything. The people who should appear could be seen by Song Jianghai and his group. Those who shouldn't appear or things that shouldn't be seen were invisible to Song Jianghai. However, regarding Song Jianghai, Liu Yang did not hide much. Mr. Liu is young Master Liu Yang. Zhang Jinyan interrupted with a smile. Song Jianghai frowned slightly, seemingly confirming Zhang Jinyan's identity. However, Diao-san was different. Perhaps because there were two powerful ability users present, he felt emboldened and looked at Zhang Jinyan with arrogance, retorting, "What are you? This conversation between bosses doesn't concern you." Song Jianghai glared. He had anticipated that Diao-san would act this way, although it was somewhat presumptuous. He was not really angry. Instead, he feigned seriousness and scolded, "Diao-san, you are being presumptuous. Young Master Liu Yang, I apologize for letting you see this. It's my failure to discipline my subordinates." Liu Yang had been sipping tea, not once looking at Song Jianghai, even though Song Jianghai's bodyguard was intimidating. Zhang Jinyan smiled and spoke again. If there's a failure to discipline, then one should speak up. As her words fell, Diao-san wanted to mock. At that moment, Zhang Jinyan gently waved her right hand. An invisible, needle-like object suddenly pierced Diao-san's body. Diao-san only felt a slight sting, like a bug bite, that wasn't obvious. But the next second, he felt dizzy. As Zhang Jinyan repeated, "Slap yourself," Diao-san began to slap his own face hard in front of Song Jianghai and the Ma brothers. His left and right hands alternated, hitting himself fiercely. By the time the three men reacted, they were horrified to find that Diao-san had slapped himself so hard that both sides of his face were swollen. Even the area around his eyelids and sockets was red and swollen, and blood was seeping from his teeth. If he kept this up, he would knock out his own teeth, and his eyeballs might burst. Zhang Jinyan chuckled lightly and said something that made Song Jianghai's scalp tingle. "Young master, what do you think of the new technique I just developed? As long as I don't let him stop, he will beat himself to death." "Technique? What kind of technique is this? Is it some kind of sorcery?" Liu Yang put down the teacup, showing no intention of letting Zhang Jinyan stop. Upon hearing that he could beat himself to death, Song Jianghai panicked. He looked at Liu Yang, ready to speak. Liu Yang, however, looked at Song Jianghai with a smile. "Boss Song, let the subordinates handle their own matters. By the way, what are you here for? To express gratitude? Or to apologize?" Liu Yang smiled with great interest. Song Jianghai's scalp tingled. He felt the same way his three daughters had a few hours ago. He was a devil. Chapter 43. The Unfortunate Qin Shan Group. NCU scheming. Killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. Damn it. Who said that zombies hide at night and move slowly? Isn't that bullshit? These zombies are clearly more persistent than in the morning. It shouldn't be like this. I heard from an expert online that preliminary research shows that zombies are more agitated during the day than at night, that their mobility decreases at night, and they even hide and aren't as bloodthirsty. Damn those experts. I'd rather believe that Qin Shi Huang was a woman than trust those damn experts. If you report such military intelligence again, I swear I'll castrate you. Damn, be careful. These zombies feel like they're playing for keeps. Ah, save me. Help. The Qin Shan group formed a rather domineering convoy. The convoy was filled with armored vehicles and off-road vehicles outfitted with reinforced steel plates. But unexpectedly, The anticipated obstacles in attacking Liu Yang's refuge had not yet appeared when they were suddenly ambushed by an inexplicably aggressive horde of zombies. Over 20 ability users in the convoy joined the fight. There are still hundreds of armed lackeys left. The shouts of killing fill the air, and the screams are deafening. The one gathering intelligence is Qin Shan's underling. It's no wonder Qin Shan curses and doesn't trust experts. The public can be said to have been deceived to the point of being numb, but Qin Shan is at least half a scientist. He knows best that real experts don't have the time to study trivial matters all day long. Even if they come up with findings, they wouldn't easily publish their opinions online. Typically, those who claim to be experts online and post videos are just attention-seeking mediocrities. That's the reality. Zombies aren't aggressive during the day and less so at night. The expert's theory isn't entirely wrong either. The conclusion was drawn at dusk when it wasn't completely dark yet. The energy magnetic field starts to weaken gradually in the second half of the night. By then, human society has already collapsed after being ravaged by hordes of zombies for several hours, and the zombies' mobility decreases as the energy magnetic field weakens and eventually disappears, making them weaker. Comparing the activity of zombies at dusk when the virus first broke out, there's definitely a significant difference. However, the reality is that zombies at night are even more violent than during the day, though it's not exaggerated. Compared to the daytime, their aggression at night increases by at most 20 to 30, and it only becomes noticeably aggressive when encountering prey. Without prey, they wander aimlessly, making it hard to tell if they are truly aggressive. At this moment, the group Qin Shan encountered faced zombies whose aggression exceeded 20 to 30. Compared to the daytime hordes, they were several times more violent and even comparable to the initial outbreak of the zombie disaster. Damn, why are these hordes so tough to deal with? Brother Sanxiang, watch your back. There are first-generation zombies. Boss Baoxiong, a few first-generation zombies are coming your way too. Qin Shan displayed powerful combat strength. Although the Ice Heart ability isn't high-level, it has wide-area attack capability. With a wave of his hand, several zombies nearby instantly turned into ice sculptures. And Qin Shan's trump card, the sharpshooter Gao Zhan, also showed incredible combat strength at this moment. The explosive arrows he conjured with bare hands not only could hit heads every time, but could also pierce through multiple zombies' heads with one shot. Even the first-generation zombies that could smash armored vehicles in their rage couldn't escape instant death under Gao Zhan's explosive arrows. In this battle scene, all three factions gained a deeper understanding of each other's abilities while simultaneously fearing Qin Shan and his subordinates. Soon, after much effort, the group finally eliminated this large batch of inexplicable zombies. They were all panting heavily. After counting their numbers, they found that over 20 people had died. Out of more than 100, 1/5 had been wiped out. Qin Shan was furious and cursed loudly. Idiots! Idiots! If anyone gathers intelligence and makes such a mistake again, I'll kill you. Fortunately, this underling is an ability user, so Qin Shan couldn't bring himself to kill him. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have already turned into an ice sculpture by now. From a high vantage point, watching Qin Shan and his group continue to move out, Meng Jiu secretly clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. This bunch of idiots relied on their numbers to take down these zombies. If it were one-on-one, Meng Jiu would take you all down without a fight. Captain Lin, wait for me. I'm going to control some zombies. Forget it. Our mission is done. Let's leave the rest to the next group. That's right. The reason these hordes are so aggressive is all due to Meng Jiu's corpse manipulation technique. Thinking of the more than 20 dead, 3 or 4 of whom were ability users, Meng Jiu felt satisfied. Ha. These silly dogs still dare to think about young Master Liu Yang. Let's not even talk about whether you have the qualifications to attack young Master Liu Yang's territory. Just see if you can even reach young Master Liu Yang's territory. I hope by then, more of your people will be left. Otherwise, there won't be enough for young Master Liu Yang to play with. Meng Jiu laughed and turned to leave with Lin Biao. And Siyu arrived at the Three Sisters' room. The Three Sisters, who had finally calmed down, became tense again, warily staring at Siyu. However, Siyu was very pleased to see that the initial arrogance and pretentiousness of the Three Sisters no longer dared to show even a hint. She revealed a gentle smile, holding a thin blanket and a pot of hot tea. Junior sisters, come over here. Have some tea to warm yourselves. The weather is getting cooler, and you're dressed so lightly you might get cold. Come on, come on. Hearing this address, the triplets remembered that Ensiyu was also a student of Lin University and a senior in the same class as Lu Yang. Senior sister, can we? Yeah, of course. This is brewed by senior sister just for you. If you don't drink it, senior sister will be sad. Ensiyu realized that her gentleness could indeed bring comfort to others, especially to gentle souls like the triplets. They soon let down their guard and snuggled up to Ensiyu on the sofa, sipping hot tea and gradually chatting. They talked about life before the apocalypse, the arrival of the apocalypse, and how students turned into zombies, discussing their fears and despair. When they talked about Lu Yang coming to rescue them, the three sisters wanted to complain about Lu Yang, but instinctively paused. Mainly, the eldest sister Song Shirshi's gaze stopped them. The two younger sisters recalled Lu Yang's figure and couldn't help but show signs of fear. What's wrong, everyone? Go on, what are you afraid of? Don't worry. Young Master Lu Yang is not here. It's just the four of us sisters. You want to say that young Master Lu Yang is too heartless, too cold-blooded, too fierce, right? I think so too. And Siyu took the lead in speaking. Even so, Song Shirshir still felt something was off. But the two silly younger sisters had already let down their guard and began to complain about Lu Yang in front of Siyu. They even became more and more grieved. Senior Lu Yang is really fierce. He actually scolded us and told us to get out and cry. And he also said that if we don't obey, he would pin us down and strip us of our clothes. Wah. Upon hearing this, Song Shirsha realized she couldn't stop them. No, it's not like that. Senior sister, let me explain. The younger sisters are just scared and talking nonsense. We aren't talking nonsense. We aren't. Lu Yang is a devil. He is a devil, wah? All right, you've forgotten the pain after the scar has healed. Seeing the smile on Nsiyu's face, Song Shirshi's expression instantly turned pale. The next second, Nsiyu gently cupped the faces of the two younger sisters, gazing at them with tear-stained cheeks, and softly said, "Junior sisters, you're so cute. If you cry and ruin your faces, it won't look good. Do you know? Young Master Lu Yang despises those who are two-faced. Since you hold such a grudge against young Master Lu Yang, it's very likely you will find an opportunity to harm him. Shouldn't I take care of young Master Lu Yang and eliminate future threats?" As she said this, Silk appeared behind Nsiyu. Fear washed over the three sisters, leaving them in despair. If Lu Yang made the three sisters fearful, Nsiyu made them feel the real malice of human hearts, the dangers of the apocalypse. The two younger sisters froze in tears. The elder sister, Song Shirshir, directly pulled her younger sisters into her embrace. "Senior sisterin, we aren't two-faced. We don't hold a grudge against young Master Lu Yang." At that moment, the door opened. Song Jianghai was nodding and bowing at Lu Yang with a dog-like expression. A group of people walked in. Upon seeing his daughters crying with tear-streaked faces and the strange Silk behind Nsiyu, Song Jianghai's eyes nearly burst with rage. The Ma brothers had remained hidden the entire time, but in a moment of impulsiveness, they unleashed their abilities. In an instant, they transformed into hyenas that were nearly touching the ceiling. Growling fiercely, they declared, "Who dares to harm the three young ladies die?" However, the two hyenas hadn't even moved half a step, and Silk was like a bullet. Whoosh! Puffed. The supernatural ability vanished. The moment the Silk pierced the heads of the Ma brothers, the moment the two brothers fell to the ground dead, Song Jianghai's face turned desperate. Chapter 44. The former giant is toyed with at will. Watching a show, combined version. They killed someone. They killed someone's sister. Whoa, why did you kill them? They just wanted to protect us. Why? Woo-woo. Screams. Voices of despair. The triplet sisters were continuously beaten down by Lu Yang and Nsi today. Their emotions had already collapsed twice in a row. At this moment, seeing the Ma brothers get their heads blown off by Nsi, they directly collapsed for the third time. 3 collapses in one day. Those with weak determination might directly go insane. To prevent the future potential of the triplets from being wasted, Lu Yang just used a glance to make the 3 sisters stop crying. Song Jianghai was trembling all over. He didn't know if it was out of anger or fear, but seeing the bloody scene before him, he hurriedly ran to his daughters. He directly stood in front of them, comforting his daughters' emotions, asking if they were hurt, if they felt unwell, almost directly asking if they had been violated by Lu Yang. And C came to Lu Yang's side. She showed her meticulousness and reverence towards Lu Yang. I'm sorry, young master. Just now, these two scoundrels showed their supernatural abilities in the villa. Although they couldn't possibly hurt you, it was disrespectful to you. After pondering, and C looked at the two corpses, then glanced at Jiao San and Song Jianghai. Coldly, she said, I took the liberty to kill them. Please punish me, young master. Song Jianghai was not a fool. He had experienced the ways of the world. In fact, he had gone through more than anyone present. He could understand the situation. Outside, the female housekeeper Zhang Jinyan had given him, Song Jianghai, the first warning. Now that C killed the mob brothers, it was the second warning to Song Jianghai. The first was when Jiao San spoke disrespectfully. Although it was fine now, it was only after Song Jianghai humbly apologized and begged that Zhang Jinyan lifted the punishment on Jiao San. This second incident seemed to be the mob brothers acting on their own. Yet, it was also predicted in the earlier scenario that the mob brothers had communicated with Song Jianghai beforehand. If such a situation arose, they would directly act to intimidate. Perhaps they wouldn't engage in a full-blown fight, but showing strength to intimidate was a must. In the business world, they just didn't expect this time to fail. And it was at the cost of the mob brothers' lives. Song Jianghai was being trampled on by Lu Yang, and in C's words, seemingly asking for punishment, were actually a warning to Song Jianghai. To disrespect Lu Yang would cost lives as atonement. But the pride in Song Jianghai's heart still remained. He was unwilling. He didn't dare to turn against them on the spot. But he could also judge. Lu Yang had been giving him warnings without directly humiliating him, which must be because he still had some use for Song Jianghai. Song Jianghai hadn't thought of where that was yet. But as long as he had something that made Lu Yang wary. Then next, at this very moment, Lu Yang should make some indication, right? Song Jianghai was waiting for Lu Yang to act. Even if it was just an act, a slap to see would suffice. This was the only step down Song Jianghai could find. However, after hearing C's words, Lu Yang merely smiled lightly, glanced at the two corpses on the ground, his eyes full of disdain. Just two dogs, killing them is killing them. You did nothing wrong. No need to apologize. Song Jianghai was stunned. Normally, even if it was an act, Lu Yang shouldn't be pretending to punish C at this moment, seeking Song Jianghai's forgiveness, right? Even if it was just a slap to C, what of it? I, Song Jianghai, have lost 2 lives. Song Jianghai overestimated human life and underestimated Lu Yang's cold-bloodedness. With just a glance, his subordinates moved all combustible materials away. Before Song Jianghai could comprehend it, flames sprang from Lu Yang's fingertips. The dark red flames seemed to have consciousness, slowly flying above the 2 corpses. In less than 2 seconds, the bodies burned to ashes. And when he blinked a few times and looked back at the spot where the corpses were, apart from 2 marks and some remnants of ash, the mob brothers' traces were completely gone, as if they had never appeared, as if there were no 2 people to be found. Young Master Lu Yang, you, Song Jianghai instinctively shouted, but when he felt Lu Yang and the fierce gazes of his subordinates, all the words in Song Jianghai's heart stuck in his throat. Lu Yang misled. What's wrong, boss Song? Just because I killed the 2 clowns you brought, you're angry? But I saved your 3 daughters and spared your disrespectful bodyguard's life. Have you forgotten so soon? Oh, you might still be guessing whether I slept with your 3 daughters and violated them severely. At this point, Song Jianghai's face turned incredibly colorful. Lu Yang was being so blunt that everyone looked strange. However, the next second, a chill spread through the room. Lu Yang said quietly, do you think your 3 daughters, or you, Song Jianghai, are still the local emperor you once were, or the big tycoon who stormed through the business world? Don't say I didn't touch your 3 daughters, even if I did, or if I violated them in front of everyone right now. What could you, Song Jianghai, do besiges barkuzelesli? Song Jianghai's face turned red. He really wanted to say he would fight to the death. But in front of Lu Yang and the other supernatural beings, he was like a pathetic ant. The barking of an ant in front of supernatural beings must seem like a joke, right? Song Jianghai's mentality was about to snap. At this moment, Lu Yang suddenly changed his expression and put on a smile. Boss Song, I saved your daughters because I hope to be friend with you. I don't want to kill you, nor do I want to threaten you. Otherwise, Wouldn't it be easier to just barge into your home and threaten you? Song Jianghai was astonished. Yes, with Liu Yang's overwhelming strength, plus so many powerful subordinates, even if he forcefully stormed the Song family, capturing Song Jianghai and anyone else, it shouldn't be too difficult. And although Liu Yang had said many vicious words, in the end, the three daughters indeed had not suffered substantial harm. As for the dead Ma brothers, they acted recklessly, and in the Master S house, getting shot by others was understandable. Song Jianghai composed himself. He pulled up his three daughters and deeply bowed to Liu Yang. Young Master Liu Yang, my daughters and I, Song Jianghai, sincerely thank you. At the same time, I apologize for all the disrespect and distrust towards you just now. If you don't mind, I, Song Jianghai, am willing to kneel and apologize. Saying this, Song Jianghai pushed aside his astonished daughters and stopped his bodyguard Diao San from stepping forward. Just as he was about to kneel, Guo stepped forward to block Song Jianghai. Liu Yang smiled and said, I want to be friends with Boss Song. In this apocalyptic world, there aren't too many people who can be friends with me, Liu Yang. Since Boss Song recognizes his mistakes and can change, then our cooperative relationship can continue to be discussed in depth, right? No need to kneel. Song Jianghai let out a sigh of relief. For the first time, the Song triplets looked at Liu Yang with grateful eyes. But immediately after, Liu Yang said softly, if there are any more problems in the future, just kill them directly. Liu Yang's smile suddenly appeared very ominous. The Song family, led by Song Jianghai, trembled in fear. They could no longer muster any resistance, their souls trembling with the fear that extended from them. Once a giant, they were now toyed with by Liu Yang at his whim. After spending just a few minutes with his daughters and confirming their safety, Song Jianghai finally felt he could truly relax. Just when he thought of finding an excuse to leave, Liu Yang invited him, saying, tonight, this little place of mine is quite lively. Not only do we have guests for Boss Song's side, but there are also some unexpected visitors. After much hesitation, Song Jianghai considered taking his daughters with him. However, Liu Yang reminded him with great interest, the upcoming scene might be a bit bloody. I suggest Boss Song's three precious daughters stay here. Thank you for the reminder. Young Master Liu. Then, sure, you and your two sisters stay here, Song Jianghai began, but Liu Yang interrupted, adding, with such a bloody scene, I recommend Boss Song's three daughters watch it together. It's the apocalypse now. If you continue to treat your daughters like princesses, they might not even know how they died in the future. I don't think Boss Song wants his three daughters to perish due to his own cowardice, ignorance, and underestimation of the apocalypse. Liu Yang only wanted his people to quickly experience and adapt to the cruelty of the apocalypse. If he didn't plan to train the three sisters to eventually bring them into his camp, he wouldn't bother with all this trouble. Song Jianghai was still gritting his teeth, weighing his options. But the triplet sister, Song Sure, took the lead and forced a smile, saying, Dad, we want to go. Young Master Liu is right. We three sisters have grown up. The Song family is no longer the massive entity it was during peacetime. We don't want to live only in protection. Only by understanding how brutal and bloody the apocalypse is can we survive. We can become the pillars of the Song family. A few minutes later, in another room, looking at the three people bound to a pillar, full of bloody holes, Song Jianghai's scalp tingled, and he felt sorry for the villa. Earlier, two had been burned to death in the front room. Spare us. Mr. Liu, we confessed everything. We told you all we know. Why are you treating us like this? Please, Mr. Liu, spare our lives. We won't dare again sob. The three individuals were actually Liu Yang's former employees who had gone through great hardships to reach Liu Yang's shelter, intending to infiltrate and act as insiders for Qin Shan's group. They were now riddled with bloody holes, and the one who had attacked them was Zhang Jinyan. Since acquiring the healing heart skill, Zhang Jinyan had gained many additional abilities. For instance, she could perfectly avoid delivering fatal wounds, stabbing her opponents repeatedly without killing them. When they were close to death, she could use her powers to slightly save them, allowing them to last a bit longer. Song Jianghai was relieved that the Ma brothers had been killed instantly. In contrast, these three were truly in a situation where they couldn't survive or die. Have you said everything? Are you sure you haven't missed anything? Liu Yang Breset, one of them, mustering his last breath, replied, That's it. Really nothing else, Mr. Liu. You should hurry and prepare for battle. If you wait any longer, Qin Shan and his group might attack. They're very strong, with 25 ability users, and 6 or 7 of them are high-level. Upon hearing this, the inexperienced Song Jianghai and bodyguard Diao San were taken aback. So many strong opponents. Liu Yang's side is powerful, but can he really handle that? Oh no, did Liu Yang intentionally keep us here to use us as cannon fodder? Liu Yang seemed to see through Song Jianghai's thoughts and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't be afraid, Boss Song. It's just a small scene. Just wait and watch." After saying this, Liu Yang led Song Jianghai and the others outside. As they left, although he expected it, when he saw Zhang Jinyan stabbing the Three's temples with a dagger, Song Jianghai still felt a sharp pain all over. Another 3 lives taken. Did killing people seem to Liu Yang like killing chickens, with no psychological burden at all? Chapter 45. Life is as cheap as grass. This is the main theme of the apocalypse. Playing with lives. Whether killing like cutting grass or like slaughtering chickens, Song Jianghai casually remarked. Minutes passed. Life being as cheap as grass was indeed the main theme of this apocalypse. Slaughter was the weapon running rampant in this world. Being a business tycoon was Song Jianghai's greatest achievement. However, achieving the peak of business, how could he do so without getting his hands dirty? Song Jianghai also had some dark secrets. At the beginning of the apocalypse, he thought that with his keen instincts and business acumen, he could still thrive in this new world, coupled with the ruthlessness and decisiveness he had developed in his business dealings. He thought it wouldn't be a problem to kill someone occasionally. However, the self-assured Song Jianghai found himself repeatedly having his perceptions challenged in front of Liu Yang. Since coming to Liu Yang's place, Song Jianghai had learned lesson after lesson. From initially underestimating Liu Yang as just a young kid to now feeling that compared to Liu Yang, who was around the same age as his daughters, he had lived like a dog all these years. Song Jianghai couldn't understand why Liu Yang, at such a young age, could possess such calm and mature cunning. Even able to navigate this terrifying apocalypse where global military order had collapsed. Now, Song Jianghai realized one of Liu Yang's traits. He was cold-blooded and ruthless. It seemed that his mindset needed to change. Reflecting on what Liu Yang said about wanting his daughters to witness the bloody scenes, Song Jianghai initially didn't understand. But now he increasingly felt that the cold and ruthless Liu Yang actually meant well. If he stubbornly protected his daughters in this bloody apocalypse, the little white rabbits might not survive for long. Even if born a little white rabbit, they must forcibly adapt to the bloody apocalypse. They must forcibly sharpen their teeth. Following behind Liu Yang, when Song Jianghai looked at him, his eyes were filled with awe. Looking at Nsiyu, Chao Jingyu, and Guahu, each of whom was a dragon among men, yet willingly followed Liu Yang, a young ability user, Song Jianghai felt he needed to reassess Liu Yang. Or rather, he needed to be prepared to have his worldview reset by Liu Yang at any moment. "Mr. Song, I'm ready." "Oh, that's good. Ready?" When Song Jianghai was distracted, he looked up to find Diao San's head, which he had previously hit like a pig's head, had now returned to normal. This frightened the old man so much that he thought he was dreaming. After asking, he found out it was Zhang Jinyan's doing. Upon learning that Zhang Jinyan's ability was medical, Song Jianghai almost cried. She was practically a divine doctor. With such a divine doctor, his super hospital wouldn't even be able to attract young Master Lu's attention, right? Little did he know, Zhang Jinyan was indeed a divine doctor, but she was still struggling alone. Liu Yang's plans for an apocalypse hospital would not change. Song Jianghai's high-end medical team was still needed. Soon, the group arrived at the courtyard. Just as Song Jianghai was considering where to wait and watch the show, the front door swung open. Liu Yang led the way out, raising an eyebrow at Song Jianghai and his group. "Let's go, Boss Song. Don't be afraid. You won't die." Okay. Song Jianghai gritted his teeth. Liu Yang was so terrifying, death couldn't stop him. Since that's the case, there was no need to worry too much. On the other side, Qin Shan's group, consisting of 3 factions, had gone through countless hardships and finally arrived not far from Liu Yang's shelter villa. They never expected that before even starting a battle with Liu Yang, they had already lost almost half of their manpower just on the way. Damn it, if this continues, if that guy Liu Yang is really good at fighting, won't our people all be wiped out? Damn it, why is tonight so unlucky? First, We were attacked by a seemingly crazy horde of corpses. Then we encountered a spike trap, causing most of our tires to blow out. And then we were ambushed by a sniper hidden in the dark. Even with so many superpowered individuals, we couldn't find a single sniper. Isn't that ridiculous? I've had enough. I'm done with this. Zhao Sanxiang and the Violent Bear Gang are both furious. Qin Shan is also extremely angry. No matter how he thinks about it, something feels off. Could there be an insider informing someone to ambush us? Qin Shan can't figure it out and doesn't have time to dwell on it. The arrow is on the string and must be released. Besides, he is the one who initiated this matter. Qin Shan quickly calms everyone down. Bro Sanxiang, Boss Violent Bear, I understand how you all feel. My people have suffered heavy losses on this journey too. But don't forget the rich supplies at Liu Yang's place. Although we are still at the beginning of the apocalypse, it won't be long before everyone fights over a pack of instant noodles. Just think, as long as we take Liu Yang's supply depot, we can become wealthy in this apocalypse. By then, a pack of instant noodles could be traded for a woman. A sausage could be traded for someone else's wife. Isn't that appealing? Of course it is. Zhao Sanxiang and Violent Bear both understand, but they really feel unlucky. Qin Shan racked his brain to explain. I've thought about it. It's just the sniper that's not right. Everything else seems normal. Besides, in this apocalypse, having a sniper is also normal. Everyone is thinking of getting what they want through robbery. Our convoy must have attracted envy and was ambushed. Qin Shan felt what he said was absurd. To avoid being beaten up, he quickly changed the subject again. Moreover, you two, we are only 3 kilometers away from Liu Yang's shelter. 3 kilometers is just a blink of an eye. We'll be there in just 2 turns. Are we really going to give up here? Yeah, we're almost there. After losing so many people who would be willing to give up. Thus, Qin Shan's brainwashing succeeded. The group was once again full of enthusiasm for the endless big-bottomed women, for the never-ending big fish and meat, to trade instant noodles for someone else's wife, charge. Lin Biao and Meng Jiao, who followed along, couldn't help but laugh at Qin Shan's brainwashing. They sneered, a bunch of fools. Luckily, young Master Liu Yang is entertaining guests. Otherwise, if he took action himself, you would have been wiped out long ago. Speaking of this, Meng Jiao couldn't help but sigh. I really want to see how terrifying young Master Liu Yang is when he goes all out. Captain Lin, have you seen it? Upon hearing this, Lin Biao rolled his eyes. Are you kidding me? To be honest, I haven't seen it either. To be accurate, since young Master Liu Yang gained his powers, he hasn't really fought, so no one knows how strong he really is. The two rushed towards the villa while chatting casually. Lin Biao thought for a moment and said, the only one who might know something isn't Siyu. All right, Meng Jiao, you could be considered to have challenged young Master Liu Yang's strength. You should have some idea, right? Upon hearing this, Meng Jiao's mouth twitched as he recalled the scene of challenging Liu Yang. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. I have some idea. The only feeling is that even if young Master Liu Yang lies there and lets me kill him, I still couldn't do it. In Meng Jiao's view, Liu Yang's strength is not just in combat. His resilience is probably unmatched. Soon, Qin Shan and his group arrived at the villa area without any danger. When they entered, they were still worried about whether there would be a horde of corpses or if they would encounter an ambush from Liu Yang. But there wasn't. The informants were naturally the 3 former employees of Liu Yang. The information was even in voice messages. It wasn't pre-recorded. After listening, Qin Shan was almost overjoyed on the spot. He looked at everyone excitedly. Liu Yang has left with a large troop, and there are very few people left. The informant will help us open the door to Liu Yang's shelter, allowing us to occupy it effortlessly. Upon hearing this, everyone became spirited. What are we waiting for? Charge! Next to the 3 villas of Liu Yang's shelter, there's an unoccupied 4-story villa. Liu Yang and his group are currently inside this villa. In front of them is a large screen displaying multi-angle surveillance videos, covering almost the entire villa area from the entrance to various corners of the villa area. It even includes the internal big courtyard of Liu Yang's shelter, monitored by multi-angle videos at all times. When Qin Shan and his group appeared outside the villa area, they had already entered the surveillance range. Song Jianghai was extremely tense, also guessing when Liu Yang's people would start the ambush. However, until Qin Shan and his group entered the villa area, Song Jianghai was stunned. They were just let in like that. Are they really that confident? Aren't they afraid of being raided? Moreover, Song Jianghai had been counting heads. Since he arrived, all of Liu Yang's subordinates he had seen were almost all standing behind him, including the obviously strong and Siyu. So, who is guarding and preparing for battle? Feeling bored, Liu Yang directly changed his mind and took the group to the rooftop. Although the walls of Liu Yang's shelter are very high, looking from the rooftop of this villa, one can still see most of the area, and the view is excellent. But compared to inside, the outside is definitely more dangerous. Song Jianghai was worried that he and the girls would be accidentally harmed, while also curious about how the battle would start when an unexpected change occurred. Before Qin Shan and his group could reach Liu Yang's shelter, a violent horde of zombies suddenly appeared behind them. After a long battle, physically and mentally exhausted, Qin Shan didn't think much and directly ordered everyone to run. Once we get to Liu Yang's shelter, we won't have to fight these monsters. However, just after running a short distance, a horde of zombies appeared again on the street ahead. At least 100 zombies, mixed with at least 10 first-generation zombie monsters. Seeing this, Qin Shan and his group felt their scalps go numb. They were blocked in front and behind by the hordes of zombies. They could only change direction and head towards the only right side, when Qin Shan saw that a dense crowd of zombies also appeared on the right side ahead. He was completely dumbfounded. Damn it, have we fallen to a zombie den? Liu Yang, on the other hand, was enjoying watching this scene, as if he was watching a boring play of mice being toyed with. Chapter 46. Infatuated Tool. The defeated Qin Shan's side. Female corpse Gao Wei possesses the brutal wolf superpower. With this ability, even when facing 3 to 5 first-generation zombies, Gao Wei can barely handle it. And even if he can't win, escaping is still no problem. If there are fewer zombies, he can directly take them down. However, the energy of superpowered individuals is limited. The energy is similar to physical stamina. If it is consumed too quickly, it needs time to recover. Therefore, he doesn't dare to use his powers recklessly. Instead, he found an off-road vehicle. After filling it up with gas at a gas station, he intended to head to Longjiang City, which is 300 kilometers away. But he found that even with a car, it was difficult to move. There were traffic jams everywhere, with drivers and passengers turned into zombies in their vehicles. The main issue was that driving was really difficult. He finally understood why Liu Yang's convoy had heavily modified trucks and bulldozers leading the way. Damn it! When will I ever get to Longjiang City? After going around for a long time, Gao Wei had only covered a third of the distance to Longjiang City, which was 300 kilometers away. He had just stepped out of the boundaries of Linhai City. He thought about throwing the car and walking, but considering the distance of 200 kilometers, Gao Wei didn't have that kind of determination. Damn, the signal was getting worse. Would the phone and network system crash soon? Gao Wei slapped his phone. Fortunately, there was a car charger, or he would be even more frustrated if the battery died. Soon, a message came through. It was a voice message from Longjiang City. Gao Wei, you don't need to travel a long way to find me in Longjiang City. Cousin has decided to go to Linhai City instead. Wait for me in Linhai City, and we can discuss any plans when I arrive. Gao Wei perked up. The cousin on the other end of the message was exactly the person Gao Wei wanted to go to for help. At the same time, Gao Wei wanted to find someone to take down Liu Yang's shelter. Although he initially thought of finding some cannon fodder with special abilities, he accidentally learned that his cousin had become a powerful ability user. So he changed his mind and planned to go to Longjiang City to find his cousin. Just when he was worried about being stuck, this news relieved Gao Wei. Great, cousin. The car is hard to get through here, and it's probably similar for you. After waiting a long time, a follow-up message came through. I've arrived at the gatehouse of Linhai University. You don't need to worry about transportation. I have a helicopter here, and we can fly directly over. Also, can you help me find out about someone named Su Qingzhu? About one. 7 meters tall, very good-looking, with a nice figure, seems to have some connection to the military, and has an older sister and a younger sister, both also very good-looking. Gao Wei was stunned for a few seconds. He finally realized. Su Qingfu. Wasn't she the female soldier who came to the school for the zombie resistance drill last time? Thinking of this, Gao Wei hurriedly messaged his cousin. He thought his cousin might have poor signal on the plane. Gao Wei didn't think too much about it, because they had been advocating staying at home. In the last 2 days before the apocalypse, staying at home was even enforced. Most families still had their cars parked in the garage. Gao Wei dragged away the body of the old man at the gatehouse. Fortunately, the gatehouse was sturdy, made of reinforced concrete, and the door and windows were intact. He closed everything up and pulled down the curtains. As long as he wasn't seen or heard by zombies, he wouldn't be attacked. Ding dong. To be honest, Gao Wei didn't expect Wang Fong to be so infatuated. Gao Wei was not a devoted person. Being with Wang Fong was purely for some fun during the apocalypse. During their relationship, Gao Wei couldn't help but cheat. This time, in order to seize Liu Yang's vast resource reserves, Gao Wei essentially sold Wang Fong out. He felt no attachment at all. In the apocalypse, there would be as many women as one wanted. They could play however they liked. Why hang on to one tree? Whether labeled as a scumbag or a pervert, Gao Wei didn't care at all. He understood the principle of survival of the fittest in the apocalypse. Whether male or female, as long as you were strong, you could dominate many of the opposite sex you liked. Men sought beautiful women. Women sought handsome men. It was just a matter of seeking an outlet for desire. As for his plans, he never mentioned them to Wang Fong. So at that time, Gao Wei was just acting. But Wang Fong's confusion was genuine. At this moment, after receiving the message, Gao Wei's first reaction was to call. If Wang Fong could act as an insider, that would be perfect. But then he wondered if Liu Yang had seen through his plan and sent Wang Fong to test him. This thought appeared but was quickly dismissed by Gao Wei. First, he knew Wang Fong wasn't that smart. Assuming she really became Liu Yang's target, others might not see through her act, but after sleeping with her for a year, Gao Wei could tell with just a glance or a movement whether Wang Fong was acting. The more he thought about it, the more dazed he became. Gao Wei smirked. He never expected that this foolish girlfriend he found could actually be useful in a critical moment. Gao Wei didn't want to talk about feelings at this moment. He only wanted his own interests. After thinking for a moment, Gao Wei directly made video call. While the internet was still usable, he had to use this function. He even calculated while dialing. If Wang Fong answered in 1 second, there would be no problem, but if it took a bit longer, 3 to 5 seconds, or even 10 seconds, it was very likely someone was beside her. The result made Gao Wei breathe a sigh of relief. She answered in 1 second, including the delay. It was a total of 2 seconds. After the call connected, Wang Fong's face showed a mix of grievance and surprise, confirming to Gao Wei that this silly girl was not acting. But he still maintained a serious face and told Wang Fong to calm down. He had her turn the phone around to confirm there was no one else in her room. Gao Wei, you still don't trust me? Hurry up. No time for nonsense. Okay, don't be angry. I'll turn it around now. After a moment, Wang Fong, feeling frustrated and helpless, pouted. See? It's just me here. I told you, my phone was stolen. How can anyone else be here? You don't know, Liu Yang's people took my phone, saying something about unified management. I think they just don't want me to contact friends and family freely. So heartless. Wang Fong complained for a moment and inadvertently mentioned some surprising news to Gao Wei. What? Liu Yang's place doesn't just have a dozen soldiers, but over 100? And there are suspected ability users? What do you mean suspected? Suspected means I'm not sure. No one has shown it, and no one has discussed it near me. And I don't dare to ask directly. Useless. Gao Wei scolded without hesitation. Wang Fong felt wronged and was about to cry. Seeing this, Gao Wei's eyes turned. He quickly comforted Wang Fong. After all, they still needed to arrange a plan. Gao Wei didn't mention the plan to seize Liu Yang's territory and resources, but he fabricated a story, telling Wang Fong to keep an eye on Liu Yang's movements. Gao Wei had contacted the official troops of Longhua, and they suspected Liu Yang was harboring traitors and hiding weapons and ammunition. When Gao Wei escalated the matter to the level of treason, Wang Fong automatically believed him. After all, the soldiers and weapons at Liu Yang's place were real. Don't worry, Gao Wei. I'll send you intelligence regularly and ensure the mission is completed. After chatting for a while, they ended the call. She didn't know that behind the slightly ajar door of Zhang Jinyan's room, a camera was recording everything. Even at the moment Wang Fong's phone was taken away, it was equipped with a listening device, and all calls were recorded and stored. Moreover, they were transmitted in real time to Zhang Jinyan's phone. Outside the villa shelter, after receiving the surveillance video and the recording of Wang Fong's call with Gao Wei, Zhang Jinyan handed it over to Liu Yang. Harboring traitors, privately storing weapons and ammunition, treason? I suspected Gao Wei would do something stupid, but I didn't expect him to be this foolish, framing me like this and letting Wang Feng act as his insider. Undoubtedly, P.S. just another fool eyeing my shelter. Zhang Yang had been standing by, confirming it was his old classmate Gao Wei. After hesitating for a while, he still didn't speak up. Zhang Yang, if the time comes and I ask you to kill Gao Wei. Liu Yang didn't finish. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, and his gaze became firm. Young Master Liu, as long as you say the word, I wouldn't hesitate to take Gao Wei's life. From the moment he plotted against you, he is no longer my friend. Liu Yang smiled, pointing to the few people struggling not far away. Is it an hour? They're almost dead already. With just these few moves, they dare to challenge my Liu Yang's shelter, truly unaware of their own mortality. What do you think, Boss Song? Liu Yang's words made Song Jianghai feel a deep sense of agreement for the first time. After all, he had personally witnessed a team of over 20 ability users, along with dozens of armed soldiers, clearly coming to attack Liu Yang's shelter, even as Liu Yang opened the gates of the villa area. However, they couldn't even make it from the entrance of the villa area to Liu Yang's shelter, less than a kilometer away. They were completely incapable of completing the journey and ended up suffering heavy casualties at Liu Yang's hands. If they really intended to attack the shelter, and if Liu Yang hadn't been in the mood to toy with them, perhaps they would have died even faster. Song Jianghai shivered. 10 minutes later, Qin Shan's group had suffered nearly all casualties, except for a few high-level ability users who were exhausted and barely still fighting. Everyone else was dead, and Qin Shan and the others were almost out of energy. At this moment, Liu Yang and his group suddenly appeared, plunging Qin Shan and the others into despair. You bastards! These zombies were all released by you to ambush us, right? Liu Yang, you are a devil. Qin Shan was furious. Liu Yang playfully waved his hand. Wrong. The credit should go to Meng Jiao. Meng Jiao appeared with a smile. No one recognized Meng Jiao. However, Liu Yang looked past Qin Shan at the sharp-eyed Gao Zhan and said something that turned Qin Shan's face pale. Gao Zhan, let me introduce my subordinate Meng Jiao, whose ability is corpse manipulation. In simple terms, he can control corpses and zombies. He happened to discover a female corpse that you might be interested in. He beckoned with his finger. Behind Meng Jiao, a corpse with black pupils appeared. At that moment, Gao Zhan was frozen in despair. The poor girl had been harmed to death, and even more pitifully, he was helping the enemy who harmed the girl he loved. Interesting. Gao Zhan didn't think twice. He looked at Qin Shan with angry eyes. Qin Shan, you caused Yang Shuang's death. Chapter 47. What kind of demon have you provoked? The spoiled triplets Gao Zhan had liked Yang Shuang for a long time. He had even expressed his feelings. He pursued Yang Shuang for a long time, but she, being a research-focused academic, didn't pay much attention to love. However, recently, Yang Shuang was moved by Gao Zhan's dedication and sincerity. She agreed to be his girlfriend. It had only been less than a week since they became lovers, and the happiness of being in a relationship was still fresh. Even when the research institute was occupied by Qin Shan, Gao Zhan's first thought was that if he had the chance, he would gladly sacrifice himself for Yang Shuang, just to ensure that his beloved girl survived. Even if it meant living a precarious life in this apocalypse, she could not die in front of him. Otherwise, he would suffer for a lifetime. Gao Zhan was determined to live happily with Yang Shuang. His abilities could provide him with the strength and confidence to protect her. Thus, he agreed to work for Qin Shan wholeheartedly while gaining the ability Qin Shan granted him. Even though he knew it was wrong to seize others' territories and resources, Gao Zhan, being in love, didn't care. He just wanted to be with the person he loved as soon as possible. He wanted to finish this job for Qin Shan quickly. He didn't know that Yang Shuang was dead, harmed to death by Qin Shan. He didn't know that the wedding Qin Shan mentioned would never happen, and that he would eventually find an excuse to use a corpse similar to Yang Shuang's to pretend she died accidentally, thus making him forever serve him. And now, looking at the corpse of the person he loved, standing there stiffly, Gao Zhan didn't find it terrifying, only felt despair and misery. Tears of blood streamed down his face as he looked at Yang Shuang, filled with guilt and disbelief. Then, two middle-aged women appeared. When they spoke of being harmed and violated by Qin Shan alongside Yang Shuang, and hoarsely accused Qin Shan of causing Yang Shuang to bleed heavily on her first time, knowing that she could have been saved, but let her die. At that moment, the infatuated man let out a heart-wrenching scream. Qin Shan, I will kill you. Qin Shan didn't even want to explain. At this point, he only thought about how to escape. Even the thought of rescuing his brother and wife had vanished. Survive first, then regroup. That's right, Gao Zhan. I killed your woman Yang Shuang, and I played with her death. I must say Yang Shuang's first time was truly great. But unfortunately, she was too fragile to withstand my torment and died. These words not only thoroughly enraged Gao Zhan, but also darkened the expressions of others. Especially in Siyu, Zhang Jinyin, and the Song family's triplets, all showing a murderous aura. Even though the triplets weren't ability users yet, it was the first time they felt someone deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Qin Shan, dragging his exhausted body, grinned savagely as a blue cold energy appeared in his palm. I granted you the ability, yet you want to kill me. In that case, I will send you to meet Yang Shuang now. Both sides were on the verge of battle. This was a desperate fight to the death. Qin Shan fought for his life, while Gao Zhan fought recklessly. Originally, it wouldn't be too difficult for Qin Shan to kill Gao Zhan. However, due to Gao Zhan's reckless fighting style of trading injury for injury, he managed to inflict several serious wounds on Qin Shan. Gao Zhan died, ultimately becoming an ice sculpture under Qin Shan's cold energy. Before dying, his gaze turned to Yang Shuang's corpse. There was regret and relief. Ha 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 ha. You think you can kill me, Qin Shan, with that little strength? Fool. Qin Shan laughed arrogantly. But the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. Not far away, in Liu Yang's arms, was Zhao Yameng. Seeing his wife, whom he had never touched, being so obedient in Liu Yang's embrace, not even glancing at him. At that moment, Qin Shan felt a green haze above his head. His mindset completely collapsed. Before dying, Qin Shan saw Zhao Yameng being obedient like a dog, kneeling beside Liu Yang. He knew that his brother Qin Ming was already dead and buried without a grave. He wanted to roar, to shout in anger, but in the end, only a tragic smile remained. If he hadn't indulged his brother Qin Ming in going against Liu Yang, perhaps they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. If he hadn't harmed Yang Shuang, perhaps Gao Zhan could have become a useful aid for him, helping him become a dominant force in the apocalypse. If everything could start over, perhaps Zhao Yameng wouldn't have been taken by Liu Yang. Qin Shan thought until his last breath, wondering if Zhao Yameng felt any sorrow for his death. He had no idea that Zhao Yameng's hatred for him was even greater, wishing she could stab him one last time before he died. Qin Shan arrived in high spirits, but fell like an ant, even from beginning to end. He couldn't even dirty Liu Yang's clothes. Until his death, Qin Shan couldn't understand what kind of demon he and his brother Qin Ming had provoked. Thus, everything came to an end. The survivors of Linhai City were still struggling to survive. No one knew what had happened in this villa area. Only Song Jianghai and his group had been shocked by Liu Yang too many times that night, redefining their understanding of the apocalypse. The Song family stayed here until dawn. Throughout the night, Song Jianghai couldn't sleep well. He always felt that something was off, until the breakfast table in the morning, looking at Liu Yang's emperor-like lifestyle. He reflected on his own miserable state. Timid and humble, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly because of Liu Yang's silence. At that moment, Song Jianghai woke up. What qualifications did he have to cooperate with this young master? He took a deep breath and stood up, under the surprised gazes of his daughters and bodyguard Yao San. He slightly bowed to Liu Yang. Young Master Liu Yang, I, Song Jianghai, am willing to give the Song family's hospital to you as a gift. I hope young Master Liu Yang can show us a way to survive in this apocalypse. At that moment, the Song family's triplets were surprisingly silent. There is no longer the pride and pretentiousness of a young lady. At this moment, the Song family's triplet sisters finally understand that the once grand Song family is no more. The man before them is the one who can provide a way out for the Song family in this apocalypse. Boss Song, you are indeed a smart man. Liu Yang's words confirmed that Song Jianghai's thoughts were not wrong. Both sides did not beat around the bush. Liu Yang had only one request, to relocate the Liu family's hospital to Linhai City, to Liu Yang's shelter. Liu Yang would properly settle the hospital, serving as his private guarantee hospital in this apocalypse and for the future establishment of his army, ensuring medical support on the home front. But young Master Liu, there are many large high-end medical devices in the hospital. The people can be transported by helicopter But these devices were already rare globally before, and are even scarcer in this apocalypse. Also, there's the issue of space. I dare to ask, where does young Master Lu plan to place the hospital? It can't be in this villa area, right? The villa area is luxurious, but hospitals need spacious buildings. At the same time, many high-end devices require high-power industrial electricity, and the residential power supply in the villa area simply cannot support their operation. For the medical equipment, we only need to bring over the absolutely rare devices. The rest can be prepared here in Linhai City without wasting time transporting them from afar. As for the accommodation issue, once your medical team arrives, there will be suitable places for them. It might not be as luxurious as your Song family's hospital, but in this apocalypse, safety is the top priority. I can guarantee that no matter how dangerous it is outside, the environment I provide will allow your medical team to work with peace of mind. No one considers luxury in the apocalypse. Upon hearing about the safety guarantee, Song Jianghai had no further doubts. Before leaving, Lu Yang did not expect that the Song family's triplet sisters would all look at him in unison, not as fearful as yesterday, but rather with a hint of complexity. The youngest triplet, Song Qianqian, who was the most timid and pretentious yesterday, boldly asked, "Actually, when you're not fierce, you're quite handsome." Lu Yang was taken aback. Since his rebirth and preparation for the apocalypse, it seemed he hadn't heard anyone compliment him on being handsome for a long time. With a smile, Lu Yang surprisingly nodded in front of his astonished subordinates. You three sisters will also become powerful ability users. At that time, you can become strong in this apocalypse. Facing strong individuals, Lu Yang, will always smile. Can we also become ability users? The three sisters smiled sweetly, thinking that Lu Yang would grant them abilities. Little did they know that, like Su Qingzhu, Lu Yang could not provide them with the opportunity for abilities. However, upon this return, it was highly likely that the triplet sisters would become ability users at some moment, either on the way or at the Song family residence. 3-level ability users. And they would have a rare combination ability. What is a combination ability? Ordinary level abilities, even 5 or 10 combined, might not be able to defeat 1-level ability. But the triplet sisters' level abilities would ensure that as long as they were together, they would not back down against ordinary level abilities. While it might be difficult to defeat top-level individuals like Su Qingzhu, they might still have an advantage against level 1 and level 2 abilities. Lu Yang was looking forward to it. To prevent any accidents, Lu Yang instructed level ability users Gua Hu and Chao Jingyu to accompany the Song family's helicopter. Additionally, to facilitate the transportation of people and equipment, Lu Yang dispatched 10 transport helicopters to follow. This would basically ensure the success of this transport. For extremely large devices that could not fit into the transport helicopters, they would have to make further plans. Prepare for the family relocation to the shelter. Song Jianghai was always worried that Lu Yang would destroy his shelter, puzzled as to why he seemed unbothered. This was because Lu Yang had always regarded this place as a temporary shelter. Everything was ready, just as the relocation was imminent. Zhang Jinyan informed Lu Yang of new intelligence. Gao Wei had found helpers. So, just after resolving the Qin Shan group, Gao Wei found strong individuals to deal with me. The traitor? Lu Yang smiled with interest, somewhat looking forward to perhaps meeting a new child of destiny this time. Chapter 48. The Abandoned Young Master of the Su Family. Su Zhou's Endurance. The Underworld Seed. Don't worry, Gao Wei. This time I'm using someone else's phone to talk to you. This phone has gathered dust. It hasn't been used for a long time, so it definitely won't be discovered. Once the call ends, I'll delete all traces. Wang Fong felt she had found the smartest way to both avoid drawing attention and sent a message to Gao Wei, unaware that the entire shelter was preparing to relocate, while she herself was overlooked. I understand. Although this is a bit safer, Wang Fong, you need to be extra careful. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Lu Yang and his group of criminals can't escape. It's true that it's the apocalypse, but the foundation of Long Country still exists. Such foundations were, of course, nonsense. It was because Gao Wei's cousin was arriving soon. All the confidence came from his cousin. Longjiang City. After Su Qianqian confirmed with his cousin Gao Wei, he also took care of things on the Longjiang City side. In the past few days, Su Qianqian had recruited a few ability user subordinates. Although he planned to venture into Linhai City, due to sentimentality or familiarity. He ultimately decided to settle down in Longjiang City. He had everything planned out. He would capture the Su family sisters from Linhai City and gather a large amount of supplies, as mentioned by his cousin Gao Wei. Although there was a fierce struggle among the strong in Longjiang City, and it was quite complicated, on the surface there was only one level ability user in Longjiang City. And Su Qianshun was confident he could take the top position. Once he had the opportunity, he also planned to expand his influence. Su Qianshun intended to unify the various forces in Longjiang City. At that time, there would be only one boss in Longjiang City, and that would be him, Su Qianshun. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Night Shadow, come with me. Su Zhou will stay behind to guard the base. Although you're only a level ability user, as long as those level monsters don't come, it should be fine to protect the base. If any accidents occur, we can abandon the base. But it's best not to lose your life. Your life represents not just yourself, but also the face of the Su family. Gao Wei was Su Qianshun's cousin, while Su Zhou was Su Qianshun's half-brother. However, in Su Qianshun's heart, Gao Wei's presence was even more significant than that of his half-brother. This was because Su Qianshun was very power-oriented. Gao Wei's family assets were comparable to the Su family's, but not much worse. However, Su Zhou's mother came from a poor background, even after marrying and only after Su Qianshun's biological mother passed away. Su Qianshun still looked down on this woman, and even more so on the son she gave birth to, Su Zhou. As a result, after Su Qianshun's father passed away, he found an excuse and directly kicked Su Zhou and his mother out of the house. For 3 years, Su Qianshun had never cared about their lives and had not given them a single cent of the Su family's money. At this moment, Su Zhou could stand beside Su Qianshun, and had it not been for Su Zhou's sheer luck in becoming a level ability user, Su Qianshun would not have paid him any attention. But the weight of a level ability user was different. Su Zhou might not be regarded as a brother, but he could be of use to Su Qianshun. Even if just as a henchman, he was still a force not to be overlooked. That's right. Ever since Su Zhou arrived last night, pleading for Su Qianshun to take him in, Su Qianshun had treated this half-brother as a henchman. Do well, Su Zhou. In the future, my brother's domination of Longjiang City is just the first step. Linhai City and even Beijing City will also be my Su Qianshun's targets, and ultimately, the entire Long country in this apocalypse. As long as I, Su Qianshun, become the ruler of this apocalypse, I will also grant you, Su Zhou, a fief and title of king. Ha ha ha. Su Qianshun's wild laughter gradually faded away. Su Zhou kept slightly bowing his head, not daring to look at Su Qianshun. Until the sound disappeared, Su Zhou's expression remained calm. There was no frustration, no anger, and certainly no expectation. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. This was the transformation of Su Zhou's cultivation over the past 3 years. Su Qianshun had only asked about Su Zhou's mother once. Upon hearing of her passing, he merely assumed she had died from being infected and turned into a zombie, unaware that Su Zhou's mother had actually passed away a year after leaving the Su family. Mom, as you wished. Rest assured, I will place your memorial tablet in the Su family ancestral hall, right beside Su Shichong father. There will only be your tablet as the main wife next to Su Shichong. Leaving the Su family villa, Su Zhou erupted with ghostly speed and vanished around the corner. When he reappeared, it was an abandoned church. The exterior of the church looked dilapidated and neglected for many years, with even the lock on the front door rusted. However, no one knew that this church had a secret back door. The door was not on any side of the church, but in a house 100 meters away. The house had temporarily installed a heavy door to fend off zombies, and the roof of the courtyard was also reinforced with thick steel, making it impervious even to the first-generation zombies. 3 quick knocks followed by 3 slow knocks served as a signal. The old man who opened the door had a pipe in his mouth, which emitted smoke even though it had no tobacco. Old Li, do you find it interesting to smoke your own generated smoke? Haha, Su Xiao, don't tease me. You know I like this. But the gentlemen inside don't like the smell of tobacco, so I can only play it this way. Once inside the courtyard, Old Li moved a few heavy floor tiles in the corner. Su Zhou entered the passage that appeared, and a few minutes later, he found himself inside the abandoned church, which looked like a haunted house outside, but was lavishly decorated inside. It was reinforced with thick, oddly shaped bricks, each about 1 meter square. This reinforcement ensured that the sounds from inside, like dancing, couldn't be heard outside. However, the bricks trembled in sync with the music from inside, creating an eerie atmosphere, complemented by other decorations that had a bit of cyberpunk feel. Su Xiao is here. Su Xiao, what is the situation? Did Su Qianqian really go to Linhai City? Stop, stop. Su Xiao is here and you're still dancing. With the music stopped, a burly man with a beard waved his hand, and the giant bricks ceased their motion. The bearded man, a lowly girl, a purple-haired lady, and a shamate youth were Su Zhou's four subordinates. 3 of them were high-level ability users, but they were all powerful among their ranks. The only low-level one was the lowly girl. Yet she still looked up to Su Zhou. After all, Su Zhou was a high-level ability user with shadow powers. Su Zhou's ability was formidable, powerful enough that even if Su Qianqian was also an ability user, Su Zhou was confident he could kill him. However, Su Zhou understood how to be patient and how to utilize opportunities. He didn't want to kill Su Qianqian so soon. At least before killing him, he wanted him to do some things for him. For example, to physically go to Linhai City and seize a rich stockpile of supplies. Even without this massive supply, Su Qianqian himself was an invaluable resource for Su Zhou. This was because Su Zhou's shadow ability, besides making him elusive and powerful, possessed a unique ability to implant shadow seeds into targets. This ability could not be used carelessly or frequently. From what Su Zhou currently understood about this ability, he could only use it once for now. He could implant the shadow seed into the target's body when they were completely unguarded, and the process would be imperceptible to the target. Even before the seed matured and consumed all of the target's spiritual energy and life, the target would never notice anything. The seed would continuously drain the target's essence from within. When it fully matured, the target's body would wither and decay. At the moment of death, the seed would hatch, achieving a perfect state. After absorbing the essence of the human body, the shadow seed would provide immense benefits, raising the level of abilities and the rank of ability users. In simple terms, the target is the furnace. The stronger the furnace, the stronger the matured shadow seed. Su Qianqian was Su Zhou's enemy and currently the strongest target he had found. Implanting the shadow seed into Su Qianqian would yield the best results. Once matured, Su Zhou anticipated that consuming all of Su Qianqian's essence would likely elevate his shadow ability to the next level. Meanwhile, his first-tier ability user rank might also advance to the second tier. This represented a significant leap in Su Zhou's strength. That's right, he went to Linhai City. There's no rush. Although killing Su Qianqian early would allow him to extract the shadow seed for his own use. Waiting for the shadow seed to consume Su Qianqian completely would yield maximal benefits. It wouldn't take long. Within a maximum of 36 hours, Su Qianqian would become a skeleton. However, to alleviate the hatred in my heart, I plan to extract the shadow seed before Su Qianqian is drained, and right in front of him, consume all of his powers. This would help me become a high-level powerhouse. I'm looking forward to seeing the look of despair in Su Qianqian's eyes. Su Zhou's gaze was like a torch, lurking beside Su Qianqian, waiting for that moment. Because in Su Zhou's eyes, his mother's tragic end was all Su Qianqian's fault. If he hadn't driven them out, leaving them to suffer on the streets, this outcome would have never occurred. Whether Su Qianqian killed his mother was not important. What mattered was that Su Zhou said he did, and that was enough. Looking forward to Su Xiao becoming a high-level powerhouse. Su Xiao's abilities are too strong. In the future, if he recovers, can he find new targets to implant shadow seeds? Could we also benefit then? Don't think too much. If that were the case, it would be terrifying. Yeah, Su Xiao said that others are not qualified to consume the shadow seeds. Whoever tries will explode. Only Su Xiao can consume them perfectly and absorb others' powers for himself. Su Zhou nodded slightly, looking at everyone, and began to lay out some of his thoughts. If these powerful subordinates were seen by other ability users, it would surely shock them to see 4 strong individuals gathered together, especially under one person's command. It's important to note that humans have only had abilities for less than 2 days. Even if someone knew the target and persuaded them to join, it would still be challenging, right? That is true for others, but not for Su Zhou. After all, he is the child of destiny. Meanwhile, Su Qianqian's helicopter entered the Linhai City area. Chapter 49. Su Qingyao's Heavy Punch. Liu Yang strikes, annihilating the world flame demon. On the third day of the apocalypse, the global situation had basically stabilized. It could be confirmed that the order of countries around the world had completely collapsed. The officials of each country had not made efforts in vain. Because they tried hard enough, the results were disastrous. When the starving survivors learned of this tragic outcome, some wept, some lost their faith, and some despaired and considered ending their lives. But most people understood. At this moment, they must be strong. Self-rescue is the most important. Meanwhile, the ability users sensed different opportunities in this chaos, especially seeing the ability users who take the lead in seizing opportunities and claiming territory as role models. More and more ability users are starting to establish their own domains and dominate in this apocalypse. Various factions are forming in the shape of shelters, springing up like mushrooms after rain in this end of the world. They thrive against all odds. Linhai City. The power system is barely holding on. The network system is on the brink of collapse. The internet is now chaotic. Who can save me? I'm trapped at home. The hallway is full of neighbors turned into zombies. I haven't eaten anything for a day. Our family's business vehicle is stuck in a highway tunnel. With traffic jam in both directions, zombies everywhere. Who can save us? I'm at 88 Nanling Road, Linhai City. A safe shelter has been established here, currently housing over 1,000 people, with more than a dozen ability users protecting us. The leader is a level ability user, very safe. Come quickly. It's an 8-story shopping mall that can accommodate tens of thousands. This is Linyuan Community on Northwest Road. Our community has 3 level ability users, led by 3 strong individuals who built a shelter like a fortress. There are many empty houses in the community. Anyone in need of help can come. The Wangwa building is now controlled by the level ability user Long E, developed into a shelter, currently recruiting survivors. Young and good-looking girls have privileges, with 3 meals a day, 4 dishes and a soup, according to seasoned internet tycoons' predictions, without a large workforce to maintain it. The network and power systems may collapse within 3 days. While there is still internet, everyone should quickly find a safe place to take refuge. Various calls for help and shelter recruitment have given survivors hope, especially the last message about the imminent collapse of the network and power. Many people realize the seriousness of the situation. Once the network is gone, mutual contact will be a luxury. Even if someone is willing to rescue you, there will be no way to contact them. Thinking of this, many people start choosing nearby shelters to join. Some are persistent about the strength of a shelter leader. Fortunately, these shelters are willing to provide rescue services to good-looking people. As for what they need to give in return, those good-looking individuals have some self-awareness. But there are also some people who think they are clever, wanting to show off their small wits in this suitable environment. Longy, I just brought you 2 stunning girls. TSK. They're the kind of girls who look like they work out and practice yoga. With a slim waist and curvy hips, that figure is just beautiful, feeling soft and fragrant. What? Such exceptional girls? Hurry, bring them to me. Among the emerging forces in the city, Long E is considered to be of high strength. Such a strong person naturally attracts many admirers. The strength of a level ability user should not be underestimated. But Long E also knows how to enjoy himself. In recent days, relying on his little brothers, he has had his share of women, and many survivors happily move in, only to find that their daughters' wives and girlfriends have all been taken to Long E's office for a chat the next day. Those who can endure it are fine. Those who can't stand it want to make trouble or even leave. They either get beaten up severely or, in serious cases, are beaten to death and thrown into a pile of zombies. Under coercion and temptation, Long Yi's shelter is still relatively harmonious. TSK, it's too much. Thinking about it, it's almost unbearable. After becoming an ability user, Long Yi's physical condition skyrocketed. He wouldn't feel tired even if he didn't get out of bed for a day. This made him even more rampant and lewd. On the other side, the 2 sisters, upon hearing that they were to be summoned by Long Yi, roughly guessed what the other party wanted to do. They were not ignorant girls. They understood quite a bit, and while not rich in experience, they had enough. Because of this, one of the thin girls looked anxious. Zhuanzi, I heard ability users have strong bodies. It's not that I don't want to be with him. I'm just worried he might kill me. I don't want to die. In fact, if possible, she didn't even want to be with him. She heard that Long, he was 2 meters tall, as strong as an ox, and particularly ugly, with yellow teeth, looking like a beggar. Just thinking about it disgusted her. Hearing this, the slightly plump girl rolled her eyes, looking unsurprised, and whispered with a laugh, "No way, sis. Are you really ready to be with him? What else? He's an ability user." So what if he's an ability user? You might not know, but this shelter has over 3,000 people, and Long Yi's people add up to less than 200. What do you think will happen if 3,000 people rush at those 200? What do you mean? I mean, how could we possibly be with such a disgusting person? Just because he has some abilities, he thinks he has something special. It's disgusting. Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll just morally kidnap him. I've seen plenty of this kind of thing. Even though it's the end of the world, public opinion is still a useful weapon. The thin girl was half convinced, feeling something was off, but also thinking there wasn't too much wrong. When they entered Long Yi's office and saw the 2 girls, Long Yi's eyes lit up. "Let me tell you from now on, serve me well, and I'll take care of you. If you can make me feel fantastic, you can stay with me." And you won T-Lac for food and drink. After Long Yi finished speaking, his little brothers were envious, but the plump girl sneered. "No way. You really want to sleep with us? Look in the mirror at your ugly face. If you dare to touch us, there are over 3,000 people behind us." Before she could finish her sentence, Long Yi slapped her hard. "Slut. Do you think this is a place where you can act high and mighty? How dare you hit me?" The slightly plump girl felt dazed from the slap, thinking her teeth might fall out. Then, in the next second, Long Yi grabbed the slightly plump girl's clothes. Rip. Along with the thin girl's clothes, rip. The moment their clothes were torn apart, the 2 girls' perfect figures were revealed in the air, and the little brothers behind them were stunned, continuously swallowing saliva. Long Yi didn't hesitate, directly reaching out to grab and touch. With a fierce gaze, the 2 girls not only spoke out, but Long Yi wouldn't let up. He grinned wickedly. "I originally wanted to keep you 2 to play slowly. Since you want to die so badly, get out and line up. After I'm done playing, you 2 sluts will be played with until you die." The slightly plump girl felt despair. She had never thought it would end up like this. Clearly, moral kidnapping used to work well. Clearly, public opinion was a weapon that had never failed. Why did it come to this? Wait, killing someone is illegal. However, the moment that foul weapon crudely blocked her mouth, she no longer had the right to speak. The thin girl looked at the slightly plump girl, filled with despair and hatred. After all, if it weren't for her causing trouble, perhaps they would have ended up as someone else's playthings, at least not dead. A few hours later, the 2 girls were thrown by several little brothers into the hall of the building, where over 1,000 people were sitting cross-legged, looking at the 2 girls' naked bodies in shock. Did you see that? This is the fate of going against Long Yi. If you don't want to die, just behave. There's free food and drink for you, and Long Yi playing with you is giving you face. If you dare to act up, let us see who else will try. Long Yi's lewd power now begins to take root in people's hearts. Initially, 80% of the people curse Long Yi, but now, seeing this scene, it seems people's attitudes have changed. That's right, Long Yi gives us food, so we respect him. Moreover, Long Yi protects us. There's so many zombies outside. If bitten by a zombie, you can't even survive. What's wrong with playing around with Dragon Boss? I don't have a wife or daughter, but if I did, I would definitely not be stingy. Just because you don't have one, how can you say that? Shoo, keep your voice down. To survive, I suggest those pretty girls be a bit more proactive. If Dragon Boss notices you, you'll be in for a treat. We old men can't wait for that, but unfortunately, Dragon Boss doesn't like men. Right after that, the tall figure of Long Yi appeared. "Ha ha, you are smart people." Long Yi was very pleased, and his mood improved significantly. But soon after, a little brother told him some news that made him unhappy. Someone said the 3 supply trucks we robbed an hour ago were theirs. Nonsense. Just because they say it's theirs? In the apocalypse, the one with the biggest fist has the final say. Who dares to come to my Long Yi's territory and demand things? Let them scram. Go find trouble and kill them. Just as he finished speaking, Long Yi paused for a moment. Wait, how many of them? Boss, there are only 3 people. Damn, 3 people dare to challenge my Long Yi's authority. Let's go. Follow me and kill them. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a sudden loud bang. Boom! The heavy iron door was smashed to the ground. Those unfortunate enough to be standing in front of the door were instantly crushed to death by the heavy iron door. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was that on the 5-meter-high giant iron door, there was a fist-sized deep pit at least 3 meters wide. Everyone was dumbfounded. Oh my god, was it really a fist? They're dead. Could it be an attack from a horde of zombies? Long Yi's face turned ugly. As the smoke cleared, he focused his gaze. Outside the door were not hordes of zombies, but 3 people. To be precise, it was 2 women and 1 man. The man was Lu Yang. Among the girls, one was in CU, and the other was named Su Qingyao, the 20-year-old younger sister of Su Qingzhu. This was probably the luck exclusive to the Su sisters. Su Qingzhu was lucky enough to obtain the superhuman ability of Holy Angel, while Su Qingyao also had a meteorite, which granted her a powerful, superhuman ability. The superhuman ability of giantization. Giantization allows the body to grow at will. As the level of the ability increases, the degree of giantization also grows, currently allowing her to become a giant as tall as 50 meters. Naturally, her strength is extremely terrifying. She also possesses formidable defensive power. Speed does not slow down due to giantization. After all, it is a rare ability, and her speed can even be exceptionally fast. This seemingly mediocre ability possesses terrifying combat power that can break through any defense. Moreover, the giantization ability is not limited to full-body giantization. It can also be used to enlarge specific parts of the body. For example, just now, Su Qingyao, who was not very skilled in using her ability, accidentally exerted too much force and directly sent the big door flying. Seeing someone half buried under the door and spitting blood, Su Qingyao couldn't help but cover her mouth. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I accidentally lost control of my strength. I didn't mean to crush you. I'm so sorry. Seeing that it was this girl who did it, the group looked at each other with uncertain expressions. Long Yi, however, was dazzled by the beauty of Ncu and Su Qingyao, the 2 girls he had just played with to death, if they were considered beauties. Then the 2 in front of him were definitely top-notch beauties, heavenly fairies, the best of the best. Haha, no need to apologize. If you want to apologize, use your bodies to make amends. Play with me for a while, and I will forgive you. As for your supplies, if you 2 girls play with me for a few days, perhaps I, Long Yi, will consider returning your supplies. Long Yi boasted arrogantly, looking at Lu Yang, who appeared like a ghost, but his words stuck in his throat. You, what's wrong with me? Lu Yang smiled playfully. His eyes gradually turned into flames. Next came his hair, then his whole body. The moment Lu Yang transformed into a flame man, everyone within a 10-meter radius melted into goo before they could even scream. Long Yi, who was closest, was at least a level ability user, but he could only endure for 2 seconds, feeling his body beginning to melt. He wanted to resist violently. However, he couldn't muster any strength. In despair, Long Yi slightly opened his mouth. Who exactly are you? As the words fell, Long Yi's body had already melted away by more than half. His eyeballs slowly slid down, followed by the flesh on his face, and finally, the bones exposed to the air turned to ashes in an instant. Until his death, Long Yi never understood why. As a level powerhouse, he would die so humiliatingly, because standing in front of him was an apocalyptic flame demon. This worthless trash dares to touch my supplies. Lu Yang couldn't be bothered to give him another glance. He waved his hand at the soldiers who came later. Dozens of soldiers scattered, beginning to collect all the supplies in the shelter, of course, not leaving behind a few trucks that Long Yi had robbed. Although the people present witnessed quite a few deaths, seeing Lu Yang kill Long Yi, they instinctively thought their savior had arrived. Wow, it's so great. Long Yi has finally been killed. That damned villain is finally dead. Thank you, benefactor. Are you a savior? Are you here to save us? Many people looked at Lu Yang, but received only a sarcastic smile from him. In the blink of an eye, flames shot toward several terrified little brothers, directly incinerating Long Yi's lackeys on the spot. This scene completely stunned the survivors. Why kill them? Some of these little brothers were forced. They were good people too. Why kill them? The soldiers were very quick. Lu Yang led the way out. Outside, A horde of zombies had been attracted by the loud noise. The survivors saw this scene and begged in terror. Don't go. Don't leave. Save us. Wow, please help us kill these zombies. These zombies are devils. Please save us. Just before getting in the car, Liu Yang suddenly looked at these people, revealing a devilish smile that they would never forget. A group of useless saints who could only sit on the ground and wet their pants. ISNT death, a kind of liberation. Not long after, Zhang Jinyan reported back. Young master, the person Gao Wei asked for help has arrived in Linhai City. Chapter 50. The quirky level dwarf Dingda. Suqianjin, Gulharfist Liu Yang. What? Long E is dead? How is that possible? Long E is a level powerhouse, with 2 level companions by his side. How could it be taken down so easily? In a suburban villa in Linhai City, a middle-aged man exuded an aura of authority. His heroic demeanor made those around him very respectful. Hu Rini, whose name suggests benevolence, is actually a cold-blooded individual. He used to make a fortune by selling illegal goods while also dealing in arms. With the apocalypse arriving, Hu Rini still had a large stockpile of weapons, which allowed him to rise to power. The main reason was that Hu Rini discovered a level superhuman ability meteorite, becoming a powerful level ability user. These days, he hasn't rushed to develop his own power, but has been secretly gathering information about the situation in Linhai City, mainly wanting to get a grasp on the strong individuals in Linhai City. Long, he was someone he had only discovered yesterday and even intended to recruit. He never expected that today he would be taken down. Indeed dead. Even his entire army was wiped out, leaving no complete corpses. His subordinates repeated the information. Hu Rini's expression turned serious. Soon after, his subordinates played a video. In the video, a person was being torn apart by zombies, with only their upper body barely surviving, begging for help while cursing the devil. As for who this devil was, he couldn't even name them, but he mentioned that there were quite a few of them. After watching, Hu Rini finally confirmed that there was a force in Linhai City that he did not know about. Not only was it very powerful, so powerful that it can instantly kill Dragon 1, reducing him to ashes without the ability to resist. He pondered how long it would take to kill Dragon 1. If Dragon 1 fought back desperately, it would still take at least a minute, and it couldn't be a one-sided massacre, as Dragon 1 had some real skills. Even if he couldn't resist and was killed instantly, it would still make sense. But to be killed instantly by someone standing right in front of him, without any ability to fight back, a young man who could instantly turn into a being of flames, melting ordinary people within 10 meters into mush. Even Dragon 1 couldn't withstand being melted for 10 seconds. What kind of power is this? Who is it? Could it be the mysterious force in the villa area that took down Qin Shan, Zhao Sanxiang, and the Violent Bear Gang? Luoyang es Villa Area. Hu Rini's people had done some reconnaissance, but didn't dare to get close. As soon as they approached within 100 meters, snipers had already fired shots. Even if they were ability users, they could only get within 100 meters. If they couldn't be killed by the sniper, they would still be warned off by the elusive and powerful ability user. I had thought that the people in that villa area were very strong. If it really is him, then he is not just strong, but terrifyingly so. Hu Rini was calculating whether to pay a visit. He thought of bringing a gift along with his visit, mainly to probe the other party's reality. He prepared a truckload of supplies. There was no need for many people, just 4 to accompany me. We would set off in an hour to visit that villa area. As soon as he finished speaking, a hearty laugh suddenly came from outside the door. Old Hu, what a coincidence. Going to visit the mysterious big shot. Are we going together? Hu Rini raised an eyebrow, looking at the man in a suit coming in from outside. His name was Guolong, a level ability user. He ran a bodyguard company, and now had over 100 armed men under him, forming a self-defense force, and Guolong's subordinates included 8 ability users, which couldn't be underestimated. Soon after, 2 more groups of people entered, and my younger sister, a woman named Deng Linglong, 30 years old. What's special about her is that her force not only has several ability users, but almost all of them are her family members, parents, brothers. Everyone is an ability user. Moreover, Deng Linglong herself is a level ability user and has established a refuge for thousands. Can I come too? The last voice came from a child sucking on a lollipop, only about 2 meters tall, looking around 11 or 12 years old. Yet no one present dared to underestimate him. His name was Dingda. Although he looked like a child, he was actually 30 years old. He was a natural dwarf and had grown up in an orphanage. His personality was reclusive, somewhat moody, and had violent tendencies, especially after the only person he listened to, the orphanage director, passed away. Dingda never trusted anyone again. Even though he was fortunate enough to become a level ability user, he did not establish a force like others. As he put it, he could go wherever he wanted alone. If he didn't like someone, he'd just kill them. If he could win, he would fight. If he couldn't, he'd run. Interesting. Logically speaking, it made sense for the three of us to visit, as we all intended to continue hanging around in Linhai City. Dingda, you're all alone. Why would you want to get involved in this? Indeed, Dingda alone could scare all the ability users in Linhai City into trembling. And even if a strong opponent appeared, Dingda would likely just leave for another city. Hu Rini, Guolong, and Deng Linglong stood together, surprisingly sharing a common view. These people were all acquainted through Hu Rini, who was keen on probing the forces in Linhai City. Dingda licked his lollipop, bit it in half, and tossed away the plastic stick. He looked at the three with some disdain. I can go wherever I want freely, but I also like to fight, don't I? If you three weren't so useless, I wouldn't be looking for people to fight. It wouldn't be interesting to fight with you. I want to see if this person can have a proper fight with me. The three's expressions turned sour at his words. However, they realized they truly couldn't beat this little guy, and their faces showed embarrassment. Dingda, when will you change that foul mouth of yours? Aren't you afraid that the three of us will team up and take you down? Dingda playfully sat on a stone bench. Why not give it a try? The three exchanged glances, helplessly knowing they were just asking for trouble and directly admitted defeat. Three of them might be able to defeat Dingda, but it definitely wouldn't be easy. They might even end up with Dingda taking one or two of them down with him. Joking aside, the apocalypse had just begun. Everyone was thinking about establishing their own territories and becoming kings without having the chance to enjoy it yet. Who would be willing to die? Everyone get ready. Since Dingda has no supplies, the three of us should prepare some gifts so we don't go empty-handed and appear rude. On the other side, Su Qianqian successfully met up with Gao Wei. Gao Wei was still excitedly showcasing his strength to Su Qianqian. Cousin, how about it? After I transformed into the brutal wolf, those first-generation zombies are nothing but trash in front of me. I can take one down in a minute. But cousin, why are there only 3 of you? Over there at Liu Yang's side, there are about 100 to 200 people, at least 100 armed special forces soldiers. I suspect there might be ability users too, but the information on them is uncertain. Su Qianqian smiled, looking at Gao Wei's brutal wolf, and nodded. Then he glanced at a first-generation zombie running 100 meters away. The first-generation zombie, that big one, right? Cousin, leave it to me. Gao Wei excitedly took a step forward to demonstrate. But just as he took 2 steps, he saw Su Qianqian extend his slender hand and casually point. The ground around the first-generation zombie suddenly exploded, for saplings shooting up, instantly growing into towering trees. As the giant trees appeared, their branches like arms, they tore the first-generation zombie apart, blood and flesh flying. Gao Wei was stunned. Then he was filled with excitement. So strong, cousin, you're so strong. What level of ability is this? Is it level 8 or level 9? Su Qianqian smiled. It can kill at level 8. With your level, I can kill as many as I want. Gao Wei immediately gasped. His whole body trembled. Good. No matter how many people Liu Yang has, or whether they're ability users, they're all doomed. Su Qianqian laughed heartily, full of vigor like the protagonist in a novel. Let's go. Time to meet that Liu Yang and take his supplies and life. Chapter 51. That overbearing slash. Gao Wei's head is separated from his body. Su Qingzhu makes her appearance. Is this Linhai City after the apocalypse? I haven't been here for a long time. It still feels so futuristic, but the high-rise buildings of this future are veiled by a layer of apocalypse blood. However, this is the Linhai City I like. Gao Wei, I've decided that after I quickly conquer Longjiang City, I will charge into Linhai City. After taking care of this Liu Yang, I want to take the supplies away for now. You help me guard them, and when I unify Linhai City, I will give you a high official position, the wealth and honor you desire, and endless women to enjoy. After a brief preparation, Su Qianqian set off, heading towards Liu Yang's villa area. Su Qianqian and his group did not choose a helicopter, as that would be too ostentatious and could easily get shot down. Although ability users might not die so easily, it would still be quite embarrassing. To be safe, they casually found a Land Rover SUV to drive. Even if the road conditions were poor, a Land Rover could generally handle it. Really, cousin? Gao Wei was so excited that he was shaking while driving. Don't worry, cousin. Just give me orders, and I promise to complete the task. In the future, I will help my cousin dominate the apocalypse, as long as he provides me with a comfortable life. Ha ha. Well said. Gao Wei initially thought about ruling the apocalypse himself, but after realizing that there are always people stronger than oneself, he knew that, as a level ability user, his previous thoughts were somewhat rash. He is indeed someone who can be flexible. Although he cannot be close to Liu Yang, he can still be close to his cousin Su Qianxin. After all, Liu Yang was once a poor boy, while Su Qianxin has always been wealthy. Gao Wei's ridiculous pride made him stubbornly dislike Liu Yang. Fortunately, Su Qianxin is strong enough. However, at the moment, Su Qianxin, sitting in the back seat, seemed a bit off. He felt a vague pain in his body and couldn't pinpoint where it hurt, along with an inexplicable fatigue. It felt as if his body had been drained. After having such a thought, he immediately dismissed it. Su Qianxin knew very well that he hadn't been with a woman for a long time. At least he shouldn't feel drained. Thinking about the various uses and tests of his awakened abilities in the past 2 days, he attributed his condition to overexertion of spiritual energy. In summary, he just hadn't rested well. Are you okay, boss? Night Shadow asked in confusion. Su Qianxin shook his head. I'm fine. Probably just haven't rested well these past couple of days. It won't affect my combat power. Gao Wei drove without saying a word. Su Qianxin sneered. Suzhou, that bastard child, I never expected him to become a level ability user. If he is willing to stay by my side, I wouldn't mind reusing him. If he dares to play tricks, it's fine. In the face of my absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are nothing but jokes, Su Qianxin said. Night Shadow smiled knowingly. But Gao Wei was shocked. Suzhou is actually a level user? His feelings were a bit complicated, but he didn't quite understand why. Cousin, we should be there in about 20 minutes. Get ready for battle, he said. Su Qianxin smirked, looking out the window with a disdainful gaze. Just some minor skirmishes. No need to prepare. I can crush them with a single move. This obviously awkward tone made Gao Wei feel his blood boil. 20 minutes later, Su Qianxin and his group arrived outside the villa area, but they didn't drive in immediately. Gao Wei began to feel nervous. Su Qianxin, however, was busy reassuring him. No need to be nervous. As long as we take out Liu Yang and capture the Su Qingzhu sisters, you will have made a great contribution. Su Qianxin was eager to capture the Su Qingzhu sisters. He hadn't been with a woman for a long time. Perhaps he had seen too many women. He hadn't encountered any girl who made his heart race until Su Qingzhu appeared before him. When he found out that the Su Qingzhu sisters were from a prestigious family, he became even more determined to have them. Let's go. I can't wait to capture the 3 beauties of the Su family. Su Qianxin waved his hand. The car continued forward. The villa area was large, and after several twists and turns, they finally arrived near Liu Yang's villa shelter. With high walls and a heavy iron gate, it seemed Liu Yang had some foresight. After saying this, Su Qianxin waved his hand. A crack appeared before the gate, and several vines suddenly appeared. They quickly thickened and grew sharp thorns. Expanding to the thickness of a barrel, the giant vine slammed against the heavy gate. Bang! The immense force of the vine shattered the heavy iron gate, along with the part buried deep in the concrete wall, collapsing to the ground. In an instant, the seemingly impenetrable shelter door was destroyed. Gao Wei was so excited he almost shouted, Damn, cousin, you're amazing. If I crashed into that iron gate with a car, I'd probably have to hit it several times to break through. You destroyed it with one move. Su Qianxin smiled. Gao Wei hesitated, worried about snipers. But Su Qianxin remained unfazed. Then Gao Wei was shocked to discover that they were surrounded by at least a dozen towering trees on all sides. These trees were arranged beautifully, towering skyward, encircling them like a deep-walled courtyard. Now, even if a cannon were to fire, no one could break through my tree demon defense. As long as these trees weren't completely destroyed, they could recover to their original state. And their physical strength was at least dozens to hundreds of times that of ordinary trees, with hardness comparable to stone. Moreover, these trees could fight autonomously. Each one was comparable to a level or even stronger ability user, with over a dozen of them combined. Even a level user would face defeat. This was Su Qianqian's confidence. Furthermore, Su Qianqian would not lose sight due to these towering trees. On the contrary, all these terrifying trees he transformed were his eyes. Every tree's perspective would unreservedly relay any sight to Su Qianqian. But the trees were so large the entrance seemed to. Thud! A 1-meter-thick reinforced concrete wall was pushed down by the trees. There seems to be a defensive structure ahead. Should we? Thud thud. The defensive structure was crushed by the tree's root-like feet. Gao Wei felt incredibly awkward. He had finally spotted these through the gaps in the trees. Wanted to show off a bit, but now it seemed he was somewhat redundant. However, thinking about quickly taking down Lu Yang and seizing his supplies, Gao Wei was thrilled. Wang Fan, where are you? Has Lu Yang ambushed you with his men? We're already inside. Wait for me to rescue you. He sent a message to Wang Fan. There were no soldiers here, nor anyone else. They had all retreated. Su Qianqian glanced at the message. Through the trees. He had already used his skill to observe the creeping vines, and, after a moment of observation, found that there seemed to be no one in this villa shelter. Damn! Did they receive news and escape? Just as he finished speaking, suddenly a sharp sound of something cutting through the air came. Whoosh! Thud, thud, thud. Boom! The sound of wind breaking. The sound of cutting. The sound of collapsing. Dozens of proud tree demons. Who would have thought that Gao Wei, full of confidence and thinking he had everything planned, would die so pathetically? Like cannon fodder. He didn't even have time to say a few arrogant words to Lu Yang before his head and body were separated. This is the cruelty of the apocalypse. Damn! Who shot me from the shadows? Show yourself. At this moment, Su Qianqian finally understood. The intelligence was clearly wrong. The hundreds of armed soldiers Gao Wei had repeatedly emphasized did not appear, but instead, powerful ability users did. These few people, the tree demons, were comparable in hardness to stone. There were at least a dozen of them. The cuts were as smooth as jade. Su Qianqian clearly understood that even a level ability user could not inflict such damage to his tree demons. Who is it? Come out and fight me head-on. Hiding and sneaking around is not what a man does. When that figure, which had been haunting Su Qianqian every night, transformed into a dark angel. Descending from a sky with dual-pointed spears, Su Qianqian was stunned, and his heart trembled. What he thought at that moment was not how strong Su Qingzhu was, but rather, how beautiful. Su Qingzhu, however, showed a mocking expression. Sorry, I'm not a man. On the contrary, you hiding and sneaking around really doesn't look like a man. Su Qianqian could not stand to hear this, but he instantly came to his senses. He realized that Su Qingzhu was not just beautiful. Her strength was astonishing. Could she be a level user? Or even a higher level? If she is a level user, Su Qianqian thought, he could conquer her and make her his woman. What an honorable thing that would be. 2 level. Why worry about not being able to dominate the end of the world? Ha ha, Miss Su is joking. If it weren't for Miss Su's sneak attack, how could I? Su Qianqian possibly Haid? We're both surnamed Su. There's no need for Miss Su to harbor such murderous intent towards me. Su Qianqian, right? Su Qianqian slowly appeared. The moment he took human form, he was no longer in ordinary clothing, but had donned a bizarre wooden armor. It appeared to be wooden, and indeed, this was one of Su Qianqian's trump cards. Green with mysterious armor. If the tree demons, just now that were defeated by Su Qingzhu, had a hardness comparable to stone, then the green wood mysterious armor on Su Qianqian at this moment had a hardness that was 100 to 1,000 times greater than that of the tree demons. Whoosh! Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, Su Qingzhu swung her double-pointed spear. 2 slashes surged upwards, drawing elegant arcs directly towards Su Qianqian. In the next moment, Su Qianqian stretched out his arms. Vines intertwined behind him. They surged upwards to meet the 2 slashes. The slashes were like a meat grinder, shredding the vines. Yet the vines seemed endless. Until the slashes disappeared, they failed to inflict any substantial damage on Su Qianqian. Hehe, mi Su Qingfu. Do you really think the same attack can succeed twice? After all, I, Su Qianqian, am also a level ability user. It's best not to underestimate me, or Miss Su might end up losing quite badly. On the other side, the four powerful individuals from Linhai City came to visit the mysterious owner of the villa, who was none other than Lu Yang. They arrived at the villa area with several vehicles full of supplies. Initially intending to go straight in, they were startled by the sudden appearance of a towering tree from 2 kilometers away, especially when they saw the tree moving forward on its own without wind. Clearly an ability user. The 4-level beings were dumbfounded. Even a usually proud short guy Ding had a serious expression. When they saw the angelic figure descending from the sky, wielding a spear and slicing through that terrifying group of tree demons, cutting them down in an instant. The 4 swallowed hard. This is so strong. Damn, what level of ability user are they? They looked at least level, as they are strong and weak within the same level. For example, Dingda is a freak among level users. Definitely not. I suspect perhaps it is. When Dingda said this, Hu Rini, Guolong, and Deng Linglong were instantly stunned. In disbelief. Immediately, the voice of a 5th person appeared leisurely. TSK. Indeed impressive. I also suspect they are level. Startled by the figure behind him. Who are you? Don't be afraid. I'm just here to watch the fun. Lu Yang smiled. Then he pointed to the gate. It's too far away. Shall we go in and take a look? Before the few could respond, Lu Yang cheerfully strolled towards the villa area. He looked like an ordinary young man, but his back made the 4 a bit wary. When did he appear? I don't know. I didn't notice. Damn, he's a strong one. The 4 stared at each other, took a deep breath, and decided to go see the situation. Chapter 52, Su is sensing. Su Qinshan's defeat. The Corpse King appears. Longjiang City. Although separated by hundreds of kilometers, Su Zhou could still sense the nether seed he had planted. While contemplating future development plans, Su Zhou was startled by the sudden transmission of sensing. He then frowned slightly. Strange, why has the absorption speed of the nether seed suddenly skyrocketed by several times? At this rate, the energy that originally needed 2 days to absorb would be completed in 4 to 5 hours. Hee, isn't that great, young Master Su? The sooner you absorb it, the sooner it will be in your hands. We all look forward to you using Su Qinshan's strength to elevate yourself to a level ability user. The lowly girl and the purple-haired lady happened to be not far away. However, Su Zhou was still deep in thought. It wasn't that he couldn't accept the acceleration. He was just trying to figure out the reason. It seemed that the absorption of the nether seed was like a leech. If the natural absorption speed wouldn't be too fast, it could ultimately drain the target. But if the opponent had a wound causing blood to flow out, the leech would seize the opportunity to feast and accelerate its blood absorption. Upon hearing this, the lowly girl was taken aback, seemingly not understanding immediately. The purple-haired lady, however, pondered. Young Master Su means that Su Qinshan is releasing a lot of his power, and the nether seed is taking advantage of this opportunity to absorb the actively released energy. Su Qinshan is fighting someone. Su Zhou nodded. The lowly girl gave a thumbs up to the purple-haired lady. It seemed that Su Qinshan had already engaged with the target in Linhai City. The fact that Su Qinshan had to go to such lengths to take action indicated that the target was not simple. Su Zhou had a foreboding feeling. However, he thought that even if the nether seed matured early, even if someone else picked it up, they wouldn't be able to use it. Forcibly using it would only lead to an explosion and death, while the nether seed would be unharmed. With this thought, Su Zhou felt relieved. The nether seed would hide underground at the first opportunity, waiting for my arrival. Even if it were captured, it wouldn't matter. I could just go and retrieve it myself. It's just a pity that I can't witness Su Qinshan dying in despair. Su Zhou's expression was calm, but there was an added touch of chilling indifference. In Linhai City, Lu Yang led Hu Rini, Guolong, Deng Linglong, and Dingda directly onto the roof of a villa. From this vantage point, they could clearly see the battle between Su Qingzhu and Su Qinshan, though the 4 seemed a bit restrained, worried about being affected. So timid, and yet they call themselves leaders? At least several hundred meters away. Isn't that enough? Lu Yang hadn't teased others like this in a long time. Watching the awkward expressions on the 4 faces was somewhat amusing. Although the 4 didn't recognize Lu Yang, he recognized them. Even when they were 10 kilometers away from the villa area, Lu Yang had already received all their information. Knowing they came with gifts to visit, Lu Yang had no intention of making things difficult for them. If they were here to cause trouble, Lu Yang might have casually burned them on the spot. Buddy, do you know the people fighting over there? Then you can't make jokes like that. Damn, Did you not see that female angel ability user just now? That terrifying slash cut through over a dozen huge trees without losing much speed, flying several kilometers away. I was terrified. If I had been within 2 meters of the gate, I would have probably been cut in half by now. Bezij's Jinda. The other 3 felt like they had survived a disaster. The horror of that slash was vivid in their minds. They were very afraid that another slash would accidentally appear. If it came flying over, and they couldn't dodge in time, it would be a crime not to die on the spot, given the favor of the King of Hell. What about you? You're Dingda, right? Aren't you afraid? Lu Yang called out Dingda's name, which made the 4 of them alert at the same time. Dingda pondered and said seriously, "Of course I'm afraid. But I thought about it. If that slash really came towards me, maybe I could withstand 1 or 2 hits. As long as it's not a sneak attack, perhaps I wouldn't be killed instantly." Lu Yang was surprised and curious about what Ding Da's ability was. The other 3 nodded in agreement, seemingly recognizing Ding Da's strength. Ding Da looked at the fierce battle between the 2 in the distance. His eyes filled with both fighting spirit and fear. But at present, it seemed that if they fought me head-on, I would probably not be their opponent. Lu Yang Chuklet. Both of them are level. You're definitely not their opponent. Do you really think fighting above your level is that simple? Dingda narrowed his eyes, saying nothing more. The 4 looked at Lu Yang, increasingly curious about Lu Yang's identity. More and more curious about Lu Yang's strength. At the very least, being able to chat with them so calmly and even mentioning the strength of a top-level fighter, as well as the strength of those 2 top-level fighters, means his strength must not be too weak. Could it be that he is familiar with one of those 2 top-level fighters? Or perhaps he is also a top-level fighter? Just thinking about this made them nervous. On the battlefield, Su Qingzhu initially only tested Su Qinchen's attacks. Once she confirmed Su Qinchen's strength, she launched a fierce assault. It should be noted that Su Qingzhu was called the future Valkyrie by Lu Yang. She is strong enough to confront weaker, top-level fighters. Su Qinchen is indeed strong. However, she still fell short in front of Su Qingzhu. At first, Su Qinchen was very confident. The moment she blocked Su Qingzhu's slash, she thought she had won. Because those vines, she could summon as many as she wanted. At the same time, Su Qinchen also had a terrifying poisonous thorn attack. When Su Qinchen's indiscriminate poison attack flew in all directions, the metallic feathers on Su Qingzhu's 4 wings also shot back like an endless barrage. Damn, these feathers are even harder than my spikes. Su Qinchen felt extreme pressure. After all, the pressure was far from just that. Just when Su Qinchen thought Su Qingzhu wouldn't use that slash that she had blocked, Su Qingzhu swung her dual-pointed spear again. This time, the spear was swung out with an afterimage. Su Yanganis pupils constricted, like a sky full of densely packed slashes. They flew out from Su Qingzhu's dual-pointed spear, flying in all directions, coming towards Su Qinchen. At this moment, Su Qinchen felt a life-and-death crisis. Almost exhausting all her strength, she unleashed all her skills. At this moment, Su Qinchen felt as if her body had been emptied. Clearly, she could exert 100 of her strength, but it seemed only 50 or even 30 was left. This is just a metaphor. Su Qinchen had no time to think. The dense slashes had already arrived at her face. Damn it, get away from me. However, in the next second, the slashes fell to the ground. A huge cloud of dust rose around Su Qinchen. Even the first villa was reduced to ruins by this slash. Over here with Lu Yang. This move of slashing across the sky didn't just send one wave of residual energy. The 4 top-level fighters instinctively wanted to block or even escape. But only Lu Yang did not retreat or dodge. The 4 of them watched as a slash flew past Lu Yang. To be precise, it was a slash that cut through. Dingda couldn't help but show a look of fear. It's over. This kid is dead. However, in the next second, where Lu Yang's body had been cut, although a vacuum zone appeared, it visibly healed, and during the healing process, the wounds on both sides intertwined with small flames correcting each other. As the 4 watched in astonishment, Lu Yang's body recovered in 1 second. Even the destroyed clothes were restored in an instant. This left the 4 of them dumbfounded. Wow, this is a bit outrageous. Could it be that his ability is immortality? The 4 hurriedly jumped onto the roof. Lu Yang seemed to sense something. As Su Qingzhu was about to strike hard, he hurriedly intervened. Wait, Qingzhu. I'll take his life. As soon as the words fell, Su Qingzhu really stopped. Liang, like a ghost, flashed away from his original spot and then appeared in front of Su Qingzhu. Su Qingzhu slowly descended, standing behind Lu Yang like a quiet maid, creating a scene that was too eerie. Over here, Ding Da and the others were wide-eyed, looking at each other. Something's not right, brothers. Could he be the mysterious owner of the villa? As soon as this was said, they couldn't help but swallow. In Linhai City, in the suburban area dozens of kilometers from the city center, a farmer had kept his son, who had turned into a zombie, locked in the house for many days. In fact, the son had turned into a zombie even before the apocalypse. However, because their house was strong enough and the windows were all sealed, as long as it was quiet enough and nothing could be seen, the zombie son did not break out. Sai, what should we do? I'm really worried that one day my son will break out and eat us both. Don't talk nonsense, old man. Even though our son has turned into a zombie, he will still recognize us. My precious son would never harm his beloved mother. At this point, the old couple couldn't bear to look at the house where their son was imprisoned. They turned away and hugged each other, crying. They didn't notice that behind them, the iron door holding the zombie creaked. In the dark room, a figure crouched on the ground, growling. It could be seen that the figure resembled a young boy. But then, the young zombie suddenly stood up straight, its body bent backward in an eerie manner. The clothes exploded in an instant. The nails grew wildly, the teeth visibly sharp and elongated, and the skin split open, revealing strong muscles with exposed veins. The transformation ended, and although it did not have the body of a first-generation zombie, it was a mutated monster that could kill a first-generation zombie in an instant. The Mutated Corpse King. Chapter 53. The Flame Demon from Hell. Capturing the Underworld Seed. What's wrong, young Master Su? Is Su Qianshun about to die? Should we set off now to send Su Qianshun on his way in Jianghai City? In Longjiang City, Su Zhou had been feeling uneasy. In his perception, the underworld seed planted in Su Qianshun's body was in a state of explosive absorption. This should be a good thing, but it was too abnormal. Logically speaking, Su Qianshun shouldn't be defeated so quickly. Su Zhou knew best that the underworld seed would only exhibit such a phenomenon when Su Qianshun was at her weakest and releasing her spiritual energy. If Su Qianshun hadn't been defeated, why would the underworld seed take advantage of the situation? This clearly did not make sense. Su Zhou expressed his doubts without reservation. Several subordinates were present and expressed their confusion. Young Master Su means that Su Qianshun's current state is very wrong? Since young Master Su first sensed the anomaly, it had been less than an hour. If Su Qianshun were in a battle, it wouldn't take an hour. Indeed, although Su Qianshun was certainly not young Master Su's opponent, it had to be acknowledged that she was still a top-level fighter. Even if all four of us teamed up, we might not be her match. Su Qianshun is definitely not an easy target for young Master Su. Su Qianshun is just a stepping stone for young Master Su. Several people chimed in. Su Fo, feeling somewhat irritated, glared at them. They hurriedly fell silent. The two girls exchanged glances, and the lowly girl stuck out her tongue, hesitating to say something but dared not speak. Suddenly, Su Fo froze. He caught a key piece of information from their discussion. Could it be that Su Qianshun was defeated? If she was defeated and heavily injured, wouldn't that be the best moment for the underworld seed to take advantage of? Thinking of this, Su Zhou's expression became serious. Su Qianshun is a top-level ability user, and her combat power should not be underestimated. According to the information gathered when absorbing the ability energy core, the strongest known ability should be at the top level, but such ability users are rarer than Olympic champions. As long as she doesn't encounter a top-level ability user, Su Qianshun wouldn't lose, and even if she faced a stronger top-level ability user, defeating her wouldn't be something that could be done in short time. At least not in an hour. After hearing this, the subordinates became serious. So, Su Qianshun could not possibly lose, right? If she really lost, could it be that she encountered a top-level fighter? As soon as this was said, the entire room fell silent. Su's hui's eyelids twitched. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Everyone continue working. It is now certain that Su Qianshun is not dead yet, and the nether seed is still rapidly absorbing Su Qianshun's energy. Perhaps it is just one of Su Qianshun's techniques. Let's wait and see. Maybe Su Qianshun will turn the tables soon." Su Zhou knows this best. Even if others obtain the nether seed, they cannot devour it. Yet, there is always a bad premonition. Su Zhou takes a deep breath, hoping he is just overthinking. Linhai City. Su Qianxin never expected that his trip to Linhai City would end in defeat. In fact, a crushing defeat. But reality is just that. At this moment, Su Qianxin is slumped on the ground, leaning against a broken stone pillar of a fountain, with one arm already severed by Su Qingzhu's spear, and one pair of long legs has disappeared. While spitting blood, Su Qianxin shows an unwilling expression. He looks at Lu Yang and Su Qingzhu in front of him, then glances at his cousin Gao Wei not far away. Why did it come to this? Why? Clearly, all of this was part of Gao Wei's plan, and his girlfriend is just a lovesick fool who would act as our mole. Why do we still fall into your trap? Why are there other ability users besides me? Su Qianxin. Su Qingzhu, why are you so strong but refuse to stand by my side? Su Qianxin, and instead follow this Lu Yang? What right does he have? I, Su Qianxin, am a top-tier ability user, the future ruler of this apocalypse. This waste. What right does he have to possess you? He doesn't even dare to fight me. Su Qianxin was so arrogant when he arrived. Now he is as lonely as a stray dog, barking incessantly. The four cautious people, Dingda and others, who approached from a distance, were shocked by the scene. The originally luxurious villa has been turned into ruins by the two, with cracks in the ground caused by various plants emerging, and terrifying ravines created by Su Qingzhu's strikes. The worst off is still Su Qianxin, hearing that he is indeed a top-tier ability user, yet is being beaten so badly. Hearing that Su Qingzhu, also a top-tier ability user, is so strong. The four of them are filled with mixed feelings. After gaining ability, this is the first time they have felt fear. Wang Feng. Originally, after Gao Wei left, I still regarded her as an old classmate, thinking of sparing her life. Who would have thought this dog would betray us and inform Gao Wei? If I were still the old me, I would have been truly fooled by such a cheap person. Luoyang Chukles Licht Li. Who would know that when he says the old me, he refers to his past life? Unfortunately, everything Wang Feng did was under my surveillance. Although I am grateful for her cooperation in exposing Gao Wei's ambitions and luring you, this big fish, she still deserves to die. As soon as he finishes speaking, Zhang Jinyan appears out of nowhere. Wang Feng's mental state is very off. Upon seeing Gao Wei, she instantly breaks down and cries. It's all my fault. I caused your death. If you die, I won't live either. A fire snake pierces her heart like a sword. Wang Feng's scream abruptly stops. The wound on her chest is instantly engulfed by black-red flames, turning her body to ashes within seconds, and a living person is sent straight to hell. Your death can only be controlled by me. This silences everyone. Living is difficult. But what is there to fear about death? Death is easy, but if one cannot even control their own death. Lu Yang's ruthlessness and dominance instill awe in Dingda and the others. Some even feel their scalps tingling. What Su Qianxin cares about most is Lu Yang's ability. Yet, Lu Yang answers his confusion. Fire ability, quite ordinary, right? Sorry, it just happens to completely restrain your trash ability. Lu Yang's mocking gaze makes Su Qianxin feel both unwilling and desperate. He suddenly unleashes his ability. This strike seems to exhaust all the remaining spiritual energy and strength within Su Qianxin, but thousands of thick vines suddenly emerge from the ground. They surge towards Lu Yang. Immediately, Dingda and the others retreat nearly 1,000 meters without hesitation. Although fleeing is embarrassing, saving one's life is not. Su Qingzhu wants to intervene, but is stopped by Lu Yang. Fool! Can't you stay calm, even at the brink of death? Lu Yang's eyes narrow slightly. His entire body is instantly engulfed in flames. Initially, he is just a fiery humanoid, but in the next second, the fiery figure begins to grow infinitely larger. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. The size expands accordingly, transforming into a terrifying fire demon, with a hideous face, sprouting 3 heads and 6 arms, reaching for Su Qianxin's last attack of thousands of vines. The moment the flame grabs the vines, they are quickly engulfed by the flames. Clearly, he could burn these vines to death. Yet, Lu Yang, transformed into a flame demon, prefers to use brute force. With a single grasp, the vines, which cover most of the shelter area of the villa, are directly uprooted. As the fire demon roars, the flames blow away these vines, instantly forming a huge fireball with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Moments later, everything returns to calm. Su Qianxun dies in despair and terror. His lifeless pupils carry a fear that comes from the depths of his soul. No one can understand how terrified Su Qianxun felt when facing Lu Yang transformed into a fire demon up close. The shivers from his soul are 100, 1,000, 1,000,000 times stronger than when Meng Jiao faced Lu Yang back then. If he could start over, Su Qianxun would definitely not seek out Lu Yang, nor would he dare to set foot in Linhai City again. The fireman instantly melted Long Yi. It was him, this young Master Lu. Hu Rinyi and the others exchanged glances. Each face carries horror. The fear Su Qianxun felt in front of Lu Yang, although Hu Rinyi and the others, 1,000 meters away, did not feel it so intensely, they still sensed an irresistible desire to submit. At that moment, they felt as if they were facing a hellish demon. At that moment, they even considered kneeling in worship. Perhaps it seems absurd, but they understood. This is the absolute gap in ability levels, the class oppression it brings. This young Master Lu is definitely taking a deep breath. Deng Linglong looks at Dingda. In a moment of impulsiveness, she jests, "Didn't you want to find this young master for a fight?" Dingda's threatening gaze makes Deng Linglong shut her mouth. The corner of his mouth twitches. This is the first time Dingda admits defeat. "I don't want to die either." Lu Yang originally intended to burn Su Qianxun to ashes directly, although he wouldn't live in this ruined shelter afterward. He also didn't want to see this fool's eyes glaring at him. Yet, Lu Yang has one more doubt. Why has Su Qianxun not hinted at anything related to the Son of Fortune since his appearance? Lu Yang initially thought Su Qianxun, whom Gao Wei brought, was the Son of Fortune. After all, Gao Wei had hints on him back then. But now it seems that's not the case. As Lu Yang's hands burst into flames, just as he is about to incinerate Su Qianxun, an unexpected change occurs. He sees that Su Qianxun's upper body has already been partially melted. In an instant, it resembles a deflated balloon, rapidly shrinking. Moments later, it shrinks into a deformed human skin. Just when Lu Yang is in doubt, a black meatball the size of an apple emerges. Immediately, it tries to burrow into the ground like a mole to escape. Lu Yang reacts quickly, instinctively forming a fiery hand. He grabs it in his palm. This black meatball, pulsating like a heart, emits a strange howl at this moment, as if it is very afraid of Lu Yang's flames. Interesting. Is this the escape method that emerged from Su Qianxun's body? Su Qingfu wonders. But Lu Yang shakes his head. Compared to that, I would rather believe that this is some strange thing implanted in Su Qianxun's body to absorb his power. Lu Yang recalls the battle process of Su Qianxun, as if he was fighting with all his might. It seems that the full combat power hasn't been fully unleashed yet. Although Su Qingzhu is a top-tier combat force among the ranks, Su Kainda's performance has been too disappointing. Lu Yang speculates that it might be the doing of this black, strange meatball. Ding. Detected the Child of Destiny. Su Zhou. Destiny level. Ding. Detected new items related to the Child of Destiny. Nether Seed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully plundered 50 points of Destiny value. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully plundered a crucial opportunity in the life of the Child of Destiny Su Zhou, rewarding a critical hit of Destiny value 2, totaling 100 points of plundered Destiny value. Lu Yang's eyes brightened. So, the new Child of Destiny is called Su Zhou. Therefore, this black meatball in hand is Su Zhou's crucial opportunity. The Nether Seed? Longjiang City. Su Zhou's expression suddenly changed drastically. Not good. The next moment. At the moment blood spurted out, Su Zhou felt a suffocating despair. The Nether Seed has been stolen. Chapter 54 Su Zhou's Sense of Crisis. Holding Su Qingzhu's waist. Smart brain atom when Qin Ming's crucial opportunity was stolen back then. He spat out a mouthful of old blood and nearly died on the spot. In comparison, the new Child of Destiny, Su Zhou's performance is much more stable. After all, he is an advanced ability user, and Su Zhou's strength is impressive. Moreover, compared to Qin Ming, Su Zhou is calmer and more profound in thought. Young Master Su, are you alright? Damn it, how is that possible? The Nether Seed was stolen? Young Master Su, don't panic. Didn't you say that the nether seed created by your nether ability can only be consumed by you? If others forcefully consume it, they will explode. The nether seed is also hard to destroy and will eventually burrow into the ground, waiting for you to retrieve it. Yes, young Master Su, if that's the case. Let's go directly to Linhai City to retrieve it. The four of them immediately became chaotic, making Su Zhou feel annoyed. Shut up. Every time something happens, you all chatter away. How can we accomplish great things like this? It wasn't the first time he had scolded them, but the four didn't seem angry. Instead, they were somewhat worried that Su Zhou might have a big problem because of this. They closed their mouths and waited for Su Zhou's instructions. As long as Su Zhou said a word, they were willing to do anything for him, even if it meant a certain death. They feared nothing. This kind of charisma is probably one of the reasons Su Zhou could become the child of destiny. Taking a deep breath and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, it was as if nothing had happened. Even though Su Zhou felt like a storm was raging inside his body, as if he had been beaten up, it was now confirmed that the worst previous speculation had come true. Su Qiandust, that useless person, not only lost but even died in battle, which led to the nether seed's accelerated devouring. According to my sensing, the nether seed has devoured over 90% of Su Qiandust. Even if it hasn't reached 100%, the effect is already substantial. Hearing this, the four advanced subordinates were stunned. Su Qiandust, a dignified advanced ability user, really died far from home. The key is that advanced ability users are extremely rare. There probably aren't even 20 in an entire city, let alone those at the higher level. For Longjiang City to have both Su Zhou and Su Qiandust as advanced users is already an extremely small probability event. How could such a rare and terrifying existence die? This is just the beginning of the apocalypse. Why is there such terrifying combat power that can take down Su Qiandust? Although Su Qiandust was taken down partly due to the nether seeds devouring weakening his power, the root cause is still that the enemy is too strong. Otherwise, even if he wasn't a match, escaping shouldn't have been difficult, right? Yes. Su Qiandust's ability seems to allow him to turn into a plant. It shouldn't be hard to burrow underground to escape, yet he was still taken down. Suthonadith. His mind began to calculate and ponder. After a moment, he reached a conclusion. The one who took down Su Qiandust must also be top tier in strength. I might not necessarily be a match. The four immediately wanted to deny it. Su Zhou waved his hand. No need to say more. My conclusion is well thought out. As discussed last time, if I wanted to take down Su Qiandust, I wouldn't have done it so quickly, and the speed of Su Qiandust's death far exceeded our expectations. The only good speculation now is that the opponent may have a special ability that restrains Su Qiandust's powers. In that case, one thing overcomes another. My Nether Dark Attribute ability is vastly different from Su Qiandust's, and it is likely not subject to the opponent's restraint. If it's not a restraint, then that would be terrifying. Hearing this, the four elite subordinates looked somewhat relieved. Compared to speculating that the opponent has absolute strength, they would certainly prefer to believe it is a case of ability restraint. So, young master, are we preparing to go to Linhai City now? The few were anxious. Su Zhou, on the other hand, was extremely calm. Not for now. I just suffered some backlash and have internal injuries. I may need half a day or even a day to recuperate. The opponent is unfathomable. I must be in peak condition to confront them. I absolutely cannot end up like Su Qiandust, falling into a pit. Where this backlash came from, Su Zhou still hasn't figured out. But the feeling of losing something important is growing stronger. Could it be the Nether Seed? Impossible. The Nether Seed is just a temporary loss. No one has the right or ability to take this thing from me. Su Zhou, Linhai City. At this moment, the Nether Seed has been stored in Liu Yang's storage space. The feeling of loss that Su Zhou since came from this. It's not that Liu Yang wasn't interested. It's just that the matter at hand was over. Young Master Liu. Young Master Liu. Hu Renyi and the others approached, all smiling and greeting Liu Yang. Liu Yang looked at the four, his expression calm. Without waiting for them to continue, he directly interrupted. Leave the supplies. You can go. Huh? Do I need to repeat myself? No. Young Master Liu, if you need anything from us, please feel free to contact us. We will definitely be at your service. After the four left with their subordinates, Liu Yang waved his hand, unceremoniously pulling 3 trucks of supplies into his storage space. although he had an exaggerated reserve of hundreds of billions worth of supplies. Who would complain about having too many supplies in the apocalypse? The helicopter hasn't arrived yet? Liu Yang looked around and then at the former luxurious villa shelter, which is now turned into ruins, feeling no heartache, just some nostalgia. Su Qingzhu, however, spread her four wings and said to Liu Yang and Zhang Jinyan, Liu Yang, Sister Zhang, I'll take you flying. Looking at Su Qingzhu's slender waist, Liu Yang blinked. A moment later, an altitude of 1,000 meters. Su Qingzhu's seraphic wings flew at a speed comparable to that of an airplane, and even at full speed, she surpassed the helicopter's speed. Zhang Jinyan was blown by the wind and could hardly open her eyes. If it weren't for her ability, use her physique, she would probably have been blown off by the strong wind at such a high speed. Liu Yang, on the other hand, was fine. Instead, Su Qingzhu felt a bit uncomfortable. Young Master Liu, are you tired? Me? Not tired at all. It's quite good. What I mean is, if you're tired, you can put your hand somewhere else. Liu Yang was taken aback. Su Qingzhu, blushing, had just relaxed when her body tightened again. Liu Yang's other hand covered another area. One hand seriously looked ahead, searching for the shadow of his shelter, while the other hand was mischievous, pinching away, and, it must be said, it was really soft. Su Qingzhu felt like she was being tortured to death the whole way, especially when Liu Yang held the base of her wings. Only then did Su Qingzhu realize the base of her wings. It turned out to be a sensitive area. Just being touched by Liu Yang made him feel a tingling sensation as if an electric current was spreading throughout his body, and he had to beg Liu Yang to let him go. Soon, the three of them landed in a place resembling a military base. The entire area was covered with thick, hard concrete, occupying a full 50,000 acres. Inside, it had dedicated military garages, hangars, parking spaces for work vehicles, car modification and repair workshops, aircraft modification and repair workshops, 10 professional-grade aircraft runways, a storage depot for aerospace kerosene, and depots for automotive diesel and gasoline, among others. This was the above-ground part of the super shelter. This section was protected by a circular wall surrounding it. The wall was 3 meters thick and 20 meters high, with a 10-meter special electric grid, all powered by a small nuclear power unit inside the shelter. Such an exaggerated wall encircled the entire base, evenly constructed with 4 large gates, each 30 meters high and 50 meters wide for a single leaf, with a total gate width of 100 meters. Even a large passenger plane could easily pass through. These 4 massive gates, though seemingly not very useful, played a significant role in responding to large-scale battles. This was just the external facilities of the shelter. The most central residential area of this shelter was located in the spherical building at the center. To be precise, after entering through several large doors of the spherical building, one would take an elevator straight down. This super shelter, capable of housing 10,000 people, had a total of 30 underground floors. Based on a population of 10,000, an average of over 300 people could be accommodated on each floor. However, when Liu Yang learned more, he realized that the estimate of 10,000 was definitely an underestimation. In practice, each floor could easily accommodate over 500 people, and in necessary times, even housing 1,000 people on each floor was feasible. This did not even account for the functional areas, which included dining areas, leisure areas, fitness areas, medical areas, planting areas, breeding areas, research areas, education areas, conference areas, storage areas, and so on. These functional areas occupied at least 45 of the entire 30-floor underground building, especially the planning area, breeding area, and storage area, which took up considerable space. Fortunately, Liu Yang could clear out the storage area for his use, as he possessed a super storage space capable of fitting the entire underground shelter without issue. Young Master Liu Yang, this place is amazing. Such thick walls and a huge door. Didn't you see the surrounding wall when you came in? My God, it feels like those mutated monsters that turn into big creatures couldn't even think of breaking in. Even if they force their way in, it doesn't matter. The round building for entering the underground shelter is super sturdy. Even if they get into the round building, the elevators won't let them in. It's said that all 20 elevators are bomb-proof. 20 elevators. Each elevator can transport 300 people at once during wartime. In 2 trips, everyone can be transported from underground. Moreover, these elevators have an exaggerated height of 20 meters. Even large equipment doesn't need to worry about fitting in. They could drive directly onto the elevator without needing disassembly, even with large trucks. Welcome, Master, and everyone to your stay. I am a super brain of this shelter, Adam. I will assist you in managing this shelter. Please feel free to give orders. Super brain? Lu Yang Nodet. Although it was the end of the world, such a technological product was quite useful at this time. At least it could help take over the management of a shelter when necessary. A super brain was equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of managers. And according to Lu Yang's understanding, this super brain's technology far exceeded modern standards. It was at least a century ahead. Very good. Next, the placement of residents will be assisted by Adam. Also, Adam, help me monitor the situation in the whole city. Lu Yang planned to find time to study that black meatball. Just after giving the command, Adam sent a message. Report, Master. A new type of mutant has been discovered. Suspected Corpse King. Chapter 55. The Unexpected Mutant Corpse King. Fattening up. Su Zhou and the two women are coming. A new type of mutant. Suspected Corpse King? Is there a video? At this moment, Lu Yang was in the office of the spherical building in the above-ground part of the shelter base. The underground safety was beyond doubt, with walls made of mixed material of alloy, steel, and concrete, 3 meters thick, capable of withstanding nuclear bombs and earthquakes without issues. Even the above-ground parts exposed to the air remained incredibly sturdy. Just in terms of sound insulation, with a wall in between, Lu Yang could not feel the loud noises of soldiers practicing shooting or artillery fire outside. However, he could monitor everything through the comprehensive surveillance system inside and outside the base. Even in areas where detection might be inadequate, he didn't need to worry. The presence of the super brain Atom was there to fill in the gaps, such as monitoring the stability of the shelter's residents, detecting arguments, fights, property destruction, whispering, and any small movements that could not escape Atom's surveillance. Furthermore, every abnormal situation would be analyzed by Atom and given a threat score. When the threat score reached a certain level, Atom had the authority to issue warnings to residents. When the threat level reached uncontrollable levels, Atom had the authority to control the cameras in the base, switch to shooting mode, and directly eliminate the unstable factors. These features made Lu Yang feel that managing this base was very worry-free. Even with tens of thousands of residents moving in, there was no need to worry about management difficulties. Master, there aren't too many images related to the new type of mutant zombie. I'm switching the footage for you. At the same time, I remind you that due to the prolonged collapse of the human system, the power and network systems are about to fail. The operation of electricity inside the shelter can be met by the internal small nuclear power device. But once the entire power and network fail, it will not be possible to continue citywide monitoring. I suggest that the Master deploy personnel to install solar-powered small network base stations and solar network monitoring probes at important intersections throughout the city, so as to ensure that the monitoring function at important street corners continues to operate. Once the small network base stations are reasonably planned, it can achieve the construction of a local area network across the city, allowing Linhai City to restore a smooth internal network communication environment. As expected of Superbrain, without Lu Yang asking, it had already proposed the crisis and its solution. However, Lu Yang had anticipated this, so he had prepared some solar-powered network base stations and solar monitoring probes in advance. While the quantity might not be enough to cover the whole city, Adam thoughtfully helped by identifying 3 warehouses with large stocks of network electronic devices, initially judging that their inventory would be sufficient to meet the local area network construction plan for the entire city. Lu Yang Nodet. Until the local area network was completed, there is no need to worry about short-distance communication issues. On Lu Yang's procurement list, there were military long-range walkie-talkies for communication in the apocalypse, which could be carried for solo operations and support smooth communication over a range of up to 50 kilometers, and the quantity was absolutely sufficient. This highlighted the importance of storing a large amount of supplies in advance. Master, I have integrated all the footage related to the new type of mutant zombie for you, and it is now playing. Lu Yang looked at the large screen 10 meters away. Soon, the switch footage appeared. Initially, it was at a rural farmhouse in the suburbs. The surveillance probe was far away, capturing the scene through a road camera, clearly showing 2 farmers working. Then suddenly, A door of the house was smashed to pieces by a tremendous force. A 2-meter-tall, muscle-bound monster appeared, panting heavily. Its face was twisted, and its teeth were bared. The shattered human skin and fabric faintly confirm that this monster was once human, but the exposed blood vessels and pulsating muscles appear extraordinarily eerie. In the next moment, whoosh, the monster suddenly leaps. The creature, 100 meters away, has already flickered in front of the two people, looking again in its enormous claws. Isn't it holding the heads of the two elderly men? At this point, the heads have been somewhat deformed, blood gushing from the gaps, and torn flesh hanging down, making it look quite horrifying. It indeed resembles a corpse king. But why did a corpse king appear so quickly? Liu Yang's expression was silent. He stroked his chin in deep thought, showing no emotional fluctuation. The scene continued to switch. 3 second-tier original zombies were attacking a survival team of over 10 people, quickly slaughtering them to the last, ready to enjoy their meal. Suddenly, the figure of the corpse king came rushing in. Its speed was so fast that it almost left an afterimage. A streetlight it collided with broke off and was sent flying. Even cars couldn't stop this corpse king. In an instant, it knocked a car aside, leaving a human-shaped dent where it struck, with a clear break in the car's frame, demonstrating the immense force of the impact. At first, the 3 second-tier zombies tried to resist, but as the corpse king stood close, they seemed to feel the pressure of its level. Even though the 3 second-tier zombies were over 3 meters tall, they dared not look down at the 2-meter-tall corpse king, slightly bowing their heads in submission, not daring to resist in the slightest. The corpse king let out a low growl. Unconcerned, it walked over to a dying man. This time, its steps were not as swift as before. Instead, it appeared like a half-disabled being, limping as it squatted in front of the man. No, don't eat me. Kill me. The man had already had his arms and legs twisted off. A piece of his face had been torn away, exposing his skull and bursting blood vessels. The pain was unbearable for him. He didn't want to see himself being eaten. But the corpse king could not understand human speech. It merely reached out its terrifying claw, and accompanied by the man's pupils contracting, a hot heart was pulled out by the corpse king. Before dying, the man witnessed this horrifying creature with exposed blood vessels. It threw his heart into its mouth and chewed. A terrifying smile with blood spilling out. Sinister and chilling. Interesting. According to the zombie classification, a fully developed corpse king is merely a 5th-tier zombie. However, an ordinary level 1 ability user would still have some fighting power against it. A level 2 or even level 3 ability user would be needed to contend with it. Otherwise, they would surely die upon encountering it. This corpse king appeared to have just completed its evolution, and logically, it would require a few more days to become a complete corpse king. But the issue is that the speed and combat power demonstrated so far have already reached the level of a 5th-tier complete corpse king. Liu Yang pondered, realizing an unexpected problem. If it had 5th-tier combat power right after mutation, wouldn't it be even stronger after a few days of development? The scene switched a few more times. Currently, it seems that this is the only corpse king discovered. But as the corpse king walked and hunted, its skin visibly grew. This is a sign of the corpse king gradually evolving and perfecting itself. Once evolution is complete, its strength will rise to the next level. At this moment, if Liu Yang's speculation is correct, the combat power of this corpse king is already approaching that of a level ability user. Report to the master. The team executing the cleanup task nearby has discovered crystals in the zombie heads. Preliminary judgment indicates that zombies that have been mutated for about 3 days have this kind of crystal in their heads. Adam's new report piqued Liu Yang's interest. The crystal core has finally appeared. Tell all teams to collect all the crystal cores from the zombie heads, not wasting a single one. After issuing the order, Liu Yang did not prepare to hunt the corpse king. The reason? The corpse king would continue to appear. However, it would not appear in large numbers like ordinary zombies. Each one is a rare treasure. Currently, in Linhai City, there are not many people capable of killing this corpse king. If they encounter a stronger level, it is estimated to be a 50-50 chance. Even if they encounter those few level ones, the corpse king is not weak and has the ability to escape. As long as Adam continues to monitor, it will not let it escape. Liu Yang wants to see how far this unexpectedly powerful Corpse King can mutate. Consider an experiment. In the meantime, he can fatten this Corpse King and then take the high-level crystal core that belongs exclusively to it, which is Liu Yang's goal, a truly nourishing item. The fruit should be picked when it is ripe. As for how many people die in the process or who might die because of it, Liu Yang does not wish to concern himself. In this terrifying apocalypse, ordinary people, without the protection of the strong, are destined to meet death. And for ability users, if they die at the hands of the Corpse King, it is their fate. Even if his subordinates die because of this, Liu Yang will not have any emotional fluctuations. To fatten the Corpse King and let the fruit ripen, they could be considered to have died with purpose. Next, let us see what surprises this meatball can bring me. One of the most important opportunities for the Child of Luck should not be too bad, right? Liu Yang grasped the pulsating underworld seed, revealing a hint of anticipation. In Longjiang City, the lowly girl and the purple-haired elder sister secretly took Su Zhou to a park. Zixuan, I've decided to help Su Xiao solve this matter. You know, my ability is special. Even if I fail, I won't easily die, and my ability is sufficiently stealthy. As long as I find out who it is, even if I don't confront them directly, I can sneak in and help Su Xiao steal the underworld seed. I'll ask you one last time. If you don't want to go, I can go by myself. But you have to keep it a secret for me. The lowly girl, with her twin ponytails and a playful, cute Lolita dress, was full of youthful energy. The purple-haired elder sister, named Zixuan, stared at the lowly girl for a long time. You little brat, if something happens to you, how will I explain it to Su Xiao? To avoid taking the blame for you, I can only go with you. The two exchanged smiles. The lowly girl playfully stuck out her tongue. Thank you, Sister Zixuan. I promise. Absolutely no recklessness this time. I'll listen to you during this operation. The helicopter has arrived. Let's go. Both girls wanted to show themselves, seeking Su Zhou's approval. Their dream is to one day become Su Zhou's women, not just subordinates. At least until Su Zhou accepts them in his heart, they will keep striving, even risking their lives if necessary. Little do they know. Chapter 56. Recruiting Elite Residents. Refining the Underworld. The flame of God's destruction demonstrates its power. In Linhai City, as the human system has collapsed for too long, without special maintenance, both electricity and the internet have become unstable. Some areas have even lost power completely. God, power outage at this time? Isn't that killing me? My phone's battery and data are running low. What should I do? Woe is me. Will the power come back? Can someone please inform me? Will the power come back? Upstairs, little fairy, are you living in fantasy? This is the apocalypse, sister. Who's going to fix the power? Huh? My house is also out of power. So what does that mean? Does it mean it will never come back? We still have power here, but it probably won't last long. Everyone, once the power is gone, the internet will be unstable too. In a few days, everyone will lose contact. Why wait a few days? My friend works in the internet industry, and he just sent me a message saying that within a maximum of 12 hours, the internet may collapse nationwide or even globally. Some regions have already started to experience outages. It's so tough. The human casualties are huge, and I've heard that the power company personnel have all been wiped out. Where are we supposed to find people to maintain the power stations? I don't want to be terrified by zombies while facing endless darkness. The internet is filled with whales. Every day, every moment, the brutal reality reminds those still living in fantasy. The apocalypse is serious. It's not just talk. Immediately after, someone posted a few photos. The photos clearly show a giant circular shelter's outer wall, with a wall height of 20 meters and an exaggerated electric fence 10 meters high, which looks extremely exaggerated even in the picture. Especially, there are aerial shots. But there are only a couple of photos and no follow-up. Wow, is this a military base? The height of that wall is ridiculous. The van next to it looks as tiny as an ant in front of this wall. Look at the aerial photo. This massive circular base has walls that appear extremely thick, and even on the inner side of the electric fence, there are defensive shooting platforms built like ancient city walls, with walls that look at least a few meters thick. Hiss! There are also aircraft runways inside, rows of tanks, rows of armored vehicles, rows of hangars and military garages. If this is really a military base, does that mean the national military power hasn't collapsed yet? That's great. If that's the case, don't we still have hope? But thinking too much, this photo was taken by my drone, and the reason there are so few photos is that it was shot down. Moreover, this is not a military base, at least not a national military base. I saw some words that seemed to be the base's name, Genesis, inside the base. So I suspect it's a private force. Once this was said, everyone was stunned. Such a terrifying military base. If it was built by the state, everything would make sense. If it was built by a private entity, how terrifying must that power be? The meaning represented by Genesis is self-evident. It further confirms that this military base belongs to private ownership. Shortly after, a message spread throughout Linhai City. Genesis Base Adam. Let me introduce myself. I am Adam, the superbrain of the Genesis Base. In the future, I will represent the Genesis Base to release some information online. To be precise, the Genesis Base can be considered a super shelter, but the reason it is named Genesis is already self-evident. Therefore, the commander of the Genesis Base, Mr. Liu, has renamed it the Genesis Base, which has shaken the internet. Just as everyone was curious, they received an official statement. Everyone was waiting to know if they could seek refuge in this exaggerated shelter. Following the orders of Commander Liu, the Genesis Base, which can accommodate 10,000 residents, is now recruiting residents with the following conditions. Men, age 16 to 35, height over 170 centimeters, healthy and strong body without obesity, good appearance without bad habits. Those with outstanding achievements in certain fields will be prioritized. Teachers, nurses, doctors, and veterans will be given priority. Qualifying individuals are allowed to bring up to 12 adult family members, and there is no limit on the number of children. Women, age 16 to 35, height over 160 centimeters, healthy in proportionate body without obesity, good appearance without bad habits. Those with outstanding achievements in certain fields will be prioritized. Teachers, nurses, doctors, and veterans will be given priority. Qualifying individuals are allowed to bring up to 12 adult family members, and there is no limit on the number of children. At the same time, they are separately recruiting 10,000 active and retired military personnel. Those who meet the conditions can fill out an application form. Meanwhile, Adam released another message. This can be considered a confirmation of the survivor speculations. He also reminded all survivors that the internet and power systems will completely collapse within 12 hours. The good news is that the Genesis Base will establish a local area network for Linhai City before the complete internet collapse, which everyone can use. Due to various reasons, the coverage area of the local network will not cover all of Linhai City. It is expected to radiate outward from the Genesis shelter, with the final coverage area reaching about 60 to 70 of the Linhai urban area. Survivors outside the coverage area who need internet access should relocate to a position closer to the city center. Once this news appeared, it caused a huge uproar. Those who met the conditions started to celebrate. However, those who did not meet the conditions began to despair and curse. Why are there restrictions on height and weight for recruiting survivors? As a girl, why can't I join if I'm 150 centimeters and weigh 99? The sister upstairs, don't get excited yet. They probably have their reasons for height restrictions. Weight, 99 without a unit? 99 pounds? 99 kilograms. What's the problem? Did I eat your rice? Guan is really disgusting, always asking about people's height and weight. It's so annoying. Go to hell. Calling you a little fairy is an insult to the term. Stupid tank, it's the apocalypse, and you still want to play that feminist card. Huh? How can someone as dumb as you still be alive? Sisters, I'm considering that my height, weight, and looks are fine, but if I get recruited, will I be bullied by the men inside? If you're afraid of being bullied, just stay home and don't discuss people. Also, I doubt someone like you can get in. That's a super brain, Adam, who can kick you out in a minute. Wow, did someone get through that quickly? Oh no, I hear noises outside my window. Those climbing zombies wouldn't be coming up, right? The internet is as chaotic as ever. But Adam's post representing the Genesis Base has given a small portion of people a chance to survive. The brutal reality is that there are indeed only a small number. Linhai City has more than 20 million people, and the current death toll has reached 70. This means there are still 6 to 7 million survivors. However, among these 6 to 7 million, only over 10,000 can be selected. Even if we add another 10,000 soldiers, it's just over 20,000 people. The rest can only continue to survive in the cracks and wait for survival opportunities. At least for the short term, that's how it is. Inside the Genesis base, Liu Yang hasn't figured anything out yet. However, after Adam's detection and analysis, he helped Liu Yang analyze that this infernal seed contains terrifying energy. The infernal seed was buried inside Su Qianshun, and after Su Qianshun died, this infernal seed would escape. Therefore, Su Zhou should have some way to absorb the abilities of this infernal seed to enhance his power. Liu Yang is now thinking about how he can absorb this infernal seed himself. It contains most of Su Qianshun's power. A level mutant should have a lot of strength. In a moment of desperation, Liu Yang accidentally triggered the god-slaying flame with his palm. Although it was released for just a moment, it was still quickly dispelled by Liu Yang. This living-like ball of flesh still emitted a sizzling sound and seemed to want to escape, showing great fear. Liu Yang frowned sleekly. Should I try roasting it? As soon as this thought came up, the infernal seed nearly jumped up. Liu Yang was even more convinced that his mutant ability, the god-slaying flame, caused this infernal seed to feel very scared. However, the question is, Liu Yang is still hesitant to eat it directly. It feels very uncomfortable. But thinking about cooking it seems a bit unscientific. Just then, the system gave a prompt. Tip: the infernal seed will cause ordinary people to explode and die within a minute without exception if swallowed. Normally, only the caster can swallow it and perfectly absorb its power for their own use. The host is a wielder of the god-slaying flame demon ability, and their body has been perfectly transformed by this ability. They can directly consume it, and with the assistance of the god-slaying flame, they can perfectly refine and absorb the infernal seed. The tip was so detailed. Liu Yang was not a timid person either, gritting his teeth and suppressing his nausea. He directly stuffed the meatball into his mouth. At first, the infernal seed resisted, but the more it resisted, the more uncomfortable it became, leading to the infernal seed shrinking and being smoothly swallowed into Liu Yang's stomach. Liu Yang could feel the god-slaying flame inside him starting to wrap around the weak and helpless infernal seed. The refining and absorption had begun. On the other side, Su Zhou's expression changed again. He spat out another mouthful of old blood. Then he was completely shocked. How is this possible? The infernal seed is being refined and absorbed by someone. Chapter 57, The Flesh Cutter, Refining and Absorbing. Elementalization 23. Susao, are you joking or serious? Didn't you say that only the caster, which is you, Su Xiao, can consume and absorb it, and others would just explode and die? The bearded man, named Shalaba, became a bit anxious upon hearing Su Zhou's words. The nearby punk youth, Jiang Qing, saw that Su Zhou's expression was off and hurriedly stopped Shalaba from continuing. Then, he spoke with a hint of testing. Old Sha, don't rush. What if the other party is forcibly absorbing it right now? Maybe in the next second, they will explode and die. It's just the initial phase of absorption that caused some backlash for Su Xiao, right? Su Zhou didn't want to speak. It just wasn't like last time when he spat out a mouthful of blood and was fine. This time, the feeling of turmoil inside Su Zhou was even stronger than before. It was even escalating. Su Zhou felt like there was a fire burning inside him. The piercing pain felt like it was about to melt his soul. It made him sweat profusely. He gritted his teeth and glared to stop them from continuing. Taking a deep breath, he said, "It's not that simple. This time, something might go wrong." As soon as these words came out, his two subordinates were stunned. Su Zhou did not say it directly, but it was clear enough. It meant that the infernal seed, which originally no one was qualified to snatch, had not only been snatched but was also truly being absorbed and refined. And not only had it not exploded, but it might even be completely absorbed by this mysterious person. Where is Zixuan? Where is Ling Shuier? Su Zhou felt his consciousness fading. This feeling of being roasted on a fire was too unbearable. Even as time passed, Su Zhou felt like his flesh was being cut away, roasted, and eaten piece by piece. Zixuan? Zixuan? Saying this, the punk Jiang Qing hurriedly took out his phone. Jiang Qing was a computer fanatic. Except for eating, drinking, and using the bathroom, he spent almost all day in front of the computer. It was only at this moment that he realized the message was from several hours ago. It was actually sent by the lowly girl Ling Shuier. After seeing the end, Jiang Qing was almost furious enough to curse. Isn't this harmful? Knowing full well that I only check my phone twice a day, she deliberately sent me this. She purposely made me see it late? Jiangqing was already prepared to be scolded by Suzhou, but he still needed to bring this up. What? They went to Linhai City on their own. Suzhou originally wasn't this angry. If it weren't for this situation, he would have just glared a bit. But now, after hearing Jiangqing's words, his eyes were bloodshot. With a slap, he directly shattered the table. Upon closer inspection, the thick, sturdy wooden table showed a black handprint where Suzhou slapped it, which then began to spread and corrode. This made Jiangqing tremble in fear. Shalaba also felt both dread and worry. Ling Suiya is so reckless, and Zixuan is following along. Isn't this just adding to the chaos? At such a crucial moment, they come up with this? If anything happens to them, wouldn't that cripple Su Xiao? Not to mention this, after hearing it, Suzhou spat out another mouthful of blood. It sprayed far away, scaring Jiangqing and Shalaba's faces to change dramatically. Find a doctor. Su Xiao, wait. I'll go find Su Jaime, that woman. She has a top-tier medical ability. I'll borrow her to treat your injuries. Shalaba was probably the oldest among them, already in his 30s. But at this moment, he was also panicking. Suzhou spoke in a deep voice to stop him. Stop. My injuries cannot be treated by those second-rate medical abilities. I know my own situation. Don't waste your effort. Suzhou didn't say much more. At the same time, as time passed, the feeling of being cut and the sense of loss grew stronger. His heart gradually sank to the bottom. Suppose the infernal seed was refined and absorbed by someone. I only spit a few mouthfuls of blood and lost a bit of vitality. It wouldn't be too much of a problem. It's just hateful that all my careful planning and preparations have gone to waste, becoming someone else's wedding dress. Damn it. The two subordinates exchanged glances. From gaining powerful abilities to now, it was the first time they felt flustered. Suzhou was not old, but his thoughts were among the deepest and most stable of the group. A few minutes later, after Suzhou spat out the blood completely, the feeling of being burned disappeared entirely. But the feeling of losing something precious was also at its peak. He understood what had happened. The infernal seed had been completely refined and absorbed by that person. Jiangqing and Shalaba's faces reddened. Hatred reached its peak. Damn it. How dare they steal from Su Xiao? Su Xiao, we should prepare to go to Linhai City. Suzhou weakly waved his hand. Taking a deep breath, he said, Linhai City must be visited, but there's no need to rush. Let us take a moment to recover. Suzhou looked at Jiangqing, slightly fatigued. Jiangqing, go gather recent intelligence from Linhai City. Be detailed and compile all the important information from recent times. It's best to determine who is behind this against me. Sutho, Jiangqing took the order. Suzhou then looked at Shalaba. Old Sha, contact a few bosses in Longjiang City. Inform them that I, Suzhou, want to form an offensive and defensive alliance with them. Let them come here for a meeting tonight. If they don't come, tell them who I, Suzhou, am. As soon as these words came out, Shalaba's gaze sharpened. He knew Suzhou was serious. Although the organization had only been together for a short time, Shalaba understood. When Suzhou was serious, it indicated that a terrifying storm was about to arrive. Thinking of this, Shalaba silently mocked the bastard who had absorbed the infernal seed far away in Linhai City. Blood demon Su Jaime. The apocalypse in Longjiang City had just begun not long ago, and she activated her top-tier ability. Su Jaime was originally a big sister figure, and after gaining powerful abilities in the apocalypse, she quickly leveraged her previous experiences as a big sister to control a group of people. With her keen sense of smell, she searched for ability users everywhere. In just a few days of the apocalypse, Su Jaime already had over 20 ability users under her command, and new ones kept joining. Who are you? Su Jaime was puzzled by Shalaba's arrival. She even looked at him with disdain. When Shalaba's terrifying strength was displayed, a top-tier, animal-type, primitive, ancient ape, a terrifying monster over 10 to 20 meters tall loomed over Su Jaime, who felt an intense sense of oppression at that moment, as if she was facing an equal opponent. At the same time, as time passed, the ability users began to discover a method to judge each other's levels. When using their abilities, different levels of ability users would emit a faint color surrounding them, which ordinary people could not see, but ability users could clearly perceive. Sha Liba's faint red hue represented level 1. Mr. Sha, Please calm down. Let's sit down and talk, Su Jaime said. Sha Liba sneered, thinking to himself that if Su Jaime was unreasonable, he wouldn't mind causing a ruckus in her shelter building, and it wouldn't be difficult to help her with the demolition. After a while, Su Jaime's expression darkened. Sufo? Su Yankanes Hilbrother Psuyo. Sha Liba narrowed his eyes and warned, it is Master Su Zhou, and he has no connection to Su Qianxin. That waste of Su Qianxin is not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as Master Su. Initially, Su Jaime did not know Su Qianxin's strength. However, by chance, she learned that Su Qianxian was currently the only known level 1 ability user in Longjiang City. Even if she was unconvinced, she had to admit that the other party was superior. And this Su Zhou, being able to recruit Sha Liba as a subordinate, seemed to be quite loyal. Could it be that Master Su is also level 1? Boss Su, there's no need to ask too much. I'm only responsible for notifying you. 8 o'clock tonight at the old church. If you don't come, you will bear the consequences, Sha Liba said as he left. He then went to 3 other places, respectively, the lairs of 2 local tyrants in Longjiang City, Xiaojingdong and Jiangchuan. The process was the same. Sha Liba tirelessly demonstrated his level 1 abilities and then coerced and tempted them with this message. After returning to the church, Su Zhou was still adjusting his breath. However, Jiang Qing found information about Linhai City online. Master Su, Linhai City has suddenly established an exaggerated shelter organization. To be precise, they don't seem to intend to call their territory a shelter. They call themselves Genesis and boast a super luxurious and secure base, currently recruiting quality residents. I suspect this matter is very likely related to the owner of this Genesis base. Genesis? Su Zhou approached the computer and looked at some information on it. Perhaps it was a mutual recognition of those with lofty ambitions. Su Zhou instantly understood the meaning of Genesis. What weighed heavily on his heart was the harsh reality that he was still in the planning stage, barely having taken half a step. Meanwhile, the other side not only had a well-thought-out plan, but had also taken a significant step forward. The grand base, the exaggerated architecture, the luxurious military equipment made Su Zhou feel a momentary sense of inferiority. I am Su Zhou, not some foolish Su Qianxin. How could I feel inferior just because of this? Someone mentioned that this person was named Liu Yang. However, when I searched for information about Liu Yang online, I found very few records, as if it had been forcibly erased. Nevertheless, I found some clues on a newspaper page. I saw information about a 20-something billionaire entrepreneur named Liu Yang. His name is known nationwide, especially among college students. Learning that a peer had dropped out of school to become a billionaire made many people passionate, leading to a wave of dropouts. Su Zhou remembered this name. Could it be this Liu Yang? Is it the same person or just a coincidence? After reporting that everything was going smoothly and confirming that several local tyrants would come at night, Su Zhou felt a bit relieved. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Although I, Su Zhou, am confident that I won't lose to anyone, just to be safe, I prefer to find some people to weaken the opponent's strength to ensure I won't stumble in the gutter. That is my style. What makes Su Zhou smart is his ambition, but he is cautious in his actions. He doesn't worry about others saying he is taking advantage of the weak. As long as he can win, using some underhanded tactics is not a problem. In Linhai City, under the watch of Adam, Liu Yang issued the highest security alert. Previously, a drone flew over the base, which Liu Yang had done intentionally. At this moment, under the highest level of alert, not even a bird could survive coming within 100 meters of the Genesis base's walls, let alone fly directly above it to take covert photos. Liu Yang was currently in a specially constructed super training room that was 50 meters high and 1,000 meters square. The entire training room was built with a terrifying 5-meter wide, steel-reinforced concrete super alloy, ensuring that even Liu Yang's level 1 abilities would not easily destroy it during combat tests. It also had absolute privacy, guaranteeing that no one could spy on him. In front of Liu Yang was a solid steel cylinder with a diameter of 2 meters. This was Liu Yang's special training equipment, which had no high-tech features, just pure hardness. At this moment, there were over 100 fist marks on it. Upon closer inspection, the outlines around each fist mark were fuzzy. Those were traces that had been melted and solidified by flames. The melting point of steel exceeds 1,500 degrees. However, If it were only 1,500 degrees, it would not cause the dissolution effect on steel in the instant of a punch. So, what is the temperature of my extinguishing god flame now? 2,000, 3,000, or even higher? At this moment, Liu Yang had fully absorbed the nether seed. His ability level remained at level 1, and his combat level also remained at level 1. However, Liu Yang could sense that although his combat level had not yet improved, he had reached the critical point for leveling up. He only needed to make some more improvements, and upgrading to a level 2 ability user was just around the corner. What is above level 1? Liu Yang himself was not sure, but he was certain that there would definitely be something above, and that level's abilities would lead to a tremendous increase in combat strength. While the absorption of a nether seed did not significantly enhance his level 1 abilities, the improvements for Liu Yang were clear. For example, Liu Yang's initial elemental transformation could only achieve a score of 20, but after absorbing this nether seed, it had surprisingly upgraded to 23. A 3-point increase seemed small, but made Liu Yang feel exhilarated. At least he could confirm that his mutated fire ability, the Extinguishing Godflame Demon, still had room for improvement and had not reached its limit. Perhaps one day, he could elevate the level 1 Extinguishing Godflame Demon to the critical point, break through the critical point, reach a whole new height. Meanwhile, Su Zhou's 2 capable subordinates, the lowly girl Ling Shui and the purple-haired mature woman Zi Sun, had successfully landed in Linhai City via helicopter. Chapter 58. The powerful Ling Shui and Zi Sun. Acting? Then let's play along with you. Having abilities is truly enjoyable. In the past 2 days, I've played with over a dozen different women. If it weren't for the enhancement of my abilities, I wouldn't be able to handle such a pleasurable life. Ha ha ha, look at your useless face. Both of us are ability users. As long as we stay steady and don't get reckless, what kind of women can't we have? Just think about those who lock their doors against us. It's laughable. Those security doors are like paper in front of our abilities. In the luxury residential area, they're all rich people. Every one of them is a wealthy beauty, soft and tender enough to squeeze out water just by touching them. Just thinking about it is unbearable. At the street corner, 2 level 1 ability users each held blood-stained long knives, most of the blood belonging to zombies. The ability users, when together in this apocalyptic world, can already dominate. Even when facing a second-tier original zombie, the 2 can still fight back. From their conversation, it can be seen that what these 2 are doing in this apocalypse may sound very lewd and despicable, but it is the most brutally real scene that belongs to this harsh world. Similar scenes are happening in every corner of the world due to the emergence of ability users. If the 2 enter this luxurious community, what follows will be a new round of inhumane slaughter and plunder. But suddenly, one of them stared blankly in the opposite direction. Hi, Lao Zhu. What are you doing? Hurry up and follow me into the community. I can almost see those pretty, tender little sisters and young married women beckoning me to come in and play. Ha ha. What are you looking at? The other person followed his gaze. Upon seeing what was in that direction, both of them, surprisingly in agreement, had lewd glints in their eyes. What beautiful girls. Damn, I played so much these past few days. I've never seen such top-notch ones. Just one glance at that enchanting figure, that tall stature, those curvy lines, and that twin-tailed lowly damn. I've always wanted to find a twin-tailed lowly like this one. During my previous viewing, all kinds of welfare girls tempted me, and now I've finally found the chance to teach them a lesson. Stop dawdling, let's go. These 2 seemingly tender-looking girls are definitely rich girls, probably residents of the luxurious community, starving and foolishly coming out to look for food. Looks like it. Good thing they ran into us, otherwise it would be a shame if they got eaten by zombies. As they spoke, the 2 exchanged malicious smiles. He. However, they still had no idea that at this moment, they were precisely delivering themselves to death. Little treasures, come play with your brothers. You must be starving, right? After playing, we'll give you good food. How about some big ham? How about some gourmet sausages? Be good, let your brothers hug you. As the 2 approached the girls, one of them reached out without hesitation to hug one of them. But in the next second, that pair of arms instantly shattered at the shoulders. The arms fell to the ground with smooth-cut marks. The scream echoed through the street. The other person's evil grin had already frozen on his face. He looked at the tall woman's back, where a strange head and two arms appeared, holding a grim, long knife. Upon closer inspection, what kind of normal knife was that? It was clearly a gleaming white bone blade. Hee. If you want to play with your sister, come on, come play. Saying this, the purple-haired queen, Ji-sun, still had her back turned. But the sinister features on her back let out a chilling laugh. At the same time, that pair of bone knives stabbed into the body of the man who had lost his arms. The other party was clearly an ability user. Yet at this moment, he could not resist at all. In the end, the two bone knives pierced through the man's eye sockets, and at the moment they protruded from the back of his head, the living man had already been scared to the point of collapsing on the ground. He even forgot that he was an ability user. Even if he remembered, he would not dare to resist. Besides fear, there was only the desire to wet himself. No, don't kill me. Please, big sister, beautiful lady. I know I was wrong. It was all his idea. I was coerced by him. Thank you for punishing evil and promoting good. Please don't kill me. I am an ability user. I am a level ability user. I could be your subordinate, your little brother. The man was now terrified, speaking incoherently in a panic. Before he could continue, several drops of water appeared in front of him. The man was at a loss. Without waiting for him to react, the lowly girl, Ling Shi, looked at him sweetly. Who needs such trash ability users, please? Compared to you disgusting things, I still think it's best for you to die. The man was horrified. As soon as the words fell, with a flick of her finger, the water droplets seemed to disappear, but in an instant, they pierced through the man's head like bullets. With several pea-sized holes appearing, the man died on the spot. In an instant, the two ability users were dealt with, just like taking down two zombies. The two girls showed no signs of fluctuation. Only Ling Shuai, when looking at Ji-sun, pouted in some disgust. Sister Ji-sun, can you finish your abilities faster? Although it's not the first time, every time I see your power, it still feels so disgusting. I can't help but want to beat it up. Ji-sun had a black line on her forehead. Fortunately, you're a teammate. Otherwise, encountering this little witch, although they are both level users, the differences in abilities are surprising, and I really might not be her opponent. If I weren't a teammate and was killed just because she found me unpleasant, that would truly be another story. All right. Next, let us keep a low profile. According to the original plan, let us first gather some information. Don't rashly expose our whereabouts. Once we determine our target, we should try to implement a secret infiltration plan. After all, the other party is someone who has taken down Su Qianshun, and the two of us might not be their match. Don't worry, Sister Ji-sun. I want to act recklessly. The two girls decided to find a place to settle down first. Their first stop was directly the nearby community. Listening to what those two idiots just said, this community called Haomenyaju is a luxury area, and the decoration should be pretty good. Why don't we settle down here? We can also find some survivors who look easy to bully and ask about the recent big events in Linhai City. After Ling Shuai finished speaking, Ji-sun's eyes lit up. She nodded with certainty. It seems our Linger has become smarter. I've always been smart, okay? But I still prefer to be called Shuai. Having made up their minds, the two girls headed straight into the community. In the courtyard, there were a few wandering zombies. They chose a unit door nearby. Building 1, Unit 1. The two went straight upstairs. Yanzi, sister and brother-in-law, have passed the review of the Genesis base, and we will meet soon. Don't worry, you will see your big niece very soon. Hurry, darling. Say something to your little aunt. Little aunt, I miss you so much, woo woo woo. All right, don't cry. We will see your little aunt soon. Building 1. Unit 603 of Haomenyaju. In this entire unit, there were barely any survivors left. The Zhang family was considered very lucky. Coincidentally, their daughter needed to recuperate after a minor surgery. The couple decided to take their daughter out for a trip to relax. Just at this critical moment, they bought a lot of food and water, planning to set off for their trip the next day. Although there was already martial law, Zhang Jinfin's husband had a pass due to his work, and they decided to go to a sparsely populated place to unwind. This way, they would have to worry about encountering danger. But unexpectedly, the zombie virus broke out without warning. The family was trapped at home. However, relying on the many supplies they prepared in advance, they managed to last longer than other families. Even so, today they had reached a point of running out of everything. They were about to finish their food, and the tap water had also been cut off. Fortunately, Zhang Jinfin was the chief physician at the hospital, and her husband was a civil servant in the land department, a top student in land resources. With extensive experience in planning and constructing several urban renovations and other large-scale building projects. With their credentials, they were successfully selected by the Genesis base. When they learned that the military would soon come to rescue them in armored vehicles and even helicopters, they were overjoyed. Immediately, Zhang Jinfen's younger sister, Zhang Jinyan, called. Yes, she is the housekeeper of Lu Yang, Zhang Jinyan. Don't worry, sister. I belong to the management level at the Genesis base. Adam has given me the green light to arrange helicopters for you, and I will also take the helicopter to personally bring you to the base, so you won't have to worry about safety anymore. However, the Genesis base does not support idlers. Sister and brother-in-law, your family may have to work for the Genesis base in exchange for safety and food, but you can rest assured that the work for senior employees won't be too tiring. Sister, you will still be arranged to work in the hospital, and brother-in-law will be assigned to the planning work group for the new Apocalypse City. The new Apocalypse City planning group? Zhang Jinfeng learned an important piece of information. Is the Genesis base planning to build a new urban area? However, it seems impossible at the moment. This is not something Zhang Jinfeng should consider. What she needs to focus on now is to hurry up and pack her bags. Move her family into the Genesis base. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Pack your luggage quickly. Travel light, don't bring useless things, and only bring a few clothes. Yinzi said that the Genesis base has a dedicated clothing factory that will produce and distribute various types of clothing in the future. The family began to pack. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. This sound has already occurred more than once in recent days. But each time, the family remained silent. This time was no exception. Zhang Jinfeng immediately signaled her husband and daughter to be quiet. Even if the neighbors outside are uninfected, they wouldn't open the door. This is because the family had witnessed someone in the community being brutally raped and killed by people from the same community. Screaming before death, don't open the door to anyone. They're not human. They're demons disguised as humans. Outside the door, Ling Shu'er and Zisun were just following routine to knock. They had forcibly opened many doors, and indeed found them empty. So by now they were too lazy to forcibly break in. If there was no response to the knock, they would just continue moving up. Perhaps someone was cautious and wouldn't open the door, but there would always be someone who would slip up and make a sound. The ability users not only have strong combat power, but also have greatly enhanced physical qualities. Their senses are sharper than ordinary people. They can hear even the slightest movement. No one. How terrible. Could it be that everyone in this building is dead? Ling Shuye mutat in frustration. The two were about to continue climbing the stairs when suddenly, Zhang Jinfeng's daughter,